Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. West Blue, Ohara. The world-renowned archaeological holy place has the world's largest library with the oldest history and the largest collection of books. The Tree of Omniscience. Such a holy place is facing a disaster today. Inside the Tree of Omniscient library, Crowbar is telling the 5 elders about the results of archaeological research. I discovered that in the blank 100 years of history, there once existed a super ancient civilization. That ancient civilization was called. At this point, the 5 elders couldn't bear it anymore, their eyes widened, and angry murderous intent spewed out. Kloba. You Ohara are about to die. Then he hung up the phone directly. Before Crowbar could name the ancient civilization, Spondane shot him dead. Boom. With the sound of gunshots, Crowbar fell in a pool of blood, and the members of CP9 began to take action, killing all the scholars without any effort. Bah. Damn old thing. What kind of attitude do you have towards Lord 5 Elders? It's really an advantage for you to die so easily. Spondane kicked Crowbar's body, took out a portrait from his arms and handed it to CP9. Find the kid named Yhwach in the portrait. Then he took out a golden phone bug, which was Buster Call's special phone bug. Outside the port of Ohara, 10 of Marine's top warships have been docked for a long time. After receiving the order, Akainu immediately directed artillery fire to clear the ground. A large number of shells fell densely across Ohara. Suddenly there was a burst of fire and smoke filled the air. Countless civilians suffered sudden disaster. Boom. 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 Amid the merciless din of artillery fire, Albia, who had just returned to Ohara, after a brief meeting with her long-awaited daughter Luo Bing, quickly went to complete the final order issued by Director Kloba. Mother. 8-year-old Robin was being held by Saul as he prepared to escape from Ohara. One place proved that the most dangerous place is the safest place. The shelter that happened to be next to the Book of Omniscient Library had completely collapsed under the bombardment of artillery fire. Suddenly at this moment, a hand stretched out from the ruins all over the place. Yhwach tried his best to climb out of the ruins and sat on the ruins exhausted. He glanced around at Ohara, which was completely destroyed and littered with ruins, and there were screams coming from all directions. His eyes were dazed for a moment. Am I traveling through time? Or am I awakening my memory? Receiving the torrent of memories in his mind, Yhwach realized that he was a time traveler. It's just different from other time travelers who get cheat as soon as they travel through time and then start killing everyone. It was only at this moment that he suffered the disaster of annihilation that he awakened the memory before the time travel. He just wanted to know if it was a little too late. Although the good news is that he has an innate talent, omniscience, and omnipotence. It enhanced his learning ability, allowing him to learn everything quickly, and his gains and progress were far beyond those of ordinary people. But there is also bad news that comes with it, that is, he has no awakening memory and no foresight. He did not make good use of his omniscient and omnipotent talents to learn swordsmanship, conqueror's haki, taijutsu and other aspects to improve his own strength. Instead, it was all used in archaeological research. What's even more incredible is that he has become the most talented archaeologist in history in the eyes of Director Kloba. At the age of 5, he obtained a doctoral certificate as an archaeologist, and at the age of 8 he was able to compete with Director Kloba. Today, he has become the most powerful archaeologist in Ohara and has solved countless mysteries in history. Although his existence is deeply hidden by archaeologists such as Director Kloba, all archaeological research is conducted in secret. But Yhwach just wants to say, what's the use of hiding it deeply? That's world government. Do you think the CP organization is just for food? After figuring out all the causes and consequences, Yhwach couldn't help but want to curse. But when I saw that the Tree of Omniscient Library not far away had been engulfed by ruthless fire, Yhwach swallowed the words back. After all, Director Kloba and other archaeologists should have lost their lives at this moment. Moreover, before the incident, they knew that they could not escape the pursuit of Marine and CP organizations, so they hid Yhwach in the safest and most secretive shelter, hoping that Yhwach would escape. Unfortunately, the safest refuge in their eyes could not withstand the destruction of Buster Call. Yhwach sighed helplessly. Curator Kloba also wanted him to survive, and what he should consider now is how to survive. Survive the artillery bombardment of Buster Call and the pursuit of the CP organization. Yhwach knows it with your toes, and the world government must know his existence. An archaeologist who is more powerful than Director Kloba must be a greater threat. I am afraid that in the world government's must-kill list, he is higher than Director Kloba, or even ranked first. Therefore, he must not be discovered, otherwise it would be difficult for him to escape this disaster given his size. But soon Yhwach ran into trouble. Because the entire area of Ohara was being bombarded by a large number of artillery shells at this moment, he was lucky not to be bombed when he climbed out of the ruins. But everything around him was bombed from time to time, No matter which direction he walked, he would be bombed. But if you don't leave and stay where you are, who knows how long your luck will last, maybe shells will fall in the next moment. Yhwach realized that with his strength, not to mention surviving the pursuit of the CP organization, just cannon fodder could kill him. Boom. 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 Continuous explosions came, and you felt the ground shaking, and Yhwach was a little at a loss. Just when he was in trouble, a clear voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Omniscient and omnipotent detected, should it be bound to the Yhwach template? Yhwach suddenly became excited. Cheat is coming. Sure enough, for time travelers, cheat may be late, but it will definitely not be absent. Moreover, it is also the template of Yhwach, the villain super boss in Shinigami, the emperor of the Invisible Empire, and the ancestor of the Quincy. A super ruthless man who can even kill the strongest Shinigami Yamamoto in 1,000 years. Who wouldn't love such a powerful template? Bind. Bind now. Bind me to death. Ding. Congratulations to host, the template binding is completed. The next moment, Yhwach clearly felt an extremely powerful force emerging from his body, washing his limbs and bones. In an instant, the original exhaustion was swept away, replaced by a sense of power that seemed endless and could be squandered as much as you wanted. At the same time, another memory emerged in his mind, which was part of Yhwach's memory. All of them are about the experience in controlling various Quincy abilities such as Ryotsu, Ryko Gathering, and Holy Destruction. Chapter 2. After Yhwach received this information, he felt that his ability to use Ryotsu, Ryko Clustering, etc. was fully utilized. He didn't even need to sense the spirits in the surrounding space, he could see them clearly with both eyes. Dense blue collars floated around him, as if they felt Yhwach's gaze. These spirits immediately responded and rushed towards Yhwach. And he is still lowering his posture, just like a courtier, looking like he is surrendering to the trend. Yhwach couldn't help but feel very satisfied. This sudden change in strength made him particularly addicted to it for a while. If what he expected was correct, this should be the Quincy's basic ability, the limit of spiritual sun gathering, and the absolute subordination of spiritual sun. That is the so-called Holy Li. Among the members of the Star-Crossed Knights in Shinigami, except for a small group of stronger people, the remaining members must have opened the holy body before they can achieve this level. And now he has directly obtained this level of power by simply binding Yhwach's template. He can't be said to be invincible among the strong men in the pirate world, but he is still at the top level. Although Yhwach has never fought before, he somehow has such confidence. After feeling the extremely powerful strength, Yhwach couldn't help but feel a little confused. Because according to what he knew, Yhwach did not only have these abilities. As the ancestor of all Quincy, almost all other Quincy's powers come from him. And this depends on Yhwach's other unique ability, soul distribution, and various derived skills such as holiness. Why aren't these? Yhwach opened the system panel with doubts. Host, Yhwach. Template, Yhwach, 20%. Force, Invisible Empire. Reputation value, 201,318. When you saw the words 20% behind the Yhwach template, Yhwach tried to ask the system. System, why don't you come out and explain? What does this 20% mean? It was just a tentative inquiry, and Yhwach didn't expect the system to have such intelligence. What he didn't expect was that the system actually came out to respond in person the next moment. Ding. Answer host, 20% is the initial progress of the template. It turns out that not all the strength and abilities of Yhwach can be obtained by just binding. This gap made Yhwach a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his mentality and didn't care about these things. Instead, ask the system how to improve the template progress. Ding. Answer host, you can gradually improve by unlocking and embodying the buildings, legions, and members of the Invisible Empire, and as the template progresses, host will gradually gain all the corresponding strengths and abilities. Upon hearing this, Yhwach suddenly understood. There was an incomparable surprise in my heart. Good guy. I originally thought that what I was bound to was just the template of Yhwach, and that I would be able to obtain all of this guy's strength and abilities. What I didn't expect was that there was also an invisible empire led by Yhwach. This surprise is not a big surprise. Thinking of the combat performance of the members of the Star-Crossed Knights in Shinigami, Yhwach's heart surged. This is not a rhythm that allows him to reach the top of the pirate world with his own combat power, but a rhythm that allows him and the entire force of the Invisible Empire to stand at the top of the pirate world. You know, it's not that his idea is too arrogant, but that the Invisible Empire is too powerful. Although the mid and low-level combat capabilities are not as good as those of Marine and World Government, their high-level combat capabilities are far stronger than those of Marine and World Government. Even if they are enemies with all the top powerhouses in the pirate world, the Star-Crossed Knights of the Invisible Empire are not weak at all. Not to mention him, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire who will become stronger and stronger. Yhwach suppressed the excitement in his heart, clicked on the Invisible Empire option, and the power panel popped up. Ice Palace, unlocked, can be realized. Yinjia City, unlocked with 1 million reputation points. Look at the Invisible Empire building list and the unlocking requirements marked at the back. You understand clearly. The requirement for improving the progress of the template is to unlock buildings or members in the Invisible Empire, and the unlocking requirement for the latter is to consume reputation points. The reputation value depends on the popularity of the Invisible Empire, but it doesn't stop there. The more people who know about the Invisible Empire, the reputation value will increase. Correspondingly, the higher the intangible empire is valued or recognized in people's hearts, the more the reputation value will increase. In other words, if you want to gain more and more reputation points, you have to make the Invisible Empire known to more people, and you have to leave a deep enough impression on these people. Since the Ice Palace is a palace exclusive to him, it is already unlocked when the template is bound, which can be regarded as a kind of alternative novice gift package. After understanding this, Yhwach stopped thinking and opened a list of members of the Star-Crossed Knights. What he should consider most now is how to solve Ohara's dilemma and fight back against Marine and World Government CP organization. After all, it was the homeland that raised him. Although after awakening his memory, he was speechless about Ohara's behavior of pointing the gun at Ohara even though he knew that the world government strictly prohibited the study of the blank 100 years of history. But if he didn't gain strength, he could ignore it, but now that he has gained great strength, he can't just ignore it. Therefore, several members of the Knights of the Star-Cross must be unlocked as soon as possible. After all, although he is very powerful now, as the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, he cannot personally fight. It would be a loss of status no matter what. Yhwach Hasward, unlocked with 200,000 reputation points. Marriage of Bambietta Basta, unlocked with 150,000 reputation points. Kyraja OPI, unlocked with 100,000 reputation points. Mask du Masculine, unlocked with 100,000 reputation points. Yhwach's mouth twitched slightly when he saw the reputation points required to unlock the members of the Star-Crossed Knights. Even the weaker members need at least 100,000 reputation points to unlock one. I don't know whether I should say that he is poor, or that he deserves to be a member of the Knights of the Star-Cross. He is indeed very powerful and quite expensive. Yhwach swiped down the list twice, thought for a moment, and selected 2 members. Chirui OPI, Masco du Masculine, it's up to you too. Ding. Do you want to spend 200,000 reputation points to unlock Yhwach OPI and Masco du Masculine? Yes. Click Yhwach twice, and the system will pop up a prompt. Ding. Unlock successfully. Ding. The current template progress is 26%. Chapter 3. Yhwach returned to the system panel, and sure enough, he saw the template column and the progress had been improved. At the same time, strength emerged from the body again, which was about a quarter of the previous amount, making Yhwach's strength once again increased by about 30%. This feeling is really addictive. Yhwach carefully felt the unparalleled power for a while. Then he came back to his senses, surrounded by spirits, and all the shabby clothes were transformed into brand new clothes. Wearing a pure white military uniform and boots, with a dark red cloak hanging behind him. Amazingly, he already has a bit of the momentum of an emperor. Incarnation of Yhwach OPI, Masco du Masculine. After getting everything ready, Yhwach decisively chose to materialize. Because he has sensed that there are 10 orderly auras approaching here quickly. 2 groups of azure blue spirits condensed into 2 figures beside them. Kyraga OPI has a slender figure, and Masco du Masculine has a strong figure. They are both wearing uniforms of pure white military uniforms and long boots. It is worth mentioning that there is a short and fat bald boy next to Masculine, who is his follower and fan, and he is of the same mind as Masculine. See your majesty. After the 3 people appeared, they turned directly to Yhwach and knelt down respectfully. At this time, 9 white-clothed figures flashed and stopped not far ahead. It is CP9 of World Government. Followed closely by Spangdine. When I saw Yhwach, my eyes suddenly lit up. I quickly took out the killing order to compare, and I immediately became excited. Ahahaha. Even God is blessing Laozi. I thought it would take me a long time to find it, but I didn't expect to find it so quickly. For Spangdine, Yhwach is a huge achievement, even greater than the achievement of solving the challenge of 5 Elders Kloba. Because Yhwach is ranked first on the must-kill list, which is equivalent to the greatest contribution of this operation. We just finished killing Kroba and others, and we met them so easily, how could we not be happy? Kid, your death is imminent. I can only blame you for being unlucky enough to meet me so soon. I might have been able to live a little longer. Spangdine looked at Yhwach arrogantly, his face full of determination, and waved his hand. Upon seeing this, The 9 CP9 members immediately rushed forward and rushed towards Yhwach. It was at this moment that another exclamation came from behind. Yhwach. It turned out that Albia came here and happened to witness this scene. His face turned pale with fright and he was stunned for a while. And the reason why she came here was entrusted by Director Kroba before the incident. Let her escape safely with Yhwach, Ohara's last hope. Unexpectedly, as soon as he met Yhwach, he was already in the enemy's hands and about to lose his life. Spangdan was even more surprised when he looked over, his eyes glowing green. Nicole Orbia, you can't escape either. Everyone should be obedient and take credit for this, uncle. He just wanted to ask who else could understand what he was feeling now. Not only did I discover Yhwach, but I also received Nicole Albia. Although the credit is not as good as that of Yhwach, it is no less than that of the old man Kloba. Don't let the credit for bringing you to your door go to waste. Yhwach also noticed Albia's arrival and knew that the other party came here to save him. However, he ignored it for the time being and immediately ordered. Masculine, I leave it to you. As you command, your majesty. Masculine ordered. This made Spangdan scoff and burst into laughter. Ahahaha. I am laughing so hard. Call that Yhwach your majesty? What's the fuss about? A game of house played by children? Facing the attack from CP9 members, Masculine attacked boldly. Those villains who dare to attack his majesty, let Ben Mingming defeat you. James echoed closely, looking like a die-hard fan. Sir, the superstar is here. There was a swish sound. Masculine's figure disappeared directly. Although he has a strong body, his flying sickle speed is not bad at all. During the continuous flash, 9 after images were left beside the 9 CP9 members, and then they returned to Yhwach's side again. When this star appears, the villain will definitely be defeated. Masculine put on a winning posture, and James cheered and shouted excitedly. Sir, the superstar must win. The final bell rang. Spangdan made everyone confused, and even felt that their brains were not enough. What is all this? Are children addicted to playing games? A superstar? The devil is stunned? Albia, who was originally pale, was also stunned. However, at the next moment, a sudden change occurred in the field, which directly caused Spangdan's expression to change drastically. The heads of the 9 CP9 members exploded at the same time, their brains mixed with blood splattered out, and their bodies fell down. He was easily dealt with by Masculine, and he couldn't die anymore, and he didn't even have time to react. Nanny. Spangdan's eyes bulged out, and his face suddenly became extremely horrified. Died. All 9 CP9 members died. As the commander of these 9 people, he knows very well that the strength of these people in the naval headquarters is equivalent to that of the rear admiral. Kill them all at the same time at a speed invisible to the naked eye without them making the slightest reaction. I'm afraid even the naval headquarters vice admiral can't achieve this kind of strength. That big guy who calls himself a star actually has such strength. In the flash of lightning, Spangdan's mind was spinning. After realizing Masculine's powerful strength, he turned around and started running away without hesitation. The previous arrogance of seeing Yhwach as a big contributor disappeared, and he looked like a lost dog, running away crazily into the distance. What kind of house game is this? Yhwach, who can make the big man named Masculine, whose strength is at least the level of naval headquarters vice admiral, kneel down and worship, and respectfully address him as his majesty. This is clearly a real performance. Although he couldn't figure out how to save Yhwach, a person ordered to be killed by the 5 elders himself, who suddenly turned into his majesty. But he knew that Masculine's strength could not be faked, and there was another tall, thin man with a slender figure, whose temperament was probably similar to Masculine's strength. What a credit for walking, this is clearly poking a hornet's nest. If he didn't run away quickly, he might even die without knowing how. And Albia, who was stunned in the back, was so shocked that her expression was frozen at this moment. When did Yhwach have such a powerful helper? And you still call him your majesty? Isn't this a title for a king? Albia was completely stunned, feeling like she didn't have enough brain power. Yhwach grew up in Ohara. When did you become the king? Chapter 4. After the halftime bell rang, Yhwach showed a satisfied smile. Well done, Masculine. Although Masculine has the strength and the ability to write holy words, he is not ranked among the top members of the Knights of the Star Cross. But it is still very easy to deal with 9 CP9 members who are equivalent to the strength of Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. Even he felt that the battle process and result were clean and tidy, but the words were a bit too superficial. But it's normal, there are many such people in the Star-Crossed Knights. For example, Chiluyi Opi beside him believed that eloquence is silver and silence is gold. Seeing Masculine's fighting style, a look of displeasure clearly flashed in his eyes. Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. Any villain who offends you must pass through me first. After hearing the compliment from Yhwach, Masculine immediately responded with great respect. James was also very excited next to him. Your Majesty, no matter what kind of villain he is from now on, just leave it to Sir and me. This pair of treasures. Yhwach couldn't help but laugh, then he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Spangdan, who was running away crazily in the distance without looking back. Noticing Yhwach's gaze, Kaluja Opi spoke. Your Majesty, do you want to kill me? As long as Yhwach gives the order, he will immediately launch a divine destruction, which can directly blast Spangdan into slag from the air. In this long-range attack situation, he is confident that he will be faster than masculine. Yhwach shook his head slightly. Spangdan killed Curator Kloba, who raised him. He must die in the end, but not now. There was not much movement in the battle just now. Yhwach still needs to use Spangdan to attract Akainu and other Marine Vice Admiral outside the port. In this way, he can earn a lot of reputation points. 6-stick light prison. When Yhwach raised his hand, the azure blue spirits gathered together and turned into 6 light pillars and flew over. It fell directly from the sky and penetrated into the ground, trapping Spangdan inside. Bang! Spangdan, who was fleeing, felt as if he had hit an iron wall. His nose was directly smashed and his face was covered in blood. What's this? He was a little confused and looked quickly. Only then did he realize that the cage formed by 6 light pillars had trapped him tightly. He wanted to rush out in a hurry, but found that he could not shake the light prison at all, just like a real iron wall. It's over. Spangdan fell to the ground. The fate of the 9 CP9 members flashed before his eyes, and his whole body suddenly shuddered and fell into despair. Suddenly something seemed to come to mind. Yes, look for Marine, look for Akainu and the others. He quickly took out his phone and dialed while trembling all over. The people leading Buster Call this time are the 5 elite vice admirals from naval headquarters, and among them Akainu and Aokiji are very capable. He is also considered to be the second of the 3 strongest vice admirals besides Garp. The candidate for the future admiral of headquarters has already been decided, and his strength will definitely be stronger than that of the tall, thin man and the muscular man. As long as they arrived in time, he himself would definitely be saved. Outside the port at this moment, Akainu simply landed on the island, robbed and killed the remaining archaeologists on the shore, and even ruthlessly destroyed the fleeing boats when he made mistakes. This scene made the 3 vice admirals sitting on the warship frown slightly, but they did not dare to say anything more and could only do their own thing. Although the 5 of them are the vice admirals who lead this Buster Call, in fact Akainu and Aokiji are the real decision makers. When Aokiji went to pursue Saul and he was not here, they knew Akainu's extremely righteous character and did not dare to touch Akainu's bad luck. What's more, even if they have the courage, they are no match for Akainu. With Akainu's character, it is very likely that he will fight if he doesn't make sense. There was no need for the situation to develop, so they simply pretended not to see it. A large number of shells were flying, explosions occurred one after another, and there was smoke. Akainu, who was intercepting the scholars and the fleeing ship with half of his body turned into lava and emitting black smoke, suddenly stopped at this moment. There was movement on the phone bug in my pocket. Spangdan. Akainu recognized the caller and frowned slightly. Regarding the CP9 commander, I somewhat looked down upon him based on his vision and character. But the call at this moment should be conveying information about this operation. Akainu thought of this and answered the phone. Unexpectedly, as soon as the call was connected, Spangdan's panicked call for help came from the other end. Akainu, bring all the vice admirals to rescue Laozi. In a few intermittent words, Spangdan used a panicked tone to let Akainu know the cause and effect. Then he continued to urge without asking him, and Akainu hung up the phone directly. A loser who relied on his identity and connections to get through the back door dared to call himself Laozi in front of him and spoke to him in a commanding tone. If the 2 of them weren't far apart, he would have punched them directly. But the kid named Yhwach, who was at the top of the must-kill list, aroused his interest. He was a little surprised. There are actually 2 subordinates whose strength is suspected to be that of Vice Admiral. You are still addressed as Your Majesty by your subordinates. Interesting. Killing and fighting intent rose in Akainu's eyes. Just when he thought this mission was too simple, 2 powerful men at the Vice Admiral level came. But so what, it was just an ending where he was able to relieve his addiction to fighting and then be reduced to ashes in his lava. Akainu's figure disappeared instantly and came to the warship. He turned around and glanced at Ohara, who was being bombed. He frowned slightly and gave decisive orders. The efficiency is too slow. Increase the firepower immediately. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, the Marine soldiers immediately increased their firepower. Boom. 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 The frequency of cannonball firing was much faster than before, and the cannonballs rained down on Ohara from all over the sky. Akainu nodded, immediately walked towards the 3 vice admirals, and informed Spangdan of the situation there. CP9 was completely wiped out, and the 2 vice admiral level combatants, and they even addressed Yhwach as His Majesty. Isn't he a young genius archaeologist? The 3 vice admirals were also shocked when they learned of the changes that happened on the island. However, since there are 2 targets that are most likely vice admiral level combatants, Buster Call's artillery bombardment alone will not be able to solve them. It was enough to attract their attention and make them take action personally. The 3 vice admirals followed Akainu on the moonwalk and rushed towards the center of Ohara Island. Akainu did not notify Aokiji again. Because Saul, as a marine trader, really needs Aokiji to deal with it. What's more, they are just 2 enemies with vice admiral level combat power, which may be a disaster for Spangdine. But for him, even if the 3 vice admirals don't take action, he can still win with full confidence by himself. A matter of moments. Akainu and the others were close to the central area, and countless irregular shells bombarded them, unable to stop them at all. Spangdane, who was trapped in the 6-foot-long light prison, couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw this. He beat the light prison frantically and asked Akainu and others for help. However, Akainu and the others looked at him indifferently and ignored him. Instead, they turned their attention to Yhwach, Masculine and Kaluja below. Chapter 5. This brat. When he saw Yhwach and the others standing still in the fire, he looked at them fearlessly as they approached. Akainu and the 3 vice admirals were all unhappy in their hearts. It's just where did the dying man who was given the order to kill get the confidence? Seeing that they not only did not run away, but also stood calmly, as if they were waiting for their arrival, and there was no way to be afraid of them. How could this gesture not make the jealous Akainu unhappy? A fierce murderous intention immediately appeared in his eyes. A few criminals are so arrogant, how dare they? Akainu landed with the 3 vice admirals. He looked at Yhwach and looked at them, looking ready to start a fight at any time. However, they did not take action immediately. Instead, a vice admiral spoke and asked in a deep voice. Who are you? What is your purpose? Although the attitude of Yhwach and the others made them unhappy, they were not reckless people. At the moment, no matter what happened to Yhwach, or the 2 people who were suspected of having vice admiral level combat power, all of them have far exceeded expectations and are completely different from the intelligence. You must know that this is the intelligence of the world government CP organization, even Marine's intelligence department is far inferior. This is so strange. Either the intelligence is wrong, or the world government is hiding something. The former is almost impossible, and the latter would not be left to the 5 elders if they really didn't want Marine to do anything. There is no shortage of vice admiral and even admiral combat capabilities in the CP organization. Then there is only one explanation, that is, even the CP organization has not investigated this. A young archaeologist who was trained by Ohara suddenly had 2 subordinates who were suspected of being vice admiral's combat power. They were even called Your Majesty by the 2 subordinates. There are weird things everywhere, and there must be secrets hidden behind them. They need to find out. Who am I? What is my purpose? Yhwach asked a few questions as if talking to himself, and then suddenly opened his arms suddenly and looked directly at the 4 Akainu people with burning eyes. I come from the blank 100 years history, an ancient super civilization thousands of years ago. And my purpose is to bring the ancient super civilization to this era. As soon as these words came out. Super ancient civilization? The 3 vice admirals were stunned for a moment, as was Akainu, but they quickly came to their senses, frowned and scolded. It's nonsense. If you tell the truth, you will have a good ending. The blank 100 years is a taboo strictly prohibited by the world government. Although they don't know it clearly, they also know a little bit about it. There was indeed a superpower then, but so what? What is there to care about a country that has long since disappeared in the long river of history? Are there not many races and countries that are perishing every day in this world? Use this kind of mysterious rhetoric to deceive you. Think they are idiots? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Facing the reaction of Akainu and others, Yhwach had naturally expected it, and it was normal not to believe it. But what happens when his words become reality? Then just watch carefully. Yhwach grinned, revealing an endless arrogant and scornful smile, and with a thought, the ice palace materialized. Then suddenly there was a strong wind, and the crimson cloak rustled. The unparalleled huge Ryotsu surged out from his body and instantly enveloped the entire Ohara island. What's this? Conqueror's haki. Akainu and the 3 vice admirals all changed their expressions and stared at Yhwach. I saw Yhwach's beast-like momentum blooming, and at the same time, a huge spiritual beam of light rose into the sky, directly piercing the thick clouds high in the sky. And the clouds were stirred to form an uzumaki, and densely packed azure spirit seeds gathered in the uzumaki visible to the naked eye. In everyone's eyes. An extremely huge pale palace fell and hung high in the sky of Ohara. It's the Ice Palace. The exclusive palace of the Invisible Empire Emperor Yhwach. Hanging high in the sky, exuding the oppressive feeling of ultimate, It is so huge that its shadow covers a 10-mile radius. Such a sudden and shocking scene made Albia extremely horrified. She felt like she was in a dream and was stunned on the spot. Even Akainu and the three vice admirals suddenly shrank their pupils, their faces and eyes full of disbelief. This. A palace comparable to an island. They don't know how Yhwach did it? Is it some kind of devil fruit ability or something? But they had to admit that this was indeed amazing, larger than Naval Headquarters Marine Fort. The impact and pressure were very strong, far beyond their expectations. Spangdon, who was trapped in the light prison, was even more frightened by the scene. It's over. Laozi doesn't want to die. He didn't think too much, he only thought about life-related matters. That is, if such a super palace, which is larger than Pangu City, is smashed down, he will definitely die. Different from their reaction, Ohara civilians are being bombarded by artillery fire, their homes are destroyed, their relatives are killed, and they are fleeing frantically. After being attracted by the huge movement, they all exclaimed with great excitement, thinking that this was a miracle coming. As if seeing hope of survival, they all knelt on the ground and worshipped from a distance, begging the gods to lend a helping hand. Yhwach seemed to have heard their call. With a wave of his hand, Uzumaki, the spirit child in the sky, dispersed. Build a spirit space. It turned into 12 azure blue cross star spirit sun swords, fell from the sky and inserted into the open sea around Ohara Island. Boom. 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 The spirits connected with each other formed a solid blue barrier. The cannonballs flying all over the sky hit, and after a violent explosion, the spirit barrier was safe and sound. Ohara within the barrier was not affected at all. At the same time, Yhwach's words, with the blessing of Lingzi, resounded throughout Ohara. Me. Yhwach. The founder of the Quincy. I declare here today. The return of the ancient super civilization from thousands of years ago. Invisible Empire. Advent. At this moment, everyone heard it clearly. Especially the civilians of Ohara subconsciously looked up and vaguely saw the figure overlooking everything in front of the Pale Palace. Without exception, all of them kowtowed and prayed that the gods would descend to earth and come to save Ohara. Great. We're saved. Your Majesty Yhwach saved us. Long live your Majesty Yhwach. Long live the Invisible Empire. At this moment, everything was forgotten by them, and they would recognize whoever could keep them alive. For these civilians who are being slaughtered, Yhwach is now their savior. Chapter 6. What exactly is this? Can you actually protect the whole of Ohali? Outside the barrier, the marine soldiers were all frightened and had the urge to worship. There was no other reason. It was so shocking that it didn't look like it was done by human beings. Akainu and the three vice admirals were extremely shocked at this moment. Looking at the palace that is comparable to a small island, and the light shield that covers the entire Ohara and can block artillery fire. The panic deep in my heart could no longer be suppressed and completely burst out. What kind of ability or method is this? To be able to do such a wide range of horrifying things, even a certain devil fruit ability has definitely been awakened. Who the hell are you? Akainu realized the seriousness of the matter, and the fiery lava began to boil. His eyes looking at Yhwach were full of solemnity. Such amazing power is definitely not what a young person should possess. If it was because of the killing order that he wanted to kill Yhwach before, then now Akainu simply cannot let Yhwach achieve his goal simply because of this power. This is far beyond the level of threat that is the reason for issuing a kill order. Ding. Reputation value plus 100. Ding. Reputation value plus 200. Ding. Reputation value. Ding. High in the sky, voices kept ringing in Yhwach's ears, and his reputation began to increase rapidly. Emperor of the Invisible Empire. He looked down at Akainu with a stern look. You can also call me Dash. His Majesty. As soon as these words came out, Akainu's accumulated anger finally exploded. A mere young archaeologist, who didn't know where he got considerable power, had two subordinates who were suspected of having the combat power of Vice Admiral. Do you really think that it is a country and you become the king? Do you dare to ask him to address you as your Majesty? Are you worthy? Kid, you are so ignorant. No one can survive Marine's buster call. Turn me to ashes in the lava. Bang. Akainu's lower body became elemental, and billowing magma spurted out, rising into the sky with the force of thrust. Great eruption. Thick black smoke passed through the air, and Akainu directly raised his right arm that turned into magma, evaporating and twisting the air. He punched Yhwach with a punch. When Masculine, James, and Kiluja saw this, they immediately set off to escort Yhwach. However, when Yhwach's words came, Kiluja suddenly stopped and rushed away in the other direction. Kiluja, your opponent is over there. By the way, save the little girl over there. The war with Saul has officially begun there, where Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Aokiji is located. James, this star is going to appear again. This time the opponent doesn't look weak. You have to be careful. Masculine was like a cannonball, jumping into the air with a slight jump, blocking the front of Yhwach and facing Akainu. Don't worry, sir, you can shine as much as you like. As James retreated into the distance, Masculine charged straight toward Akainu, facing the hot lava coming at him. The pentagram mark on his forehead flashed red, and a fierce spiritual beam was emitted. Starlight wave. As the magma and spirit particles exploded, Akainu and Masculine arrived at the same time, and both launched close attacks. Akainu's left fist struck hard and heavy. Masculine saw this and used the same method. Boom. There was a dull collision sound, and both of them were shocked. They were evenly matched. What a villain. He's not weak physically. But if you intend to disturb His Majesty, you will not be able to escape the justice of this star today. Take my move, star headbutt. Masculine was so angry that he grabbed Akainu's wrist and smashed it directly on his forehead. Akainu was also in shock at this moment, because the energy fluctuations of the red spirit beam were exactly the same as those of Yhwach. Although the colors are not the same, there is no mistaking the color perception by seeing, hearing, and hearing. The same ability appears on both of them. Isn't this the devil fruit ability? As his mind was spinning, Akainu's face darkened as the giant hammer hit him. What kind of fighting method is this? How could there be someone who would attack with his head in mind? Akainu didn't intend to be tough, because the opponent's forehead could emit lasers, so if he hit his head too, he would get hit like that. Although it wasn't enough to hurt him, he couldn't keep it on his face. This wasn't his fighting style. Akainu's whole body was transformed into elements. Masculine only felt his hands loosen, and the opponent easily dodged his headbutt. Then, Akainu landed and Masculine followed. I'll deal with this big guy, you go and get that Yhwach. Seeing that the three vice admirals were coming to help in the battle, Akainu chose to refuse and deal with Masculine alone. The three naval headquarters elite vice admirals joined forces and were enough to take down the brat named Yhwach. The damn villain has such a despicable plan. This star will never forgive him. Masculine was very angry and wanted to go back immediately to escort him, but was stopped by Yhwach. Masculine, do your own thing, these three people are nothing to worry about. Akainu, who was fighting with Mascarene, and the three vice admirals who rushed towards Yhwach, all felt disdain when they heard this. Everyone can talk big words, but when it comes to a real fight, you still need your subordinates to see the truth. Although the three of them were overtaken by Akainu and others, they were fighting alone. Akainu and others are indeed very talented and have been able to suppress them throughout the game. But now that the three of them have joined forces, even Akainu and others will only lose. Unless they are the top combat power of admiral level experts, they are invincible at this moment, and anyone who comes will be confident of winning. Boom. 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 There were bursts of sonic booms. The three vice admirals stepped on the air and flew straight into the sky, showing off their momentum. A man drew his sword, the blade of the sword was gleaming coldly. Judging from the momentum, he was a great swordsman. A person's body quickly grew taller and expanded, splitting his clothes, and turned into a half-human, half-animal form. It was Zoan demon fruit power. The last person had his fists colliding with each other, and his muscles were bulging all over his body. At first glance, he was a strong person in physical arts. And without exception, they all showed their own strength and shape, and at the same time, their fists, blades, and claws were wrapped with armed colors. Although they thought they could capture Yhwach, after all, their intelligence and strength were unknown, so they simply launched an all-out attack to eliminate all unexpected situations and capture Yhwach in one fell swoop. Kid, since you don't want to answer our questions, then keep your secret with Ohara forever. Before he finished speaking, the three vice admirals took action at the same time. The fierce flying slash, tempest kick vacuum slash, and finger pistol ripped the air and headed towards Yhwach. He shows no mercy when he strikes, determined to kill Yhwach. The two subordinates were left to be dealt with by Akainu and Aokiji themselves. Since they are unwilling to tell their origins and purpose, then simply eliminate these three people completely, and no matter what the purpose is, they will disappear. Chapter 7. Ignorance. Yhwach looked down expressionlessly. Facing the three attacks, he stretched out his index finger. Multiple holy destruction arrows. The next moment, the blue collars gathered together to form three light balls rotating in a triangle at Yhwach's fingertips. Rotating. Boom. 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 One after another, the sacred destroying arrows were shot out from the three spirit sun light balls, and in the blink of an eye, there was a violent storm, shooting down like a sweep. Boom. There was an explosion. The three offensives collided with several sacred arrows, and were directly eliminated in an energy explosion. At this moment, the three vice admirals are also in mid-air, rushing upward after their own offensive. So much. Seeing the shower of holy arrows in the sky, similar to the laser attack of his colleague Kizaru, although the number is large, the power is not bad. After directly defeating their offensive, everyone's expression changed instantly. Now it was too late to launch an attack. The sky was filled with blue light, and they could only dodge the attack first. After all, he was worthy of being the elite vice admiral of the naval headquarters. His reaction and speed were not bad. A large piece of the sacred arrow passed by and hit the ground. Rumble. A series of explosions sounded, and large craters came into view. The three vice admirals all looked stern when they saw this scene. What a powerful force! This far exceeded their expectations and was even better than Kizaru's 8-foot Megatama. The three of them were shocked. Yhwach smiled softly, and immediately increased the output. It was just an appetizer, now is the real moment. 3 spiritual light balls flew out, locked firmly on the 3 of them, and shot out quickly. It turned into 3 sacred destruction arrows that were tens of meters long, almost flashing through the air, and then hit 3 people instantly in the heavy rain. Boom. Not only is the speed incredibly fast, but the power is also extraordinary. The 3 vice admirals couldn't dodge, so they directly chose to be armed and strong. However, at the moment of collision, they realized the power of this move. The extremely overbearing energy exploded, and the impact was like a huge mountain crashing into them. Even though the weapons worked, they were not injured by the blast. However, he was violently blown away, leaving 3 huge pits on the ground. His throat felt so sweet that he vomited blood and suffered internal injuries. Puff. Hateful. The strength of this kid. The 3 of them were extremely angry and were about to quickly stand up and fight back, bursting out with all their strength to attack. However, Yhwach's attack was not over yet. His spiritual energy is almost endless, and it seems to be vented out as if there is no end to it. The entire sky was covered by the holy death arrow, just like the Buster Call artillery bombarding Ohara. These sacred destroying arrows, which are more powerful than cannonballs and no weaker than lasers, slapped down like raindrops. It instantly submerged the 3 vice admirals and gave them a heavy downpour. Boom. 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 The explosion was violent and covered a kilometer radius, leaving the 3 vice admirals with no way to escape. After the dust cleared, there was a 1,000-meter deep pit with scorched earth everywhere. Ahem. The 3 vice admirals were far away from each other, but without exception, they were all seriously injured, their bodies were scorched black, and they were bleeding profusely. Although it was not fatal, the continuous powerful bombing also made it difficult for them to even get up. The eyes looking at Yhwach's figure high in the sky were filled with unparalleled horror. Only those who have experienced it personally can understand the terror of those blue beams. Not only does it cost nothing, it is also incredibly powerful. It's not that they haven't fought Kizaru before, but even Kizaru's laser or the 8-foot Megatama are not so powerful. On the other side, Akainu, who was fighting masculine, was also shocked by Yhwach's strength. My heart was shocked. He could understand that the 3 vice admirals could not withstand such powerful continuous bombings and were seriously injured. But he couldn't understand why Yhwach, an archaeologist in the intelligence service, suddenly had such great strength. This was a joint force that even he could suppress, but was severely injured by Yhwach in an instant. Akainu obviously did not expect this situation. Even after seeing Yhwach's strength, he couldn't help but get angry. Damn you little devil. Dark Hound. One move of the boiling magma giant knocked back masculine. Akainu dodges and is about to kill Yhwach. Scoundrel, you can't even get close to His Majesty when Banming is here. How could masculine allow this to happen? The spirit seeds are injected into the arteries, the blood-moving equipment is used, and the body soars. As if teleporting, he came to Akainu and punched him. Get out of my way. Akainu's anger was filling his heart, and after roaring angrily, he turned into an element. He wanted to avoid this attack and allow him to attack Yhwach directly. An unexpected situation happened at this time. Originally the element turned into magma, so this attack shouldn't be effective on him. But the reality is that this time is different. Masculine punched him directly in the abdomen. Wow. Akainu spurted out a mouthful of blood, and flew out like a cannonball. His expression also changed from anger to shock and confusion. What's happening here? Isn't he already elementalized? Why was he still hit by the opponent's punch? Akainu is very sure that the other party did not use armament haki at all. When he was about to hit the ground, Akainu held up with one hand, turned his body in the air to release the force, stabilized his body and fell down. He stared at masculine from a distance and stopped caring about Yhwach. Now he just wants to figure out why he can hit the already elementalized one without using armament haki. Star killing punch. At this moment, masculine just wanted to kill Akainu as soon as possible after his physical strength soared. A punch that was so powerful that even the air was blasted was a direct hit in pursuit of victory. Light red lines. Akainu still couldn't believe it when he saw the spirit lines all over Masculine's body, including his fists. Just these lines can break the iron rule that only armament haki can hurt the Logia demon fruit power in the sea. Canine-toothed red lotus. Akainu decided to give it another try, but it was too weird. Facing Masculine's dissatisfied fist with light red lines, his left arm quickly shot out with elements. A huge dog head formed from magma charged with fangs and sharp teeth. Boom. Strong energy fluctuations and strong winds swept across all directions. The moment Masculine's fist covered with light red lines collided with the fangs of the magma dog's head. Since Akainu's elemental left arm was still connected to it, whether it was his body or his sense of sight, hearing, color, and perception, he could sense a huge force that was invisibly and rapidly attacking him. Chapter 8. Damn, it's true. At this moment, Akainu was filled with fear and quickly cut off the connection with the magma dog head. Despite this, he still received some strong impact, and his entire left arm was shocked to the point of numbness. At the same time, one thing was completely confirmed. The lines all over the opponent's body can really hurt the entity of Logia demon fruit power. This is simply unheard of. Akainu's face became very ugly, but the look in his eyes was extremely fierce. So what if the entity could hurt him? As Naval Headquarters almost decided future admiral candidate. How could his strength only be like this? Although he has the ability to use lava fruit more in battle, this does not mean that his other abilities are weak. After all, haki is the power above all else. He still deeply believed this. In an instant reaction, Akainu fought back. It was not his style to just take a beating without fighting back. Do you think my armor color is just for decoration? A powerful punch. FK Masculine's belly directly. Armament haki in deep black color, he has already reached an advanced level. Coupled with the majestic power of this punch that has been amplified by physical skills, without the use of armed defense, he will definitely be knocked away severely. But there was a loud bang. Even the air behind Masculine was blasted out with white ripples. But Masculine himself stood motionless. What? Akainu was stunned again, his eyes widened in disbelief. This guy was not shaken at all. This is a high-level armament haki, and the opponent didn't use the weapon color. How could this be the case? Unreasonable. It's completely impossible. And when he lost his mind, Masculine hit him head-on and even taunted him. Villain, your fists are not good enough in the face of justice. Star headbutt. With his already strong physique, thanks to the blessing of blood-moving equipment, his forehead is comparable to a sea stone covered in military colors. It hit Akainu hard on the forehead. Clang. A burst of clashing sounds resounded. Akainu used his armed defense in a timely manner at critical moments. However, this headbutt was so powerful and heavy that it was like Garp's iron fist, hitting him directly on the head. How could this feeling be so good? Damn it. Akainu's entire body flew backwards, led by his head. Tinnitus, dizziness, and splitting headache. At this moment, he could no longer control his body perfectly. Bang bang bang. It hit the ground hard and kept rolling. James cheered excitedly when he saw this. Sir, you are so powerful. This is the invincible headbutt of a superstar. Masculine's foolish character also made him stand out in a shining position. Yhwach, who was high up in the sky, had a panoramic view of the battle, and was a little surprised in his heart. The blood-moving armor can actually produce the same effect as the armed color. The entity that harmed the Logia demon fruit power. This was an unexpected thing, but he didn't think about it carefully. It was beneficial after all. Either it's the effect of the blood-moving equipment itself, or it's because it's manifested by the system. Anyway, the Star-Crossed Knights are already powerful enough, these things are just the icing on the cake. Meanwhile, Ohara is on the other side. The ground with a radius of hundreds of meters was frozen, and the air was filled with cold air. The original Marine Vice Admiral, now wanted Saul, is trapped in solid ice and unable to break free. In the distance, Little Robin fell to the ground, and Marine Vice Admiral Aokiji stood in front. The strange thing is that no matter it is Saul, Little Robin, or Aokiji, their reactions at this moment are not normal. Consternation. Shocking. These expressions that shouldn't appear are now filling their faces. Only because. In the distance, in the center of Ohara, there is an unimaginably large pale palace hanging in the sky, and a blue light shield that covers the entire Ohara and cannot be destroyed by artillery fire. All of them came too suddenly and unexpectedly, severely impacting their vision and mind, giving them an unparalleled shock. What's going on over there? The Invisible Empire? Yhwach. And what's going on with this palace and that light mask? Aokiji opened his mouth la, knowing clearly what changes must have occurred over there, and subconsciously wanted to rush over to find out. But there was no action immediately afterwards, because he had sensed Akainu and the others, so there was no need for him to go over, so he should continue to resolve the matter with Saul. Saul quickly came to his senses after the shock. This opportunity was too short, and he immediately reminded Robin, run away. Little Robin was shocked, as if he mustered up the strength, struggled to get up and wanted to run away. But the next moment, Aokiji's voice came to my ears. You can't run away, Saul. Since it doesn't make sense to you, there's nothing I can do about it. Although because he and Saul were good friends, a look of confusion flashed across Aokiji's face, but it disappeared after a moment, and his words were calm and emotionless. Little Robin had just stood up and instinctively looked up, meeting the very oppressive gaze from Aokiji again. Boom. Despair and fear came over him, and his body softened and he fell down again. Freeze moment. Half of Aokiji's body was elementalized, turning into cold ice, and the cold air overflowed. He slowly let out a breath and half closed his eyes. Sorry, Saul. The words have not yet finished. The overflowing forest-white cold air swept out, freezing everything in its path. Looking at little Robin who was about to suffer, Saul closed his eyes weakly. He knew clearly that he couldn't stop all this, he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything, and simply stopped looking. The surging cold air was about to engulf little Robin. Suddenly at this moment, there was a sound of breaking through the air in the distance. Call out. An azure blue spirit sword flew like a stream of light and was inserted in front of Robin. The powerful Ryotsu attached to the sword creates a sharp sword pressure, cutting the frozen ice from the middle. The ice that was supposed to freeze Robin spread out from both sides of her body. Little Robin survived. Ah la la la. Sure enough, I knew something had happened. Although Aokiji was a little surprised when he saw this scene, he was not beyond expectations. The appearance of huge palaces and light shields has long represented the arrival of unexpected enemies on Ohara Island. In the perception of seeing, hearing, and color, Aokiji cast his gaze into the air. There, a ripple appeared in the space, the azure spirit sun flashed quickly, and the figure of Kirago Pi appeared. Chapter 9. Flying Sickle Feed. The Quincy's exclusive super-fast movement skill. Whether it's compared to Shinigami's Shunpo or compared to the 6-style shaving, it's absolutely no different. The guy with the cold breath? It should be you. Kiraji looked directly at Aokiji, pushed up his glasses, and then looked at little Robin, feeling slightly relieved. This was the person His Majesty named for rescue, so there couldn't be any mistakes. Fortunately, he came in time. But he must treat this guy who attacked someone important to His Majesty well. Sir, could you reveal your identity and purpose of your visit before you do anything? Aokiji clearly sensed the hostility in his sight and knew that the battle was inevitable. But before the battle, he had the same idea as Akainu and others, that is where these people came from. It completely exceeded expectations and the intelligence information of this operation. Eloquence is silver, silence is gold. Under the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Knights of the Star Cross, Kirago Pi. According to His Majesty's order, come here to deal with the invading enemy. Kiraja spoke the wise words he believed in, and at the same time revealed his identity and purpose. Because judging from His Majesty Yhwach's behavior, he is promoting the name of the Invisible Empire. As a minister, he naturally has to achieve his goals for His Majesty. And when he finished speaking, he had nothing more to say and just attacked Aokiji. Holy Miyat. After gathering the souls and processing the souls with Ryotsu, several azure beams of light shot out like a blast of wind. Invisible Empire. Aokiji was still pondering when he saw the attack coming. Ah la la la, it's so direct. His words were full of helplessness, but his movements did not hesitate at all. Ice Cube Two-Thorn Spear. The cold air around him condensed into a spear of ice to meet him. During the collision, the ice exploded and the souls exploded. The two seemed to have a natural understanding. Ice Saber. The Cross of Annihilation. Kiraga and Aokiji activated their flying sickles and shaves at the same time, and their bodies flashed forward and they fought quickly, and the ice blades and the spirit swords collided. Dang dang dang. As the sound of the jingle clashing resounded, ice shards and spirit seeds were swept up by the strong wind, and splashed around with the two people at the center. And as the rapid fight progressed, the originally smooth ice surface shattered wherever it passed, leaving deep pits everywhere. As the war progressed, Aokiji became more solemn. This guy was surprisingly strong. From what he had seen and perceived just now, although Kiraja's aura was not bad, it felt to him that it was enough to deal with, and he should be able to win it after spending some time. But as the battle progressed, Aokiji's idea gradually changed. Not only is this guy's skills powerful, but his strength is far more than that, because he is so comfortable that he doesn't use his full strength at all. Although he was also like this, it also made Aokiji realize that even if he uses all his strength, he may not be able to win. This kind of strength is second only to the top experts. How could it be that you look subordinate? Is this the only level of your strength? If this is the case, then you will be defeated next. After repeated battles, Kaluja already knew what was going on and decided to end the battle as soon as possible. Multiple holy destruction arrows. The annihilation cross sword passed by, and a blue trajectory emerged. Several sacred annihilation arrows were drawn with the bow and arrows, emitting powerful energy waves and shot out. At this moment, Aokiji was not careless at all. He realized the strength of his opponent and chose not to hold back. Ice cube exploding cone mouth. A large amount of cold air condensed, and an ice bird spread its wings and flew out, freezing everything in its path. Boom. The two most powerful attacks since the war collided, directly blasting a 100-meter deep pit on the ground. The violent wind swept in all directions, carrying broken ice and dust, and submerged the two figures. Under the cover of the sky, the battle became more intense. The two men who had just started fighting with all their strength, neither Aokiji nor Kairaji, would back away at this moment. One person releases the color of seeing and hearing at all times, while the other person lets go of Ryotsu perception and has a panoramic view of all situations at the same time. Aokiji is finally under pressure. Let alone defeat him now, he can't even gain the upper hand. It seems that even with the frozen fruit ability alone, even if it reaches ultimate, it will be difficult to win. Gloves of ice? Armament hacking. Aokiji didn't hesitate and changed his tactics directly, maintaining the skate with his right hand and using the frozen fruit ability. The left hand is elementalized, with advanced weapon colors wrapped directly around it, doubling its combat power. This is a skill he learned from Zephyr and Garp. Although he can't compare to the two teachers in terms of weaponry, color, or physical skills. But with his powerful talent, he has learned some of the essence, and even Akainu's armament is not bad at all. When the skates collided again, Aokiji's left fist flew out. Boom. A strong sonic boom stirred up air currents, and when the coverings in the sky were blown away, the ice gloves and the weapon-colored attack were already approaching Kaluja. His Ryotsu had already sensed it, and without any change in his expression, he directly punched back with his left fist and responded in the same way. Physically shaken? Where did this man get his courage? How dare you show off your high-level armed S*X with your body? Don't you know how to use armed colors? Or what's the reason? Aokiji was stunned for a moment. Even Mr. Zephyr and Senior Garp were not confident enough to greet the high-level armed men with their fists. The next moment, the shock passed in a flash. Although he felt strange about this, if this was the case, he would have the upper hand after this blow. Advanced weapon colors are not so easy to catch. Such thoughts flashed through Aokiji's mind. At the same time, the fists collide. Bloody outfit. Jaluja completed the injection of spirit into the artery almost instantly, and his physical strength and attack power increased several times. Boom. There was a violent impact. The change in Aokiji's expression is truly wonderful. The expected situation of gaining the upper hand in this collision did not happen. Instead, an immeasurable huge force struck from Kairaji's fist that was not wrapped with armaments at all. He was severely beaten away with the overwhelming strength advantage. Boom boom boom. Aokiji crashed through more than a dozen buildings in a row, and when he crashed into a deep pit, his face was still full of confusion. In his opinion, this is completely impossible. That's a high-level weapon color, not a weak skill. Even Zephyr-sensei and Garp-senpai would never do this with pure physical fists. Because you won't get any benefits at all, but you may get injured if you don't do it right. But this guy just did it, and even blew him away. This shouldn't be right. Ahem. Aokiji coughed up blood and jumped out of the rubble. The left arm was stripped of its armor, and the skin had broken open, with blood seeping out. Fortunately, the arm bone was not broken, just a minor injury with little impact. Then he was armed and entangled again, quickly dodged and left the place. Chapter 10. Boom. A sacred destroying arrow struck there, blasting a big crater. As an enemy, Kairaji didn't wait for Aokiji to check his injuries without taking the opportunity to attack. Aokiji pulled away and locked his eyes on Kairaji's whole body. I didn't pay attention to it just now, but now I really noticed the blue lines all over Kairaji's body. Including the left fist that sent him flying with one blow, the skin was covered with such lines, and they were still flashing. These azure lines. Aokiji frowned slightly and acted on the skin surface. Some suspect this is some kind of physical skill. However, no matter how strong the physical skills are, it is impossible to compete with the high-level armed colors. After all, those strong physical skills in the sea are all powerful in the armed colors. His teacher Zephyr and his senior Garp are two typical examples. But now is not the time to think about this. Since the opponent's attack power is stronger than the advanced weapon color, he can only avoid its edge for the time being. Take advantage of the frozen fruit ability and elemental immunity to physical attacks to see if you have a chance to counterattack. With his mind spinning, Kaluja showed no expression as he stepped on his flying sickle and quickly approached. After every flash of his figure, the sacred arrows came attacking from different directions. Frozen time capsule. Aokiji swung his ice blade and responded with a blast of cold air. It seems that this is all your strength. It's time for this fight to end. With his strengthened physique and attack power, Kairaja slashed at Aokiji with his cross sword of annihilation. The powerful force suppressed Aokiji's retreat, and then he saw the opportunity and punched him again. As the air ripped through his ears, in Aokiji's eyes, the fists covered with blue lines enlarged. It's the same as the attack that was stronger than the advanced weapon color just now. You can't take it hard, you can only avoid the edge temporarily, and then wait for an opportunity to launch an effective counterattack. He must deal substantial damage to the opponent, otherwise sooner or later he will be hit again. If it really reaches that situation, his injuries will only gradually worsen, but the opponent is still in peak condition, and the chance of winning will become very slim. Facing the blow that Kairaji was about to hit, Aokiji transformed into an iceman after putting on a posture to confuse him. Trying to avoid this damage while using advanced weapon colors to fight back. Click, click, click. Aokiji turned into an iceman and let the attacks fall on him. Then. Ignorance. It was Kairaji who said 2 words lightly and punched Aokiji firmly in the stomach. Without elementalization, he was immune to physical attacks, and the sound of ice cubes breaking could be heard. But a bang. Wow. Aokiji suddenly spurted out a large mouthful of blood, feeling as if he had received an iron fist from Garp. The whole person looked like a fully drawn bow and was blown hundreds of meters away. It was unknown how many buildings it crashed through, and a long ravine was plowed into the ground. Then he crashed into a deep pit and was buried by the rubble. The trauma was so sudden that his brain and body had not yet reacted. It was buried directly, and it was too late to even elementalize. At this moment, Aokiji felt that his brain was no longer enough and he couldn't understand what was happening. This was completely different from what he thought. It's just that the physical body is stronger than the advanced weapon color. How come it can now hit the entity even with the elemental form? Isn't it true that only the armed color can hit the elemental strength of Logia demon fruit power? Although the azure blue lines are magical and incredible, and can strengthen physical fitness, they don't look like armament haki, do they? How could you ignore the elementalization and knock him away with one blow? His ha. Feeling the severe pain that felt like his whole body was falling apart, Aokiji gritted his teeth and took a breath. To be honest, without the use of armed defense, this blow really felt like receiving an iron fist from Garp Senpai. It doesn't feel good at all. Boom. Armed color rushed away from the ruins, Aokiji's figure flashed, and he glanced at Kairaji from the corner of his eye. It was so solemn that it seemed to be carved into his eyes, and then he walked towards the center of Ohara without looking back. He is a person with brains and recognizes the gap between reality, and he is not a stubborn person like Akainu. It was obvious that he couldn't beat the current situation. There would be no benefit in continuing, and it would only end up setting him up. Let's go to Akainu's side first. There are Akainu and 3 vice admirals over there. The 5 of them will naturally not be afraid of anything if they join forces. Saul, who was watching the battle from a distance, was so stunned by the battle that he completely forgot that most of his body was still frozen. Just because although this battle started quickly and ended quickly, during the battle, everything was beyond cognition. First, he physically fought against the high-level armed color, and before he was defeated, he suppressed Aokiji in turn. Then he hit the elementalized Aokiji entity without using his weapon color again, seriously injuring him with one blow and turning around to walk away. What is all this? He is also the original Marine Vice Admiral, so why does he feel like he can't understand this battle at all? Is this a new way of fighting that has just appeared? It's been less than a month since he left Marine, is he already out of step with the world? It's so naive. Looking at Aokiji who was retreating, Kairaji lowered his eyes and pushed up his glasses with great disdain. Then with a stroke of the cross sword of annihilation, a sacred arrow of destruction was shot out, shattering the ice that froze Saul. Take this little lady with you. With the faint words coming, Saul woke up in shock. He quickly came to little Robin who was shocked and speechless and picked him up. Then when he looked at Jaluja, he saw a flash of blue light at his feet, and his figure had already appeared hundreds of meters away. What a speed! It's faster than shaving in the 6 styles. At least with his strength, even if he attacks with all his strength, the speed of Shao is far less than that of his opponent. Shocked, Saul held little Robin in his arms and reluctantly followed Kaluja towards the center of Ohara. Aokiji, meanwhile, is fast. In a moment, they were close to their destination, which was the area beneath the huge pale palace. Although he was very curious as to why Kaluja followed him from a distance instead of quickly catching up with him and intercepting him. The other party's purpose was not him from the beginning? Or is there any other plan? But in short, this can be regarded as giving him a chance to meet up with Akainu and the 3 vice admirals. Continuously performing the combination of the 6-position medium shave and moonwalk, the razor, Aokiji's figure ran like a trajectory on the ground. He arrived at his destination in the blink of an eye, but when he was about to meet up with Akainu and others, he froze on the spot with shock on his face. In front of him, in a deep pit filled with lava and scorched earth, Akainu was being pressed down and beaten by a big man. The sense of gap between psychology and reality brought about by the scene. Go straight to Aokiji's head. Chapter 11. What horrified him even more was that the 3 vice admirals except Akainu were in even worse condition, lying covered in blood in a charred pit. Although they were still panting with their eyes open, it was obvious that they were all severely injured. They watched Akainu being beaten without even the strength to stand up and go to help. So, who can tell him what the hell is going on? Originally, he thought that his situation was difficult enough, and he wanted to come here to meet Akainu and the 3 vice admirals to relieve the pressure and even counter-attack to defeat the enemy. Who knew that Akainu and the 4 of them were not as good as him, which directly shattered his purpose of coming here. No wonder that Kairaja was wandering behind and not in any hurry to pursue. It turned out to be that, from beginning to end, he was foolishly running into the most dangerous encirclement. Aokiji, who was severely shocked, quickly took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, observed the situation at the scene, and might be able to find a way to deal with it. It doesn't matter if you don't observe. This observation shocked Aokiji again. Here Akainu and others faced 3 enemies, or to be more precise, there were only 2, because there was a bald boy among them, who was cheering from a distance from beginning to end and did not participate in the battle at all. The remaining 2 people were Yhwach standing in the air, the archaeologist who was ranked first in the killing order according to the intelligence, and the big guy who was beating Akainu violently. Aokiji simply gasped. In other words, the 3 vice admirals were severely injured and fell to the ground, while Akainu was beaten passively by only 2 of them. This disadvantage was more serious than he expected. Even if he rushed to fight alongside Akainu now, at most he would be able to change his disadvantage and be evenly matched with the opponent. But you have to know that there is a Kairig behind him. If you compare it like this, he and Akainu will still have to be beaten. They have no chance of winning. The best way to deal with it is to escape, otherwise if you continue to fight hard, you may even have to stay here with your life. Aokiji's expression changed, and he realized the seriousness of the situation, and his expression became extremely solemn. We must find an opportunity to leave immediately with Akainu and the 3 vice admirals. As soon as he finished speaking, Kairaja's voice came from behind. You're here, why are you leaving? Aokiji's expression changed when he heard this. He ignored the Kairaji behind him and disappeared on the spot, quickly rushing towards Akainu. As for Yhwach, who was standing high in the sky, he had already sensed it. His eyes had penetrated Aokiji's injuries, and he knew everything in his heart. It seems that like Akainu, Aokiji also suffered a lot of injuries during the battle with Kairig due to his passive health equipment. After all, they are candidates for the future Marine Admiral. The strength of the 2 of them is quite good. Kairig and Masculine are capable of gathering spiritual children, and they are strong in the Quincy's traditional combat methods. But to be honest, it was not enough to injure Akainu and Aokiji to such an extent. The blood-driving suit exerted an unexpected effect during the battle. Sakazuki. Aokiji quickly rushed into the battlefield, came to Akainu's side, raised his hand and struck the frozen time capsule, causing a shockwave of cold air to burst out. He hit Masculine in the leg who was about to attack Akainu, and then quickly urged. Come on, this mission failed, take them and leave Ohara immediately. After being beaten by Masculine for so long, Akainu was furious at this time and had reached the ultimate level. After seeing Aokiji coming, instead of helping him deal with the enemy, he urged him to escape quickly, which made him even more angry. Kyuzan. You dash. Why don't you? Akainu, who had even thought about the curse words before, was about to spray Aokiji to death, but his words suddenly stopped. His eyes fell on the corners of Aokiji's mouth with horror. There were obvious injuries on his abdomen and left arm, and the bright red blood was very eye-catching. Akainu swallowed the words and his face became extremely gloomy. The situation was already obvious. Aokiji also encountered a powerful enemy, and his injuries were even more serious than his. In this case, not to mention turning defeat into victory, even leaving the 3 seriously injured vice admirals safely was a problem. After realizing this, Akainu was covered in magma smoke and couldn't stop boiling. Gugu. The ground beneath his feet was burned into a deep pit, with magma boiling and flowing in it, suppressing the anger in his chest and the urge to take action. It is true that he admits that he has a hot temper and a fierce and aggressive personality. When he encounters an extremely powerful enemy, he will fight to kill him no matter how high the price is. But that's because he felt that he could kill the enemy even if he fought hard until he died, so he would pay and sacrifice no matter how high the price was. The situation now was completely different. Even if he and Aokiji resisted desperately and sacrificed the lives of the 3 vice admirals, they still did not have the confidence and certainty to kill Yhwach and those 2 people. He even felt that even if the 3 vice admirals were still fighting, the 5 of them would still have a slim chance of winning. Because it is obvious that Yhwach, who was able to seriously injure the 3 vice admirals, and the 2 who injured him and Aokiji, are not even a little bit stronger than them. All sacrifices are in vain and have no meaning. At this time, a breath approached from a distance, and Yhwach finally came slowly. Stopping next to Masculine, he glanced at the opponent's hands that were frozen into ice cubes, and said lightly mockingly, "It's really embarrassing." Masculine didn't care at all and shattered all the ice blocks when his fists collided. "Stay aside and watch the battle. Don't disturb this star's pleasure. These fragile ice cubes are just a trivial matter." After Kairaji responded, his eyes became angry, as if Aokiji suddenly appeared. "But you, a villain, unexpectedly attacked my star during the battle. Justice will never allow such despicable behavior." James responded empathetically from behind, "Defeat the villain, and justice will prevail." The blood-moving equipment is activated. Light red lines flickered on the skin, and Masculine's heavy body attacked boldly, like a wild beast running wildly, attacking Akainu and Aokiji. Kairaja was also indifferent and silent. His slender figure was extremely flexible. He stepped on the flying sickle continuously and flashed above Aokiji and Akainu. At the same time, he launched the sacred destroying arrow. Don't look at the mutual quarrels between them just now, it was just that they couldn't understand each other's character. This kind of cooperation in battle exists between anyone in the Star-Crossed Knights, no matter who they are. At this moment, Akainu and Aokiji both noticed the lines on Kairaji and Masculine's bodies at the same time. That pattern again. The 2 of them almost let out the same exclamation. They thought that only their own opponents had the kind of patterns that were stronger than high-level weapon colors and capable of hitting elemental entities. In the end, who would have thought, who would have dared to think, these 2 people actually have it all. Akainu and Aokiji also have a tacit understanding. They understand each other's meaning instantly and realize the strength of the enemy. Yamato is in trouble. I will create opportunities, and you will be responsible for containing them and looking for them. Akainu drank lightly, the magma great eruption, armed with fists, and faced the attack. Aokiji nodded solemnly, wearing the same armor color and using his skates. Since relying on a certain ability alone will inevitably lead to a disadvantage, one can only use all of them without reservation to achieve the goal of temporarily being able to compete with 1 or 2. Chapter 12. Boom. 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 Akainu and Aokiji both used their full strength. Masculine and Kairaji, in addition to the Holy Body and Holy Word abilities, also used the soul concentration and dynamic and static blood equipment to the ultimate. The battle started in an instant and spread to a radius of 1 kilometer. Magma is rolling, black smoke is filling, ice is freezing, everything is frozen, spirit beams are bombarding mercilessly. The land has long been torn apart, making it the most devastated area of Ohara. So strong. Akainu and Aokiji were under great pressure. It was the first time they felt so powerless and helpless. They both held their breath and gritted their teeth. The 3 vice admirals who were seriously injured in the distance saw the 2 men's plan, and they all braced themselves to stand together unsteadily, in order not to cause more trouble to Akainu and Aokiji. All this is seen by Yhwach from high in the sky. Although they were acting under orders, they still killed countless Ohara civilians, and there was always a price to pay. When Yhwach had an idea, Lingzi obeyed his orders, but he showed no signs of wavering. Click, click, click. The 3 vice admirals were lined up on the ground. Is this? Run away. By the time they sensed the strong energy fluctuations, it was already too late. Boom. A pillar of blue fire 100 meters in diameter rose into the sky. The terrifying high temperature spread out instantly, even more powerful than Akainu's magma. Directly melting the entire ground within hundreds of meters into hot magma. The 3 seriously injured vice admirals were unable to resist at all. In almost a moment, they were burned to ashes before they could escape from the fire pillar. As the disappearing spirit sun condensed, the flame disappeared. Damn it! Yhwach. Invisible Empire. I, Akainu, must destroy you. When Akainu saw this scene, his eyes were about to burst, his body was boiling with lava, and he almost went berserk. Aokiji also frowned, with endless anger welling up deep in his heart. However, there is no point in being angry. With this disparity in strength, it is just powerless rage. You talk evil, in front of this star, you are such a villain. Masculine was extremely angry when he heard this, and his offensive power became more ferocious. Let's find a way to survive first. A hint of sarcasm flashed across the corner of Kairage's mouth. What an embarrassing situation we have fallen into now, and yet we dare to talk so shamelessly here. As the battle progressed, Akainu and Aokiji's decline became more and more obvious, and their injuries gradually began to worsen. During this period, Akainu created several excellent escape opportunities, but they were all lost when Masculine and Killagi ruthlessly destroyed Aokiji's ice. The two gradually became determined to fight to the death. Then something strange happened. It was clear that the other party could kill them quickly, but it seemed to be playing tricks on them, just leaving them in a state of confusion without killing them. Akainu couldn't bear it any longer, and Aokiji's eyes were filled with anger. Just when they were about to burst out, Yhwach waved slightly from high in the sky, and Chaluja and Masculine stopped their hands as if they had eyes. Prison. Kairage smiled jokingly and activated his holy writing ability. Dozens of spirit beams shot out, forming a circular cage like a prison, trapping Akainu and Aokiji. Boom. 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 The sound of hitting the prison was heard. But no matter whether Akainu Aokiji uses advanced weapon colors or has lava fruit and frozen fruit abilities, he can't shake this cage at all. It is like a smaller version of the light shield that covers the entire Ohara, and has a solid power that can be called the ultimate defense. Then, as the two looked at each other in astonishment, Masculine, who was strong, stepped forward, first assumed a power-charging posture, and then punched directly. This star is here to give you a ride, let's go. The prison cage was blown away like a ball and smashed towards the outside of the port. At this moment, outside the barrier, the marine soldiers were in a panic. This huge light shield that suddenly appeared could not be damaged at all, whether it was bombarded by artillery shells or attacked. Moreover, the 5 vice admiral officers could not be reached through their phone calls, which really made them anxious. At this time, I wanted to contact naval headquarters directly. Suddenly, a ball of light flashed across the sky, passing through the light barrier and hitting them. Not good. Quick. Abandon the warship. There was a sudden scream, and the moment a warship was cleared, it was smashed to pieces. It's Akainu Vice Admiral. And Aokiji Vice Admiral. The marine soldiers saw the two people in the light ball clearly and quickly moved closer. Retreat immediately. Akainu and Aokiji did not hesitate and gave the order with ugly faces. The soldiers could not lift the ball of light, so they could only use chains to pull it and hold it behind the warship. They managed to escape, albeit by their enemies, leaving Akainu and Aokiji humiliated. But they also chose to learn a lesson, and sooner or later they would take back this humiliation themselves. At the center of Ohara. Looking at Akainu and Aokiji who flew to unknown places. Spondane was numb. No matter how stupid you are, you can see that they were let go on purpose. But why not give him a shit too? Look at the extraordinary combat power of Chiruhi, Masculine, and Yhwach who is like a god descending from the earth. Spangdane couldn't cry even if he wanted to, because he had been completely forgotten. In the end, some people died in the battle and some escaped, but he was the only one who fell into the hands of the enemy. I, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Yhwach, hereby declare. The world government and marine have been repulsed, and they have paid a heavy price. After this, Ohara will also be sheltered. People, you can rebuild your home. Yhwach's mighty words resounded through Ohara as the spirit sun spread. After a long period of silence, there was a huge movement across the island, and the shouts were loud. Long live the Invisible Empire. Long live your majesty Yhwach. Kilajat, Masculine, and James also knelt down and worshipped and shouted. Albia, Saul, and little Robin, in silent shock, gradually accepted the facts. The fact that a young man named Yhwach defeated Buster Call, protected the entire Ohara territory and people's lives, and established his own kingdom. Then, under the gaze of countless people, Yhwach's figure slowly stepped onto the pale palace hanging high in the sky. The crimson cloak shows off his elegant demeanor, bringing an unprecedented sense of security and solidity to all Ohara civilians. Congratulations to your majesty. This was a heartfelt cry from all of them. Come with me. From Kairage's eyes, Albia, Saul, and little Robin woke up and nodded subconsciously. Then, being carried by the spirit sun, they were taken to the ice palace, which symbolized the emperor's palace, by Chiruhi and Masculine. Chapter 13. Ice Palace, on the throne. When Luja, little Robin, and others came in, the indifference and majesty on Yhwach's face relaxed a bit, and became a bit more like before. Seeing the hesitation in Albia's eyes, Yhwach chuckled, since it has already happened, why bother to get to the bottom of it? You just need to know one thing. In the future, all archaeologists can delve into history as much as they want, and I will also have the Tree of Omniscient library rebuilt. I believe you also saw the battle just now. Even if the Marine Admiral comes, it won't be able to take advantage. In Ohara, Within the borders of the invisible empire, you can be protected and safe. Saul nodded subconsciously when he heard this, and glanced at Kaluja and Masculine. With the strength shown by these two people, they may not be able to defeat Admiral, but it is not a big problem to resist, and Admiral can deal with it easily. As soon as Saul thought this, Yhwach's eyes came to him. What about you, Saul? For this person who released Orbia, helped Little Robin, and brought the giants to protect the documents after the destruction of Ohara in the original work, questioning the justice of the world government and marine. Yhwach still maintains an attitude that might convince him. After all, the other party betrayed Marine and was issued a wanted order. He had nowhere to go but to return to Elbaf and become a member of the pirate sect. When the Invisible Empire was first established, it was the time when it needed development. Although the Knights of the Star-Cross and even the Legion of Holy Soldiers could be unlocked and manifested, they would need to consume the corresponding reputation points. And reputation points are not so easy to obtain, and how many reputation points are needed is simply an astronomical figure. Is it an entire world, or is it a world ruled by a world government, controlled by marines, with countless pirates and kingdoms spread all over the place? The reputation required to conquer it cannot be achieved in a short period of time. In this case, if we want to accelerate development, we can focus on the strong ones from the Invisible Empire and supplement them with the strong ones from the local pirate world. Yhwach knows everything. As long as he continues to unlock members of the Star-Cross Knights, no one can cause any trouble under his hands. Yhwach didn't wait for Saul to respond, then said directly. Give you time to think about it? Because his mind was already immersed in the system panel at the moment. Host, Yhwach. Template, Yhwach, 26%. Force, Invisible Empire. Reputation value, 302,439. The reputation value of over 300,000 UN is quite a lot, at least it is of great help to him currently. After all, most of them are civilians. Everything happened just now. As time goes by, these Ohara civilians can continue to provide. For example, right now, the reputation value is still gradually rising. Yhwach opened the power panel and sifted through the list of members of the Star-Cross Knights. Kairaja and Masculine are both very strong. According to his estimation, they should be able to compete with Garp Zephyr. Although it is difficult to win, they have reached the Admiral level. So how strong must a member worth 150,000 or even 200,000 be? Yhwach scratched for a while, and then his eyes narrowed. The decision is yours, Ljabero. Ding. Do you want to spend 200,000 reputation points to unlock Ljabero? Yes. Ding. Ljabero has been unlocked. Ding. The current template progress is 31%. Ding. Unlock abilities and bloodline gifts. Ljabero has just been unlocked, and before Yhwach had time to manifest it, system notifications kept ringing in his ears. Yhwach couldn't help but feel happy when he saw the new prompt message popping up. It was indeed worth 200,000 UN. Both Kaluja and Masculine improved their progress by 3% each. Ljabero is directly 5%. In this case, Yhwach probably guessed the standard. The strongest group should be 5%, the middle ones should be 4%, and the weaker ones should be 3%. What's even more surprising is that new abilities are unlocked after the progress exceeds 30%, which should be the reason why the threshold of an integer is reached. The most important thing is that the effect of this ability is beyond Yhwach's imagination. Gift of Bloodline, granting spiritual blood as the ancestor of the Quincy, allowing the target to obtain the bloodline of a Quincy, up to a hybrid Quincy, with no consumption and no side effects. Looking at the introduction of the ability and bloodline gift, Yhwach almost couldn't contain his excitement as the methods of use flooded into his mind. If there is any difference between him who is bound to the Yhwach template and Yhwach himself in the Shinigami world, it is that Yhwach himself is the true ancestor of the Quincy. And he is more of an identity title that is shouted out. Strictly speaking, it is not real at all. But now that he has the ability gifted by blood, he will be able to truly carry out the name of the founder of the Quincy. Use spiritual blood to turn countless people into hybrid Quincy. As time goes by, the strength of these countless people will become stronger. When the day comes, those who are willing to be loyal will be the holy soldiers of the Invisible Empire. Those who are not willing to be loyal, don't worry, one move will teach them how to behave. It can even be deployed in world government, major kingdoms, pirate groups, and marine. Yhwach's mind suddenly changed and he realized the horror of this ability. When he thought that one day, when the Invisible Empire and marine, the world government went to war, he would directly cause heavy losses to the other side with a holy move, defeating them without a fight. Not to mention that my mood feels better. After thinking for a while, Yhwach paused and thought carefully about it afterwards. Now just spend the remaining 100,000 reputation points. When the current Invisible Empire officially employs people, It cannot only have the top warriors of the Knights of the Star Cross. Holy soldiers composed of ordinary Quincy are also in urgent need. Relying on the gift of blood is still a bit far away, so we can first unlock a wave of emergencies. Right now, both Ohara's reconstruction and patrolling, guarding, and defense are short of personnel. With this thought in mind, open the list of holy soldiers. Low holy soldier, unlocked with 100 reputation points. Medium holy soldier, unlocked with 500 reputation points. Higher holy soldier, unlocked with 1000 reputation points. It's very simple, it's all anonymous, there's only one option. However, since the price is here, the strength is also decent, and each of them is a half-blood Quincy. They are divided into 3 levels according to their strength. Low-level holy soldiers are equivalent to ordinary marine soldiers, medium-level holy soldiers are equivalent to elite marine soldiers, and high-level soldiers are the strongest among soldiers below the general level. At the same time, Yhwach learned something. There was a huge gap between mixed blood and pure blood Quincy. High-level holy soldiers were already the upper limit of mixed blood Quincy. The trainee knights of the Knights of the Star Cross are worth 10,000 reputation points, which can be reflected from this point. It is impossible to enter the Knights without being a pure blood Quincy. But it's just patrolling, and we don't expect to deal with powerful enemies. This kind of strength is more than enough. After all, in addition to world government and marine, there are also a handful of large pirate groups. Even the superpowers do not have soldiers of this quality. Chapter 14. Yhwach made a decision quickly, and then the order was issued and a prompt popped up. Ding. 10 advanced holy soldiers have been unlocked. Ding. 80 medium holy soldiers have been unlocked. Ding. 500 low-level holy soldiers have been unlocked. The reputation points were all consumed. Although it was still growing slowly, it could not create much value in a short period of time, so Yhwach closed the system panel. After taking a look at the 3 little robins, Yhwach smiled in her heart. It just so happens that while you are all here, let's bring a small shock to the system and earn some reputation points that are better than nothing. Revelation of Ohara, the Legion of Holy Soldiers. The thought just fell, and the next moment, he was in the empty hall. The rich blue spirit suddenly appeared, condensing into a black man with short white hair, his left eye closed tightly, and a crosshair mark on it, also wearing a pure white hooded cloak. Member of the Knights of the Star Cross and Captain of the Divine Guards, Ohara, please see your majesty. As soon as he appeared, he knelt down and worshipped. Even Quincy and Masculine, who were about to take action, were shocked. Captain Barrow. Saul and Albia were also frightened and ran away. They had never seen such a method of appearing out of thin air. And it doesn't look like Devil Fruit's ability at all, it's the same ability as Yhwach and those 2 men. It can be regarded as an ability that the 2 of them, who have traveled extensively, have never heard of or seen before. Facing Ligia Barrows kneeling, Yhwach did not respond immediately, but looked behind him. There, a large number of spirit suns gathered again, forming a vast blue ocean. Among them, 590 holy soldiers appeared, all wearing pure white military uniforms, their eyes and movements were uniform, and they felt a sense of solemnity. See your majesty. Following Ligia Barrow, everyone knelt on one knee and shouted loyally. Yhwach said calmly at this time, get up. Ligia Barrow and the 590 holy soldiers stood up at the same time. The impact of the scene is not small. Saul, Albia, and Little Robin were stunned when they saw it. Especially Saul and Albia, they feel that their brains are not enough. If one person appearing out of thin air is just frightening, then so many soldiers are frightened. And judging by his aura and eyes, he is an excellent soldier with excellent qualities. How did Yhwach do it? Especially Saul, as the former Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, could see more things and was even more shocked inside. Not only was this method appearing out of thin air, but also his qualities were nothing compared to his former soldiers. From Yhwach's gaze, Saul came back to his senses and responded. I decided to stay in Ohara for the time being and help the civilians rebuild their homes first. Albia also said that the reconstruction of Ohara is more important than archaeology at the moment. I also want to contribute. Little Robin clenched his fists, looking unwilling to be outdone. Yhwach chuckled and nodded, okay, if that's the case, let's do this first. I will also let Quincy lead the holy soldiers to help while patrolling. Subsequently, under his orders, Quincy commanded the Holy Army, responsible for patrolling the Invisible Empire and handling the aftermath of rebuilding Ohara. After all, it is well known that Quincy's structural ability is very strong. Although the holy soldiers are all mixed blood Quincy, it is not difficult to build ordinary houses for civilians to live in. Even the most incompetent low-level holy soldiers can still build some furniture and other things. As for Barrow, the captain of the guards, he naturally protected him. Now that we have become emperors, it would be best if we could not take matters into our own hands. With the ability of the holy word X to penetrate all things, even if Admiral comes, he will never be able to get close to him. Isn't this the most suitable candidate to be a guard? Chiruhi left with the holy soldiers and Saul. Jabaro and Masculine stood on both sides of the hall, while Yhwach began to familiarize himself with the ability and bloodline gift. According to the activation method of the ability, the dynamic and static blood equipment is used at the same time. When the spirit sun merges with the blood of the whole body, it is drawn out from the spirit sun pattern. Hwa hwa hwa. In the palm of Yhwach's hand, a ball of azure liquid spiritual blood emerged, exuding a rich and pure aura. Is this spiritual blood? To become the true ancestor of the Quincy, let's start with Ohara. Yhwach sat on the throne, Ryotsu perception enveloped the entire area, and the mighty sound resounded throughout Ohara. I, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Yhwach. Blessings are now upon all the people. From now on, you will become Quincy and master the power that can change your own destiny. At this moment, during this announcement, everyone looked up and looked at the palace hanging high in the sky. Among them were 3 people, including Saul, who had just returned. Call out. I saw a ball of blue light flying out from the ice palace, reaching the sky above Ohara, turning into a dense rain of light and falling down, covering every corner and everyone. Wow! Everyone was bathed in the rain of light transformed by the spiritual blood, and they all cheered for the miracle. For those who had just experienced the artillery bombardment, this rain was a timely rain in the desert, completely extinguishing the resentment and sadness in their hearts. To a certain extent, it is indeed a blessing. Many people were thinking this way, but when the rain of spiritual blood light ended, incredible miracles appeared. The power of the Quincy takes root and flows in the blood of everyone. They felt a surge of energy within them that had obviously never existed before, but now existed at their beck and call. The name of this force naturally comes to mind. Spirit. I feel it. I feel the spirit child. Some people were as excited as if they were rebuilding a new life, and their hands were grabbing at the spirits floating in the air. The blessing is true. Your Majesty's words are true. This is the real blessing. There are also people who use the newly born weak Ryotsu to reluctantly cast rays on concentration to bring the rays on closer. These incredible changes brought an extremely powerful impact to these civilians. Having lived at the bottom of their lives all their lives, they never thought that one day they would receive such a great blessing. Even Saul and Albia were in unparalleled extreme shock at this moment. Ryotsu. Rays on gathering. How powerful is a Quincy? Saul, whose talent and strength are not bad, simply condensed a miniature sacred destroying arrow. Although he was very weak, he did it, proving that this power is absolutely real. And he could sense clearly that this was a known practice system, a completely different and brand new power system. At the same time, I also know that this is the power that hits the elemental entity and physically defeats the high-level armed color. It is a power that allows everyone to practice cultivation. Deep inside Saul's heart was like a magnitude 18 earthquake, and all the cognitions he had constructed in the past had collapsed. Maybe Yhwach's words are not false. He really comes from that ancient super civilization that disappeared thousands of years ago. It is the hope left by that ancient country. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. I have met the founder of the Quincy. Unknowingly, under the guidance of everyone, Saul suddenly knelt down on one knee. Together with everyone in Ohara, make a pilgrimage to the Ice Palace. This time, they praised His Majesty the Emperor for his blessing. And they are worshipping the ancestor of the Quincy who gave them power. Chapter 15. Meanwhile on the other side. Just when Yhwach gained a lot, blessed all the people, and added a new power system to the world. It can be said that Naval Headquarters Marineford has exploded. Admiral Sengoku, who was in charge of this buster call, was unable to make calls through repeated phone bugs. Finally, other phone bugs rang. When he received the call from the soldiers of the buster call fleet, he froze in front of his desk. Then after reacting, he quickly rushed to the lifecard warehouse. Shockingly, except for Akainu and Aokiji, the lifecards of the 3 vice admirals have been reduced to ashes. These are 3 elite vice admirals. Not some cats and dogs. Big event. Something big is definitely going on this time. Sengoku didn't care about anything else and broke into Marshal Kong's office and reported immediately. Buster Call is defeated. 3 vice admirals perished. The invisible empire of unknown forces. All this is not detailed for the time being, but the confirmed news has impacted Kong. Isn't Ohara in the intelligence a holy place for archaeologists? Why did someone strong enough to defeat Buster Call appear? Following the Marshal's order, the plenary meeting of Marine's top management began. Admiral Sengoku, former Admiral Zephyr, and Chief Staff Officer all came to the conference room. Even Garp, who took time off to go out, participated in the meeting via video. In this way, the meeting lasted for a whole day and night. The next morning dawned. Buster Call finally returned to Naval Headquarters Marineford with the fleet fully escorted by Marine branches along the way. In the conference room, the atmosphere was dull and the smell of smoke filled the air. Marshal Kong and everyone are waiting for the return of Akainu and Aokiji. However, the door was pushed open, and a rear admiral officer came over, looking anxious. Commander Kong. Sorry, please move to Crescent Bay. Kong, Sengoku, Zephyr, and others all asked questions in a deep voice. What's wrong? Did something happen? The rear admiral officer described it anxiously. The two vice admirals, Sakazuki and Kuzan, are all imprisoned and unable to move at all. We have tried all the cages, and they are so strong that they cannot be broken open. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. What? He quickly got up and rushed to Crescent Bay port, feeling a little heavier at the same time. Didn't Akainu and Aokiji retreat on their own initiative? How could he come back from being trapped in a cage? What's going on? The group hurried to the port. At this moment, the soldiers on the Buster Call fleet still looked frightened. On the coast, a blue circular cage rolled on the ground. Inside, Akainu and Aokiji looked sluggish and out of breath, leaning on both sides of the cage. After traveling for a long time and a night, their injuries, which were not considered serious, and countless failed attempts to break out of the cage, had already made their bodies and minds seriously injured. Step aside. Previous Admiral Zephyr stepped forward, came to the edge of the cage, and asked in a deep voice. Can't even break you two? Akainu and Aokiji shook their heads feebly. Zephyr's eyes were filled with anger, and he firmly grasped a spirit railing with his big hands. His arm muscles suddenly swelled, and his veins were like earthworms. The extremely huge force was used to crush it with the palm of the hand, but it turned out that it was incredibly hard and not damaged at all. Zephyr's eyes became serious. It is extremely strong. It is not a cage in the physical sense. It is formed by an astonishingly powerful energy. The strength below Admiral will never be broken. Kong, Sengoku, and others were shocked. A cage in the form of energy. What kind of huge energy is required to do this, and it has not diminished at all after half a day and a night. Zephyr stepped back. Sengoku, come on. If we use the top weapon color, it will definitely hurt Kuzan and Sakazuki. They may not be able to withstand it in their current state. Sengoku nodded solemnly when he heard this. Kong, Zephyr, and others evacuated all soldiers in the port. Buddha's impact. Sengoku jumped up and directly activated the ability of the Renren fruit, the form of the great Buddha. It can make Zephyr say that the top weapon color can be used to break through. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to attack in human form. A giant Buddha, tens of meters tall and covered in golden light, took a giant palm shot from mid-air. A powerful golden shockwave surged in the palm of his hand. Boom. The blue cage was hit hard, the ground shattered and flew up, and the entire coast edge was sunk by Sengoku. The prison was directly blasted by the sea below, and finally couldn't withstand the impact and broke into pieces. Akainu and Aokiji also forcibly cheered up early. The cold air was released at the moment when the cage was broken, freezing a large area of the sea below. After the two elements were transformed, their figures reappeared. Ahem. Seeing Akainu and Aokiji vomiting blood, Sengoku and others quickly arranged for medical treatment. After half a day, it was evening time. The two people sat in the conference room with bandages on their bodies and reported in detail all encounters and intelligence information, as well as images from the mission records of soldiers outside the barrier. When I saw the light shield that protected the whole Ohara, the pale palace hanging in the sky, I learned about the invisible Emperor Yhwach, and the ancient civilization that was claimed to be thousands of years ago, and I also heard about the physical body hard-hitting the high-level armed color, and the elementalization amazing information about the entity. Kong, Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane, and others were all speechless. Although they were extremely shocked by this, it was clearly beyond the scope of decision-making, not to mention that this Buster Call was originally ordered from above, and they were just the executors. This involves too many taboos that they should not be exposed to, especially the declaration of the Emperor of the Invisible Empire. That night, all intelligence information was reported to the world government, and the five elders made all decisions. They just waited for the news. Although Akainu and Aokiji, including Sengoku and others felt resentful, they still had to endure it for the time being. Holy Land Marijois, center of Pangaea. The office building of the five elders, the highest authority in the world government. After reading all the information and images, the five elders sat on the sofa somewhat unexpectedly. Originally, they just wanted to erase an archaeological holy site that violated the world government's ban and still refused to repent despite being severely warned. I didn't expect that it would develop to this extent now. Humph. You're trying to be mysterious. 1,000-year-old civilization can only fool those ignorant people. The god of scientific defense, Jago Lucia Satan, snorted coldly, his words full of disdain. Regarding this point, The other four martial gods have the same attitude. Although outsiders don't know, how can they still be ignorant? Thousands of years ago, a superstate did exist, and it died at the hands of the world government. But it's not called an invisible empire at all. Chapter 16. Instead of focusing on declarations of invisible empire, 5 elders focuses on those abilities. Shepherd Tenpitsaint, the god of agriculture and martial arts, spoke. Then there is only one thing that needs to be taken care of, which is the barrier that covers the entire territory of Ohara, and the ability to hit elemental entities. The former shouldn't appear on the sea at all, and the latter is a bit weird, unlike the evolved armed color. Having said this, the faces of the 5 elders became a little solemn. This is what they really care about. The method of enchantment existed thousands of years ago, but in order to consolidate the rule of the world government, it was monopolized by them as early as the blank 100 years. It should have been lost to the outside world a long time ago. It has never appeared in more than 800 years. Not to mention that some people know the method of enchantment, people nowadays have no such concept at all. Being able to directly attack elemental entities without relying on weapon colors is what they value the most. Because only armed colors can break the elementalization of Logia has been an iron rule since ancient times. Even the 5 of them have never heard that such an ability exists. The 5 elders were shocked and at the same time became serious, realizing that they might have been a little lax over the years. Let a force that can repel Buster Call and is suspected of having an ancient inheritance from thousands of years ago rise quietly under their noses, but they didn't notice it at all. Although the strength and control demonstrated by this invisible empire and Yhwach are far from enough to shake the rule of the world government, they can still attract their attention. In just a few words, 5 elders had already figured out everything with their perfect tacit understanding. The leader of the financial war god, Izanbalan v Nashao Langsheng, said solemnly. Looking at it now, that Yhwach has something to do with the country 1,000 years ago, or some other ancient inheritance. Otherwise, the barrier method should not appear outside, and why it stayed in Ohara for so long cannot be explained. As soon as this was said, the other 4 people nodded in agreement. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Izanbalan v Nashao sage stood up with the first generation demon sword Kaiditsu in both hands. This matter involves 1,000 years ago. My suggestion is to be on the safe side. It's best to ask that person for instructions. Everyone stood up solemnly, with awe in their eyes, and headed to the depths of Pangu City together. There, it's called Between the Flowers. It is the real power behind the world government. Inside the underground palace, there was darkness and silence, cut off from the sun for many years. 5 elders, please meet Lord Im. The 5 elders walked in quietly and came to a long staircase. They all knelt down respectfully and faced the void throne at the end of the staircase that had stood for more than 800 years. On the originally empty void throne, there was a silent fluctuation when the 5 elders finished speaking. The whole body was shrouded in darkness, with only a pair of patterned pupils visible, and the extremely slender Im appeared. What's the matter? Without any emotion, the voice that seemed to see through everything echoed calmly in the palace. The 5 elders hurriedly saluted and then stood up. They respectfully stated the purpose of coming here, as well as the things about Yhwach and the invisible empire, the image of the barrier method, and the results of their discussion. After a long time, Im was still meditating, and the 5 elders were waiting for the results. The atmosphere in the hall was very silent. Interesting. This person must have some secret. But it's nothing to worry about. I will take action. Finally, Im's fingertips tapped the armrest of the void throne, and his emotionless voice sounded as if he was talking to himself. Even though he has lived for more than 800 years, he has always been hidden behind the scenes of the world government, and most of the time and things are ignored. However, he would still be somewhat concerned when an existence that poses a serious threat to the rule of the world government appears. Especially this Yhwach mentioned by the 5 elders, as well as the invisible empire he just established, and the enchantment method that should not appear in the outside world. Even he didn't know about it and was even a little curious about it. He could use his physical body to defeat high-level armed colors, and he could also break the elemental power of Logia. No matter how powerful the existence or force is, it will always pay attention to the unknown when faced with it. Because when you stand at their height, it becomes clear that mystery and the unknown often represent variables and beyond control. After listening to 5 elders' detailed description, Im's heart flashed with interest. It's been a long time since he met such people and things, and it just happened to allow him to stretch his muscles and give this unknown mysterious power a try. Will it perish in his hands and be a flash in the pan, or will it survive unscathed and continue to survive? Hearing Im's voice, which sounded like he was talking to himself, the 5 elders looked at each other and smiled knowingly. It would be great if you, sir, take action. In their eyes, Im is an invincible existence. More than 800 years ago, he was able to defeat the strongest in the world at that time. Now, more than 800 years later, no one knows the extent of his strength. It has long been unfathomable. However, there was only one emperor and 2 subordinates, and even they were confident that they could easily defeat the enemy. If Master Yimu personally took action, it could be said that it was wiped out in ashes with just a raise of his hand. For that kid named Yhwach and the invisible empire that was just established, it was a great honor. After the 5 elders bowed respectfully again, they exited the palace and returned to the Pangu city office building to deal with the aftermath of various news that was not conducive to the world government during this mission. The first step was to issue an order to block the news of Buster Call's defeat and ensure that it would not spread widely before Lord Im took action. Because when Lord Im takes action to successfully destroy the invisible empire and Ohara, the negative impact of these news on the world government will also disappear. The other half is all over the sea. Morgans, who had gone through all kinds of hardships and Bailey was bleeding heavily, had just learned the news about the defeat of Marine Buster Call in Ohara and the establishment of the invisible empire of mysterious forces. Preparations are being made to distribute newspapers around the world to bring the World Economic News Service he founded to the top. It was a pity that he received a warning from the top of the world government, and it was a warning that cost his life and the entire World Economic Society. Although Morgans, who loves to publish big news, has his own principles, he is just a rising star in the industry and has not yet accumulated fearless power. I could only stop publishing in a rage to avoid catastrophe. At the same time, almost all news agencies that have obtained intelligence have chosen to keep their peace under the warnings and threats from the world government. But the Buster Call is well known and represents a sign of major actions by Marine and world government. In the past, it could not be activated even once every few years. However, ever since the pirate king Gold Roger turned himself in, was publicly executed in Logue Town, and shouted those words. A large number of ambitious people eager for money, treasure, and fame flocked to the sea from all over the world, and the world structure has since become more sensitive than before. Chapter 17. Buster Call alone has been launched twice within a year, one was launched last year more than half a year ago. The target is Douglas Bullet, a former crew member of the Roger Pirates who is known as the descendant of the devil. He has extremely terrifying monster talents. He is already super powerful at a young age and aims to surpass the Pirate King. That Buster Call directly captured this young monster who would surely stand at the top of the pirate pyramid in the near future. Impel down eternal hell. And now, less than a year later, it's another Buster Call. The target that can be activated is not a top powerhouse or a powerful country, but Ohara, an archaeological holy land on the sea. This act of killing a chicken with a butcher's knife has aroused sharp reactions from all parties. It is probably because those ancient scholars have studied the history that the world government does not want to be known by outsiders, and this has led to such a disaster. Therefore, everyone secretly paid attention to the spread of the news here, but until now, a full day and night have passed. Someone in West Blue even saw the Marine Buster Call fleet returning with a cage that trapped Akainu and Aokiji. But the news about Ohara joining Buster Call still hasn't spread. There is a high probability that the world government will block it. However, this is not difficult for the major forces of all parties. They all need intelligence information on this kind of world event. After contacting the heads of the intelligence agencies of major news agencies, I paid some money as a price, and promised that only internal high-level officials would know about it and would not disseminate it on a large scale. This was a contempt for obtaining the intelligence information. They are either individuals or forces, including the Whitebeard Group, the Beast Group, the Big Mom Group, the Germa Kingdom, the Babao Navy, the Five Peaks Pirate Group, as well as Pluton Rayleigh, Doflamingo, Moria, Crocodile, etc. Don't talk about why they don't have their own intelligence personnel. In fact, although Ohara has a great reputation, it has no strong people or interests. It is not worth or necessary to install intelligence personnel. When they learned that Ohara was about to be destroyed, a force called the Invisible Empire emerged, which not only defeated Marine's Buster Call, but also killed the 3-leader Vice Admiral, and defeated Akainu and Aokiji. Without exception, these people were all extremely surprised. At the same time, they also had a deep curiosity about the Invisible Empire and its Emperor Yhwach. Some ambitious people even had the idea of coining or conquering. What's strange is that everyone seems to have a tacit understanding. They all have ideas but no one takes action. Because the situation of the Invisible Empire is very delicate, the Ohara where it is located is the target that the world government wants to kill. Not only has the extermination mission failed, but a deeply hidden force has also been involved in this operation. It has been exposed in this operation and is directly hostile to the world government. In their view, the world government will never give up, but will become more determined to destroy it. This is no ordinary action, but a Buster Call that represents absolute destruction. It is the most effective deterrent method other than Admiral for all kingdoms that disobey the world government and challenge the bottom line of the world government. Once the Invisible Empire becomes an exception, the deterrence effect will be greatly reduced, and world government will also be negatively affected. The world government will most likely fight back next. A new force that has no interest in them is not worthy of their involvement in this matter. A few days passed. These days Ohara has been rebuilding its home after the war. The holy soldiers led by Kairaja were responsible for patrolling and building various construction facilities together with the people. Most of the main buildings were constructed by the holy soldiers, and civilians assisted under the guidance of the holy soldiers for the purpose of training Spirit Sun gathering. It is worth mentioning that as long as there are enough people, there will always be no shortage of talented people, no matter how small the proportion is. In just a few days, many people with good talents emerged among the people who had just become half-blood Quincy. Under Yhwach's instructions, Jaluja formed a reserve force of holy soldiers and specially took them to conduct various configurations of spiritual sun gathering training. The most prominent among them are Saul, Albia, Little Robin, and some archaeologists. I have to say that these people are quite good in terms of understanding. At the same time, in the past few days, due to Yhwach's blessing, the reputation value has also increased a lot. Yhwach unlocked 590 holy soldiers according to the previous specifications, as well as an adjutant of the Holy Word Knight of the Knights of the Holy Cross, a pure-blood Quincy worth 50,000 reputation points, and his strength is comparable to that of Vice Admiral. Serve as Chaluyi's adjutant. There is also Busby, the Holy Word Knight, who supplements the high-end combat power of the Invisible Empire. Ice Palace. Yhwach is sitting on the throne. Looking at the slowly rising reputation value again, I feel that the Invisible Empire must build its reputation as soon as possible. Otherwise, when will the entire Invisible Empire descend? Yhwach closed the system panel and asked Masculine below. How's the news? I asked you to find out. Masculine scratched his head and replied, Your Majesty. You asked me to find out about the Golden Lion Shiki's prison escape and the son of Pirate King Gold Roger. There is no news at all outside now. He was also puzzled, thinking that it was time for a superstar to appear again, but the news he found out was that no such thing had happened at all. Yhwach nodded, thought for a moment, and shook his head. It seemed that he was a little impatient. Although these things all happened during this period, how could they happen at the same time as Ohara's big action? It seems that these two things will have to wait patiently. But it doesn't matter, I just have other things to do now. While Yhwach was deep in thought, Busby, who was also wearing a pure white military uniform and a pure white hooded cloak, but had purple punk hair and looked like a spirited young man, hurried in from outside the hall. Your Majesty, the two people you asked me to pay attention to just landed on the island from two different directions. Arriving in front of the temple, Busby knelt down to salute respectfully, and then reported the marking task assigned to him by Yhwach. Okay. Not bad, get up. Yhwach's face flashed with a smile when he heard this. Finally here, two very important people in his plan. Oda the old dog can be regarded as sincere and does not deceive me. Chapter 18. At the same time. There are two ports in different directions on the Ohara coast. Two people in Yhwach's plan landed on the island at the same time. A tall figure, wearing a hooded cloak, with a very conspicuous slipper mark on his face. He was an old man with a short stature and a stooped body, but his forehead was as high as a 10-story building, which attracted many side glances from people along the way. It is Monkey D. Drag, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. And Vegapunk, the most genius scientist in history with wisdom 500 years ahead of his time. The two of them came here because of their friendship with Director Crowbar. After learning that Ohara was baptized by Buster Call, they came here secretly and low-key. If Director Crowbar was not killed, they would communicate with him to find out what exactly caused the world government to launch the Buster Call. If Director Crowbar is killed, going to the other person's grave to pay homage would be considered worthy of their friendship and the same belief. At the same time, I also want to meet the Emperor Yhwach to see if the so-called ancient civilization from thousands of years ago is true. However, they were shocked as soon as they boarded Ohara. The huge pale palace hanging high in the sky shrouded the entire Ohara to provide shelter, and the blue light shield blocked the artillery bombardment. Everything is impacting their vision and mind. One of them grew up among a group of admiral strongmen, and the other developed many advanced technologies that surpassed the times. Even so, they all felt that such great power could not be achieved by top experts or known technologies. What is the origin of Yhwach? Is it really related to the ancient civilization thousands of years ago? Durag and Vegapunk rushed to Director Kroba's grave with excitement. Just now, they each learned about the death of Director Kloba from local people. After all, there is no way to avoid the vicious hands of the world government. But what they saw along the way slowed down their pace again. All the buildings they saw were actually made of that azure energy. Originally thought it was some kind of devil fruit ability. However, the result was directly beyond their knowledge. Because almost all the soldiers and civilians here can control the energy called Spirit Sun. This shocked Durag and Vegapunk. After a long time, in front of Kroba's tomb, the two of them arrived at the same time. No one was surprised to see the other party's arrival. But after seeing the expressions on each other's faces, Yhwach and Vegapunk asked at the same time. Did you see it too? There was a moment of silence. Yhwach was the first to break it, with shock still in his eyes. This invisible empire is not simple. Those theatergoers outside are all looking down on Yhwach. He had never even heard of the kind of energy that almost everyone among civilians could use to construct objects. And it is definitely not a devil fruit ability. This made him very curious. Yes. It seems that I came to the right place this time. After the memorial ceremony for this old friend, I must meet His Majesty the Emperor. There was unprecedented excitement hidden in Vegapunk's eyes. Don't look at the fact that he is now funded by the world government to conduct technological research and development in the marine science class. But before he was caught by the world government, he also loved studying historical mysteries. Now that his old friend Crobot died because of this, he had to figure out the other party's research results no matter what, and someone always had to continue it. What's more, he was also very interested in the light mask that could protect a medium-sized island. On the other side, the Ice Palace. Yhwach released Ryotsu perception on the throne and heard all the conversations between Yhwach and Vegapunk. When he noticed that their expressions were shaken by the Quincy's power, Yhwach couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. At this time, suddenly, Yhwach's Ryotsu sensed something was wrong. At this moment, Ryotsu senses began to warn, as if some danger was approaching quickly. What happened? Yhwach frowned slightly. Outside, above the sky at this moment, the originally clear sky was suddenly accompanied by a rumble that resounded throughout Ohara. A dark cloud that was so big and boundless that it could cover the entire island, with lightning flashing in it, blocked the sun outside. Covering the entire invisible empire brings a sense of power and oppression that is not inferior to the light shield covering the entire island. At this moment, everyone in the invisible empire was attracted by such a huge movement. Oh my god! What is that? What a huge thundercloud! Whether it was the Holy Soldier Legion or civilians, or Chiruhi, Sol, and others, they all looked at them like thunderclouds higher than the Ice Palace. Perhaps after experiencing the Buster Call not long ago and the various shocks Yhwach brought to them, these civilians' ability to accept huge noises has improved. Surprisingly, no one felt scared at this moment. Instead, they thought this was another miracle from Yhwach. But only Jaluja, the adjutant, and Sol and a few other people frowned because they could sense the energy fluctuations of the large thundercloud without any spirit particles. At the same time, on the other side, Yhwach and Vegapunk, who were talking and preparing to pay homage to Director Crobot, were also shocked by the scene. What's the situation? Can a thundercloud be so big? After the shock, both of them were puzzled, with solemn expressions on their faces. They are all well-informed people, and they have never seen such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. This thundercloud. You sit on the throne and look directly at the sky through the palace. He didn't know why he always felt that the scene seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. And this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Boundless thunderclouds shrouded the sky in Ohara, and while they were rumbling, it seemed as if an unprecedented downpour was brewing. Finally, the heavy rain was brewing. Boom. 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 It comes suddenly and without warning. A series of 18 lightning beams burst out from the thundercloud, like a pillar falling from the sky and piercing the sky, and like a punishment from heaven that would destroy the world. One line rushes straight towards the Ice Palace, while the remaining 17 lines cover the entire Ohara, aiming to completely wipe out the entire invisible empire from the human world. The impact of such a world-destroying sight was even more terrifying than the Buster Call artillery bombardment. It directly ruthlessly defeated the mentality of all the civilians who had just experienced the ordeal and thought that their fate had been changed and that they had a worry-free future. Chapter 19. Even Sol and even Jaluyi were shocked by the scene, let alone these civilians who had never seen any big scenes. Even if their ability to accept it has improved, the thunderclouds that seem boundless and oppressive, but do not cause any harm, are already the limit of what they can tolerate. Suddenly there is such a catastrophic punishment that anyone can see at a glance, which is enough to destroy the entire Ohara, including people and the island. The eyes, faces, and hearts of all the civilians were once again filled with panic and fear, making them even more desperate than the Buster Call artillery bombardment a few days ago. Thump. Uncontrolled and endless groups of people collapsed to the ground, their horrified eyes staring directly at the 18 dazzling and terrifying beams of light that once again brought them despair. Why is this happening? They had clearly just overcome the ordeal and were about to usher in a new life, and they also gained the power to change their destiny and became Quincy who controlled the spirit children. Why did a greater disaster strike again in the blink of an eye? Do you really want to kill them all like this? Somehow, deep in everyone's hearts, extreme anger and unwillingness quietly emerged. At this moment, a figure appeared in their hearts at the same time, that was His Majesty the Emperor of the Invisible Empire. Save them from the fire and water, and give them the power to change their destiny. He is like a majestic man descending from the gods. Kairaja, Saul, and others, as well as the entire Holy Army, realized that this was a counterattack by the world government, and instinctively launched the Spirit Sun cluster to defend themselves. But the next moment they realized that their power was simply insignificant compared to such a world-destroying light. Even under the unimaginable double pressure of the mind and body, even the long-awaited Spirit Sun gathering became difficult. Even Kairaji Opi was no exception. And on the other side, isn't it? The world government took action. Isn't this such a damn coincidence? Faced with such a shocking turn of events, Vegapunk and Arag's faces suddenly turned pale with fright, and their bodies began to tremble violently. He even started to curse loudly regardless of his image and bearing, and even the 18 generations of 5 elders' ancestors greeted him. They just wanted to come to Ohara to pay homage to their old friend who suffered a tragedy, and to explore the invisible empire to resolve their doubts. They did not come here to die. How could I be so unlucky to encounter this kind of thing? At the same time, it also allowed them to see the cruelty and ruthlessness of the world government and its unfathomable power. Under such a terrifying annihilation blow, this invisible empire may collapse in the middle, and the entire Ohara will completely disappear from the map. And they will be unlucky enough to be wiped out along with everyone else. Feeling unlucky to go to Grandma's house and curse the ancestors of the 5 elders, Vegapunk and Arag are not the only ones. There are also intelligence personnel sent by various forces in the past few days. Most of them landed on the island yesterday and today, and have just witnessed the incredible feats of the invisible empire. And unlike any known power system, all civilians can gather souls. And when I was extremely shocked by it, who could have imagined that such a huge disaster would hit them like a blow to the head? All the intelligence officers were frightened. They were just here to detect information. This was originally the safest job, but now they had to pay the price with their lives. While their hearts sank into the abyss, they could only pray that the light shield, which was still intact and unmoving, could block the Buster Call artillery bombardment, hoping that it could also withstand the 18 beams of world-destroying light. At the same time, inside the Ice Palace, Yhwach's eyes suddenly froze. He finally remembered that such a familiar scene was the devastating blow launched by when the kingdom of Lulacia was wiped off the map in the original work. Although Yhwach is a little confused, Vegapunk should not have developed the Virgin of Flame at this time. But his Ryotsu also sensed that these 18 beams of light were not flame strikes, but filled with extremely destructive pure lightning energy. It should be one of the foundations of world government, perhaps the ancient weapon Uranus, or perhaps some powerful method of Yim. After all, no matter what it is, it must be the real mastermind behind the world government who has survived for more than 800 years, speaking behind the scenes. Yhwach doesn't think 5 elders has such courage and power. But for now, let's put these issues aside. The most important thing is to deal with the threat of this devastating blow first. To a certain extent, this can be regarded as the first confrontation between him, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, and the man behind the world government. Thoughts were flowing in the lightning, and Yhwach's figure disappeared on the throne in an instant. The next moment, he appeared above the Ice Palace. Boom! As the figure appeared, Yhwach's eyes condensed, and he showed his strongest momentum without reservation. The huge and domineering Ryotsu radiated the whole area instantly, and the violent invisible impact did not even shake the space. The 18 beams of light falling from the sky also stopped for an instant. On the ground, Kairaja and other members of the Holy Army were all forced to kneel down under the pressure of this Ryotsu. When the civilians who collapsed on the ground saw Yhwach's appearance, they didn't care at all about the heavy pressure on their bodies. They seemed to have seen the only light in the darkness, and they all screamed in surprise and wanted to reach out and grab it. His Majesty. It's your Majesty Yhwach. It's our Quincy ancestor. The intelligence agents sent by all the forces in despair, as well as Vegapunk and Arag, all stared at Yhwach in the sky, who was hunting in a crimson cloak. Is this posture a response? It can be said that such a shocking and terrifying blow that makes people feel desperate, can it really be blocked? Is it really humanly possible to resist it? At this moment, the eyes of both the people and outsiders are focused on Yhwach, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire. Holy Sing. Praise to the Holy Land. Just 6 thundering syllables represent the Quincy's strongest skill, which combines offense and defense. Chiluje, Masculine, Busby, and Barrow all looked enthusiastic. All the spirits in the entire territory of Ohara turned into rolling torrents and poured into the 12 azure giant swords sheltered in the sea around Ohara. A sound of scandium. The 12 huge spirit swords were quickly raised, and the hilts turned into star and cross symbols, soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, when the height exceeded Yhwach, an azure blue formation covering the entire Ohara, with inner and outer double hexagrams intertwined, appeared. It will include Yhwach and the Ice Palace, as well as all shelters on the ground. Then he defended head-on from the 18 destructive blows that were like punishment from heaven. Chapter 20. Boom. 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 The celestial pillar-like world-destroying light was like 18 roaring dragons, and its extremely huge body slammed into the six-pointed star formation. Boom. The shocking sound of impact echoed in everyone's ears through the magic circle and barrier. Buzz buzz buzz. Although they all had a sharp tinnitus that they couldn't control, everyone's eyes were still fixed on the sky. There was a collision of energy that destroyed the world. The impact force, which is enough to easily shake mountains and even sink islands, turns into substantial air waves and continuously sweeps out. It continued to spread outside the radius of Ohara, not only causing all the clouds in the sky to scatter, but also causing the sea surface below to be stirred up. Wave after wave of hundreds of meters high waves were rolled up and crashed towards the sea and sky in all directions. And as the collision continued, the impact became stronger, and in the blink of an eye, the waves became thousands of meters high. It has turned into a tsunami. The entire Ohara was trapped in the huge waves with no end in sight when standing on the ground and looking up, as if it was about to be stuffed with dumplings at any time. However, no matter how loud and earth-shattering the movement outside the barrier was, Ohara inside could not feel the slightest vibration. The spirit child barrier showed no signs of being unstable or irresistible. Everyone was shocked by such a scene, and at the same time shocked by the strength of the barrier. They all had expressions of disbelief and horror on their faces. Just by looking at the despairing tsunami outside, you can tell that it is really a devastating blow that can wipe out people and the entire island. But such a terrifying blow was firmly resisted by Yhwach. How could this not frighten them? The people of the Invisible Empire worship His Majesty the Emperor for his strength. Vegapunk and Durag, as well as the intelligence agents sent by various forces, were horrified by the power of the Quincy. They have already found out that the power that all civilians have is called Spirit Sun. They call themselves Quincy, and the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Yhwach, is the ancestor of Quincy. Is it possible that the power controlled by someone is really that strong? Because in their opinion, whether it was the sudden world-destroying blow or the six-pointed star formation Yhwach obviously used with the power of the Quincy. This should not be possible at all. The pinnacle of manpower is the top strong person, but no matter how strong the top strong person is, there is always a range. They are all people from various forces, and they have all seen the strength of top experts. But the 18 beams of light in the sky, as well as Yhwach's defensive hexagram array, are all clearly beyond this category. Those 18 beams of light must come from world government, which they can understand. After all, the background of world government is there. Although it is still shocking, it is acceptable. But what is the Quincy power possessed by Yhwach who suddenly appeared? It is so strong that it can compete with the world government's background. When everyone is in extreme panic, time often passes quickly. The collision between the 1800-meter-long world-destroying beams and the Quincy's strongest chanting skill, the sanctuary praise, has also come to an end. Boom. As the last deafening roar sounded, it gradually weakened. The 18 world-destroying beams disappeared, and the six-pointed star array successfully blocked them. In the sky, the boundless thunderclouds disappeared, and the sky was clear again. But the impact of the aftermath is still setting off huge waves crazily, and the tsunami triggered by it may not stop in a short time. But this is none of the people's business on Ohara Island. Blocked. Really blocked. Ha 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 ha. Huh, Laozi was really scared to death. He thought he was going to die here today. This is too scary. I never want to experience something like this again. Whether they were civilians, outsiders, or even the holy soldiers, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the fatal crisis disappeared, he fell limply to the ground, unable to exert any strength. The six-pointed star formation in the sky that covered the entire territory also dissipated. But Yhwach stood where he was, staring into the distance. Ryotsu senses the direction of the spiritual sun extending along the way to the holy land of Marijoice. Indeed. This wave of blows from the world government has been successfully weathered. But Yhwach doesn't want to give up. All this happened so suddenly that even he didn't expect that I would not play according to the routine. This must have some purpose. Although Yhwach has not thought of it yet, it will not change his idea of fighting back. The Quincy's strongest chanting skill that integrates offense and defense. Why is it called offense and defense, and it is the strongest chanting skill? The answer is clear at a glance, because he can not only attack and defend, but also deserves the title of the strongest skill regardless of defense or offense. Get ready for the return gift. Yhwach reverses the chanting skill and uses sanctuary praise to turn defense into offense. A steady stream of spiritual seeds blessed the 12 giant swords, and the star-cross symbol on the hilt changed into a half-moon arc-shaped bow. The sword body hundreds of meters high is the sacred destruction that rests on the bow body. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, Yhwach pressed it with his big hand, and the half-moon-shaped bow was immediately filled. Then. Boom. 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 12 giant sacred arrows soared into the sky. When it reached high in the sky, it suddenly made an arc, turned and shot through the air in the direction of the red line. Isn't there no danger anymore? What is your majesty doing? Among the civilians who originally thought everything was fine, someone screamed again. In front of Kroba's tomb, Durag was just thankful to have survived. Vegapunk was dumbfounded again when he saw this. What is he doing? Aren't you fighting back against the world government? The two of them were stunned, their minds went blank and messy in the wind. They can't think of any other explanation other than fighting back against the world government. Is this Emperor of the Invisible Empire so tough? The intelligence officers from various forces who also guessed Yhwach's move were once again stunned. His heart that had just sunk suddenly rose to his throat again. They are really afraid that the world government will continue to fight back. In that case, their little hearts will not be able to bear it. At the same time, 12 blue beams of light crossed a large area of the sea at extremely fast speeds. Along the west blue and red line, soldiers from various countries suddenly discovered that a tsunami was coming and hurriedly responded. There are also all the people in the same hemisphere as Ohara in the pirate world, the Wanakuni, the Whitebeard group, the Big Mom group and other major forces in the New World. At this moment, they all saw the sacred arrow of death streaking across the sky like 12 meteors. What is that? It looks like a meteor shower. Meteor shower? This shouldn't be the case, right? It doesn't look like it's falling from the sky. Indeed, why does it look like it's flying over from West Blue? Everyone who witnessed the scene started talking with their companions. But no one imagined, nor dared to think about it, that this was an attack on the Holy Land of Marijois. Chapter 21. Soon, under the witness of countless people along the way, the 12 sacred annihilations entered the Red Line range. Yhwach, who is far away in Ohara, has used Ryotsu perception to ultimate. Pay attention to the situation here. The strength brought to him by the current template progress is not enough to spread to such a distance, but connecting the spirits wherever he passes can also achieve the purpose of transmitting perception. Even though there was a time delay, it was enough for him. At this moment, Yhwach frowned. His perception sent back an obscure energy wave to him, and it appeared right where the sacred destroying arrow was about to pass. If Yhwach expected it to be true, there was a high probability that would take action. He wanted to retaliate and hit the Holy Land Marijois from a distance, but he knew it very well, just like he would not allow the Invisible Empire to be destroyed. As the ancestor of the celestial dragons, Yim will not allow the Holy Land of Marijois to be attacked. Sure enough, Ryotsu's perception came back. Yhwach saw 12 ripples suddenly appearing in the space in that area, and then the 12 sacred destroying arrows seemed to disappear out of thin air. As those space ripples disappeared, everything returned to calm, and his sacred destroying arrow seemed to have never appeared before. And when Ryotsu's perception was transmitted back to him, it meant that it had already happened for a while. Space-type Devil Fruit ability. There was a sneer on Yhwach's lips. He had expected this and did not show any disappointment. It is not surprising that who has survived for more than 800 years, has such a method. And strictly speaking, the power of his 12 sacred arrows is actually not as powerful as the 18 beams of light that descended on Ohara. The defense level of the sanctuary praise that he used with all his strength was not as good as it could. It could only withstand a dozen breaths before it collapsed. The reason why he was able to withstand it was mainly because he had a spiritual collection that had exceeded the traditional limit. Even the Holy Word Knight of the Star-Crossed Knights was far less than the Holy Slave in the state of the Holy Body. In the moment of confrontation just now, he released 5 consecutive sanctuary praises without interruption, and then successfully blocked it. So for now, Im's strength should be stronger than him, although he also has people to rely on that he is not afraid of. Yhwach stopped, and the sacred praise was removed. The 12 half-moon-shaped bows turned into giant swords again, and continued to maintain the spirit child barrier to protect the entire Ohara. However, Yhwach didn't intend to give up. Since attacking the Holy Land would be intercepted, he would attack the world government's underlings, those who wear the same pants as him. Such as Naval Headquarters, and Ice Lobby, and Impel Down. These are also strategic locations for world government. Although the distance is very far, with the strength of his sacred destroying arrow, the energy will attenuate a lot when flying there. But Yhwach didn't expect to be able to destroy it with this. The purpose of his resolute counterattack was just to express an attitude. That is, the Invisible Empire is not afraid of world government. It does not mean that anyone can fight it if they want. If you dare to fight, we will fight back. If you hit someone, be prepared to be treated in kind. On the ground below, I saw Yhwach finally stopped. Vegapunk, Durag, and the outsiders also relaxed a little. Although I am worried that the world government will fight back again, as long as it is not stronger than the previous wave, Yhwach will definitely be able to withstand it. But the next moment, Yhwach's actions shocked them again. "Nani? Are you still here?" Vegapunk, Darag, and the others' eyes almost popped out, their mouths were so open that they dropped to the floor, they were already dumbfounded. To be honest, if they had the ability to think thousands of miles away, they would definitely turn around and run away by now. They already know that the invisible empire is real. World government. There's no need to be so tough anymore, right? They are really scared. With the thought, Yhwach activated the most powerful spirit sun cluster. A huge half-moon-shaped holy bow, with the semicircular barrier that enveloped the entire Ohara as the bow body, stretched across the opposite sides of the island, condensed, and 108 large sacred arrows appeared soaring into the sky. Super great holy bow. Yhwach raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Didn't you send me 18 world-destroying lightning bolts? Laozi directly sends 108 messages to your 3 younger brothers." In the shocked eyes of all the civilians, Yhwach's words echoed through Ohara. "If you are capable and want to fight back against the enemy, you can activate the spirit beam to participate." After the words fell, the civilians all became excited. This is to allow them to participate in the construction of the sacred destroying arrow, so that they can personally contribute to the fight against the enemy. Thinking of this, no one hesitated. Regardless of whether they were proficient in spirit sun gathering or not, everyone participated anyway. Large swaths of spirit seeds poured into those extremely huge sacred destruction arrows from all directions. Although it didn't make it stronger, at least it gave me psychological comfort. Many people secretly swore in their hearts that they must become familiar with the spirit sun gathering as soon as possible and join the reserve force of the Holy Soldier Legion. "Okay. Haha." Yhwach laughed loudly. "Go." Ling's bowstring was pulled to the end, and then rebounded after touching the ground. 108 large-scale sacred destroying arrows rose into the sky from their strings, setting off a wave of wind and waves that broke through the air, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. After Yhwach used Ryotsu perception to mark naval headquarters and ice lobby and impel down as the target locations, he removed his momentum and disappeared into the air. "Congratulations to your majesty." At this moment, in the hearts of all civilians, they have nothing to fear because of Yhwach's presence. So after the farewell was completed, they all dispersed and returned to their normal lives. When those outside intelligence officers came back to their senses, they suddenly realized that such a shocking thing had forgotten to record the images. It's just that they were all frightened at the time, and there was no way to make amends now, so they could only report the news orally. Vegapunk and Darag looked at each other, their faces full of confusion and confusion. This invisible empire is truly extraordinary. Then continue the unfinished memorial ceremony. When all parties received news of the incident in Ohara, they all held a high-level meeting to discuss. Naval headquarters is no exception. What attracted great attention was where the 108 beams of light were directed. Marine even reported it to the 5 elders, suspecting that the target was most likely a holy land. The 5 elders were prepared and alert. However, after waiting for the meal, there was no big sound. Chapter 22. Because Yhwach had already predicted that when launching the sacred destroying arrow, he did not follow the route across the Holy Land at all. If you do this, you will just repeat the same mistake, all of them will be intercepted by and you won't be able to succeed even if you shoot. So he simply took a long way around. Even if most of his power would be lost when he reached the destination, it was still better than being completely intercepted. Impel Prison, also known as Impel Down, is one of the 3 organizations directly under the world government along with Marine and an ice lobby. All those imprisoned are those who have been judged guilty by the world government, and among them are many of the most vicious people on the sea. However, although he is at the same level as Marine, the director is only at the same level as Admiral, and is usually under the jurisdiction of naval headquarters. At this moment, everything in Impel Down is as usual, not affected by what is happening in the outside world at all. Because all personnel, including the director, have no task of arresting criminals, their job is only to guard the prison and build it into a copper wall. Unlike the first 5 floors where various interrogations and punishments were cruel and inhumane, screams were always echoing. The 6th level is called the Eternal Hell. It imprisons either the most vicious people or the most powerful people. It is truly worthy of the name Iron Wall. The entire floor, including walls, floors, cages, and shackles, is made of special metal or sea stone. For hundreds of years, no one has been able to escape, not even the top experts. No, Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary pirate and flying admiral who is as famous as Pirate King Roger and world's strongest man Whitebeard, is having trouble with this matter. In one of the deepest cells, Golden Lion Shiki was slumped on the ground, his feet chained by heavy sea stone shackles, tightly suppressing Devil Fruit's ability. The shackles were extremely strong chains, connected to the unshakable floor, which made people feel desperate just looking at them. Is Laozi going to be trapped in this damn prison for the rest of his life? Shiki looked up at the ceiling of the cell helplessly, and suddenly regretted his impulsive rush to naval headquarters. Although he did sympathize with Roger, whom he recognized, he didn't think that Roger would be caught by the bullshit Marine. But in order to find out this matter, I went straight to naval headquarters and ended up like this. It was somewhat worth it. Gan. Shiki cursed angrily. It's just that my impulse affected my rationality at the time, and the fight with Sengoku Garp got more and more heated, and I missed the best opportunity to retreat. By the time you reacted, you were already being pinned to the ground. After the anger, Shiki gradually regained his composure. He had been furious so many times in the past 2 years. And with the calm after each impotent rage, his desire to escape from Impel Down became stronger and stronger. But to be honest, I scoffed at this before entering Impel Down, but when he really came in, I felt like crying. This prison is so awesome that even he has to admit that, let alone successfully escaping from prison, he can't even break free from the sea stone shackles without being able to activate his devil fruit ability. What the hell are you talking about jailbreak? Wait until you die of old age. But then he thought of a way to break off his arm, but be able to break free from the sea stone shackles and restore devil fruit's abilities. That is to directly abandon the legs, and simply do not need the calves from the knees down. In this case, with the lion fruit ability restored, he will have the ability to retrieve Sakuraju and Deadwood. With both swords in hand, he will be able to return with strength. When he was eager to try, a basin of cold water was poured on him. Shiki suddenly thought that even if he could break out of the eternal hell, he might not be able to break out of the 5 floors above and successfully escape. Of course, those wardens, etc. are nothing to be afraid of, but he heard that Impel Down has many mechanisms, and he doesn't understand it at all. He is completely blind. The most important thing is that Impel Down administrator is just like him, suitable for the top powerhouses of the same level as Marine Admiral, although he was a bit inferior to him in the past. But at that time, he had cut off both legs, and his strength would be affected to some extent, which would be mysterious. In addition, the opponent has the home field advantage, and those unpredictable and unexpected mechanisms are also troublesome. Gan. The odds are slim. Shiki simply lay down on the cold floor, looking a bit shaken. But just then, 36 paths of blue light suddenly flashed across the sky outside Impel Down, falling directly with a clear target. The ordinary jailers and even the warden didn't notice at all. Only the director Impel Down's sense of sight and color triggered an early warning. However, when he rushed out of the Impel Down gate at an extremely fast speed, he was greeted by a sacred arrow of destruction. FK. It was blown away unprepared and the main door of Impel Down was blown to pieces. However, after long-distance attacks, the power of these large sacred destroying arrows has weakened to the level of small sacred destroying arrows. The Impel Down director of the Admiral Combat Force used his weapon color to block the impact, and then rushed over again from a distance full of anger. How dare you attack Impel Down? Lao Zi will definitely put you in eternal hell. Thinking that an enemy was attacking, he immediately activated his large-scale perception of sight, hearing, and color. However, he felt lonely and felt a little confused for a while. What's the situation? Where are the enemies? It was in this brief moment that Director Impel Down missed the best opportunity to save the situation. Boom. 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 In his comical attitude of facing the enemy, the advancing part on the sea has been neutralized. The violent impact shook the entire Impel Down and sent out strong tremors, and all the jailers and other personnel fell into panic. There were even prisoners who were being tortured violently attacking, and there was quite a commotion in everyone except Eternal Hell. At the same time, the vibrations in Eternal Hell were very strong. Most of the criminals were surprised and started talking. Golden Lion Shiki stood up from the floor in an instant, with a sharp gleam in his eyes. Someone's attacking Impel Down. Even Eternal Hell was shaken so strongly, or it was bombarded by countless cannonballs. Either there is a battle breaking out among the top experts. No matter what it is, it means that the opponent is well prepared, and the director will definitely rush out to deal with it. And even though the sight was restricted by the thick ceiling made of special material, Shiki could still sense the commotion above. Chance. Here's your chance to jailbreak. And it's still a great opportunity, the kind that comes only once and for all. If you miss it this time, God knows when you'll have to wait until next time. Done. Shiki gritted his teeth suddenly and his eyes became firm. Combining physical skills and sword skills with both hands, he slashed off 2 pairs of calves directly along the knees with 2 hand knives. The moment blood spurts out, Lion Fruit's abilities are restored. Shiki stopped the bleeding, blasted through the cell with 1 blow, and activated his ability to fly out quickly. Without any effort, he retrieved the twin sword Sakuraju and Deadwood, and then charged through Impel Down with overwhelming force. Golden Lion. Go back to Eternal Hell. Facing Director Impel Down's shocked and angry attack, Shiki used Thousand Slice Valley to repel him. Then he took the opportunity to fly high into the sky and floated away. Gee ha 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 ha. I, Shiki, am back. The excited shouts after the successful escape were left echoing in the sky above Impel Down. Chapter 23. Looking at the golden lion Shiki who was escaping happily, Director Impel Down's face was extremely ugly, and his mood was extremely angry. Not only has Impel Down's attacker not been found, but now even Golden Lion Shiki has escaped from prison. Either figure out who the murderer is or recapture Golden Lion Shiki. Otherwise, his position as director may be over. At this time, Director Impel Down suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. 4 large characters and a pattern appeared there. Invisible Empire. And the star-cross logo. The director of Impel Down was furious and incompetent, his face was ashen. How dare a newly emerged force attack Impel Down? It's simply too arrogant and arrogant. Far in the sky. Shiki looked surprised and stunned. Are you acting so arrogantly? But the Invisible Empire? Doesn't it sound unimpressive? Forget it, let's heal our wounds first and wait for a while before asking more. Impel Down while being bombed. Naval Headquarters Marineford, in the Marshal's office. Kong is still worried about the 5 elders and the Holy Land Marie-Joyce. Sengoku, how's it going over there in the Holy Land? Is there any news? Just a few moments ago, the intelligence personnel on Ohara Island sent back the news, and their marine executives learned about it. The world government directly launched a devastating attack on the Invisible Empire without notifying Marine. Of course, this is not something he can decide. However, even the devastating attack failed and was blocked by Yhwach who showed inhuman strength. And he also fought back in full view of everyone, shooting more than 100 huge beams of light from a distance. Although they are also questioning whether these beams can really hit Marie-Joyce. But Yhwach's unexpected performance twice in a row forced them to treat it with caution. What if it's true? Sengoku also had a serious look on his face. If he really hit the Holy Land, it would be really shocking. Fortunately, 5 elders replied. Sengoku looked at Kong and responded. There is no movement yet, but what they mean is that even if they get hit, it won't be a big concern. When Kong heard this, he felt confident and breathed a sigh of relief. Zephyr and his expressions also softened slightly. The strength of Yhwach, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, was beyond their expectation, but the conflict with the world government developed to the point of attacking each other's base camp from a distance within a few days, which was beyond their expectation. At this point, Marine can no longer decide on actions or measures against the Invisible Empire. Next, let the 5 elders have the headache, and Marine can just carry out the order. Just as Kong was about to leave the meeting, Zephyr and others, including him, all stood up suddenly. They are all top experts with excellent sight, hearing, and color. At the same time, they sensed large energy fluctuations and were approaching naval headquarters from the sky at high speed. Not good. Everyone's expressions changed, and they instantly realized something. Yhwach's goal is not the Holy Land, but the damn naval headquarters. Uh-huh. 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 The 4 people immediately flashed. Boom. After smashing the door of the marshal's office, he flew straight into the air. Just as he stood still, he saw blue light filling the sky, and 30 blue beams of light falling from the sky. Not only is the speed frightening, but the range also covers the entire naval headquarters. Intercept immediately. Kong was the first to yell angrily, his arms and fists wrapped directly around the top-level weaponry. Boom. With one blow, a sacred destroying arrow was destroyed. Sengoku, Zephyr, and he couldn't wait to take action. In the blink of an eye, they successfully intercepted more than 10 of them. The remaining ones were a bit regretful, because they were too fast and too scattered. Even if it was intercepted when it hit the naval headquarters building immediately, the energy and impact of the explosion still spread to many places. 5 of them were too late to intercept and fell into the building of the headquarters fortress. Boom. 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 Following an explosion, 5 more ruins appeared, and the impact even affected surrounding buildings. For Kong and others, the power is nothing to worry about, but for those soldiers within the bombardment range, it is a disaster. Invisible Empire. How abominable. How dare you attack naval headquarters? I looked around at the extent of the destruction of the headquarters fortress, as well as the star and cross marks in the sky, and the 4 characters Invisible Empire. Marshal Kong couldn't help but became furious. Instead of fighting the Holy Land Marie-Joyce, turn around and fight them naval headquarters. Do you think Marine is easier to bully than the world government? Kong is now so angry that he wants to send troops to attack Ohara immediately. In the past, the Golden Lion Shiki forced his way into the naval headquarters and caused a lot of trouble. Now, the Invisible Empire is far away, but it has caused a lot of losses to the naval headquarters. This is simply a shame. And it was clearly the world government that caused the trouble. Why should they, Marine, pay the price. Sengoku Zephyr and the three cranes were also very angry. But he completely forgot about the operation of Marine Buster call to destroy Ohara a few days ago. At this time, a Marine communications officer rushed over in panic. Marshal. Something bad has happened. Kong was upset when he heard this and motioned to the communications officer to speak quickly. What could be worse than the attack on naval headquarters? The news just came that an ice lobby was attacked and a large number of buildings and personnel were lost. The same goes for the impel downside. All the parts on the sea were blown up. Golden Lion Shiki also took the opportunity to escape from prison and escape. Upon hearing the news, Kong, Sengoku, and others all had their mouths twitching. They finally understood that the Invisible Empire had beaten them all, the three major agencies directly under the world government. Is this because you think you can't succeed in conquering Marijois, the Holy Land, so you can just bully the younger brothers like them, right? Everyone in Kong gnashed their teeth, wishing to tear Yhwach apart. I originally thought that Invisible Empire and Yhwach were labeled unknown, mysterious, and powerful. Why are they so shameless now? At the same time, the Holy Land Pangu City. 5 elders also received news of the attacks on naval headquarters, and ice lobby, and impel down. Although they still felt annoyed and felt like they had been openly slapped in the face by the Invisible Empire, fortunately the attack was not very powerful and the losses were not huge. As long as the foundations of the three major directly affiliated agencies are not shaken, they will not care about those insignificant losses. It's just that it's impossible to swallow this breath like this, otherwise the whole sea will be watching their jokes tomorrow. However, the destruction of the Invisible Empire was initiated by Lord Im, and they could not decide what measures to take next. The 5 elders looked at each other for a few times, and then came up with the idea of asking to see Im. Just as they were about to get up, there was a sudden sound in their ears. Chapter 24. Ignore them. The 5 elders were startled and hurriedly knelt down in the air, then listened quietly to the instructions. For the next period of time, just pretend that this Invisible Empire does not exist, the world government operates as usual, and you just do your own thing. Hearing this, the 5 elders were puzzled. Lord Im. This. They were not questioning, but they couldn't figure out Yumu's intentions. If they couldn't figure it out, they didn't want this to happen if it disrupted Yumu's plan. Im seems to be interested in the Invisible Empire and talks a little too much. First repel the Buster call, then block my attack, and then bomb the naval headquarters and ice lobby and impel down. These 3 feats are shocking enough, and will soon spread throughout the sea. Invisible Empire? There is no need for the world government to end it personally. You just do what I say. As soon as these words came out, 5 elders suddenly became enlightened and their eyes lit up. The Invisible Empire has done 3 major things in a row. Even if they deliberately block the news, it will be of no use. In less than a day, these things will spread across the sea. How can all the forces remain indifferent to this? Although it will temporarily damage the majesty and reputation of the world government, it is a choice that will yield much greater rewards than the cost. After 5 elders sent Imu off to him, she felt a little better. On the sea. Just as Im and the 5 elders thought. Not only did the Invisible Empire block the world government's devastating blow, but it also counterattacked the naval headquarters from a distance. News of an ice lobby and Impel's downfall spread. Even the news of the repelled Marine Buster call was dug out by powerful people and forces from all sides. Everyone was shocked and surprised by this, and wanted to gain the power of the Quincy, and even the ability to withstand devastating blows and attack naval headquarters from a distance. After all, the characteristics of this power are well known in the intelligence. Not only can ordinary civilians learn it, it can be said that there is no threshold. The key is that the upper limit is also extremely high. The Emperor of the Invisible Empire, the very young but extremely powerful Yhwach, is the best example. Although the forces and strong men know that it is very difficult to reach Yhwach's level, even being a few levels weaker than Yhwach is still quite impressive. Anyway, there is absolutely no possibility of practicing the known swordsmanship, taijutsu, conqueror's haki, or even devil fruit ability. The reason is that the talent requirements are very high and there are too many restrictions such as the scarcity of devil fruit resources. And this kind of power called the Quincy must have broken these restrictions, and there was Yhwach, the supremely powerful Quincy ancestor Zuyu in front of him. And in just a few days, intelligence personnel observed in Ohara that a very small number of civilians were able to launch weak attacks and join the reserves of the Invisible Empire's holy soldiers. Although there are very few civilians with such talents, the number of commoners who cannot bear it is huge. As long as there are enough people who practice this kind of power, there will be many people with talents. This is the huge advantage of the Quincy's power, and it is also the point that makes all strong people and forces excited. Who would dislike having more talented people under his command? In this way, most of the forces sent personnel to the Invisible Empire, and even a few greedy and vicious people had the idea of taking it by force. After all, although Yhwach, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, is terrifyingly powerful. Intelligence shows that he is a loner. Except for the two subordinates who had defeated Marine Elite Vice Admiral Akainu and Aokiji, and were relatively strong, there were only less than 1,000 soldiers. So from a certain point of view, regardless of Emperor Yhwach, the Invisible Empire is actually not that strong. When powerful people and forces take action against the Invisible Empire. The news of the first successful prison escape from Impel Down in history, the legendary pirate flying Admiral Golden Lion Shiki, was immediately forgotten by everyone. And poor Shiki himself originally wanted to rely on this glorious deed to recruit a wave of subordinates on the sea and form a pirate fleet again. As a result, the idea died immediately and was disrupted by the Invisible Empire. However, he was not angry, but became very interested in the Invisible Empire, a mysterious force that had just emerged, and one that indirectly helped him fight Impel Down. Therefore, Shiki decided to fix the injuries on his legs first, and then conquer this Invisible Empire. These are simply the men who came to his door right after he escaped from prison. When the time comes, Golden Lion Shiki will return as king, once again leading the wave of this era, and giving the world a little Golden Lion shock. Gee ha 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 ha. Inside the Ice Palace. Yhwach is back on the throne. Barrow and Busby stood on either side of the hall below. Kilija and Masculine continued the work of rebuilding Ohara with the legions of holy soldiers and reserves, as well as civilians. Don't think it's over already, that's impossible. Ohara is still a medium-sized island after all. Want to complete the reconstruction in just a few days? Even if the legendary infrastructure maniac comes, it won't work. The Quincy only has an advantage in constructing buildings, which greatly speeds up the speed and manpower, material and financial resources. The destructive attack launched by the world government was just an episode in the process of rebuilding our homeland, and now we are just regaining peace. Yhwach opened the system panel with some anticipation, because he had already heard the crazy notification sound of the reputation value increasing. Host, Yhwach. Template, Yhwach, 39%. Force, Invisible Empire. Reputation value, 131,3721. When you saw the reputation value of just over 1.3 million, Yhwach couldn't help but be overjoyed and Kakozu grinned. Such a shameless harvest was not in vain for him to go all out and fight back against the world government at the risk of exposing his strongest strength and possibly being targeted. It now seems that risk and reward are directly proportional. Yhwach thought for a moment, then opened the list and selected Yinjia City. Unlock Yinjia City and then manifest it? No one can predict whether I will launch a devastating strike again, nor will he stay here forever. There will always be times when he is gone. In order to avoid going out and finding your home is gone when you come back, Yinjia City is very suitable. Because it is not only extremely large, but also composed of massive amounts of pure spirit seeds. It can be integrated with the Spirit Sun barrier, greatly enhancing the defensive power of the barrier. Even if Im's devastating blow strikes again, and there have been several waves since then, there is no need for him to take action himself. The barrier automatically maintained by the massive spirit seeds is enough to resist everything. Ding. After spending 1 million reputation points, Yinjia City has been unlocked. The moment the words fell. Outside, on the sea around Ohara, a large amount of blue spirit seeds suddenly appeared, directly attracting the attention of everyone on the island. Then it forms the outline of a wall that surrounds the entire Ohara. Slowly solidify. Boom. Accompanied by a slight vibration. From a distance, the pale city looks like a crawling dragon. It is fused with 12 great swords of spiritual beings, turning into a pale greatsword made of the same material as the city. The barrier is still maintained, the only difference is that there is a huge city that encompasses the entire Ohara island. From this moment on, Ohara will be renamed Yinjia City, and it will be the location of the imperial capital city of the Invisible Empire. The mighty sound echoed, and all the civilians cheered. This is a miracle of His Majesty Yhwach. Vegapunk and Durag were also a little numb. Although they were equally shocked by Yhwach's methods, they were more concerned about it. Such a big city is just a capital city, is it sure it's not a country? And who uses an island as their capital? This is equivalent to the entire territory of most countries. Chapter 25. After the emergence of Yinjia City, the reputation value was still over 300,000, and Yhwach chose another member of the Star-Crossed Knights. Candace Cutnip, the decision is yours. Yhwach's voice fell. Ding. Spending 150,000 reputation points, Jadi's catnip has been unlocked. Direct manifestation, a decisive thought. In the main hall, a group of spirits suddenly gathered, and a beautiful figure appeared. Her long, grass-green hair is parted to the side, and she has a very rich background. When Yhwach saw you, he nodded secretly and couldn't help but feel happy. This is also the reason why he chose Jadis. The current knights of the Star Cross are Tu Yang Yang and Yin Yang. Kairaja, Barrow, and others had a sullen face all day long, and were so serious that even he, the emperor, felt dull. This is the time when a young and beautiful female knight like Jadis is urgently needed to harmonize the atmosphere. After Jadis paid homage respectfully, Yu admired it for a while without changing her expression, feeling more and more happy. With a wave of his hand, all the remaining 150,000 reputation points were unlocked and turned into about 900 holy soldiers. Ding. The current target progress is 44%. Ding. Unlock abilities, Soul Resonance Teleportation Array, Soul Distribution Contact Healing. Yhwach looked so happy that he almost forgot about this. Previously, unlocking Busby and the Legion of Holy Soldiers brought the progress to 39%. Now, Gaddies and a wave of Holy Soldiers have been unlocked, increasing the progress by 4% and 1% respectively. At this moment, the progress of the Yhwach template has reached 44%. Not only has the upper limit of his own strength been raised, but he has also unlocked 2 abilities. Soul sharing and contact healing comes from Yhwach's own unique ability. Through physical contact with the target, his soul fills the gap in the other's soul. From then on, the other party's physical and psychological defects will gradually be cured, and all the knowledge, skills, experience, and talents that the other party has learned and mastered after being given the soul will also be acquired by Yhwach. And this is also the difference from the original. Yhwach does not need to wait for the soul fragments to be recovered, nor does it need the target to die, it can synchronize in real time. This is quite a surprise. Yhwach was also surprised. If you look at it this way, even if you don't obtain the ability of holy words, as long as he lives long enough or has enough goals, just by relying on the real-time synchronization of soul distribution, he can gradually become omniscient and omnipotent. Immediately afterwards, Yhwach looked at another ability, the Spirit Resonance Teleportation Array. This is an ability created by the system, and it is also a Quincy ability unique to him. The spiritual blood required for the function and bloodline gift must be used in conjunction. The teleportation circle constructed from the spiritual sun and spiritual blood can be used no matter where it is, no matter how far away it is from him. As long as this ability is activated, it can resonate across the air and directly travel thousands of miles through the teleportation circle. Isn't this just fixed point teleportation? Yhwach nodded and understood. This is also a good and very practical ability. After all, although the Shadow Realm is easy to use, time limit is a problem. If you want to reach a relatively far place, you still have to wait for someone to maintain it and rush on the outside. And this Spirit Sun resonates and teleports. As long as it forms a magic circle in a place that has been reached once, it can be teleported once and for all. It will be of unexpected use for the inevitable conflicts and wars between the world government or various forces in the future. Seeing that there were no more prompts from the system, Yhwach took out all kinds of information from the outside world and began to think about it while sorting it out. Soon, the reaction of the world government and the movements of powerful people and forces from all sides were well known. What a good he deserves to have lived for more than 800 years, he is really cunning. Yhwach's thoughts became clearer and clearer, and then she clarified everything, sneering in her heart. No wonder he thought that Im's direct attack of destruction was completely out of line with common sense. Now that I think about it clearly, it turns out to be true. It seems that he wants to destroy the invisible empire with one blow, but in fact this is just one layer of purpose, and there is another layer of testing purpose. Although he showed unknown power, obviously didn't care at all. If you are directly wiped out in one blow, while eradicating threats and hidden dangers, it will prove that the unknown power is bullshit. In the future, no one will care about a short-lived force. But if it can withstand this devastating blow, it will prove the power of the unknown power and its huge threat to the world government. At this time, not only was the threatened world government the enemy, but also after the news spread, countless ambitious and powerful people in the sea were eyeing him. The Invisible Empire is a newly emerging force. Although the emperor who leads it is very powerful, he doesn't have many people under his command. He is just a loner. In this situation where there is no time to develop, there is a high probability that the world government will not have to end up personally. Those forces that are spying on the Invisible Empire will be enough to make people overwhelmed. Yhwach analyzed it according to his thinking and felt that this was probably the purpose of Im's move. There may be some differences, but they are absolutely indistinguishable. If it had been any local force, they would have been killed before they could rise. However, it would be embarrassing to put it on him. Expectations are doomed. Yhwach grinned, with a hint of joking flashing across his face. Because he is a loser. Perhaps at the stage before unlocking half of the power of the Invisible Empire, there is still no chance of winning against the world government with profound foundation. It can deal with pirates except world government, all superpowers, and even a marine. The Invisible Empire is enough to attack them all head-on. Of course, this is under the premise of unlocking half of the strength and power, not now. But for Yhwach, It's also very fast, just doing a few big things. At least according to his logical calculation, before people like Whitebeard Newgate and Charlotte Linlin, the world government should not end personally. This time is more than enough. Yhwach stopped the running of his brain and continued to appreciate the rich heritage in front of Jotties. Clatter. 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 At this time, the sound of footsteps was heard. After Kaluja knelt down and bowed, he said, "Your Majesty, you asked the two people you were paying attention to ask for an audience." Yhwach immediately withdrew his gaze after hearing this, and Jotties looked at Kairaja with displeasure. "We'll bring them." Kairaja disappeared at the sound. Yhwach also showed a bit of interest on the throne. Vegapunk and Durag are two very interesting and amazing characters in the plan. The former is equivalent to Einstein in his previous life. His wisdom and various technologies he developed are known as 500 years beyond the world. The latter is equivalent to the pirate version of Marx. Of course, he is only 1/10 or 2/10 of Marx at most. He is determined to overthrow the rule of the decadent world government, and in the future he will establish a revolutionary army to practice this. Chapter 26. Why do Yhwach think these two people are interesting? Because of their image. A tall head looks like a 10-story high-rise building. Even if Yhwach has seen the people in the world of pirates, he can't imagine it. A dignified leader of the revolutionary army. I don't know if he has tattoos on his face, or if he was really slapped with slippers by Garp. In the previous life, my mother-in-law was given a tattoo, but now I have Laoden given me a tractor? In the blink of an eye. Kairag is back and brings with him Durag, Vegapunk. Just entered the main hall. Uh-huh. 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 Legit Barrow, Busby, and Jotties looked at each other with indifferent looks. Durag's heart suddenly shrank, and the pupils in his eyes instantly shrank to the size of needle tips. The sight and color of his eyes gave a crazy warning deep in his heart. Powerful. These three people. Very powerful. Dalag was almost instinctively startled and had such an idea. His talent has been cultivated by Laodeng since he was young. He is better than Akainu and others, and his strength has now reached the threshold of Admiral of Headquarters. But the gazes of these three people still made him feel threatened, and two of them were no worse than the Kairaja who brought him in. Even the one-eyed man standing next to the throne gave him a feeling that he could easily be shot through the heart. The strength must be higher than that of Jiluja and the other three. Durag couldn't believe it. Although he looked calm on the surface, in fact, he was already in a turmoil in his heart. The Invisible Empire does not have only two powerful men at all, and Yhwach is not alone as rumored outside. Judging from the current situation alone, there are three strong men like Kairag and Masculine who have defeated Akainu and Aokiji, and there are probably more than that. It's not that there is such a strong hidden combat power. Is this really just a newly established country? I'm afraid that people outside will make mistakes in their assessment of the strength of the Invisible Empire. Durag was shocked in his heart. Vegapunk is also well informed and a very intelligent person, and he noticed Durag's emotions almost at the same time. However, both of them remained calm. After arriving under the throne, they bowed slightly as a salute. Yhwach chuckled but did not speak. Vegapunk and Dalag looked at each other, waiting for them to take the initiative to speak. Vegapunk said with hope in his eyes, "Dear Your Majesty Yhwach, I wonder if the books in the Tree of Omniscientness and the vast amount of ancient historical documents have been preserved under the Buster Call." In addition to coming to pay homage to his old friend, Director Kloba, this was his second purpose for coming here and meeting Yhwach. With the ability of his brain fruit, he can imprint all the books and documents in his memory, which can not only prevent future disasters from being lost or destroyed, but also allow him to study and pass them on. Yes, he also wants to study the history of the blank 100 years, but he is currently restricted by the world government and does not dare to do it blatantly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to Yinjia City secretly and wouldn't have dared to let anyone know. Sure enough. Yhwach thought secretly in his heart, but on the outside he remained the same as before. He thought for a moment and said. The Buster Call came too suddenly. Most of them have been burned by the fire. Only a few of them were urgently thrown to the bottom of the lake and have been put into the rebuilt Tree of Omniscient. But most of the books and documents that were burned have already been engraved in my memory. As Vegapunk listened, he looked regretful at first, and then as if he heard hope, his eyes lit up and he quickly looked at Yhwach. I almost forgot that this Emperor of the Invisible Empire was once the most talented archaeologist in history. According to Kroba's revelation, he had read all the books and documents in the entire Tree of Omniscient library when he was a teenager. This is literally a walking humanoid omniscient tree. Your Majesty Yhwach, can you allow me to enter omniscience? Before he finished speaking, he heard Yhwach's refusal. Cannot. Vegapunk was startled and quickly explained. Director Kloba and I were. I want to use this relationship to express Yhwach. But just like before, he was rejected directly and decisively by Yhwach, and Vegapunk was not given time to finish his words. Director Kloba is an elder that I respect very much, but even if he is still alive, this is absolutely not possible. As soon as these words came out, Vegapunk was a little confused. This Yhwach directly blocked all his roads, but he was helpless because this was a force that dared to go head-on with the world government. Thinking of the regret of not being able to complete Kroba, Vegapunk suddenly felt extremely disappointed and regretful. Durag on the side also frowned slightly. Now that the Tree of Omniscient belongs to the Invisible Empire, Vegapunk's journey will be in vain. At this time, Yhwach's voice sounded again. Only if one condition is met. When Vegapunk heard that there was still hope, he quickly asked, "What's the premise?" Yhwach narrowed his eyes and looked directly at the other person. "This is the intellectual property of the Invisible Empire. Only by becoming a subject of the Invisible Empire, you are qualified to know the books and documents of the Tree of Omniscient, as well as those in my memory." Vegapunk's face changed slightly when he heard this. Having said this, his purpose was already obvious. He wanted him to join the Invisible Empire. But how could the world government agree? He just blurted out his refusal. "No, please forgive me for not joining." Dalag's face changed slightly, realizing that things were not going well. "Don't refuse so decisively. You can think about it carefully again. Everyone is here anyway, I won't give up easily." Yhwach's words were not a threat, but wanted to express an attitude. Genius scientists like Vegapunk, whether placed in the world of One Piece, Shinigami, or other worlds, are considered strategic talent resources. However, Vegapunk didn't react yet, and Drago next to him started to move. His body was as fast as lightning, and he grabbed Vegapunk with his big hands, trying to take him away at extremely fast speed. Even Yhwach was a little surprised. He didn't expect Durag's reaction to be so big. It's a bit presumptuous. In the flash of lightning, Yhwach is just a thought. The domineering Ryotsu enveloped Durag with precision, causing his figure to appear directly. He knelt on the ground, his face turned red, and he could not stand up. Damn it! Is this Conqueror's? So strong. Durag, who was instantly subdued, had a look of horror on his face. He had never seen such a powerful Conqueror's before. Even he, who was supposed to be immune to Conqueror's influence and was at the top of his combat power, was actually suppressed and unable to move. He even wanted to release his Conqueror's resistance, but before he could release it, he was forcefully pushed back. Puff! Durag was directly hit and spit out a mouthful of blood. In horror, he raised his head again and tried to resist, but two figures, a man and a woman, were already holding sacred destroying arrows, standing in front of him and aiming condescendingly at his forehead. It's Busby and Gaddies. Dalag's current situation could only stop his movements immediately. His heart was pounding with fear. Because there was also the one-eyed man next to the throne, whose cold and twinkling gaze made him feel that his heart would be shot right away if he made another move. Chapter 27. All this happened in an instant. Vegapunk was a little confused when he saw Durag being easily subdued. He didn't understand why Durag was so eager to take action even if he didn't react. Forget about the crucial move. Before he could even react, he was ruthlessly suppressed. He knew Dalag's strength. He could only say that it was not that Dalag was too weak, but that people like Yhwach were too strong. Despite being surprised and shocked, Vegapunk also reacted and quickly explained Durag's behavior. Yhwach didn't bother to care about this and ignored Dalag. Let him pay a price for his impulse and kneel there for a while. It can be regarded as a big gift to His Majesty the Emperor in advance. Then he looked at Vegapunk. You should have seen my strength. As long as the spirit barrier above my head is there, no attack in this world can come in. Or maybe you're worried about being assassinated. 5 Knights of Holy Words from the Invisible Empire, plus me as the Emperor. Even if Marshal Marine and Admiral are here, they will still be defeated. Hearing Yhwach's words, Vegapunk had to admit that the Invisible Empire did have such great strength. Deep down in his heart and in his eyes and face, he was a little hesitant. But it's more obviously a matter of confusion. To be honest, even though he was doing it for the financial support of the world government, now he still doesn't want to serve in the world government and develop all kinds of inhuman weapons of destruction that go against his original intention. But this is world government. It's easy to get in but hard to get out. Yhwach sat quietly on the throne and was not in a hurry. He wanted to conquer this strategic talent unless something special happened. Otherwise, we can only take it slowly like this. There is no good way. After all, we are not those who admire strength and bully the weak. If you are stronger than him, he will join. Bulub. In this moment of silence, suddenly the voice of a phone bug came from Vegapunk's body. It's the 5 elders. When he took it out and took a look, his expression suddenly changed. Realizing that he had sneaked out of Punk Hazard and came to the Invisible Empire, it was discovered. Yhwach also had a serious look on his face, signaling everyone to be silent, and then warned Durag with his eyes that it was best not to make any noise. At Yhwach's signal, Vegapunk hesitated for a moment and answered the phone. Vegapunk. Who allowed you to leave the punk restricted area without permission? And also went to the Invisible Empire? Don't you know that it is the mortal enemy of the world government? As soon as the call was connected, 5 elders' suppressed and angry questioning came from the other side of the phone. They have been busy with the Invisible Empire these days. They just learned that Vegapunk went to the Invisible Empire, but the 5 of them were very angry. If he is caught by people from the Invisible Empire, it will be a huge loss to the world government. I'm just here to pay homage to my old friend Dr. Kloba. Do I still have to ask you for instructions? Faced with the 5 elders questioning, Vegapunk was also very unhappy. Regardless of your relationship with Kroba, I just hope you don't follow his example and violate the bottom line of world government. 5 elders snorted coldly and sounded a warning, then paused and said coldly. Has it been discovered? Vegapunk glanced at Yhwach and didn't respond with a calm expression yet. Exit the Invisible Empire immediately and return to Punk Hazard. Someone will come to meet you. The tone of 5 elders has obviously softened a lot, but the last sentence still revealed a bit of threat. It's best not to make any mistakes, otherwise you won't want us to send more troops to Bakimo. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone bug hung up. Vegapunk's face became visibly ugly, and deep resentment flashed into Durag's eyes. Since Vegapunk joined the world government, the 5 elders have figured out his weaknesses in order to better control him. In the name of protection, he stationed troops on the island where his hometown of Bakimo is located. This made Vegapunk realize that it was too late when he wanted to break away from the world government. He had no choice but to continue serving the world government while conducting secret research on his own. Just when he had no choice but to express his position and leave here as soon as possible, Yhwach laughed happily. Just now I was thinking that it would be great if there was some special event that could help him conquer Vegapunk in one fell swoop. As a result, in the blink of an eye, 5 elders came to help him in times of need. Even Yhwach felt that they should be given the title of Timely Rain. In this regard, Yhwach can only say that he shot himself in the foot. One word. Absolutely. Under the gaze of Vegapunk and Durag, Yhwach activated the spirit beam and constructed 2 cross stars. Then came the gift of blood and the resonance of spirit suns, which integrated the teleportation circle formed by 2 masses of spirit blood and spirit suns into these 2 cross star metals. Just like that, Yhwach waved his hand and 2 stars flew towards Vegapunk. Whether it's Punkasad or Bakimo, these 2 stars are enough to solve all your worries. Vegapunk, who seemed to have guessed something, couldn't help but breathe a little faster, but still chose to ask. What's the meaning? Yhwach smiled and said confidently. Have you seen the barrier covering the entire Yinjia city? When you arrive at your destination, you just need to crush the star, and the same barrier will protect the place where you are. And the teleportation circle will also be activated, and the Holy Soldier Legion of the Invisible Empire will arrive directly across space. Vegapunk and Durag looked at each other, unable to hide the disbelief in their eyes. They had naturally seen the light barrier that enveloped Yinjia city before, but only now did they know that it was called a barrier. What makes them feel incredible is the teleportation circle. Another word they couldn't understand. It allows the Legion to directly reach the destination regardless of distance. This already involves an incredible space category, right? Although Vegapunk couldn't believe it, considering all the amazing things Yhwach did and wanting to win over him, he shouldn't be tricking him. After some contemplation, he took the 2 stars. Yhwach promptly reminded, it's best to crush it in Punk Hazard and Bakimo at the same time, so as not to give the world government time to react. Vegapunk looked at Durag, and the meaning was self-evident. Okay, I'll go to Bakimo. Durag immediately agreed upon seeing this. Vegapunk must return to Punk Hazard within 3 days, and he has nothing to do. And he also wanted to see with his own eyes whether it was really as magical as Yhwach said. Kairaja, send them down. Yhwach was in a good mood and waved his order. Vegapunk even got his star badge, which at least proved his attitude. As for the choice, Yhwach is very confident that after the star chapter is crushed, no one will choose the Invisible Empire. Just as Kairaja was about to walk out of the palace with Vegapunk and Durag, Yhwach's long voice came from behind. After joining the Invisible Empire, it will not only protect you and your hometown Bakimo. And it will only require you to spend half of your energy and funds, and the remaining time and funds can be used freely. Study what you want and use your talents. These words echoed in Vegapunk's ears, and he could not control the joy deep in his heart. Isn't this exactly what he wants? The world government knew it but refused to give it, and even tried to control him. Now that the Emperor of the Invisible Empire is so sincere, isn't it just crushing a star? Then just crush it hard. Chapter 28. Vegapunk left the Invisible Empire and returned to Punk Hazard under the escort of the world government. At the same time, Durag also rushed to Bakimo according to the prior agreement. In the next 3 days, people sent by powerful people and forces from all sides entered the capital of the Invisible Empire one after another. They were all shocked when they saw that the capital of the Wuxan Empire was actually the entire territory of Ohara, and the city that looked like a crawling dragon surrounded the entire Ohara. You must know that the territory of most kingdoms on the sea is only as large as Ohara. But in the eyes of the Invisible Empire, it is just their capital. This shows his strong ambition. Because they all know that even where the world's noble celestial dragons live, Marijois, the headquarters of the world government, is only half the size of Ohara. Does this imply that it will inevitably surpass world government? In this regard, all the forces and powerful people can only express disdain and arrogance. But they are too lazy to care about this. What they want most now is to become a Quincy and gain that unknown powerful power. After meeting up with the intelligence personnel who had been lurking here for a long time, they began to observe the power known as the Quincy more closely. But 3 days passed quickly, and these people gained nothing. Because most civilians are almost saying that this kind of power cannot be obtained through cultivation at all. If you want to become a Quincy, you must obtain the blessing of His Majesty the Emperor. They were all shocked when they heard the news. It was possible for such a large number of civilians to gain power, but it was not obtained through low-threshold practice. And what about the one given by Yhwach? Who exactly is the Emperor of the Invisible Empire? This situation was obviously beyond the expectations and cognition of these people. They could only choose to report it and wait for instructions, and did not dare to act rashly. All these things happened under Yhwach's observation. As long as he did not violate his principles and bottom line, he would not care about it, because this is also a way to increase his reputation. No, since these people came, the value of reputation has increased a lot every day. On the other side, 3 days have passed, and Vegapunk has returned to Punk Hazard. Durag also landed on the Mechanism Island, Bakimo. After confirming each other on the phone, the two reached a consensus on crushing the star. However, in order to ensure the safety of the people in his hometown, Vegapunk chose to crush the star first in Punk Hazard. If everything goes well, Durag will take action. At this moment, the Punk Forbidden Zone Institute. When Gaisakalang saw Vegapunk coming back, he couldn't wait to step forward and asked. Punk, you are finally back. How was the harvest? Are there any documents on ancient technological weapons in the Tree of Omniscience collection? He helped conceal Vegapunk's secret departure. Although he was still discovered by the 5 elders before returning, the ancient scientific and technological documents were promised to him. Gaisakulang's heart was filled with excitement when he thought of these, but the next moment Vegapunk poured cold water on him. Nothing has been gained. The Tree of Omniscience is controlled by the Invisible Empire. People who are not the Invisible Empire are not qualified to enter. Gaisakulang's face suddenly fell, and he muttered with disgust and was about to turn around and walk away. What, Punk, this is so disappointing. Thankfully I'm still looking forward to your return. Vegapunk ignored this and stood at the entrance of the institute, looking up at the sky with a cross in his hand. But there is a greater harvest. When Gaisakulan heard this, he looked at the cross star and felt that this thing looked very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. A bigger gain? This medal? What is it for? Suddenly he clapped his hands suddenly. By the way, I remembered. Isn't this the symbol of some invisible empire? Then he seemed to think of something, his mouth opened slightly, and he was very surprised. Shouldn't you? But before he could finish his words. A click. I saw that Vegapunk had already crushed the cross star in response. The large amount of spiritual energy contained within it surged out and instantly flooded the entire Punk Hazard like a wave. On the ground, if someone looks down from the sky at this moment, he will definitely find the vast land of Punk Hazard. It was suddenly crisscrossed by blue spirit lines, forming a double star-cross holy seal array covering the entire island. Vegapunk. What the hell did you do? It was as if he was in the blue mist of the sky, unable to see Gaisakulang in the distance, and jumped 3 feet high on the spot. He exclaimed when he saw the lines all over the ground. Now he is not sure whether Vegapunk has surrendered to the Invisible Empire, but he is sure that all this must be done by Vegapunk, a member of the Invisible Empire. Because Vegapunk has no such ability at all. What's more, what he doesn't understand is why this kind of thing is not hidden. You made such a big fuss as soon as you came back. Are you afraid that the 5 elders don't know that you are connected with the Invisible Empire? Gaisakulang is now so anxious that he has begun to think about how to explain to the 5 elders that this matter has nothing to do with it. At this time, densely packed azure spirit seeds quickly surged into the distance in all directions. When the horizon widens, everyone on Punk Hazard Island. Everyone saw 10 giant blue swords rising up from the surrounding coast, forming a halo of light that enveloped the entire island. And at the same time, light rain began to fall in the sky. Oh my god. What is that? And this rain, it feels so weird. Wait. Quincy. Spirit Sun gathering. Everyone was extremely shocked when faced with this sudden change. After the light rain transformed from spiritual blood was poured on their bodies, various messages such as the Quincy and the gathering of spiritual children emerged in their minds. Vegapunk felt the power and information emerging from his body and mind. He was shocked and seemed to have discovered a new continent. That's it? This is how the Quincy obtained his power. Gaisakulan was also extremely pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that he had obtained the unknown Quincy power by accident. At the same time, the CP0 team, which was responsible for protecting the Institute and conducting surveillance, also realized that major changes had occurred in Punk Hazard. Quick! Contact the 5 elders immediately. When the CP0 commander gave the order, 9 members came with him. When seeing Vegapunk and Gaisakulan safe and sound, they didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief. The blue lines all over the ground under his feet shone brightly, and a figure with purple punk hair appeared out of thin air without any warning. Standing in front of Vegapunk, he faced the CP0 leader and 9 members alone. It is the Knights of the Star Cross, the Knights of the Holy Word, Busby. Arrive at Punk Hazard via the Spirit Teleportation Array. Chapter 29. With the appearance of Holy Word Knight Busby, Vegapunk's eyes widened clearly, and he was involuntarily shocked deep in his heart. Not only because of the star medal given to him by Yhwach, the means to solve the world government's control are real. Even Punk Hazard, which came across a distance of thousands of miles in the air, was also genuine. The Invisible Empire has actually cracked the mystery of space. This is simply unbelievable to him. Gaisakulan on the side stared at Busby, and also recognized the military uniform of the Invisible Empire and the uniform pure white hooded cloak. Vegapunk. What on earth is it? Why do people from the Invisible Empire suddenly appear? Others were really going crazy at this moment. They really didn't expect that this guy Vegapunk was not only connected to the Invisible Empire, but also directly brought the people of the Invisible Empire to Punk Hazard. This is already a clear betrayal of the world government and defection to the Invisible Empire. Now even if he is really innocent and unaware or something, the world government will not let him go easily. Because he helped conceal the fact that Vegapunk secretly left for the Invisible Empire. This is really unlucky for Grandma's house. Gaisakulan wanted to cry but had no tears. But Vegapunk ignored his reaction and looked at Busby with excitement and enthusiasm. Ahahaha. It's actually true. Kilang. He was not brought by me, but the formation printed on the ground that deciphered the secrets of space, allowing the Knight of the Invisible Empire to reach Punk Hazard across a long distance. As soon as these words came out, it was Gaisakulan's turn to feel incredible. What? Are you telling the truth? The Invisible Empire actually has technology involving space. The CP0 officer who was carefully confronting Busby in the distance was also shocked after hearing Vegapunk's words. This information is too important. It must be reported. Then he faced Busby in a fighting stance and shouted sharply. This is Punk Hazard, an island belonging to the world government. What is your purpose here? Does the Invisible Empire want to start a war? Busby listened to this little man who was obviously not much weaker than him question him, and a look of displeasure and impatience suddenly appeared on his unruly face. War. I can represent the Invisible Empire. But can you represent the world government? These words obviously touched the heart of Commander CP0, because he does not represent the world government, and he just wants to scare the other party. Unexpectedly, it didn't work, and the other party even claimed that he could represent the Invisible Empire. Could it be that this person is a big shot in the Invisible Empire? There is no information at all. Busby snorted coldly when he saw this, and released Ryotsu without saying a word, making a high-profile announcement in accordance with His Majesty's instructions. Invisible Empire, Knights of the Star Cross, Busby. By the order of His Majesty the Emperor, I protect Punk Hazard and bless the power of the Quincy. From now on, this is the territory of the Invisible Empire. All people are the subjects of the Invisible Empire. The words blessed by the Spirit Sun resounded throughout Punk Hazard with great force. Except for world government officials and people from the Research Institute, this is the first time for all civilians living here to hear about the Invisible Empire. However, this did not prevent the Invisible Empire from leaving a deep impression on their hearts, and for the first time in their lives, they felt the powerful feeling of gaining the power to practice. The shock of the huge giant sword barrier that looked like a miracle, the pressure from Busby's powerful Ryotsu, and the deafening and powerful words that penetrated straight into the soul. Most of the people on Punk Hazard followed their deepest instincts and knelt down and shouted, thanking His Majesty the Invisible Empire for the blessing and protection. Even those who have seen this scene, such as Vegapunk and Gaisakulan, were stunned for a while. So, a lackey of the world government. You can go to hell in peace. When the CP0 leader and 9 members were horrified, Busby's indifferent gaze full of murderous intent was directly projected on them. Holy miyat! The flying sickle kick caused the figure to disappear in an instant. Dozens of azure beams of light approached the CP0 leader and 9 members with great force. Whoosh! 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 Everyone takes action. Be sure to block me. Wait for support. The strength of this CP0 officer is actually not weak, and he has the combat power of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral level. Knowing that he was defeated by Busby, he never fought head-on, and dodged to avoid this wave of attacks. However, the strength of his 9 members was far inferior to his. They could only dodge a few attacks in this wave of sacred destroying arrows before being swallowed up. Busby crushed them as soon as he took action, mercilessly taking the lives of 9 CP0 members. As for the CP0 officer, it's normal for him to be able to survive. But that's all. Be reduced to ashes in the concentrated flame of the spirit. Looking at the CP0 officer who didn't dare to be tough at all, Busby sneered disdainfully and stomped on the ground. A large number of highly concentrated souls in the underground spread all over the hundreds of meters around the CP0 officer, directly covering him in the center of the offensive range. Boom! 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 The ground burst into layers in the next second, and streams of concentrated spirit flames burst out, turning into pillars of fire that reached the sky. So strong. Definitely a top-level expert. Seeing being enveloped by such a terrifying offensive, the CP0 officer's mood fell to the bottom. While reluctantly dodging, the phone suddenly connected and the voices of the 5 elders were heard. What's up? The CP0 officer was immediately shocked when he saw this. Lord 5 elders, it's not good. Vegapunk has defected to the Invisible Empire. Now Punk Hazard has fallen. It is shrouded in a huge light shield. The 5 elders were shocked on the other side of the phone bug. Nanny. What is the specific situation? Explain it in detail. Although their temporary plan is not to take any major action against the Invisible Empire, none of the necessary surveillance and other measures have been taken. There was nothing unusual about the Invisible Empire, so why did he suddenly appear in Punk Hazard without them even noticing it? I don't know what happened. When I found it, Punk Hazard had already been shrouded, and all I could see was a circular mark with complicated patterns all over the ground. The people from the Invisible Empire appeared without any warning, and they didn't even notice what I was seeing. Complex patterns all over the ground? Appearing suddenly without even being aware of it? Isn't this a teleportation circle? 5 elders were really shocked. How many people are coming? But it's inconvenient to think too much, so we can only figure out the situation as soon as possible and respond to it. There is a person who calls himself the Knights of the Star Cross. His name is Busby, and he is very powerful. Even I. Suddenly, a scream rang out, and the word stopped abruptly in the middle of the sentence. The CP0 officer was barely coping, but now he was multitasking and died. He was hit by a concentrated flame of spiritual energy rising into the sky. The telephone bug was also wiped out. Chapter 30. Seeing that all the people specially sent by the 5 elders to be responsible for surveillance were dealt with by Busby, Vegapunk's ever-present mood finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. It's successful. Punk Hazard has been captured by the Invisible Empire, and with the barrier covering the entire territory, it can be said to be impregnable. Now he just has to wait for Durag to succeed in his hometown of Bakimo, and then he can get rid of the control of the world government. But there is one thing. Here Busby can easily take down the people who are watching them. But on the Bakimo side, the 5 elders sent an army admiral and 10,000 army soldiers in order to deal with him severely. It shouldn't be something that can be solved by one person, right? After all, this is his hometown, so Vegapunk is somewhat worried. But at this moment, he was convinced of Yhwach's words. He clearly remembered that Yhwach said that he would send out the Holy Soldier Legion, so there would be no problem in coming to Bakimo. At this time, Gaisa also recognized the reality. Punk Hazard was captured by the Invisible Empire. But he knew that Vegapunk's hometown was already under the oppression of the world government's forces. Hey! Punk, where is the machine island? Haha, it's not a big problem. I've been prepared for it. Vegapunk took out the phone bug and dialed Durag. Meanwhile, over at 5 elders. After hearing a sudden scream, the phone was disconnected, and the 5 elders also knew that the CP0 official should have died. But they didn't care about that. What they were angry about was that Vegapunk guy's traitor. There is also the arrogant behavior of the Invisible Empire, which not only dares to rebel against their scientific and technological talents, but also dares to occupy islands under the world government. Does this mean that Lord Im's destructive blow did not eliminate them? After bombing the naval headquarters and ice lobby and Impel down, the world government did not fight back. Does this mean that it really takes its Invisible Empire seriously? Although Imswell was not to take action against the Invisible Empire for a short period of time, that was when he took the initiative. During this period, if a passive counterattack is necessary, the world government must still take corresponding measures. Otherwise, people outside will not think that their world government is afraid of that invisible empire. Saint Jago Lucius Arton ordered angrily. Since Vegapunk dares to rebel against the enemy, fine. Then let him pay a correspondingly painful price. Notify Army Admiral Fairman that the 10,000 army soldiers are ready for action. The remaining 4-5 elders also had angry faces, all expressing firm agreement. Those who dare to infringe on the interests of the world government and actively provoke the world government must pay a price. As for the Invisible Empire, Jago Lucius Arton paused at this point and frowned slightly. Counterattack is definitely necessary, but the Invisible Empire's various methods make them feel unable to start, and they definitely cannot deal with it in the same way as conventional forces. And we can't ruin Lord Im's plan, we have to think carefully about it. Bulub. The 5 elders were preparing to discuss, but were interrupted by the voice of a phone bug. Lord 5 elders. This is Bakimo and I am Army Admiral Fairman. The Invisible Empire appeared without any warning. A member of the Knights of the Star Cross, who had no information in the intelligence, led an army of Quincy holy soldiers of about 1,000 people. As soon as the call was connected, his tone was very solemn. The 5 elders were also surprised and quickly ordered the entire army to meet the enemy and be sure to annihilate them all. The army admiral took the order without any hesitation. What made him solemn was the shocking light shield that enveloped the entire island. The mere 1,000-strong holy soldier legion was enough to make the tens of thousands of army soldiers flinch. The 5 elders looked serious. It's still the same over in Yinjia City in the Invisible Empire. I waited for so many spies and didn't find any abnormalities at all. Thinking of the fact that on 2 consecutive islands, the people and legions of the Invisible Empire appeared without warning, and even the army's admiral combat power did not notice it in advance. Saint Izanbalan v Nashulang sounded a little unbelievable. You even have the secret to the teleportation array. This is an ancient power that is older than the existence of the enchantment method. What is the origin of Yhwach from that Invisible Empire? The other 4 people also murmured with solemn faces, wondering why these ancient powers were monopolized by the world government and should not appear on the sea at all. How are invisible empires obtained? And he doesn't know how to hide his clumsiness and develop silently, with the appearance and attitude of a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Logically speaking, as long as there is no problem with the brain, one will not choose to become a mortal enemy of the world government. But the Invisible Empire and Yhwach are basically the kind of people who go all the way to the end. It is simply tough on the world government. The legions dare to invade the territory. 5 elders has a very sharp mind and thinks that this person is either a reckless man or he has enough confidence. The more the 5 elders think about it, the more threatening the Invisible Empire becomes. No. The information is still too little. We must find out the deep information of the Invisible Empire. Saint Jago Lucius Satan's face turned serious, and he slapped the crutch in his hand fiercely. Then he stood up directly. I will go to Bakimo myself. As long as we capture the member of the Star-Crossed Knights and know most of the information about the Invisible Empire, we can handle it easily. The other 4 looked at each other and nodded silently. Use the 5-ray array. Get ready and I'll set off. The 5 elders closed their eyes one after another, wondering what they were doing. Machine Island, Bakimo. After getting a call from Vegapunk, Durag crushed the star as promised. Exactly like the scene in Punk Hazard, 10 huge spirit swords stand on the periphery of the island, forming a barrier to protect the entire Machine Island. Everyone on the island, including the army soldiers affiliated with the world government, have also received the blessings of the Invisible Emperor. The army soldiers, who had been ordered to leave the ice-covered island after the operation, became even more excited after acquiring a new and unknown power called the Quincy. Facing the long-oppressed civilians on the island, the army soldiers began to want to massacre the entire island, and they were protected and blessed by the savior-like Invisible Empire. It simply became the territory and people of the Invisible Empire under the leadership of the original king who had long existed in name only. He knew that this should be the choice Vegapunk made. On a land of ice and snow. The lines of the spirit teleportation array all over the earth are shining. Thousands of holy soldiers wearing pure white officers, pure white boots, and masks were all uniformed. It seemed to be integrated with the white snow between heaven and earth, exuding a bone-deep cold chill. The leader is the commander of the army. Wearing a pure white hooded cloak, with grass-green hair, she is a beautiful figure with a rich background. Knights of the Star Cross, Gaddy's catnip. The opponent is world government. Army Admiral Fellman, and the 10,000 soldiers he led. Chapter 31. A large open area covered in ice and snow. Army, 10,000 army soldiers led by Admiral Fellman were about to invade Bakimo, but were blocked by the sudden appearance of the invisible Imperial Legion of Holy Soldiers and Jadis. After receiving the annihilation order from the 5 elders, a cruel smile appeared on Fellman's face. There are only 1,000 people, but you still want to resist an army of 10,000. What's more, he has the Admiral's combat power at his disposal, and he even feels that 10,000 soldiers can make dumplings for the opponent without him taking action. Without saying a word, he directly ordered the war to begin. All attacks. The soldiers who had already gained the power of the Quincy were in high spirits. Seeing that there were only 1,000 people on the opposite side, which was 10 times the number of them, they all acted fearlessly and turned into a torrent to charge. Army Admiral Fairman even just stood there, not moving at all, supervising the battle with an expression of victory. Coming. The combat power of the Army Admiral. It's really exciting. Jadis didn't pay attention to the 10,000 soldiers, but stared at Fellman, her eyes full of eagerness and impatience. I have long heard that the Admiral are among the top warriors in the world, and there are many of them who are at the same level as the Holy Word Knights. As the first member of the Knights of the Star Cross to face Admiral in the Invisible Empire, if she hadn't been the commander and had to command the Holy Soldier Legion, she would have rushed forward to fight with her impetuous temper. But it was almost done. As long as these 10,000 soldiers were eliminated, she would be able to get out and fight happily. Let's see if this so-called Admiral is really a genius or just a false name. Preparation. Jadis gave the order with impatience in her eyes. Immediately, thousands of holy soldiers responded in unison, and with the assistance of the Annihilation Cross, they launched the Spirit Cluster. Divided into high-level, medium-level, and low-level holy soldiers, they have more or less constructed sacred destruction arrows in their hands. Put. Another order. These sacred destroying arrows all shot out at the same time. There was no intention of fighting in close combat with the Army Corps. Call out. Call out. Call out. Call out. At least 2,000 sacred destroying arrows turned into a rain of light that filled the sky. The sound of the volley breaking through the air was extremely loud, and it shrouded the advancing Army Corps. Lie down. Facing the dense beams of light under their heads, the army soldiers were all startled. But when their morale was high, how could they retreat before the fight started? Musketeers volley. The opponent has long-range attack methods, and they also have ways to deal with them. Boom. 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 Thousands of soldiers armed with muskets charged and fired volleys at the sacred destroying arrow in the sky. There are only 1,000 people on the other side, and even the amount of long-range attacks is far less than them. They fired thousands of bullets under the salvo. No matter how you look at your opponents, you can't compare to them. The advantage this time lies with them. So, in the sky above the charging Army Corps, sacred arrows and musket bullets collided. Since there are so many of them and they are almost densely connected together, the probability of collision is not low. Seeing this, the Army Corps all thought they were invulnerable, and they only focused on swarming and killing them with all their strength. However, what they don't know is that the Quincy's sacred arrows are not just arrows, but are equivalent to cannonballs in the form of arrows. Boom. 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 A large number of sacred destroying arrows collided with bullets at low altitude, causing a large-scale explosion. In an instant, the army regiment with a size of 10,000 people directly below was blown into a bloody mist. Even the soldiers in the rear who were relatively far apart were ruthlessly thrown away by the strong impact. What's the situation? What happened? Why did it explode? Isn't this an arrow? I saw that at least 2,000 people rushing in front were either killed by the bombing, or their body parts were missing from the bombing, making it worse than death. A large number of soldiers in the rear were all changed by this. They instinctively stopped charging and hesitated on the spot. They were really dumbfounded. This was not a long-range attack arrow at all, because it was as powerful as a cannonball. The number of musket bullets fired in one volley is indeed far greater than that of the opponent, but if they were to compete in terms of power, even if they fired 10 volleys, they would not be able to compete. Although there are only 1,000 people on the opposite side, in the eyes of the army soldiers at this moment, it is like 1,000 humanoid mobile artillery. This time, the Army Corps was afraid to go forward. Admiral Fairman, who was originally confident of winning, also looked a little gloomy. Spread out the formation. Keep hitting me. I will personally raid the formation for you. Fellman was less contemptuous and more solemn. In the past few days, he has been hearing about the unknown and powerful power of the Quincy, but in his opinion, no matter what kind of power it is, it depends on the person. Perhaps the reason why Yhwach, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, is so powerful is because he has cultivated the power of the Quincy to the ultimate. But no matter how you look at these 1,000 people, they are just ordinary soldiers. Even if they are practicing Quincy, how powerful can they be? However, he was immediately slapped in the face and taught him a lesson, which refreshed his intelligence and understanding of the Quincy's power. Even ordinary soldiers of the Invisible Empire have attacks as powerful as cannonballs. As the order came to the ground, Fellman jumped up, flashed through the air, and appeared in front of the Army Corps. Then, as he said, he personally led the soldiers to charge. The Holy Soldier Legion launched several waves of long-range covering strikes from the Holy Destruction Arrow. Although a large number of army soldiers were still killed on the spot, most of the attacks were withstood by Fellman's personal interception. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 5,000 soldiers of the Army Corps arrived in the deep pits of scorched earth. The thousands of soldiers of the Holy Army were still in neat formation, showing no signs of panic. Even though 5,000 enemy soldiers had already rushed less than 100 meters ahead, they finally took action after hearing the order. The Holy Soldiers obey the order and leave no one behind. The flying scythe kick is activated, the spirit suns are clustered together, and a large number of sacred destroying arrows appear. The thousands of soldiers of the Holy Army turned into a white torrent and plunged straight into the formation of the army soldiers like sharp swords. The moment the battle officially started. Boom. 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 The spirit explosions continued to emit violent explosions during the fighting, blowing up the Army Corps and causing them to fall over one after another. Just at the beginning, the sparse Holy Soldier Legion showed a crushing force. Even though the army soldiers were well trained, they did not give the Holy Soldiers the opportunity to conduct long-range bombing, close combat, or outflank. However, with the flying sickle kicks and dynamic blood armor that all the Holy Soldiers knew, the Army Corps was still unable to fight back. It was like a one-sided massacre. Chapter 32. Jadis stared at the Army Admiral Fairman who was coming, and immediately rushed over after giving the order. She could no longer hold back the battle with the strong admiral. Fellman also rushed forward, seeing that his soldiers had no chance of winning. He knew that only by quickly killing the commander of the Holy Army could he be free to win this war. Fairman saw that Jadis dared to charge towards him, and the anger in his heart was completely ignited. Remember my name, Army Admiral Fairman. It would be an honor for you to die in my hands. On the ice and snow, Fellman was running quickly. Tempest kicked to anew. Several vacuum slashes were kicked out in a row, causing a flurry of snowflakes to fly, drawing ravines on the snow, and slashing towards Jadis. Call out! Call out! Call out! Jadis' stubbornness and competitiveness were also aroused, and the lightning bow-shaped annihilation cross in her hand was his sacred bow. Without any intention of evading, he directly fired the sacred arrows and met the vacuum slash head-on. Boom! The two collided at the same time to produce an energy explosion. The heavy snow within 100 meters exploded and filled the air. At this time, Jadis and Fellman started fighting in the heavy snow on flying scythes. Women of the Invisible Empire, die. In the awareness of seeing and hearing, Fellman wrapped his armed fists and feet, and used physical skills to continuously launch fierce attacks on Jadis. Each strike contains 1,000 uniform force, like the collision of a mountain, instantly shaking off heavy snow. Even the thick layer of snow on the ground within 100 meters was shaken away. Boom! 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 Each blow was accompanied by a deafening sonic explosion. He had long observed and judged based on intelligence that the Quincy's power had the advantage of long-range attack. Although there are also patterns that are similar to the weapon color, or even a little better, and can hit elemental entities. But so what? He is a strong male in physical skills. And his opponent was just a petite woman. You can't beat him from the innate advantage. Even if you master the pattern ability, you can't beat him in close combat. Faced with physical attacks that looked like humanoid beasts, Jadis fired several sacred arrows without changing her expression. It was much more powerful than the Holy Soldier Legion, but it was still beaten to death by Fellman's punch. This further strengthened Fellman's judgment. But what he didn't know was that Jadis' sacred destroying arrow was just released conveniently. The next moment, the lightning bow decomposed into spirit seeds and injected them into the arteries of her body. Blood-moving outfit. Directly maxing out Jadis' health and attack. A Quincy who doesn't use the holy killing arrow still has no loss in strength. He waved his seemingly petite fist to meet Fellman's attack. Boom! Two very different fists collided. The deafening collision shattered the air, and air waves visible to the naked eye burst out. What? Fairman's face also visibly froze. Seeing that Jadis, who was fighting with him, did not move at all, she felt very surprised. Although he was not under any pressure, this was completely different from his judgment. The opponent's physique is inherently stronger than his, this is absolutely certain. Not to mention he also has armament haki who is stronger than those two guys Akainu Aokiji. Such a huge gap can really be made up by the lines all over the body? Then there is no distinction between men and women, and training in armament haki, you can directly become a Quincy. Fairman did not believe in evil and continued to attack fiercely. Punch after punch, kick after kick. The fight with Jadis became more and more intense. The bodies were tossed and turned so quickly that they could not be seen clearly with the naked eye, and the radiation range reached a diameter of 1 kilometer. The power of the offensive contest is equally destructive, and dozens of huge deep pits have appeared on the ground. He actually increased his physique to such an extent. What are those blue lines all over the body? Why does it feel so much stronger than my armament haki? A fierce close confrontation took place in just a few moments. But Fairman became more and more unbelievable as he fought. It was unbelievable that Jadis could fight him so close. This was 80% of his physical skills and haki's combat power. As a result, he failed to repel the opponent even one step during the battle. It's going to be tricky now. This woman's strength is probably second only to that Emperor Yhwach. They must be much better than those two guys who defeated Akainu and Aokiji. Fellman was not a fool. After fighting him head-on to such an extent, he had realized that the opponent must be just like him and had some strength that he had not yet shown. Jadis, who had been only focused on fighting, noticed the change in Fellman's mood, and showed a mocking expression driven by her strong desire to compete. Is this all your strength? I don't think the Admiral's combat power is anything more than this. The fight so far has only allowed her to use all the strength of the Quincy's traditional combat methods. There is also the power of the holy words and the holy body that have not been displayed. The most Admiral Fairman can do is to use his holy writing ability. As for the Quincy completing the holy body, don't even think about it. Although Jadis felt a little regretful that she couldn't do her best. However, as the first person in the Invisible Empire to fight against Admiral, as long as she kills him and increases the reputation of the Quincy, she is relatively satisfied. At this moment, although Fellman knew that this was irritating him, he still couldn't help but become angry. Don't underestimate others. My strength is more than this. Because if she wanted to defeat the opponent, she could only try with all her strength. Since this was also the opponent's goal, then she would simply do what she wished. Boom. An extremely powerful momentum bloomed. Fellman didn't hold back at all this time, with almost top-level armament all over his body, turning directly into a humanoid beast with a jet-black luster. At the same time, the sixth form of physical skills was also activated to ultimate, and white mist evaporated from the body, lingering on the surface of the weapon. Then a punch directly created a vacuum, and even the ground was pressed out of a 100-meter large crater. Jadis's eyes were full of eagerness, and she couldn't wait to come forward to receive the punch. Boom. Really powerful. The excited Jadis felt the powerful impact of the rampage. Switch from offense to defense, switch to static blood equipment. Physical defense is pulled to ultimate. At the same time, his body was forced to fly backwards by the impact. A large sacred arrow was fired from a distance, and the ferocious impact produced a strong explosion. The voice of high fighting spirit sounded in the air. That Admiral, is this what you want? Then I will reluctantly take it seriously. Chapter 33. More seriously? Are you so reluctant to do so? Fairman suddenly became furious, and his momentum became 3 points more fierce. After all, he is an admiral. When has he ever been humiliated like this? 6 King's Spear. Fairman immediately jumped up and made a move. Bang. The ground with a diameter of 100 meters collapsed directly. The body looked like a meteorite falling in the opposite direction and rushed forward, making sure not to give Jadis any chance to breathe. Boom. After a sound like dragons roaring and tigers roaring. Fellman moved closer to his fists in front of him, and a shockwave with a diameter of 10 meters emitted a terrifying aura. White air waves spread through the air along the way, accurately covering Jadis. The power of this move is so powerful that even strong men at the same level would not be able to handle it head-on. Fairman was so confident that even if Jadis still had some strength left, she would never be able to block this move. Of course, he also knew that it was impossible to defeat the opponent with this move alone, but it was enough to make the opponent pay some price. Faced with the oncoming violent wind, the terrifying shockwave from Fellman was enough to destroy a mountain. Instead of being surprised at all, Jadis showed a very eager expression. Holy words thunder. This level of attack power is enough for him to use the holy text ability. She couldn't wait for this. The ability imprinted deep in the soul is activated, and the blood-moving equipment that increases physical strength and attack strength is also maintained at its peak. The lightning bow in Jadis's hand appeared again, and thunder that was also blue but completely different from the spirit child burst out with crackling sounds. Directly choose a frontal attack with a lightning beam that is also 10 meters in diameter. Zhyla. Zhyla. Brutal lightning pierced the air, and even the temperature began to rise. The shockwave also collided with the lightning. There was a loud bang. A ball of energy explosions with a diameter of 100 meters rose directly on the battlefield where the two of them were. The strong aftermath and impact carried flying snow and broken soil in all directions. At least all the heavy snow within a radius of several thousand meters was swept away. The ground is also overwhelmed with ravines and ravines. Is this thunder and lightning? She still has devil fruit powers. Seeing that the strongest blow from his own physical skills was so easily defused, Fairman really couldn't remain calm anymore, and a shocking emotion arose deep in his heart. The opponent's ability to resist his attack was obviously no longer the strength shown by the Quincy, but pure lightning energy. This ability is actually not too rare on the sea. But what shocked him was the intensity of the thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning that could easily counter his attack would definitely not be weaker than the Quincy's power. In other words, the opponent not only possesses powerful Quincy power, but also possesses equally powerful lightning abilities. No wonder I have the confidence to say arrogant words that are difficult to be serious. At this moment, it was too late for Fairman to continue being shocked, because Jodi's attacks were already coming one after another. Large holy Miyat. How many great holy bows. Thunder strike. Jodi's unleashed her madness and launched an onslaught. The spirit sun cluster and thunder cooperated to fully display its power. Every blow was no less impressive than Fairman's Six Kings spear. Even though Fairman was at his best, he was beaten back and forth. Boom. 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 In the continuous violent output, earth-shattering explosions wreaked havoc in a wide area. Hateful. Fairman had long since given up the idea of trying to defeat Jodi's. At this moment, he was completely horrified and felt as if his opponent had changed into a different person. Only then did he realize that the previous battle was really just the opponent playing with him. This kind of power is terrifying, and for him, it is the strongest offensive of a full-strength physical attack. There are endless attacks in Jodi's hands, and it's really as if they cost nothing. One shot after another without stopping, and there is no need to consume or build momentum at all. Jodi stood on flying scythes in mid-air, looking very majestic. This completely made Fellman see the Quincy's methods. Boom boom boom. I don't know how many continuous terrorist explosion shockwaves have been superimposed. Fairman was already overwhelmed. Even if most of them were dodged by him, the impact came from all directions. Not only was he embarrassed by the explosion, he couldn't even bear the color of his weapons, and most of his body was exposed. Moreover, he had to resist some of the attacks that he couldn't avoid head-on. With no chance to breathe at all, Fellman was beaten to the point where he was bleeding and vomiting. Seeing that Fairman no longer had any trump cards, Jodi's became a little disappointed and stopped her ruthless bombardment. On the ground, after the endless smoke and dust dissipated, the kilometer-wide area that had turned into deep pits and scorched earth could no longer be blocked. If this is all you have, then I'm sorry, you can go die. Jodi stood bravely in mid-air, and the spirit and lightning were merging with each other and pouring into the short bow in her hand. The unparalleled terrifying energy aura radiated out without concealment, and the one targeted and locked by the energy machine was the injured Fellman. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Why is she, a woman, so strong? At this moment, Fellman was so tense that he didn't dare to move. The danger warning brought by seeing and hearing S*X made him extremely frightened. If it were a man, he would definitely not be as unwilling as he is now, but the one who can defeat him and kill him at any time is a woman. In the distance, the melee between the Holy Soldier Legion and the Army Corps also ended. The result was the same as here, the Holy Army Corps won a complete victory with a crushing attitude, and the Army Corps was mercilessly annihilated. Not even a body was left behind, they were all wiped out in the sacred destruction arrow. There is no doubt that if Fellman continues to stay, there will be only death. After glancing at Jodi's, Fairman moved suddenly, punched with all his strength, and then burst out as fast as he could. Boom. The air vibrates. In the blink of an eye, he escaped hundreds of meters away. It's so bad I can't escape. Ganon shockwave. Jodi's reluctantly sent the final blow. The fusion technique of the spirit sun clustering and the holy text ability, thunder, takes into account and superimposes the holy destroying arrow and the shockwave of lightning. There was a loud bang. Behind Jodi's, layers of counter-shock force swayed, creating air waves. The dazzling Ganon shockwave streaked across the sky like a shooting star. It accurately hit Fairman, who was hundreds of meters away. Rumble. An extremely huge mushroom cloud of energy explosion rose. Fairman's aura disappeared instantly from Jodi's Riotsu perception. All resistance was in vain, and there was no time to make any movement. Chapter 34. Successful kill. And an admiral too. Although it's not very strong. But he is also the first person to have such a record. Amid the earth-shattering explosion, Jodi's showed a victorious smile. The one in the distance just crushed the star metal, and Durag, who was a tool throughout the entire process, was immersed in shock. Like the dead Fellman, he not only saw the powerful striking ability of the Quincy's power, and he also saw Raiden, whose power was different from that of a Quincy, and whose abilities were similar to those of Logia Devilfruit. Durag watched the whole battle and was stunned. I really didn't expect that the Quincy's power could allow a woman who is petite and whose innate advantages are not as good as those of men to achieve such powerful strength. And that violent thunder full of destructive power, Darag really wanted to say that it was really incompatible with Jati's. But he just complained about it in his heart. After all, the fate of Army Admiral Fairman, who is not much different from him in strength, has already been decided. In this way, all the enemies were wiped out. Jati slowly fell down, and the holy soldiers also came closer. Upon seeing this, Darag took out the phone bug and called it back to Vegapunk. After a moment, formations lit up on the ground, and Vegapunk appeared together with Gaisekulang. Very good. Bakimo is really safe. As soon as Vegapunk appeared, he saw the spirit child barrier and the 1,000-meter giant crater in the distance. Anyone who knows about the Invisible Empire should have eliminated the army corps that the 5 elders used to control him. But Gaisekulang doesn't care about these. What he cares about is the authenticity of the teleportation array. After realizing that this is indeed Bakimo, which is far away from Punk Hazard. As a scientific genius, he immediately became excited and enthusiastic. I actually solved the mystery of space. This is incredible. If he was most interested in the bloodline factor before, now he has to add the space technology of the Invisible Empire. Jati's walked towards Vegapunk. Now that everything has been taken care of, come back with me and pay your dues. Vegapunk nodded without hesitation, and Drago quickly walked over. Even Gaisekulang couldn't wait to hear this. Me. And I, too, will go back with you. Jati's was too lazy to care about this and was about to activate the teleportation array. But at this moment a sudden change occurred. Buzz buzz buzz. An extremely terrifying and unfamiliar aura suddenly appeared on the machine island. Go back. Going back where? The arrogant people of the Invisible Empire and Vegapunk, Gaisekulang, and Darag. That's great. There is actually Garp's son. Stay all of them. Pay the price for your actions. A black-red 5-pointed star array with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Suddenly, without any warning, he appeared in the giant crater that was 1,000 meters deep. The calm words mixed with rage and murderous intent, and Conqueror's haki, so powerful that it was almost substantial, soared into the sky. Boom. 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 Just the sweeping momentum of Conquerors was stirring up fierce winds. All the heavy snow within a radius of 10,000 meters was swept away, and even the forest 10,000 meters away was blown away and a large number of trees broke waist high. Who? Jati's frowned and immediately released Ryotsu to counterattack. But under the impact of this terrifying Conquerors, her Ryotsu was actually at a disadvantage. This surprised Jati's, and her expression immediately became serious. This seems to be an incomparably powerful enemy. There was suppressed excitement in his solemn eyes. 5 elders. Gaisekulang immediately heard the voice of the person coming and was so frightened that he jumped 3 feet high. Satan Saint. He came in person. Vegapunk and Darag were equally shocked. This completely exceeded their expectations. I never expected that 5 elders would end up in person. And that's not even the point. The key is how to get in when the machine island is protected by a barrier. Then they all noticed the huge formation pattern and were shocked again. Why does this thing look so similar to the teleportation array of the Invisible Empire? Could it be that the world government also has teleportation arrays? Except for Jati's, all 3 of them were shocked by this idea. I could see the center of the 5-pointed star pattern blooming with black and red light in the distance. Saint Satan in 5 elders is slowly rising at the moment. The first thing to be exposed is the forehead, followed closely by the head and face. The ferocious scars on his face showed that Sartan was calm and self-reliant, and his long-standing aura of being in a position of superiority made people dare not look directly at him. 5 elders. Jati's carried the terrifying Conqueror's impact, her eyes fell on Saint Satan's face, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. This is already the territory of the Invisible Empire. Even if you are a 5 elders who trespasses, you will still have to pay the price. Staring at Saint Satan, whose head had just emerged from his body, Jati's had no reservations. As soon as the spiritual beam of light rose into the sky, all its strength exploded. Complete the Eucharist. Thunder of God. Above the 100-meter-high spirit sunlight pillar, a circular cross sign appeared. Jati's whole body was bathed in it, a 5-pointed star of spirit appeared above her head, and multiple lightning wings crackled behind her. Her strength was instantly improved in all aspects, and the spirit sun cluster was filled up. She was a holy slave, the absolute subordinate of spirit sun. The holy riding ability, Thunder, is equivalent to the Zanpakuto Bankai held by Shinigami. The strongest peak state of one's own strength. Darag was immediately numb when he saw this scene. Is this the true strength of the sister? Jati's, whose strength had greatly increased, and Ryotsu, who was huge and powerful, directly overtook Conquerors and pushed it back. Then, collapsed. Court death. Saint Satan was stunned for a moment. Then he became furious, and then Conquerors swept out again, rushing to break through with an even more overwhelming and invincible attitude. However, Jadis had no intention of competing with him. Destroy by electrocution. Directly use the ultimate move in the holy body state. A terrifying move that can carry out large-scale destruction. The palm raised high above his head suddenly swung down towards Saint Satan. Zhyla. Zhyla. Crackling. Boom. The holy text ability Thunder, which was brought into ultimate use, showed unparalleled brutality. In the black and red 5-pointed star pattern, the sky above the head of Saint Satan. A beam of thunder and lightning with a diameter of 100 meters fell from the sky. The dazzling electric light illuminated almost everything around it. He directly shrouded Saint Satan, who had not yet completed the teleportation, under his head. You dare. Saint Satan lost his composure and was so angry that conquerors almost lost control. A mass of dark flowing liquid seeped out from the skin, forming a defensive shield above the head. Boom. But the next moment, the thunder beam drowned everything. With the explosion that destroyed the world, it spread. The ground within a radius of 10,000 meters directly collapsed into pieces of soil and was completely annihilated. The strong light produced by the thunderous explosion almost illuminated the entire machine island. The black and red 5-pointed star pattern was overwhelmed. It exploded into pieces with a bang. The conquerors that filled the air also dissipated. Only the furious voice of Saint Satan, who collapsed midway through the transmission, echoed. Invisible Empire. Wait for me. Chapter 35. When the earth-shattering super-energy explosion disappeared. In the huge pit of 10,000 meters, the black and red 5-pointed star pattern and the figure of Saint Satan disappeared. Everything on the ice and snow plane returned to silence. Vegapunk, Gaisekulang, and Durag were horrified that the 5 elders ended up personally, with expressions of horror on their faces. It's like it's printed on your face. The 5 elders were repulsed. Saint Satan arrived with unprecedented strength and conqueror's spirit. He didn't show up completely and was beaten back just after he showed his head. This. Faster come, faster gone? Durag and the other 3 didn't know what to say. What was a blessing to them was a great shame to Saint Satan. He must be furious in Pangu City right now, right? Dalag and the others swallowed, and then glanced at Jadis, who was in the complete state of the holy body. This is such a fierce group. A direct, terrifying blow to the 5 elders' heads. And it is called the perfect holy body state. Is this the ultimate form of Quincy's power? It's so powerful that it's so terrifying. After that, thousands of soldiers from the Holy Army were responsible for guarding Punk Hazard and Bakimo. Jadis and Busby returned to Silver Frame City through the Spirit Sun teleportation array with Durag, Vegapunk Guy SA and Kulan. Holy Land rejoice, in the city of Pangaea. Boom. Suddenly there was a violent turmoil. All the buildings in the Holy Land trembled violently. All of a sudden, the celestial dragons, who only knew how to enjoy themselves, were shocked and thought it was an earthquake. Only those who are powerful, such as senior officials of the world government, know that this huge movement came from the depths of Pangu City where the 5 elders are located. In the 5 elders conference hall at this time, a small black and red 5-pointed star pattern has collapsed into pieces. The other 4 among the 5 elders had expressions of astonishment on their faces, and looked at the large human-shaped hole at their feet in surprise. Under their noses, Saint Satan was knocked back from the teleportation array, then crashed through the solid floor and fell to the floor below. Hateful. Damn it. Saint Satan flashed and returned to the 5 people, his eyes full of murderous intent, and he let out an angry cry. Above his head, the black shield turned into liquid fluid, penetrated into his skin and returned to his body. The big hand with protruding veins tightly grasped the crutch, and he immediately raised the crutch and was so angry that he wanted to punch it on the floor. Satan. That's enough. The leader, Nasjuro Sei, casually used the first-generation demon sword Kaiditsu to resist the crutches. If Saint Satan were to attack him with such anger, I am afraid that the huge Pangu City would be unable to bear it and turn into ruins. Saint Satan calmed down a bit after hearing this, snorted unhappily, and sat back on the sofa. Just the thought of him being beaten back, especially under the watchful eyes of Vegapunk Durag and other people who had no dealings with the world government. The anger in my heart cannot be calmed down for a long time. Okay, Satan. Tell me. What happened? The eyes of Nashao Langsheng and the other 4 people were solemn and curious at the same time. I also understand how Saint Satan felt when he was beaten back before the teleportation was completed. Saint Satan's face looked ugly, but he still said in a low voice. The intelligence record has been updated. Quincy not only has the power called Spiritual Sun, but may also have elemental abilities similar to Logia. And there is a move called Perfect Holy Body, which seems to be a stronger form of Quincy's power, which can greatly improve the strength in all aspects. After hearing these words, the 4 saints of Nashulang could not help but be shocked. Then Saint Satan analyzed it in detail with a gloomy face, and the other 4 people nodded and thought while listening. Complete holy body. Knights of the Star Cross. Saint Nashulang muttered in a low voice. Although Saint Satan came to Bakimo this time and was not completely destroyed, he still learned a lot of useful and important information. The Knights of the Star Cross are obviously the high-end combat group of the Invisible Empire. In addition to the first two more people appeared now. It seems that this Invisible Empire is indeed hidden very deep. He wanted to see if there were any more hidden things to kill. Yinjia City, the Palace of Ice. After successfully taking down Punk Hazard and Bakimo, Yhwach's ears continued to hear the sound of increasing reputation value one after another. Host, Yhwach. Template, Yhwach, 44%. Force, Invisible Empire. Reputation value, 1510238. Yhwach was also very happy to see the reputation value soaring so fast, and the increase was so large for the first time. I just took the opportunity to spend heavily again to fill in the deficiencies in all aspects of the Invisible Empire. Yhwach opens the list of members of the Knights of the Star Cross. After swiping for a while, I quickly made my choice and just unlocked it. Ace Not, Dolisk Belch, this time it's the three of you who will decide. Ding. Spending 100,000 reputation points, Ace Little has been unlocked. Ding. Spending 100,000 reputation points, Giselle Jules has been unlocked. Ding. Spending 100,000 reputation points, Jerome Kisbat has been unlocked. Yhwach directly talks about the embodiment of three people. In the ice hall, three groups of spirits suddenly gathered in the originally empty space, and three different figures appeared. The man was strong and burly, with a head full of yellow curly hair that grew back, and his face was so fierce that he looked like a monster. It is none other than the Knights of the Star Cross, Jerome Kisbat. Codename R, the ability of holy writing, Roar. The other person has waist-length black hair and two cockroach-like hairs on top of his head. He looks a bit beautiful and looks like a woman. Yes, he is a man. Knights of the Star Cross, Giselle Jules. Codename Z, holy writing ability, Zombie. The last person has long black hair and strangely has no eyebrows or mouth. He is tall and thin with slender fingers. He is also a man who looks a bit like a woman. Knights of the Star Cross, Ace Little. Codename F, holy writing ability, Fear. See your majesty. The three of them knelt down to worship. After being excused by Yhwach, they stepped aside. And Yhwach is checking the new abilities unlocked after the template progress was improved just now. Ding. Progress increased to 53%. Ding. Unlock abilities and bloodline blessings. Just now, the three members of the Star-Crossed Knights directly contributed 9 points to his template progress. Yhwach felt the power of Ryotsu and others rising, and then clicked on the ability and bloodline blessing. Just by looking at the name, he had a hunch that it was definitely related to the previous bloodline gift. As expected. Yhwach saw the ability annotation. Bloodline blessing, based on 1% of the number of mixed blood Quincy, after host uses this ability on the target will become a pure blood Quincy. Chapter 36. Come on. Exploding gold. Yhwach was simply overjoyed. An upgraded version of bloodline gift. Take 1% of the number of mixed blood Quincy and make them pure blood Quincy. This is a pure blood Quincy. Either the hybrid Quincy who has the highest upper limit or is a high-level holy soldier. You must know that the upper limit of a pure blood Quincy is the Holy Word Knight of the Star-Crossed Knights. Of course, this is only the theoretical upper limit. Whether you can become a Holy Word Knight depends on your own talent. Even if you can't become a Holy Word Knight, you can still become an adjutant of the Holy Word Knight as long as your talent is decent. As for formal knights and trainee knights, as long as they are pure-blooded Quincy, they can basically do it as long as they work hard to practice. Therefore, the arrival of the ability of Bloodline Blessing can be said to be very useful. Not only can it speed up the practice of the people of the Invisible Empire, and reach the point where they are officially capable of combat. It can also raise the strength level and upper limit of outside Quincy, making better preparations for the future sainthood. Thinking of this, he immediately opened a list of Invisible Empire buildings and directly selected the 2 landmark buildings he had thought of. Unlock the Holy Soldier Training Camp, Ministry of Science and Technology, and Star-Cross Academy. Ding. After spending 200,000 reputation points, the Holy Soldier Training Camp has been unlocked. Ding. Spending 200,000 reputation points, the Ministry of Science and Technology has been unlocked. Ding. After spending 300,000 reputation points, Star-Cross Academy has been unlocked. He had long wanted to unlock these 3 buildings in Yinjia City, but he had been unable to do so due to various restrictions before. Now, Vegapunk can definitely handle it. The evolution of the bloodline blessing into a pure blood Quincy also solves the situation of having only a mixed blood Quincy. Isn't it time to unlock these 3 buildings? Ministry of Science and Technology, Needless to say too much about this, it is definitely needed for the research and development of Vegapunk. The main reason is that it contains a variety of advanced scientific research facilities, not only in line with the technology tree of the pirate world, but also in line with the Quincy technology tree. The Holy Soldier Training Camp is the Holy Soldier Reserve established by Kaluja to train talented hybrid Quincy civilians. After passing the full set of training, you can officially become a member of the Holy Soldier Legion. As the name suggests, Starcross Academy has the same function as the Holy Soldier Training Camp, the place where all pure-blood Quincy are trained. After graduation, they directly join the Knights of the Star Cross. The lowest starting point is a trainee knight who is higher than a higher-level Holy Soldier. However, the reason why Yhwach unlocked these two buildings is not just because of the current necessity. More importantly, the Holy Soldier Training Camp and Starcross Academy from the system can provide learning and training bonuses for the Quincy affiliated with the Invisible Empire. Yhwach took a deep breath, with a smile on his face, and chose to let the system materialize. Boom. Boom. This was followed by two deafening huge movements that made the ground tremble. Holy Soldier Training Camp, Starcross Academy, Department of Science and Technology. Three huge buildings appeared out of thin air in Yinjia City. Like the original Tree of Omniscient, it is quite spectacular and can be seen no matter where you stand in the entire Yinjia City. Countless civilians were amazed when they saw this, and then dispersed to do their own things. They have long been accustomed to these things, as long as they know that this is His Majesty's method. After the manifestation was completed, Yhwach spent all his remaining reputation points and manifested another wave of 3,000 holy soldiers of various grades. In addition to Silver Shelf City, the current Invisible Empire also has to manage and patrol Punk Hazard and Bakimo. The original number of holy soldier legions was stretched thin, and they could only be replenished by consuming reputation points. After the first batch of people are trained in the Holy Soldier Training Camp, there will be no need to spend reputation points on it. At this time, the lines of the Spirit Teleportation Formation lit up in the main hall of the Ice Palace. Jotties and Busby came back with the three Drugs. As soon as he appeared, he saw three new faces of Ace Lituk who had just been realized. Vegapunk, Durag was shocked again. With their pure white military uniforms and boots and pure white hooded cloaks, they recognized the uniforms of members of the Knights of the Star and Cross. At the same time, the two also learned that the Knights of the Star Cross were a high-end combat group of the Invisible Empire. And he is qualified to stand on the Ice Palace, and he is as strong as Jotties and Busby. It's really unfathomable. How many people of this level are hidden in the Invisible Empire? That's a lot you already know right now, right? Durag took a breath. Not even Marine has such a large number of top experts. Why does it seem like there is no money required in Invisible Empire? For the first time, he felt that the monster talent he was so proud of was nothing. Later, after Gaddies and Busby were revived, Vegapunk and Gaisakulan chose to join the Invisible Empire at the same time. Durag thought for a moment and chose to join. At this time, he actually had the idea of establishing a revolutionary army. Just considering that the behemoth world government is not easy to overthrow, I have been hesitating. However, the emergence of the Invisible Empire, its powerful strength, and its style of not exploiting the civilians under its rule even gave the civilians the opportunity and strength to practice cultivation. All this gave Durag hope. The most critical thing is the conflict between the Invisible Empire and the world government. Sooner or later there will be a war. Simply follow the Invisible Empire to fight against the world government. If you can succeed in the future, it will be natural. Even if he fails, he can build up a revolutionary army again and continue fighting against the world government. Even if the Invisible Empire deteriorates after its success, he can still follow this idea. Meet Vegapunk, Gaisakulan, and the addition of Durag. Yhwach waved his hand directly and used blood blessing on the three of them. In the main hall, densely dense azure blue spiritual beings appeared and gathered together. Vegapunk, who became a hybrid Quincy in Punk Hazard and Bakimo respectively, Gaisakulan and Durag clearly felt the massive amount of spirit seeds pouring into their bodies. The power belonging to the Quincy has been greatly increased in the body. They also had an inexplicably thorough understanding of the gathering and understanding of spiritual beings. They were able to construct a small sacred destroying arrow even in such a short period of time before they had time to practice. There is also the blood armor that floods into the mind and is engraved in the memory, and the body immediately uses it instinctively. Your Majesty. This is. The three of them looked at Yhwach with disbelief on their faces. The power of the Quincy's dynamic blood armor, which was directly engraved in the memory and instantly mastered by the body, shocked them once again. They all knew about the battle where the Invisible Empire repelled Marine Buster Call. The kind has the same effect as the weapon color, but is even better, and can hit elemental blood equipment. I thought that even among Quincy, it was a power only possessed by the strong. As a result, now they don't even have to learn. Just mastered it out of thin air? Although the intensity is still very low, the power is still very weak, and the effect is not very great. But this was enough to shatter their cognition. Yhwach smiled softly, very satisfied with the three people's reactions. This is a pure blood Quincy. Dynamic and static blood armor is a skill that is innate, and cannot be compared to hybrids that can only be mastered through acquired training. Yhwach smiled and patiently explained the difference between the two. Durag and others were all shocked in their hearts. Chapter 37. Then, Durag chose to go to Starcross Academy to have a look. The advantage is that he is extremely talented and powerful. After becoming a pure blood Quincy, this is the most suitable place for him. Vegapunk and Guy Sakuran definitely went to the Ministry of Science and Technology. He also actively mentioned that he wanted to study teleportation arrays, obviously attracted by the mystery of space. Yhwach directly constructed a large number of miniature teleportation arrays that could be used for research and experiments on the spot and gave them to them. Because the current Invisible Empire does not have much funds, it is just right for them to study the ready-made teleportation array first. No matter whether it can be successful or not, wait until funds are obtained before changing the project. After a while, the three of them retreated. Yhwach stood where they were just now. Soul sharing is really useful. Before the three Vegapunks retreated, he activated his ability, soul distribution and contact healing, by tapping his shoulder. It was just as successful as expected. Although they do not show any obvious physical disabilities, it does not mean that they have none at all. Because no one is perfect physically or mentally. There will be some minor problems more or less. It can be a mild psychological obsessive-compulsive disorder or a trivial allergic reaction physically. All of these are enough for soul distribution and contact healing to be used successfully. He will gain access to all the knowledge, experience, technology, and abilities that Vegapunk and Guy Sakuran will learn in the coming years. The same is true over Durag. So no matter from any aspect, Yhwach has no worries at all. After that, Yhwach used Blood Blessing on the Holy Soldier Reserve Group led by Yhwach and all evolved into pure blood Quincy. These more than 10,000 preparatory Holy Soldiers selected from the more than 1 million mixed blood Quincy civilians in Yhwach City are inherently talented people. It is exactly in line with the ratio of the number of mixed blood and pure blood Quincy within the scope of Yhwach City. Simply let them become pure blood Quincy and enter Starcross Academy so that the Holy Word Knights can teach and graduate as soon as possible. In order to fill up a group of trainee knights for the Knights of the Starcross. As well as Punk Hazard and Bakimo, Yhwach also asked Busby and Jotties to go and select civilians who had the talent to become pure bloods. After bringing them back to Yhwach City to complete the bloodline blessing, they were uniformly admitted to Starcross Academy. Although the two islands have a combined population of less than 1 million due to world government or climate reasons. However, the upper limit of pure blood Quincy is higher, and it can definitely be regarded as the middle strength of the Invisible Empire. Even if the number is small, don't give up. It will play a big role when it grows up. As for the Holy Soldier training camp, Yhwach could only ask Kaluja to choose again from these three islands. After taking care of these matters, other things immediately arise to worry about. If you want to find a way to make money, such a big empire cannot survive without Bailey. Although the Invisible Empire seems to be very good now, with many landmark buildings and high-end combat capabilities, it really doesn't have much money. And Yhwach's original intention to recruit Vegapunk was precisely the Virgin of Fire that required a lot of money to develop. Don't underestimate the power of technology, just like the devastating power of the Madonna of Flame. Yhwach feels that no one in the Invisible Empire can resist it except him, and everyone who encounters it will definitely die. That's why I grabbed Vegapunk. This extremely threatening power must be in my own hands. Otherwise, no one can predict that one day in the future, he will lead the Invisible Empire and almost kill the world government. As a result, Vegapunk developed the Madonna of Flame, and by then everything was in vain. Yhwach thought about it, and after a while, he called Masculine and ordered. Issuing an announcement in the name of the Invisible Empire to initiate open trading of Quincy power. 10 million belly for a half-blood Quincy and 100 million for a pure-blood Quincy. After Yhwach explained some more. As you command, Your Majesty. Masculine saluted respectfully and immediately went to get started. Early the next morning, very efficient. Almost as soon as powerful people and forces from all sides learned that the Invisible Empire had seized the two islands of Punk Hazard and Bakimo from the world government. Just when I was about to be shocked. The Invisible Empire's official announcement of a public transaction of Quincy power came shortly after. This news can be said to come out of the blue, leaving powerful people and forces on all sides with no time to be shocked by the information about the loss of world government territory. It directly means that they attach great importance to the public trading of Quincy power. You know, they are having a headache about this. All the intelligence personnel dispatched were lurking in Yhwach City, racking their brains to find a way, but there was no progress at all. The public deal announced by Invisible Empire could not have come at a better time. Powerful people and forces from all sides quickly mobilized funds and sent important cadres and members to Yinjia city to prepare for the transaction. The Kingdom of Germa, the Don Quixote family, the Beasts Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, etc. are all no exception. New World Waters, Moby DK. Whitebeard Newgate was in its heyday, drinking from large barrels. Marco, Bailey is ready. The heroic words spread. Marco jumped from the auxiliary boat filled with Bailey. Dad, it's been done a long time ago. It's just that we are a little poor, so I'm afraid we can't compare with others. Newgate laughed loudly and didn't care. After all, as we all know, most of the proceeds are sent back to his hometown. Gula la la. It's okay, Marco. The Invisible Empire is not sold cheaply. No one is taken advantage of. It is impossible to trade in large quantities from the beginning. Although in the deal announcement, Invisible Empire detailed the differences between half-bloods and pure-bloods, as well as the lower and upper limits of the two. But who doesn't have the idea of trading some first to see if they can crack the secret and achieve something that they can master? It's Dad's brain that works so well, it seems like this is really the case. Marco then set off without his own troops. Instead, they brought along a second team with stronger overall strength. After all, there is no room for error with so many Baileys. Holy Land rejoice, in the city of Pangaea. Saint Nashulang also ordered. Tell all the participating countries to go and trade. This is a great time to figure out the secret of the Quincy's power and thus find their weaknesses. The other 4 people all nodded in agreement. Not just that. There are many other pirate forces and non-franchised countries. Once they gained the power of the Quincy, the world government remained indifferent. Based on the advantages and characteristics of the Quincy's power, the strength of these forces will surely increase greatly. Therefore, the world government not only wants to trade, but also wants to be the one with the largest number of transactions. One is to improve the strength below, and the other is to conduct a lot of research. But we cannot take the initiative, we need to let the franchise countries do it for us. Chapter 38. The same country of flowers in the eastern sea of West Blue. The contemporary pillar of the Babao Navy, the captain of the violent pirate group, and the territory of Jian's Haiqiang. Qing Jiao was also shocked by the Invisible Empire that had just emerged as a neighbor to her family. No, the announcement of the Quincy's power trade was just issued. Qing Jiao is raising funds to make the trip in person. But before we set off, an accident happened. Lord Dongliang, someone from the Invisible Empire is here, claiming to be the Knights of the Star Cross, Giselle Jules. There were crew members running in hurriedly shouting outside. What? Is there someone from the Invisible Empire? And he's a member of the Knights of the Star Cross. The green pepper was just a surprise. What are the people from the Invisible Empire doing here? And he is also a member of the Knights of the Star Cross. He knows that this is the high-end combat group of the Invisible Empire. Although this is the first time I have heard of this person, among the people currently recorded in the intelligence, the weakest one is Marine Candidate Admiral. Moreover, this is not very detailed and specific information, and the actual combat power is likely to be stronger than this. Qing Jiao hurriedly went out to greet him personally. He didn't want to offend the Invisible Empire. After a while, there was a high-level reception. Qing Jiao looked at Giselle Jules, who looked very much like a woman, and asked with no contempt in her heart. Excuse me, Your Excellency Giselle, why did you come to see me? He has absolutely nothing to do with the Invisible Empire, and he has no idea what the other party's purpose is in coming to him. Giselle had 2 stupid hairs on her head and always had an easygoing smile on her face. He explained to Qing Jiao the intention of using the Quincy's power to trade the iceberg treasure. The corresponding Quincy power will be traded based on the value of the iceberg treasure. As soon as these words came out, King Jiao's face changed. What? Trade for iceberg treasure? This is the wealth accumulated by generations of leaders of the Babao Navy. Amazing value. He is regarded as his lifeblood. Although he was originally planning to go to the Invisible Empire to trade the power of the Quincy. But he has no intention of using the iceberg treasure to trade. Not to mention the value of the iceberg treasure and its importance in his heart. It is this Quincy's power that is extremely powerful in the Holy Soldier Legion and Star-Crossed Knights of the Invisible Empire. But without experiencing it personally, who can guarantee that one of their own will be able to practice to such a powerful level? Moreover, he also had the idea of trying to see if he could decipher and master the secret of the Quincy's power. What if he was really successfully mastered, would he have to pay such a high price to trade? Isn't this just a case of being taken advantage of? Your Excellency Giselle, this is really... King Jiao's expression was full of hesitation whether to refuse directly. But the words haven't been spoken yet. Giselle interrupted with a chuckle. Don't refuse in a hurry. Green pepper pillar can feel it before talking. A drop of azure liquid fluid flew out from the fingertips. This is... Qing Jiao was a little surprised. This is the source of Quincy's power, the spiritual blood that can make people become Quincy. And this drop has been blessed by His Majesty, and it can make people directly become pure blood Quincy. Giselle explained. The astonishment on King Jiao's face turned into astonishment. I didn't expect that the source of Quincy's power is actually a drop. Spiritual blood. Qing Jiao stretched out her hand to grab the drop of spiritual blood. It penetrates directly into the body through the skin the moment it is touched. This is. The next moment, King Jiao's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing an incredible look. With great talent and strength, he felt an unknown force surge out of his body in an instant. And with the memory in his mind, information about abilities such as spirit sun clustering and blood equipment emerged. This Quincy's power was still growing. In a blink of an eye, it became strong enough to initially master the level of spiritual sun clustering and blood equipment, and then gradually stopped rising. A sound of scandium. King Jiao's body instinctively unfolded its blood armor. The azure blue spirit lines are shining all over the body. Several consecutive small sacred destruction arrows were easily constructed. You actually mastered it directly. How can this be? King Jiao's whole body was trembling uncontrollably, and his face was full of disbelief. This is comparable to Armed Color but much simpler than Armed Color's training threshold, and it can also crack the powerful ability of Logia's elementalization. As long as you become a pure blood Quincy, can you master it so easily and directly out of thin air? The knowledge of cultivation over the years was completely shattered. Even after Qing Jiao was born, why would he practice Armed Color? Wouldn't it be nice to directly become a pure blood Quincy? Although this idea is somewhat absurd, the fact is that it happened to him. Qing Jiao felt it very clearly. It was very difficult to practice the blood armor. It was much easier than the armor color. It was like becoming stronger instinctively. Or looking at it from another angle, it is similar to conquerors. Even if you don't actively practice blood equipment, as your own Ryatsu and strength increase, the blood equipment will gradually become stronger and stronger. This is so unreasonable. King Jiao's eyes widened, and his face quickly became excited. It turns out that this is the reason why the Invisible Empire is so powerful. Everything comes from the power of the Quincy. Unreasonable power. They all want to become top experts, one practices traditional taijutsu haki, and the other becomes a pure blood Quincy. The former may take more than 20 years, while the latter only takes 10 years or even less. With this kind of power, it is inevitable to become stronger and stronger. What is an iceberg treasure? By then, the Babao Navy will be able to easily obtain even more wealth. Under Giselle's gaze, Qing Jiao came back to her senses, blushed, and coughed twice in embarrassment. Cough, cough. I've lost my composure. It's a joke. Then he looked solemn, waved his hand, and changed his order. Trade. Must trade. Start trading now. Say this wave of important things 3 times. The few officers of the Babao Navy who were watching below were stunned. Then, Qing Jiao immediately took action. Seeing that Giselle seemed to be coming alone, he directly mobilized all the crew members of the Babao Navy. The group set off in a mighty and vigorous manner and rushed towards the glacier continent. The Kingdom of Flowers is so big that it took a long time to reach it. There is a glacier on an island, which was not formed due to climate, so its solidity is also amazing. In the entire flower country, except for the cones of green peppers, no one can break open. King Jiao's head was also flattened by Garp the Fist 7 or 8 years ago. This caused him, who loved collecting treasures, to just stare. Fortunately, now the members of the Star-Crossed Knights of the Invisible Empire are here, and their strength is not inferior to that of him before the head cone was smashed. On top of hundreds of miles of glaciers. Qing Jiao stood awkwardly in front of the iceberg treasure, touching the flat-headed all and said awkwardly. Sorry, I almost forgot, my head cone is gone. I have to trouble your excellency Giselle to open it personally. With great fanfare, all members of the Babao Navy were summoned to come and say they were going to open the iceberg treasure. When it arrived, he realized that he had forgotten in his excitement that he couldn't open it without the head cone. And it was in front of members of the Invisible Empire. This really made Qing Jiao blush involuntarily. Giselle didn't mean any jokes, she just kept an easygoing smile. It doesn't matter, let me do it. Putting his hand on top of the iceberg, Ryatsu instantly covered it. The weak point of this solid iceberg was discovered directly by Giselle. Whoosh. The flying sickle kick is activated and disappears in place. The fist flashing with blood-moving armor directly hit the weak spot on the top of the iceberg. Click. Click. On such a huge iceberg, cracks spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, it exploded into pieces. Chapter 39. At the same time, while all members of the Babao Navy were counting the iceberg treasures, the king's capital of flowers, the king's palace, an officer hurriedly came to report. He reported what happened to the Babao Navy to the king of Flower Country. What? Qingjiao wants to hand over the iceberg treasure. Give it to that invisible empire. Are you sure the information is accurate? When the king of Flower Country heard this, he immediately became anxious. As if the iceberg treasure belonged to the royal family. Quickly confirm the authenticity of the message. He didn't think King Jiao's IQ dropped after his head was smashed by marine garp. As a result, the officer's next words made him jump 3 feet high with anger. What? The entire Babao navy has been dispatched and has gone straight to the glacier continent. At this moment, he didn't have any manners like the king of the kingdom of flowers. It's like a startled clown. After being so angry, there comes the extreme anger that follows. Damn green pepper. That is the wealth that belongs to the kingdom of flowers. Who gave him the courage to make decisions without authorization and hand them over to outsiders? The face of the king of Flower Country, who was gritting his teeth in anger, had an extremely gloomy expression, and his eyes were even fierce. As a king, it would be a lie to say that he is not attracted by the iceberg treasure. But that was in the past. When the green pepper head cone was still there, it has been smashed for many years now. Even if the iceberg cannot be broken, who will admit that the treasure is yours? Although he has been unable to open it for the past 7 or 8 years, he cannot stop the greed in his heart. As long as the iceberg treasure is still there, there is a possibility that he can obtain it. But if the iceberg treasure is taken away, there will be no hope at all. The king of the kingdom of flowers looked hard. He could not just watch the treasure being snatched away. This is the country of flowers and his wealth. Immediately summon the Royal Capital Guard Corps to intercept the Babao navy. The next moment, the Royal Capital Guard Corps received the order and pursued the direction where the Babao navy had just left the city. 2 consecutive big movements attracted the attention of the people in the royal capital. They were all curious about what happened and what happened today. On the glacier continent. The people of the Babao navy took a long time to calculate the value of the iceberg treasure. When they learned that the total value was approximately 90 billion belly, the crew members of the Babao navy were all dumbfounded. This is 90 billion belly. In the past, they knew that Qingjiao Dongliang's family had a treasure trove that had been passed down for generations. But I just thought that more than a billion or even billions would end. As a result, there are now close to 100 billion baileys. Sure enough, poverty limits imagination. Even Giselle, who had never had any mood swings and had an easygoing smile on her face, seemed surprised by the comparison. It's a little unexpected. I think His Majesty will also feel that this time has been fruitful. Qingjiao and a few other people on the side stood up proudly when they saw the crowd's reaction. Although their 8 treasure marines do not have as large a territory as the entire kingdom, the violent pirate group is not considered the top group on the sea. But this is accumulated over several generations. Isn't it surprising that there are hundreds of billions of baileys? The people from the Babao navy retreated, and Qingjiao quickly stepped forward and looked at Giselle, her eyes full of eagerness and expectation. Your Excellency Giselle, do you need our help in transporting these treasures? And how do you trade between mixed blood and pure blood powers? The crew members behind him also looked over expectantly. They had all read about the Quincy power of the Invisible Empire from the newspapers. We also know that Master Dongliang paid the iceberg treasure in order to trade the Quincy's power with the entire crew. I won't bother you with transportation. As for the transaction of Quincy's power, why don't I decide on a round number and just calculate it as 100 billion? The 2 stupid hairs on Giselle's head shook as she tilted her head. In fact, he couldn't make the decision at all, it was all left to Yhwach. Huh? Calculated in hundreds of billions. This is really great, thank you, Sir Giselle. Qingjiao and the others did not expect to be hit by such a surprise, and they quickly expressed their gratitude. Then let's start. Giselle paused before she finished speaking, tilting her head and looking in the direction she came from. Qingjiao and others also looked over subconsciously. Boom boom boom. There was a faint sound of treading on the ground along with a slight tremor on the ice. Then add weight quickly. Boom. 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 In the blink of an eye, the sound of stepping on the ground became louder, and the ice began to tremble violently. It seems that trouble has come here. Giselle's voice revealed a little helplessness. King Jiao's good mood disappeared, and she was directly angered by this movement. Damn it, where did this idiot come from? How dare you interrupt my transaction? Soon, holding the flag of the Kingdom of Flowers, 50,000 royal guards arrived in front of the glacier continent. At the head is the Legion commander and the King of Flower Kingdom who came in person. After Qingjiao recognized the other party, she was so angry that she didn't even speak. The King of the Kingdom of Flowers spoke first. Swearing with a crazy expression. Green Pepper. You are so brave. How dare you hand over the wealth belonging to the Kingdom of Flowers to outsiders without my consent? When Qingjiao heard this, her face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Fart, my little girl. What has become the Kingdom of Flowers? This has always belonged to the Babao Navy. Get back here immediately, otherwise I won't be polite. Qing Jiao was not an idiot, so he could naturally see the opponent's plan at a glance, so he now had murderous intent in his eyes. As for King Jiao's shouting words and the murderous intent in his eyes, the king of Flower Country didn't pay any attention at all. His eyes were now extremely greedy, focused on the treasure with no end in sight. Even as the leader of a country, it was the first time for him to see so many treasures. And the iceberg that used to isolate these treasures has broken. Watching these treasures being snatched away, instead of fighting for it, it's simply outrageous. Green Pepper. You, a traitor to the Flower Kingdom, no longer deserve to own the iceberg treasure that belongs to the Flower Kingdom. The guard army obeys the order. Go and snatch the treasure from me immediately. We must not let the wealth of the Flower Kingdom fall into the hands of outsiders. Relying on his 50,000 guard army, but the Babao Navy only has 10,000 soldiers, the king of the Flower Country is steadfast in his oath. The Legion commander had already been dazzled by the treasures everywhere, and after hearing the king's order, he directly took the lead in charging. Army attack. Push it to me. Come on. The same was true for the 50,000 soldiers, with a greedy green light in their eyes, like a group of wild beasts that had discovered their prey. Even the sight of the 8 treasure marines protecting their prey has been ignored, and they have all transformed into money slaves who are not afraid of death. Chapter 40. The scene of 50,000 soldiers charging and killing was like a torrent. Boom. The huge glaciers that stretch for hundreds of miles are shaking. Facing the turbulent and terrifying momentum coming towards him, Qing Jiao was furious and his eyes boiled with murderous intent. Hateful. It's just looking for death. Although the 10,000 crew members of the Babao Navy were also waiting for his order, they were still a little frightened. After all, there were 50,000 people on the opposite side, and it was so dark that you couldn't even see the end. The momentum alone was already very scary. 8 treasure navy, give it to me. Qing Jiao roared out and was about to give the order to fight. It's really troublesome, but this can be considered an unexpected gain. Giselle, who had 2 stupid hairs on her head, flashed. Arriving at the front, he faced the charge of an army of 50,000 men alone. King Jiao's voice stopped suddenly and she looked at Giselle in shock. However, Giselle did not respond, and still had an easygoing smile on her face. Come on. Kill me cruelly, and these treasures will be yours. While saying this, no one noticed that underneath his seemingly easygoing smile, there was a flash of deep helplessness and cunning. What's helpless is that although these soldiers are very weak, the total of 50,000 people is really enough to tire him out. As for cunning, it was his consistent style during combat. The king of Flower Kingdom was undoubtedly even more excited when he heard this. Legion commander, kill him. As long as you kill this woman, I will reward you with 1 billion Baileys. Even at the cost of a reward of 1 billion Baileys. After all, this low price is simply insignificant in the face of treasures worth nearly 100 billion Belly. The disgusting woman who robbed the wealth of my Flower Country. Go to hell for Laozi. The reward of 1 billion Baileys was like a tonic injected into the Legion commander's heart. It directly aroused his fighting spirit and murderous intention from the primitive desires deep in his heart. The Legion commander, who was far more powerful than the soldiers, simply threw away the charging camp and quickly struck Giselle like an arrow that had taken off its string. This wave of operations was witnessed by 50,000 soldiers, and their morale increased greatly. Woman. You actually said I'm a woman. After hearing the words of the King of Flower Kingdom and the Legion commander, the easygoing smile on Giselle's face froze, and her eyes instantly became as bloodthirsty and cold as Lion Majesty. Although he admits that he does look like a woman, he will never allow others to say that he is a woman. He is an absolutely pure man. Are you blind? People who can't even identify their gender don't deserve to live in this world. The Legion commander, who had already reached the front, was subconsciously startled when he saw this. But Giselle hid it deeply and regained her easygoing look in an instant. Is it an illusion? The Legion commander was a little surprised. But now we have entered the best offensive range. Looking at Giselle, who was standing there without even moving, just looking at her and smiling, he slashed her with a knife. Call out. With the sound of the blade breaking, the wind sounded. The Legion commander's eyes became firm again. There was an uncontrollable heat deep in my heart. As long as the opponent is struck with one strike, everything is settled. Poof. Stab. The next moment, the long knife fell and hit Giselle without any hindrance. He cut directly from the left shoulder to the abdomen, almost cutting Giselle in half. Done. Kill him. The Legion commander looked at the scene with bright eyes. There was an unprecedented sense of accomplishment in my heart. There was even an overjoyed look on his face. At the rear, Qing Xiao and the others, as well as all members of the Babao Navy, were all stunned on the spot. Mr. Giselle was cut in half. They thought Giselle stepped forward to deal with an army of 50,000 men. But why does it look like he is going to die now? Especially Qingjiao people were confused. Isn't Giselle a member of the Knights of the Star and Cross? That is the high-end combat group of the Invisible Empire. How could he be cut in half by that bullshit Legion commander who, in his opinion, was a bunch of rubbish in terms of strength? When everyone was confused, they thought Giselle was dead. The familiar voice came again. Oh my! It's really amazing. You almost cut me in half. Giselle's voice was full of feigned surprise. Nanny. The Legion commander saw that Giselle, whose upper body had been separated, could still speak normally as if nothing had happened. This time, he was really shocked. He jumped back suddenly and pointed at Giselle with a look of horror on his face. How can it be? You're not even going to die. The eyes of everyone in Qingjiao also widened. They weren't expecting Giselle to die. It was the huge wound that cut open the upper body, but even the heart was chopped into 2 pieces. This damn thing isn't dead? Still human. Giselle then changed her tone to regret and said. It's still a little bit worse. But it's barely enough. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Giselle's shockingly huge wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The kind that doesn't even have a scar. Perfect healing. Demon. You are not human. You are definitely a devil. The Legion commander looked horrified. Can the fatal wound of the heart being cut in half be healed instantly? This is definitely not what humans should have. It's definitely not something he can kill. He simply turned around and ran away without hesitation. Call out. Blood the size of a drop suddenly spurted out. The Legion commander was accurately hit almost the moment he turned around. Aha. In the midst of extreme fear, the light in his eyes quickly faded, his pupils became dilated, and his skin turned gray. The entire figure maintained an inconsistent and strange posture, as if frozen in place. He was shouting something like human beings, ghosts, or ghosts. What exactly is going on? Qingjiao, who was watching everything clearly from the side, had horrified eyes and was enveloped by a creepy feeling. He clearly sensed that the Legion commander had not suffered any attacks. He was just hit by a drop of Giselle's blood, and then the breath of life disappeared in an instant. What frightened him the most was that he was clearly dead, but he still screamed and moved. At this moment, in King Jiao's eyes, Giselle, who was surrounded by a large mass of scarlet blood, stretched out her hand. The Legion commander actually started moving at the same time. Letting out a menacing cry, he charged towards the 50,000-strong army. Bang! 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 King Jiao's face changed drastically, and she instinctively took a few steps away. Even if he didn't know Giselle well, what happened at this moment was enough for him to see. Giselle, a member of the Knights of the Star Cross, can kill a target through blood contact and then control the body to fight. Is this also the Quincy's ability? Green Pepper had horrifying goosebumps all over his body. This ability is simply impossible to guard against. Even if it were him, he would die without knowing how he died. I couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in my heart. Chapter 41. Legion Commander. Why are you running back? Don't you understand I asked you to kill that woman? The King of Flower Kingdom turned around and left after seeing the Legion Commander slashing with his sword. But the woman was still standing there and alive and well. I couldn't help but let out a burst of angry shouts. 50,000 soldiers felt baffled while charging. However, the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The leader of the zombie army controlled by Giselle can also use the strength and moves he had before he was born. The speed of the oncoming attack was as fast as a sharp sword, and it was inserted into the charging camp of the 50,000-strong army in the blink of an eye. Legion Commander. How are you going? The moment he encountered the oncoming soldiers. The soldier hadn't finished speaking yet. Scandium. The long sword directly sent out a slash several meters long. Poof. He directly cut several soldiers in half without mercy. Scandium. 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 Then the slashes were continuous. Like a tireless killing machine. He rushed into the 50,000-strong army and began to kill everyone he saw. The 50,000 soldiers were immediately frightened by the scene. Oh my god. It's not good. The Legion Commander has rebelled. Run away. They didn't know why the Legion Commander rebelled and started killing his own people. They only know that no one is the opponent of the Legion Commander. If he didn't escape, he would be hacked to death. The wave of soldiers at the front fell into panic. The King of Flower Country at the end was also paralyzed. Is he crazy? That's 1 billion Baileys. Asked him to kill the woman, but instead of killing her, he actually massacred the soldiers. Is this a traitor to the enemy and wants to join forces with the enemy to rob the wealth of his flower country? Thinking of this, The king of Flower Country was so angry that his eyes were splitting. Give it all to Laozi. If anyone can kill them. Not only will Laozi reward him with 1 billion belly, he will also make him a hereditary noble. The almost roaring words spread throughout the battlefield. It is said that there must be a brave man behind a lot of money. This is a truth that has not changed since ancient times. Although the vast majority of the soldiers in the 50,000-strong army are very weak, there are also a few officers whose strength is only lower than that of the legion commander. Hearing that Bailey would not only be rewarded but could also become a hereditary noble, such a reward would not be available in ordinary times even if he died with honor. With the cheers of a handful of officers, the soldiers at the rear of the army directly followed and launched a fierce charge. The frightened soldiers who were killed by the legion commander in front were swept away by the torrent and unable to retreat at all. He had no choice but to be pushed and swarm towards the legion commander in the army. Amidst the shocking shouts of death and courageous roars, as thousands of people came forward one after another, they were hacked and killed by the legions who were tireless like killing machines. The zombie army leader was finally subdued. A large number of soldiers pressed on him like a stack of arhuts, totally unable to break free. At the same time, the more than 40,000 soldiers remaining at this moment were forced to panic. Someone shouted and took the lead. Kill. All the soldiers immediately targeted the iceberg treasure again. He rushed straight in with a surge of morale that soared to the sky. Faced with this scene, Qingjiao not only did not respond hastily. Instead, he took a few steps back with horror in his eyes. Because the big ball of blood lingering around Giselle standing in front of him was afraid that it would bloom all over the sky. He can't turn into a zombie controlled by the other party. The easygoing smile on Giselle's face gradually disappeared, and her eyes were filled with deep helplessness. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. I really don't want to use that move. I'm so tired after all. After saying a few words to himself, the helplessness disappeared. It is difficult to turn more than 40,000 soldiers into zombies at one time. He had to finish using the holy body before he could do it with confidence. But he feels tired after using the holy body, so he always tries not to use it if he can. However, there seems to be no other way. It is better to complete the tasks given by His Majesty Yhwach as soon as possible. And a zombie army of 50,000 is pretty cool when you think about it. A look of anticipation flashed in Giselle's eyes. Although there are no decent strong ones, the numbers are here after all. If he goes back with a zombie army of 50,000 people, presumably even His Majesty Yhwach would have nodded in approval. Complete holy body death of God. In the midst of the shouting of death, Giselle's whisper came out. The extremely powerful Ryotsu is released from the petite body, directly suppressing a radius of 100 miles, covering the entire glacier continent. Seeing this, Qingjiao quickly released conquerors and barely managed to block the Babao navy. But those 40,000 soldiers were not so lucky. No matter how high their morale and momentum were, they were all crushed under this Ryotsu. The brain stimulated by adrenaline suddenly woke up, and they were all shaken to the point of being unable to move by the power that directly hit their souls. Boom. In all the horrified eyes, a pillar of blue spiritual light hundreds of meters high soared into the sky. A circular cross blossoms from its top. Giselle was bathed in a beam of light. A 5-star disc appeared above the head, and a pair of claw-like skull wings stretched out from behind. Feeling that her strength had reached its peak, Giselle decisively launched her ultimate move. Dead Boys Dance Club. The large mass of blood surrounding him divided into 4 parts, and then turned into 4 humanoid blood skeletons that were twisting and dancing. Up, dancing death boys. Turn them all into my zombie army. Kaka. 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 4 humanoid blood skeletons twisted rhythmically. It made a squeaking sound and danced as it faced an army of 40,000 people. Don't be afraid. Just a few skeletons. Are we still afraid of him with more than 40,000 people here? Cheers of encouragement came from the camp, and the soldiers charging at the front gritted their teeth and slashed directly at the blood skeleton. Wow! With a few cuts, the blood skeleton was chopped into dense drops of blood the size of water droplets. The soldiers had no time to rejoice. Uh-huh. 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 These blood droplets the size of water droplets shot out quickly as if they had eyes. Boo-hoo-hoo. What happened? What are these drops of blood? In a moment of panic, all the soldiers came into contact with Giselle's blood, and their screams suddenly stopped. They all disappeared almost at the same time, which seemed extremely strange. What a god. Gudong. Qingjiao was sweating all over as she watched the scene happen, subconsciously swallowing loudly. Because in his perception, more than 40,000 soldiers were there in the blink of an eye. The breath of life disappeared, the skin of the body also darkened, and the eyes immediately collapsed. All turned into Giselle's zombies. Call. I'm really tired. It seems it's better not to use it as much as possible. Looking at her zombie army, Giselle nodded with satisfaction. His face looked a little tired, so he immediately removed the holy body that had only been used for less than a moment. In the rear, the king of Flower Country looked in horror at Giselle, who brought him fear and oppression. After showing such strong strength, he didn't cause any casualties to his guards. Although he didn't understand what was going on, more than 40,000 guardsmen were still there, so he would not be in any danger. Giselle stretched out her hand and pointed at the king of Flower Country, giving instructions to destroy the zombie army controlled by her. Suddenly, "Give me a step." The king of the Kingdom of Flowers had yet to say the order to charge again. Clatter. 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 Only a uniform sound of treading on the ground was heard. The zombie legions turned around at the same time and turned towards the king of Flower Kingdom. "What's the situation? What are you doing to this king?" The king of the Kingdom of Flowers was dumbfounded as his words were stuck in his throat. "Can't you understand this king's order? Attack the enemy immediately." He also clearly sensed something was wrong, and yelled incompetently and furiously. But boom! The zombie army launched a charge and rushed towards him in a mighty manner. "Oh my god! What's the matter? Don't come over, don't come over." It just scared the shit out of the king of Flower Country. Soon, the zombie army didn't even attack, and the king of the Kingdom of Flowers was trampled to death. He couldn't figure it out until his death. Wasn't this his royal capital guard? Why would you turn around and kill him, the king? And the same was true for the previous legion commander. But he also figured it out. The woman who robbed his treasure was definitely not a human being, she was a demon. He did all this. He shouldn't mess with that devilish woman. The king of the Kingdom of Flowers dies. Chapter 42. On the glacier continent. The originally pale ice surface was now dyed blood red. It looks very eye-catching. However, these are not the reasons why the Babao Navy army is trembling. What really shocked and horrified them was being controlled by Giselle. The 50,000 zombie army here was facing the 50,000 zombie army with distracted eyes and aura of death like those of the walking zombies. Terrible. Qingjiao couldn't help but took a few steps back. Even though he knew that these zombies were just waiting for Giselle's instructions, he still instinctively felt the chill in his body from head to toe. He couldn't help but give birth to an idea that was chilling just thinking about it. If he had not agreed to the deal with the Invisible Empire, would all the members of the Babao Navy, including him, have become Giselle's zombies? Giselle looked at her 50,000 zombie army, an easygoing smile appeared on her slightly tired face again, and she nodded with satisfaction. Harmful. Although it's a little tiring, it's also very rewarding. Then he immediately turned around and looked at Qingjiao and the others, as well as the treasures everywhere. The trouble is solved, let's complete the transaction quickly. The people from the Babao Navy didn't listen to Giselle's words at all, but their expressions changed with fear after seeing Giselle's eyes. Qingjiao stepped forward bravely and started a deal with Giselle. According to the previously agreed upon conversion of hundreds of billions of belly, Giselle gave Yhwach the blessed spiritual blood that Yhwach had given him in advance, as well as the spiritual blood that had been blessed at the same time. According to the number of Babao sailors, 1% will be distributed, and blessings will be given to all Babao sailors except Qingjiao on the spot. Seeing all the members of the 8 treasure marines become half-blood Quincy or pure-blood Quincy, Qingjiao, who was filled with excitement deep in her heart, was no longer as frightened towards Giselle as before. "Do you really not need our help with transportation?" Giselle decisively refused and crushed a star medal. The blue formation seemed to be engraved on the ice, directly covering the entire glacier continent. All members of the Babao Navy and Qingjiao stood outside the glacier continent. In their horrified eyes, the spirit formation patterns flickered and shone. Giselle, the treasure everywhere, and his 50,000 zombie army disappeared out of thin air. Is this also the Quincy's ability? Only Qingjiao and the other members of the Babao Navy were left, who had a look of shock on their faces. At the same time, below the ice palace, in the center of Yinjia City, the large-scale teleportation array lights up at the same time, and Giselle's figure appears together with treasures everywhere and an army of 50,000 zombies. Jaluja and others were immediately alarmed. Seeing the dark army, they thought they were invaded by foreign enemies. Giselle. But after sensing that it was Giselle, everything disappeared. Ice Palace, on the throne. When Yhwach saw this, he called him a good guy. Not only did he trade 90 billion belly back, he also brought back a zombie army of 50,000 people. Although the strength of these zombies is relatively weak, there is no way to compare with the Holy Army. But under the control of Giselle's Holy Text ability, the bodies of these zombies can be repaired. As long as Giselle doesn't die, it can last indefinitely. It will definitely be a difficult army to deal with on the battlefield. It has also brought a great improvement to the current strength of the Invisible Empire. Soon, Giselle came to the Ice Palace to return to life, and Yhwach praised her with a few words of approval without hesitation. Although Giselle's combat power level is not high, the ability to create zombies with holy words can be regarded as a strategic weapon from a certain perspective. After trading the iceberg treasure of green pepper, the arrival of 90 billion Bailey solved an urgent need. It also brings some growth in reputation points, not much but better than nothing. But the matter of trading Quincy power with powerful people and forces around the world didn't end there. Quite the contrary, it's just the beginning. At present, only this large transaction has been completed, and Giselle will go there in person and carve the teleportation array in the Kingdom of Flowers. Other powerful people are on their way to bring Bailey to trade and give him money. Basically, everything has entered West Blue, and the subsequent transaction amounts are truly astronomical. Clatter. 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 There was a sound of footsteps. Masculine, who was in charge of this matter, strode over. Your Majesty, I just received news from those forces. Yhwach had already expected this and asked directly. What forces are there? Masculine Kaido. Basically everything is there, most of the world government member countries, some famous pirate groups in the Grand Line, underground organizations around the world, and the news was sent from them at the same time. Hearing this, Yhwach laughed. It is not an exaggeration to say that so many forces have traded with him, the number is astronomical. However, messages were sent at the same time. Was this some kind of consensus reached? Yhwach chuckled and said. Interesting. What news? Sent them all at the same time. Masculine scratched his head. They were all parked by the comm belt. The news said they were trading there, waiting for us to pass. As soon as these words came out, Yhwach smiled slightly and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Well, I thought it would be something interesting. Is this the result? You don't even dare to come to Yhwach City, are you afraid that you'll get them all in one pot? You also specifically choose to trade on the edge of the comm belt. Is this so you can escape if something goes wrong? What a shrewd yabo. Yhwach looked at both sides of the hall and ordered. Ace Knot, Jerome Kisbat, you should follow Masculine. After hearing the words, the two men immediately stepped forward. As you command. Masculine leads Ace Knot and Jerome Kisbat out of the Ice Palace. He brought a lot of spiritual blood from mixed blood Quincy and pure blood Quincy. He found Shaluja and led 3,000 holy soldiers into his own realm of shadow. Then, when we boarded an Ohara buster call on the coast of Yhwach City, the warship left by Marine set sail. Yes, you read that right. 3 Knights of the Star-Cross and 3,000 holy soldiers boarded a legion. It's so shabby. This is caused by the current financial shortcomings of the Invisible Empire. The original Ohara was an island of civilians and scholars, without even a royal family responsible for governance and management. There are no decent warships at all. As for the Quincy's abilities, although the flying scythes can travel, although the realm of shadow can hide people. But after all, this is a very large ocean world. There is a time limit in the shadow realm, and it is impossible for Fae Sik to travel long distances, and no matter how strong a person is, it is impossible to sustain it. Of course, Aokiji's rare freezing ability is another matter. Although the teleportation array is very convenient and easy to use, the premise is that you need to reach the destination first before you can deploy it. Punk Hazard and Bakimono were brought through both times by Vegapunk and Durag. Giselle also went to the Flower Country on this warship this time. So the Invisible Empire is really short of money. And these things Yhwach didn't think of at the beginning. It's not too late. The funds brought in by this public transaction will start at least 1 trillion. Don't think that 1 trillion is an exaggeration. Marine's annual military expenditure is estimated to be more than 1 trillion. What's more, most of the world's forces are dealing with the Invisible Empire this time. World government and Marine are no exception. Although it does not appear on the transaction list, it certainly supports a large number of franchise countries. When I think about it, not only can I make a lot of money from world government's Pele, but I can also reclaim their power at any time after unlocking the holy. The corners of Yhwach's mouth turned up in excitement. His eyes gradually became as deep as an invisible abyss. Soon, soon. After the Invisible Empire has transformed this wave of funds. It's time to take the initiative. Chapter 43. West Blue. The waters off the edge of the comm belt. On the comm belt side is New World. Perhaps for the weak, the comm belt is hell, the sea area where supergiant sea kings gather. But for the strong, it is a place where they can travel freely. On 2 islands, one large and one small, near the comm belt. Now it has long become a temporary residence sent by powerful people and forces from all sides to trade with the Invisible Empire. As Yhwach expected, this was a choice to escape to the comm belt in case something unexpected happened. Originally, most people had no such plan and were planning to go to Yhwach City, the capital of the Invisible Empire, to trade. It was only at this moment that a top man with strength and prestige resounded across the sea. All parties reached a consensus and chose the desert island on the edge of the calm belt for trading. Captain of the Five Peaks Pirates, Akainu. The once arrogant overlord of the era, a leader of the Rocks Pirate. There are only a few super pirates on the sea today who can compete with the Whitebeard Group, the Big Mom Group, and the Beast Group. Regarding Akainu's proposal, even the world government, which stands behind adjoining countries, chose to acquiesce. After all, everyone knows that the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Yhwach, is in Yhwach City. If such a terrifying power wants to prstut their Bailey, it will be for nothing. After entering the base camp of the Invisible Empire, they had no room to fight back. On the sea, there are sparkling waves. The large desert island now gathers hundreds of countries, including franchised and non-franchised countries, that come to trade. On the small desert island are pirate groups and underground forces from all sides. The two desert islands are not far apart, and you can even see each other's outlines. At this time, sharp-eyed people on both islands exclaimed, "Look, a ship is coming." "Wait, why is it a marine warship?" Everyone thought it was the Invisible Empire, but it turned out to be a marine warship. Those big pirate groups and their strength are fine, but I wonder if marine won't come this time. But those small countries and small pirate groups were panicking, fearing that marine would take this opportunity to capture them. But after the warship entered, everyone saw clearly who was coming. They were three people wearing pure white military boots and pure white hooded cloaks. Apparently the standard dress of the Invisible Empire. "What are you doing? What does it mean for people from the Invisible Empire to ride on a marine warship?" It shocked them. The warship first docked at the island, and Ace Knot stepped off. Then he set off and rushed to the other big island immediately, with Masculine and Jerome Kisbat jointly responsible. On the small island, with the arrival of stiff-eyed Ace Knot, everyone, led by Marco, Katakuri, and Yin, quickly stepped forward to deal with Ace Knot after seeing Akainu's lack of action. Ace Knot was not sociable and usually taciturn. When he saw this, he had to remove the Spirit Sun and release the Holy Soldier Legion inside the Shadow Realm. Marco and others only felt a flash in front of their eyes. Then, behind Ace Knot, thousands of holy soldiers in pure white military uniforms appeared out of thin air. No warning whatsoever. Marco, Katakuri, Yin, and everyone else's pupils shrank. There was a wave of turmoil deep in my heart. This is the Holy Army of the Invisible Empire. They all recognized him. But how did it appear? Not one of them noticed it at all. Even Akainu, who was standing there indifferently, stared blankly. A flash of shock emerged. What a good idea. Could it be that this is also the power of the Quincy? Akainu looked at Ace Knot and the holy soldiers with a vague heat in his eyes. "Make a deal for me." Ace Knot spat out a few words lightly. Soon, with the help of the Holy Army, various forces were trading the Quincy's power. Both sides inspected the goods on the spot, with the Invisible Empire inspecting Bailey's amount and authenticity, while all forces experienced the power and difference between mixed blood and pure blood. Then directly clear the spiritual blood and Bailey. Bailey piled up on the shore behind Ace Knot. Most of the forces chose to obtain spiritual blood directly on the spot. It is worth mentioning that only a few forces with the confidence to conduct research chose to obtain a small part of the Quincy's power on the spot, and most of them chose to take it back in the form of spiritual blood. As time goes by, more and more forces leave directly after completing the transaction. No one knows if things like murder and smuggling will happen if you continue to stay. The number of Baileys piled up behind Ace Knot also increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. By the time the deal was almost over, the Baileys had turned into rolling hills. Just looking at the number without counting, you can tell that there are at least hundreds of billions of Baileys. Did you directly master the blood armor? It's incredible. The last batch of Marco, Yin, Katakuri, and others felt the power of the pure blood Quincy, with expressions of shock on their faces. Deep down, he paid more attention to the Quincy's power, and after delivering Bailey, he hurriedly boarded the ship and left. Akainu, who witnessed the entire transaction with his own eyes, saw that one after another unknown people in the past actually mastered the blood armor directly after obtaining pure spiritual blood, which is comparable to the ability of armed colors and hitting elemental entities. There is also more and more wealth piling up behind Ace Knot that he cannot accumulate in 18 lifetimes. The emotions deep in his eyes gradually began to look extremely gloomy. At this time, Ace Knot walked over expressionlessly, his tone was very flat, and he spared no words. "How many Baileys?" 10 billion. Akainu grinned when he heard this. Under the shadow of his eyes, his expression actually revealed a bit of coldness. At his wave, the crew brought many boxes, opened them and filled them with Baileys. This is the figure that he and all the crew members put together, which is almost their entire net worth. The purpose is to gain the power of the Quincy, enhance his own strength and the strength of his crew, and improve the overall strength of the Five Peaks pirates. After all, Aunt Kaido Whitebeard and several other juniors from the Rocks pirate came from behind. It was always a breath that he couldn't swallow. Watching Ace not take out 2 balls of azure liquid spiritual blood, one large and one small. The heat in Akoku's eyes couldn't wait any longer, and he directly chose to obtain the Quincy's power on the spot. A group of crew members who had already agreed to be eligible to receive the Quincy's power immediately stepped forward with anticipation. Ace not directly threw out 2 balls of spiritual blood, and the dense blood droplets touched the skin and melted into the bodies of these crew members. Immediately, the hybrid Quincy acquired Ryutsu, as well as the training methods for abilities such as Raiko's clustered flying side legs. On this basis, Akoku and a few other pure-blood Quincy mastered the blood armor directly out of thin air. Large blue lines flashed on and off on their bodies. Incredible practice system. The power of the Quincy. It's really impressive. Akoku, who felt the change in his own energy, couldn't help but feel proud and excited, and his face was full of fighting spirit. After gaining the power of a pure-blood Quincy, the gap between him and Whitebeard and others will inevitably narrow. Sooner or later, one day, he will spit out the bad breath caused by a few juniors who came from behind. Time to go. Ace not signaled the holy soldiers to take Bailey. However, Akoku saw this and directly stopped him. Wait a minute, there's no rush. Lao Zi found out that the power of this Quincy is really worth it? How about a large volume transaction? I wonder if you have brought enough spiritual blood. At the same time as the words sounded, his eyes flashed one after another, but they were blocked by the slightly narrowed eye sockets. Okay, how much? Ace not said lightly. Although the words were still few, a message was revealed. That means he brought a lot of spiritual blood, enough to continue trading. As soon as these words came out, Akoku's pupils shrank, a fiery color flashed through them, but his eyes were almost narrowed into slits. Sure enough. Then the corners of his mouth gradually opened, and the grin became wider and wider. Lao Zi guesses there is at least 3 to 400 billion belly. Chapter 44. As Akoku's words fell, the corners of his grinned mouth were filled with a ferocious smile, and even his slightly narrowed eyes opened, no longer concealing the madness and enthusiasm in his eyes. Wearing heavy armor, the 6-meter-tall figure exuded a strong sense of oppression at this moment. The crew members of the Five Peaks pirates who had not gained the power of the Quincy saw Akoku showing his fangs, and their breathing became rapid and uncontrollable, and they became excited. Even the eyes of the crew members who had gained the power of the Quincy began to glow with a greedy green light, staring closely at the piles of hundreds of billions of cash Baileys in the distance. Ace Not was slightly shocked when he heard that Akoku quoted a price of 3 to 400 billion belly. But in an instant, he reacted and saw the look in the eyes of Akoku and the pirates. How could they not know that they obviously had thoughts they shouldn't have? Can you eat it? Ace Not's face was expressionless, showing no emotion at all. He just spat out 4 words with as much care as gold. Even Akoku found this reaction a bit unexpected. He looked at Ace Not's attitude as if nothing had happened and he didn't take him seriously. Akoku couldn't help but feel a sense of irritation in his chest. Why can't you eat it? Lao Zi is Akoku. Before he finished speaking, this anger drove him to take action directly. The maniac's big hand suddenly pulled out the giant sword on his back and chopped off Ace Not's head directly in front of him. Why can your invisible empire be able to do it but Lao Zi can't? He is the super pirate who followed Captain Rocks to kill the Valley of Gods. Your invisible empire just got the power that was lost in the long river of history from nowhere. Do you really think it was created by you? This is supposed to be the power of the sea and the whole world. How dare you take it out and sell it to the whole world? The key thing is that no matter what, in the end, they were so arrogant that they only sent 1 warship, 3 people and 3,000 soldiers. This is a deal with the whole world. He even came in person and dispatched most of the crew of the Wuifeng pirates. He also suggested to all parties not to go to Yinjia City for transactions. Is this enough to show the importance he attaches to the Invisible Empire? But what about the Invisible Empire? Didn't take him seriously at all. Good. Since you are so arrogant, I will teach you a lesson. Not only can't he bring back the hundreds of billions of Baileys, but the spiritual blood he brought will also belong to him. Stab. Akoku's giant sword tore through the air. Hit it hard. Ace Not used flying scythe kick expressionlessly and disappeared. Boom. The giant sword touched the ground shattered, deep pits emerged, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. Akoku wasn't surprised by Ace Not's easy avoidance. After all, they are the Knights of the Star Cross of the Invisible Empire, so it is not surprising that they have such strength. Akoku raised his giant sword and looked at Ace Not who was dodging away. The figure rushed forward and let out a loud shout at the same time. "Boys, come on Laozi." Immediately, all the crew members rushed out without any hesitation. Akoko's shout seemed to turn on a switch for them. Coupled with the temptation of hundreds of billions of bellies money and the power of the Quincy. Their minds have long been occupied by primitive desires, and their adrenaline is soaring in a straight line. Kill them and Laozi can become a Quincy. Bailey and the spiritual blood are all ours. The crew of the Five Peaks pirates rushed straight towards the Thousand Saints Legion. Akoko saw that the morale of the crew was so crazy, and the look of anticipation in his eyes also shone brightly. These thousands of crew members were the majority of the Yhwach pirates' elite combat force, and it was very easy to kill just 1,000 soldiers. Facing Akoko's attack, Ace Knot said, "You await the death penalty. Accept my judgment of fear." Even in the face of sudden changes, his words were still concise and powerful. Ace Knot has already sentenced Akoko and the Five Peaks pirates to death in his heart. Instead of using abilities such as spirit concentration to fight, he directly activated the holy word ability. Fear. No movement was seen, just a fleeting thought. Around Ace Knot, behind him, and even in the air, tingling blue light cones appeared out of thin air. Like a downpour, it flew towards Akoko and the pirates. Call out! Call out! Call out! The sound of breaking through the air is endless. The Holy Soldier Legion, which was preparing to fight against the Five Peaks pirates, quickly stopped when they saw this and quickly retreated to the rear. This sight made Akoko frown. What are they returning? He quickly jumped to the side to avoid a large number of light cones. At the same time, I felt very puzzled. This cone of light in the sky seemed to be very powerful, but in fact there was no strong energy fluctuation at all. His vision and color are absolutely unmistakable, and the power of the light cone is only comparable to that of a bullet. What is that? Suddenly Akoko's pupils shrank. He saw the light cone he avoided turning into a pool of pitch-black liquid the moment it landed on the ground. This made him even more confused. Because the ground was intact, it was less powerful than a bullet. At this time, the crew of the Five Peaks pirates exclaimed with joy. Is everything okay? Laozi is okay. Ha 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 ha. Me too. Nothing happened. This attack looks useless but is useless. After looking at his body, which was not injured at all, he continued to chase the holy soldiers. Originally, I thought I couldn't avoid the sudden cone of light piercing the sky. I can only bite the bullet and carry it on. Is this the result? A scornful expression appeared on Akoko's face. Facial paralysis girl. It seems that Laozi thinks highly of you. Thinking about it, the Knights of the Star Cross, the high-end combat group of the Invisible Empire, should be similar to the naval headquarters. Not only Admiral combat power, Vice Admiral is also included. They can't all be top experts. This facially paralyzed woman should not be a top powerhouse. It's more like making up the numbers. Akoko shook his head thinking of this, he shouldn't be so weak. But he won't be very strong, at least with his top strength, it should be easier to kill this facially paralyzed woman than originally expected. Akoko was no longer observing, and the giant sword was dancing like a tiger, and the strong airflow was swung towards Ace Knot. Die to Laozi. The giant sword directly entangled armament haki, and the battle was bound to end in a short time. Ace Knot's unchanging face finally showed some changes at this time, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Facial paralysis. Female. Not because of Akoko's powerful offense. But I was offended by the word facial paralysis woman in Akoko's mouth. Especially the word female. Although he does have no facial expressions, his gender is the same as Giselle, a man who looks like a woman. And they are all very afraid of being so offended. The only difference is that Giselle is beautiful, while he has an expressionless face, no eyebrows, and no mouth. Is Laozi right? Who's going to look at that paralyzed face? Do you really think you are invincible? What Laozi likes most is people like you. Facial paralysis girl. Akoko's voice grew louder and louder, until he was almost shouting. The moment the words fell to the ground, the giant sword wrapped around armament haki also arrived. Boom. A direct hit on Ace Knot. The ground quickly cracked and spread hundreds of meters at the same time. Amidst the smoke and dust, you can vaguely see a sword mark extending hundreds of meters on the ground behind Ace Knot. It was a huge ravine cut into the ground by the powerful impact of Akoko's sword. You wanna die? Suddenly a strong wind swept through, blowing away the smoke and dust in the sky. Ace Knot stood there, his slender palms covering his head, with the spirit lines flashing on them. It's the static blood outfit. Blocked. Akoko was shocked when he saw this. But it doesn't matter, let's see if you can block it with a few more swords. After the giant sword was quickly raised high, Akoko was about to chop down. But at this time, suddenly something unexpected happened to the crew. The high-spirited shouts of charging to kill suddenly disappeared in an instant. People who didn't know thought they all died suddenly. Akainu adjusted his position, changed his attack angle, and quickly looked over. This sight made me a little confused. I saw that the courageous and heroic charging crew just now disappeared. Instead, there was a group of hunched-over men, like thieves going out to steal at night. All the steps stopped, no longer charging, just standing there. Looking around, suspicious and frightened. As if he was afraid of something. Suddenly, many crew members bumped into each other, and conflicts and riots immediately broke out. What are you going to do? You're not going to stab me in the back so you can go back and inherit my treasure, are you? You're talking nonsense. I think you want to kill me, right? Your blade touched me just now. If I didn't know how quick my reaction was, I might have been killed by you, right? They actually started to be suspicious of each other, their faces were full of panic, and they felt that they would be killed by their own people. It's not even that there are only one or two, but that everyone thinks that everyone around them is someone who wants to stab him in the back. In a moment, the previously fearless crew of the Five Peaks Pirates lost control of their body instincts and brain thinking, and became slaves trapped in deep fear and unable to extricate themselves. Damn. What are you doing? Get it to Laozi immediately. All the spoils will be divided equally, you all have a share. Akainu reacted quickly after being stunned, but his lungs were about to explode, and he immediately let out an angry roar. At the critical moment when the war has begun, you are still engaging in internal strife, and you will be completely wiped out if you don't take pictures. However, after hearing his roar, his crew members failed to stop their internal strife in time. Instead, he turned his attention to Akainu, and when he saw Akaku's furious attitude, he became even more frightened. All of them started to tremble, their eyes and faces full of fear. What should I do? Captain Akainu has murderous intent. You're not going to kill us and take possession of our property, are you? This moment drove me crazy, and my psychological defense completely collapsed. Mom, run away quickly, how can we fight like this? The Invisible Empire wants to kill me, my brothers want to kill me, and even Captain Akainu wants to kill me. Is there really no way to survive today? It's terrible, it's simply terrible, they're all murderous monsters. Escape, you must escape, never die here. Captain Akainu, why are you doing this? I have been following you for decades and have dedicated half my life to you. In an instant, everyone threw away their helmets and armor, and fled in all directions without hesitation. Chapter 45. In the distance, Akainu, who had just roared, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. What the hell? There was a very suffocating feeling in my chest. God, Laozi wants you. You are all Laozi's right-hand men. Holy shit, Laozi wants to take possession of your treasure? To put it bluntly, Laozi doesn't even care about your little treasure. Are all gods murderers? Laozi admitted that he had killed many people in his life, but he had not killed even a dog today. God, you have dedicated half your life, why would Laozi do this to you? When did Laozi do this to you? Laozi has never done it, let alone said it. How did you figure out these messy things? What the hell is this? Akainu was really dumbfounded at this moment. The sight of all the members of the Five Peaks Pirates escaping was even more exciting and made him feel a surge of blood. I can't even hold it down. He really wanted to look up to the sky and yell. Laozi is wrong. When he lost his mind, Akainu was suddenly hit hard. Boom. Ace Knot's large-scale holy destroying arrow hit directly. The ground shook and a terrifying explosion spread hundreds of meters. Akaku's entire body was ruthlessly blown away. Boom. 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 After rolling on the ground several times and plowing long ravines, it crashed into a small Yamanaka. Rumble. Violently shaking. Akaku's roar came out. It's you. Facial paralysis girl. It was you who did it? A tall figure burst out from the ruins of the mountain. Akainu gritted his teeth and glared at Ace Knot. Apart from the tatters of his armor, he seemed uninjured. At this moment, he no longer despises Ace Knot and reacts. The man responsible for the defection of his crew was none other than Ace Knot. This facially paralyzed woman didn't show much strength in combat, but her ability just now was unbelievably weird. He directly destroyed most of the pirate crew of the Yhwach regiment he brought with him without any blood. Faced with Akaku's furious questioning, Ace Knot didn't respond at all. Because he heard the words facial paralysis woman again, he just wanted Akainu to die in extreme fear. The ability of the holy text, fear, is activated again. Call out. Call out. Call out. The dense cones of light hit Akainu like a carpet. Amidst the continuous sound of breaking through the air, directly blocking a radius of several hundred meters. Akaku's eyes were filled with anger, which could be said to be inevitable. But he didn't intend to avoid it. At this time, he only had one thought. Just rush in front of Ace Knot and use all your strength to kill him completely. Only in this way can he relieve the hatred in his heart. Boom. The ground was shattered by Akoku's heavy stamp. He rushed towards Ace Knot directly against the overwhelming cone of light. Suffer death. Armament Haki bursts out, using advanced skills to spread out, forming an invisible defense in front of him. But Ace Knot was indifferent and just maintained a dense cone of light. Because what Akoku didn't know was that these light cones were cast by his holy writing ability, Fear. No physical form of defense has any chance of blocking. Not long after Akoku rushed out, a large number of light cones were stabbed at the defense. A villain who only knows some underhanded tricks. These are just trivial tricks in the face of real strength. With the power of these light cones, it is impossible to break through his armed color. However, these light cones passed directly through his weapon. When Akoku didn't react, it stabbed him in the body. How can it be? Can't you defend yourself even if you're armed? Akoku was immediately startled and prepared to stop his momentum. But the next moment he discovered that even if these light cones hit his body, they would not cause any harm. It would be an understatement to say that it is neither painful nor itchy. Akoku was slightly relieved to see this. Terrible. Fortunately it's not very powerful. Xian even planned to continue attacking Ace Knot. Suddenly, he was stunned again. Wait. No. Why does Laozi find such an attack scary? Just when he was stunned, another wave of light cones hit him. Unknowingly, Akoku instinctively became more and more worried, and his fear of Ace Knot was soaring rapidly. Although this facially paralyzed woman is not strong, her method is too weird. If the fight continues, Laozi might end up here. Not only will Bailey's spiritual blood not be obtained, but his life will also be lost. In the blink of an eye, Akoku's body and mind instinctively wanted to retreat, and the thought that he might be killed kept appearing in his mind. He even forgot about the idea of attacking Ace Knot. He didn't have the confidence to kill Ace Knot, and he even began to hesitate whether to retreat. Etc., etc. No. 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 Why does Laozi think he can't beat that facially paralyzed girl? Laozi's plan is to kill him and monopolize all Bailey and spiritual blood. But in the final analysis, Akoku is the top strong man, both in terms of will and knowledge. Suddenly he woke up and realized something was wrong with him. But then I couldn't help but fell in again. No no no. What if this facially paralyzed woman has a trump card? Living is the most important thing. You must not risk your life for Bailey and spiritual blood. Akoku seemed to be in a state of confusion. One moment his eyes were full of hesitation, and the next moment he seemed to have just escaped from death, with a look of madness in his eyes as if he had just woken up. No. What's going on? Where do these thoughts and emotions come from? It's you again. It's you who did it again. Akoku stared at Ace Knot with wide eyes. Laozi is Akoku. How could I be afraid of a woman with facial paralysis like you? Akoku roared like crazy, his will rising to ultimate. Boom. The powerful conqueror's haki gushes out. The violent momentum swept across the entire desert island. There was a burst of flying sand and rocks, and a large number of trees were bent down by it. Even the fear caused by the large number of light cones was instantly suppressed by conquerors. Akoku felt a clear improvement in his condition, and looked at Ace Knot with boiling murderous intent in his eyes. You must not be tricked again. He needed to send Ace Knot to hell in one move. Buzz. The top-level weapon color is the unreserved entangled giant sword, and Conqueror's is also closely followed by the entangled sword. The momentum and power of this move were pushed to its peak by Akoku. It is definitely the strongest blow. Death to Laozi. A hysterical scream of murderous intent. The ground beneath Akoku's feet instantly collapsed with a 100-meter crater, and he disappeared directly on the spot at an incredible speed. In an instant, it exploded with a blast of air. Akoku had already appeared above Ace Knot's head. A sword with the weapon color and Conquerors twined together. It was a direct blow to the head. How powerful is this sword? Before it hit Ace Knot, the terrifying pressure and impact caused the ground to collapse layer by layer. A large amount of floating gravel and dust has submerged Ace Knot's figure. Even if he resists head-on without finishing using the holy body, it is not a wise move. So when the attack hits immediately, Akoku thinks that Ace Knot will definitely die. Another surprise that exceeded his expectations just happened. The Holy Eucharist, the cowardice of God. Ace Knot unleashed a massive Ryotsu, which was a bit stronger than Akoku's Conquerors. After sweeping across the entire desert island, it rushed to the sea in all directions. Even the trees were broken directly. Boom. A deafening sound rang out. A 10-meter diameter blue spiritual beam of light rose into the sky. It's hundreds of meters high. Akoku's sword hit the spirit beam directly. The impact of the terrifying collision knocked him violently away. The spirit beam is safe and sound. Damn it! What is this? Akoku's frustrated roar could be heard in the distance. I feel extremely unwilling that this sword failed to kill Ace Knot. A circular cross of spiritual light beams bloomed at the top. Ace Knot's appearance changed drastically, blood oozed from under his eyes, the joints of his upper body and chest were exposed, long black gloves appeared on his arms, and his military uniform turned into a white undershirt. A 5-star halo with multiple spiked rings appeared on the top of his head, and there were 2 thorn-like wire ring-shaped spirit child wings on his back. There were traces of stitches from his throat to his lower body. After using the holy body, his style suddenly changed, almost like a living zombie. Chapter 46. At the same time, when the spiritual beam of light soared into the sky, all forces from all sides saw the scene not far from the desert island. There's also the invisible Ryotsu that radiates to the surface of the sea, and a slightly weaker conqueror's haki. This is there someone fighting the invisible empire? Marco, Katakuri, Yin, and others all had astonishment on their faces. Their strength is not weak, and they can see, hear, and feel clearly. This level of power is already a battle between top experts. The light pillar hundreds of meters high exuded strong fluctuations of spirit energy. Marco and others will not perceive this wrong. He must be a member of the Knights of the Star Cross of the Invisible Empire who traded with them. Then who will be fighting with it? Such strong conquerors. Could it be Akoku? Marco and others made a rough guess in their minds in the flash of lightning. As for what the truth is, you will know if you go and take a look. Marco, Katakuri, Yin, and others, as well as a few people with outstanding abilities. He told his men to stay away from here as quickly as possible, and then used their own methods to return. At this moment, they are not far from the desert island, and their strength is enough to cross it alone. From open intelligence organizations such as World Economic News Service, as well as underground forces selling intelligence information from all sides. They are also following closely behind, unwilling to miss this battle. After all, apart from the protective barrier and the Quincy's power that are exposed to the eyes of the world, all the powerful people and forces in the world still don't know much about the intelligence information and strength of the members of the Invisible Empire. Now is a great opportunity to see it for yourself. On the other side, a large desert island. The main forces are hundreds of world government-affiliated and non-affiliated countries. They felt the movement in the distance and the clearly visible light pillar reaching into the sky, and they instantly realized what had happened. When Masculine and Jerome saw this, a look of astonishment flashed across their faces at the same time. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone would dare to break the deal and start a fight with Ace Knot. In the blink of an eye, the shock of the two people disappeared, they returned to their normal state, and continued trading. Turn a blind eye to the unexpected situation in the distance, as if nothing happened. This made the person conducting the transaction ask in a low voice. Lord Masculine. Don't you go over there and check it out? Masculine said directly, it's not necessary. Jerome let out a rough laugh. Ha 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 ha. It's really not necessary. I'm afraid the battle is over before we even get to it. Ace Knot can even display the holy body, and even if his opponent is a top powerhouse, he will still die. Both of them firmly believed in this and had no intention of intervening. Everyone in the transaction opened their mouths when they heard this, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Is this the confidence of the Invisible Empire? How much confidence do they have to have such confidence in their companions? On the desert island battlefield, Ace Knot, who has completed the holy body and God's cowardly state, slowly rises into the sky from the spiritual beam of light. When it reached the circular cross at the top, the spiritual beam of light dissipated directly out of thin air. Ace Knot, whose style has changed drastically, reveals his body like a humanoid zombie. Akoku, who had just been knocked away and rushed in again, saw Ace Knot's appearance. The pupils of his angry eyes shrank, and he subconsciously slowed down. This guy. What kind of monster is this? The contrast between the front and back styles made Akoku think of that weird ability. It can actually make people feel fear unconsciously and uncontrollably, like instinct. Even he would have been hit without realizing it, if not for his strong will and conquerors. I'm afraid his fate now is the same as those of the crew. Thinking of this, Akoku quickly glanced in all directions. I saw that his crew members had long been scattered all over the coast, turning into large bodies of corpses that had no breath of life. Even he was moved and shuddered by the scene. It was such a trivial, fleeting thought. In mid-air, Ace Knot stared at Akoku, his face finally no longer expressionless, revealing a ferocious smile. That's it? Fear will consume you. After the words fell, there was a burst of creepy laughter. Boom. 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 This burst of laughter made Akoku's heart beat twice, and he gave a warning of danger. Not good. Here we go again. He had already been alert. At this moment, I clearly felt the almost instinctive, uncontrollable fear rising deep in my heart. His expression immediately changed. Because his conquerors has always been at ultimate, this means that even conquerors can no longer suppress it. In fact, this is exactly the case. When Ace Not is in the state of the holy body, the effect of the holy text ability and fear will be doubled. Perhaps Akainu could be suppressed by conquerors before, but now even his nervous system is forcibly controlled by Ace Not. No matter what, Akainu cannot resist the influence of the holy word's power and fear. The fear of Ace Not was once again growing in his heart and brain. Even more violent than before. Run. Run away. You must run. Otherwise, she will definitely kill her. Damn. Here we go again. I can't control it. I can't control it at all. Akaku's eyes quickly became bloodshot, and he became crazy again. Will and Conqueror's mad struggle against the fear that wants to pull him into the abyss. But this fear has increased exponentially, and he cannot resist it at all. In the blink of an eye, Akainu was suppressed and found that there was no solution to his fear. Even his own will began to truly fear Ace Not. Why fight in this state? He can't concentrate on thinking at all, he will only become a lamb to be slaughtered. After the two fears came to an agreement and occupied his heart and brain, Akainu turned around and ran away without hesitation. Boom. 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 The instinctive desire to survive explodes into ultimate. Akainu simply used all his strength to escape. The force of each step was so powerful that the ground collapsed, and the figure appeared hundreds of meters away as if teleporting. All he wanted now was to escape to heaven as quickly as possible and stay away from this weird facially paralyzed woman. It's best to go to the ends of the earth and never encounter it again in the future. Boom. The ground on the desert island shook violently. Call out. Call out. Call out. In the distance, by the coast, Marco, Katakuri, Yin, and others arrived from mid-air or on land. It's indeed Akainu. But what is this guy doing? Everyone recognized Akainu immediately, as they expected. Something felt wrong even before the transaction. At that time, everyone brought a small number of troops. Only Akainu brought most of the crew of the Goho pirates. Now it seems that it was premeditated. But what puzzles Marco and others is the situation at this moment. Akaku's aura and coercion can be said to be maintained at ultimate, and he did not suffer any obvious injuries. Why does it look like he is running away? Immediately, everyone noticed the bodies below and on the coast in all directions. They are all crew members of the Five Peaks Pirates. At this moment, their bodies are intact, but they have no life breath, so they are undoubtedly dead. What method is this? Take lives without bloodshed. It doesn't look like there's any trauma at all. These were definitely not done by Akainu, they could only be people from that invisible empire, the Knights of the Star Cross. Chapter 47. Everyone looked at Ace Not with shock in their eyes. This was the first time they had seen the Quincy's perfect holy body form. At the same time, Ace Not also looked over, looking at everyone with cold and strange eyes. The zombie-like protruding eyeballs made Marco and the others tremble in their hearts, and they couldn't help but feel extremely oozing. The next moment, Ace Not withdrew his gaze and locked Akainu. He will not take action against those who just come to watch, because it is related to His Majesty Yhwach's plan. But Akainu will definitely die, and there will definitely be a price to pay. By the way, I would like to shock those people who might think that if there is no change now, they will not be able to protect everything in the future. There was a flow of spiritual energy in the air. Ace Not activated his flying scythe and instantly moved to the sky above Akaku's head. The kilometer distance that allowed him to escape was meaningless. You can't run away. My fear will eat you up. Giant eye wall. Before the words were spoken, the space around Akainu rippled. A wall with a strange painting style appeared out of thin air, surrounding Akainu from all sides, even the top, completely sealing it off. The densely packed pale eyeballs looked directly at Akainu with penetrating eyes, with no blind spots in all directions, including at his feet. Each eyeball is equivalent to Ace Not's eyes, which can activate the holy text power of fear and control Akaunu's nervous system. And under the gaze of so many densely packed eyeballs that you can't even count them, Akaunu's fear will be aroused to ultimate. No. He will die. No, no, no. It's so scary, I don't want to die. Don't kill me, I'll pay any price. Boom. An invisible loud noise. Akaunu's will and Conqueror's total collapse. Deep down in my heart and brain, I completely fell into a bottomless abyss of fear. At this moment, it was as if he was being grabbed by the Shinigami. He was trying to struggle away but found that it was impossible. He was bound to be dragged into hell in fear of life and death. The densely packed pale eyeballs were like the gaze of Shinigami, and Shinigami was Ace Not, who he was scared to the core. Akainu, who was in the giant eye wall, was like a bereaved dog, kowtowing in all directions in a continuous craziness. At this moment, there is no trace of the strong demeanor at all. He is just a clown who is extremely embarrassed and begging. Master of the Invisible Empire, don't kill me, don't kill me. Let me live, let me live. I'm Akainu, I don't want to die. I can be your slave, just treat me like a dog, woof woof woof. A series of begging for mercy sounds came from the giant eye wall. It was simply unbearable and shocked everyone. Not only was he willing to be a slave and a dog to be spared, he even imitated the barking of a dog on the spot. It can be said that Ding Ding's face and dignity are all gone. Marco, Katakuri, Yin, and everyone were so shocked after hearing these words that they were all dumbfounded on the spot. The words I wanted to say were stuck in my throat and I couldn't spit them out. Akainu is a top powerhouse. The contrast between before and after is too great, it's almost 1,000 miles apart. Even if they couldn't see Akaku's appearance at this moment, they could imagine it after hearing these words of begging for mercy. An existence that was once as famous as their father, mother, and the governor. At this moment, I'm afraid I'm worse than a stray dog on the roadside. Why is this happening? Is it because of the people from the Invisible Empire and the giant eye wall? Marco and everyone present looked at Ace Not with shock and horror in their eyes. What kind of strength is it? A state of collapse that would frighten a top expert with conquerors. There was no attack from the opponent from beginning to end, and there were no injuries on Akaku's body. I'm afraid this is no longer the ordinary Quincy abilities such as Spirit Sun clustering and blood equipment. It is definitely more advanced and powerful, an ability that only the top Quincy can master. The Invisible Empire is really hidden. If it dares to trade the power of the Quincy, it must have a stronger backup force. And Akainu, who had some thoughts that he shouldn't have, was unlucky enough to become such a powerful revenant. On the deserted island, Akaku's crazy, humble, sad, and frightening cry for mercy echoed everywhere. Marco and the others felt their scalps numb when they heard it. They stood in the distance and did not dare to make any unnecessary movements. They continued to stare at the giant eye wall. I want to see something, and I also want to see what happens to Akainu. And Ace Not stood on top of the giant eye wall without any movement, words, or expression. He just opened his arms slightly, as if he was enjoying all this. Soon, Akaku's state reached a peak, and then fell at an extremely fast speed. The voice begging for mercy became smaller and smaller, until it seemed to be the moans and murmurs of fear emitted when he was on the verge of death. He no longer even had the thought of living, he just wanted to die immediately to end this fear and pain. Kill me. Devil, you are the devil. Please kill me, quickly kill me. Suddenly there was a flash of light in a groan, and after the words were shouted with the last strength of the body. Boom. Akaku's heart was overwhelmed and suddenly began to burn violently. My heart stopped beating in an instant, and I couldn't breathe out of control. He couldn't even utter a wailing scream, and in a moment, his whole body convulsed and he died of suffocation. The moment the breath of life disappeared, the expression on Akaku's face froze, even more ferocious than Ace Not's zombie face. The fear that remains on it means that even Shinigami will be frightened when he comes. I'm very satisfied with you. Criminals who offend the Invisible Empire. Ace Not rolled his eyes and removed the giant eye wall with a wave of his hand. Marco, Katakuri, Yin, and others also shrank their pupils, and even clenched their fists involuntarily. What will happen to Akainu? This is what they want to know most at the moment. When the ferocious eye wall disappears and the space inside is revealed. A feeling of extreme fear from Akainu spread out that invisibly infected even the air. This is. Marco and everyone else felt it, and their hearts felt as if they had been hit hard by a hammer in an instant. Just paused. What followed was a shuddering, creepy feeling like falling into an ice cave. Fortunately, it went as quickly as it came, and disappeared in an instant. But they still haven't recovered, their clothes are soaked with cold sweat, and their faces are filled with lingering fears. When Marco and the others finally came back to their senses and looked at Akainu. But he found that Akainu had no breath of life and was too dead to die anymore. Died. Akainu is dead. Are you so scared to death? Everyone's faces were dull and stunned, and they couldn't be more confused. Akainu is in his prime without any injuries. This member of the Star-Crossed Knights of the Invisible Empire did not launch any attacks or damage. He just used some unknown means to make Akainu feel deep fear of him. And at this moment, Akainu's body was still unscathed. Does that mean Akainu can be scared to death just by making him fear him? This is so scary. No wonder Akainu called him a devil before he died. Marco and others were immediately horrified, glanced at Ace Not subconsciously, and then turned around and fled quickly. I saw Akainu's death process and fate, and learned about this member of the Invisible Empire's Star-Crossed Knights, who has unknown abilities other than the ordinary abilities of a Quincy. Everyone's purpose of coming here has been achieved, and they don't want to stay any longer. Chapter 48. Marco, Katakuri, Yin, and others got the first-hand information and quickly left without looking back. On the deserted island, the aftermath of the battle gradually subsided. Ace not exited the state of the holy body, his lost appearance disappeared, and he returned to his expressionless look. He glanced at Akoko's body without any emotion, then calmly withdrew his gaze and walked towards the mountain of Baileys. But before he took a few steps, he seemed to think of something and waved again, signaling the soldiers of the Holy Legion to bring Akoko's body with them. Maybe the corpse was of no use to him, but to Giselle, who was a man who looked like a woman like him, it was a good thing. A top warrior turns into a zombie after death and works for them. It can be regarded as a worthy death, and he has atoned for his offense against the Invisible Empire during his lifetime. That's what Ace Not thinks. I just don't know if the dead Akoko thinks so. After that, Ace Not injected his own spirit into the corpses of Bailey, the Holy Soldier Legion, and Akoku, and opened the Shadow Realm to contain them all. In the distance on the sea, Jerome and Masculine had already arrived on a warship. As for those small countries and small forces, although they knew that the battle was over from the two of them, they wanted to see the result of this battle with their own eyes. But they cherished their lives and chose to leave. Sometimes curiosity can kill a cat, and it can also kill people. If you restrain this curiosity, you will undoubtedly live longer. Soon, Masculine and Jerome came down. He glanced around at the corpses of the crew members of the Five Peaks pirates scattered along the coast of the deserted island. Both of them made tut-tisk sounds. Not, where are these thousands of people? You just don't want them anymore. Masculine scratched his head and said doubtfully. Jerome had the same idea, that's it? Akoko's Five Peaks pirates are considered one of the strongest in the world. Even though these thousands of people seem to be very few, they are simply incomparable to the 50,000 zombie army that Giselle brought back. It is necessary to master the information about this world, and both of them recognized what kind of force it was at a glance. Ace Not glanced at the corpses, and then stood there without moving. It was obvious that he looked down upon these people, or that he disdained to pretend to be them. When Masculine and Jerome saw this, they looked at each other and said directly, "Okay, since you don't want it, we won't be polite." After saying that, it was time to take action. The shadow domain was used to contain the bodies of thousands of crew members of the Five Peaks pirates. You can definitely make a fortune by taking that guy back to Giselle. Of course, the boss must be Ace Not, who took Akoko's body. But they also gain something and definitely not lose anything. Suddenly at this moment, Masculine asked, "Where is the ship of the Five Peaks pirates?" Jerome also nodded, thinking that Masculine's idea was right. The two of them looked at Ace Not again, guessing that the other party had probably pretended to be away. Unexpectedly, Ace Not responded after just asking, "Uh-huh." Suddenly, with a flying sickle kick, his figure disappeared. This made Masculine and Jerome stunned for a moment. After reacting immediately, he beat his chest and stamped his feet and said, "Damn. Laozi shouldn't talk too much. He should have let Ace Not go first, and then go to the sea around the desert island and pretend to be away. Now Ace Not is one step ahead of them, and it's the opponent's trophy, so they won't try to steal it." In this way, the two of them watched Ace Not install 9 pirate ships comparable to marine warships into the Shadow Realm. That's called greedy. But there is no way, who makes it not them who encounter the enemy. Afterwards, the warship set sail and returned to Yhwach City. With the astronomical amount of Bailey's gained from the transaction and the trophies from the destruction of the Five Peaks pirates. Half a day later, the warship arrived at the Yhwach City harbor. 3,000 holy soldiers continued to perform patrols and other daily tasks. The three of Masculine immediately went to the Ice Palace to meet Yhwach. "See your majesty." After kneeling down to worship Yhwach, Masculine, Jerome, and Ace Not began to expand the realm of shadows. In the open space on the main hall, 3 piles of Baileys appeared immediately like mountains. There were so many that they could not be counted with the naked eye. They would not even be able to fit them in unless the Ice Palace was big enough. So many Baileys, and all in cash. Even Kairaja, Giselle, Barrow, and others had surprise in their eyes. Although they are powerful, does this have anything to do with money? They have never seen such a huge amount of money. Well done. It looks like a good harvest. Yhwach also praised her with satisfaction. Masculine stood up and reported in detail. "His Majesty. That's all you get from the deal. Even if we are done on the way back, the total is 1,323.6 billion. When Yhwach heard this, he nodded without changing his expression, but in fact he took a deep breath silently. Good guy. What a huge sum of money. It's definitely an astronomical figure. Except for the world government, no country or force on the sea can hold so much wealth. It is not easy even for the world government to take it out at once. But now, the Invisible Empire was obtained so easily through a transaction. This is just a small amount of transactions temporarily carried out by powerful people and forces from all parties and other trading partners who did not make large purchases, but with the idea of buying back and studying it. 3,300 billion seems like a lot, but in fact it's really not that much. Or in other words, once the various forces and powerful people find that the power of the Quincy cannot be copied, they can only come to the invisible empire to trade. Only then can the transaction really begin. In order not to be surpassed by other forces, all forces will trade in large quantities. The 1,300 billion belly now will be just a small amount of money by then. This transaction is just the beginning. Masculine continued after Yhwach nodded. In addition, Not also destroyed a pirate group. The Five Peaks pirates are trying to steal Bailey and the spiritual blood. Bring back the trophies of 9 large pirate ships. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ace Not, who was usually taciturn, so he was the one to report. Meeting Masculine's gaze, Ace Not nodded in response, and then saluted Yhwach, indicating that it was just as Masculine said. The Five Peaks pirates. Akoku. Yhwach felt a little familiar when he heard the words. When I thought about it immediately, I was also surprised. Akoku and his Five Peaks pirates are second only to Whitebeard, Big Mom and others in terms of strength and power. And he was once a cutter of rocks, but he was wiped out by Ace Not unexpectedly. But there is no one to blame. If you have the guts to capture the attention of the Invisible Empire, you must be prepared to die. After that, Yhwach rewarded Masculine, Jerome and Ace Not for completing the mission. He began to quietly plan the distribution of these 1.3 billion belly. First of all, the research and development funds of the Ministry of Science and Technology, the people who are about to join the Holy Soldier Legion, and the construction of the maritime fleet are expensive. Not to mention the research and development of the Flame Madonna, Vegapunk, and Guy Sikulin's current research has already burned a lot of money. Fortunately, the research is not difficult, and the progress and efficiency are amazing. Once successful, it will definitely be worth it. The second is the Quincy who are in the Holy Soldier Training Camp and Starcross Academy. Unlike those who are embodied by the system by spending reputation points, they need to be paid military salaries and various benefits. And it is absolutely and at least cannot be lower than Marine. This is another large and necessary expense. The 3 are the maritime fleets of the Invisible Empire, which are also necessary to conquer the world in the near future. One warship costs 1 billion Baileys, why can't we build 2 or 300 more? At least another 2 to 3,000 Baileys. And the current territories are Silver Shelf City, Punk Hazard, and Bakimo. With the Quincy's construction ability to benefit and improve life. No big expense. As for the indispensable economic and trade exchanges, it will be easily solved when the teleportation array opens up most of the world in the near future. 3,300 billion belly is enough to accomplish the goal in a short period of time. What's more, it won't be long before large volume transactions begin. Funds will be worry-free within a year and a half. After a while, Yhwach made plans and called Masculine and said, "Start construction of warships immediately. I want all the top warships, and I'll give you 300 billion belly. Create for me as many as you can." With a wave of his big hand, he showed his arrogance. But immediately, Masculine's words made Yhwach think again. "That, Your Majesty. I can be responsible for the overall planning, but who will be responsible for building the ship?" Gan. Forgot about this. Yhwach thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Thinking of the famous man in the Seven Rivers capital. Shipbuilder, Tom. Judging by the time, the other party is currently building a ship for the pirate King Roger, and was implicated after Roger was executed and sentenced to death. However, because the world government wanted to build a sea train, it put Tom in charge of this matter and got a 10-year reprieve. The most important thing is that the blueprint of the Pluton battleship, one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons, is in Tom's hands. If this person were to be the shipbuilder, and Vegapunk was here, wouldn't the Pluton battleship be released in advance? That was the Pluton battleship that destroyed an island with one shot. I'm afraid it's not much better than the Flame Madonna. Do it. Must do it. When Yhwach thought of this, he immediately looked at Jerome. Jerome, I'll leave the shipbuilder's affairs to you. You go to the Seven Waters capital and bring back a man named Tom. If the other party wants to bring anyone else, just bring them all back. Immediately, Yhwach told Jerome the details. As you command, Your Majesty. After bowing respectfully, Jerome turned and left. Chapter 49. At the same time, after Masculine and others returned to Silver Frame City with more than 1 trillion Baileys. Marco, Katakuri, Yin, and others, as well as traders from all parties, all returned one after another. Within the next 2 or 3 days. Not only are there endless reports of various evaluation experiences of the Quincy's power, but their reputation has a tendency to surpass traditional powers such as swordsmanship and taijutsu, Conquerors hacking. There are also various news agencies and intelligence organizations spreading the news that Ace Not and Akainu are going to war, and that the leader has been killed and the Goho pirates have been destroyed. Sweeping the sea, making a fuss. Just because this time it is no longer the case that the authenticity is not strong and there is no confirmed and conclusive intelligence information. Rather, they are actual on-site photos and combat images. Ace Not, a member of the Knights of the Invisible Empire's Star Cross, is shown in the state of the Holy Eucharist. And Akainu fled in embarrassment but was trapped by the ferocious giant eye wall, making miserable and humble sounds and scenes of fear and begging for mercy. He even threatened to treat him like a slave or a dog, just to spare his life. These are all clearly shown in photos and videos. For the first time, the various forces and powerful men witnessed the real battle scene of the members of the Invisible Empire Star-Crossed Knights. They were all dumbfounded. This is Akainu, a top warrior as famous as the legendary pirates. Are you so scared? How terrifying are the members of the Knights of the Star-Cross of the Invisible Empire? It's a pity that although they really want to know, it's a pity that they won't be able to empathize without experiencing it personally. There are only rough guesses about Ace Not's bizarre abilities. Let everyone know a little bit about it. Until the end of the image. It actually appeared that Akanu's begging for mercy stopped abruptly. When the giant eye wall disappeared, he was frightened and suffocated to death. A sword without bloodshed. Let a top strong man do it without any physical injuries. Scared to death due to extreme fear? It once again refreshed everyone's understanding. Let them see the top Quincy strongmen, who definitely have more than just abilities such as spirit sun clustering and blood equipment. At the same time, I was also saddened by the way Akainu died. Who would have thought that a top expert standing at the pinnacle of the sea would be frightened and suffocated to death? From now on, it can be regarded as adding a strange story to the sea. New World, Whitebeard Pirates, Moby DK's main ship. Whitebeard and the captains gathered together to read the news in the newspaper. Marco looked at the solemn look on Whitebeard's face and asked, "Dad, this man's ability is so weird. It doesn't look like the Quincy's power at all. But the energy fluctuations emanating from the whole body don't have the slightest hint of Devil Fruit's ability. Could it be that the Invisible Empire still controls a more powerful unknown force?" While saying these words, he couldn't help but shudder, which showed the shadow that Wang Mian's death brought to him. When Whitebeard Newgate heard this, he did not reply immediately, but looked at the spiritual blood in his hand. He and Akainu were once members of Rocks. Although the other player is not as talented as him, he is much older than him. With the accumulation of time, he has already entered the ranks of top experts. And also has decent conquerors. But even so, I was so scared that I was scared to death. Even he had to admit that it was absolutely impossible for him to kill Akainu so easily. With his well-informed experience, Whitebeard Newgate said, "I don't know yet whether it's the Quincy's power, after all, we have just obtained it and haven't started practicing yet. But this man's ability obviously controlled Akanu's emotions, causing him to be swallowed directly by the endless abyss of fear. It should be similar to the rules-based ability in Paramecia Devil Fruit, and it is definitely at least fully awakened. Otherwise Akainu would never have been scared to death. There is one thing Newgate didn't say, which is to replace it with Devil Fruit ability. Even if it is developed to the point of complete awakening, it is absolutely impossible to frighten Akainu to the point of suffocation. As the strongest Devil Fruit and Shock Fruit user in Paramecia, he has fully awakened. It was enough for him to conclude so. This is certainly not Devil Fruit's ability. I'm afraid that just as most people think, if the Invisible Empire dares to sell the power of the Quincy, it must have a more powerful means. It's really unfathomable." Whitebeard Newgate sighed in his heart. If it is true as the Invisible Empire claimed when it appeared, it is an ancient super civilization from thousands of years ago. They are mortal enemies with the world government. Since Roger's death, the world has become a troubled place. But as long as it doesn't affect him and his sons, he won't care. But the strength of Marco and others is still too weak, and it is not enough to watch the world in turmoil. We can't always rely on him as a father. Thinking of this, Whitebeard Newgate's fingertips directly touched the spiritual blood and melted into his body. "Dad!" Marco, Jose, and others shouted. "I think Dad is too reckless, he hasn't been tested yet." "What is it called?" "Lao Z is okay." Whitebeard Newgate glared at them. The next moment, I felt Ryatsu and the Raitsu, and the methods of Ryatsu gathering and other abilities appeared in my mind. On the surface of the tall body, blue lines appear automatically, and the blood armor has been mastered out of thin air. It's really extraordinary. Whitebeard Newgate exclaimed in surprise. "Lao Z, let's practice some practice first. If there's no problem, you'll start right away. At the same time, we will mobilize funds to find the Invisible Empire for large-scale transactions. This is the only way he can quickly improve the strength of Marco and others." Marco and Jose were all moved by this. There is only one exception. Somewhat young and immature, bloated blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach. It looked like a harmless human being was eating Sakura peach pie, blending in with the crowd of the second team and eating it inconspicuously. But deep in his heart that no one could see, he had witnessed Whitebeard's instant mastery of the blood armor, and he had already quietly begun to formulate some thoughts and plans. Naval Headquarters Marine Fort. In the Marshal's office, Akainu took a drop of spiritual blood and melted it into his body without hesitation. This move came so unexpectedly that Sengoku and others had no time to stop it. Sakazuki. You are so impulsive. As Akainu's teacher, Zephyr frowned upon seeing this. Aokiji's mouth was half open next to him, obviously not expecting Akainu to be so determined. As long as the invisible empire can be eliminated and the shame can be avenged, any price is worth it. Akainu's expression remained unchanged, his eyes were firm and determined. Not only because of Chiluyi's insult to him, but also the attitude of the five elders and Marine towards the invisible empire. He actually tolerated the other party's misbehavior instead of immediately sending troops to annihilate it. This is different from the justice he firmly believes in. Whoosh. Next moment. Blood appears on Akainu's body. Ryotsu spreads out naturally. Conquerors. Kong, Sengoku, Zephyr, and others were stunned. This feeling of coercion is all too familiar. Akainu explained with satisfaction. This is Ryotsu, Norizhou. It's similar to Conquerors, but has a higher limit and is stronger. At the same time, there are several sacred destructions constructed in the moment you raise your hand. It is surprisingly more powerful than the ordinary small-scale sacred destruction. This is the monster talent with admiral potential. This. Kong, Sengoku and others looked at each other. Although I had already learned about this unreasonable situation, I still couldn't help but feel shocked when I actually saw it. If there is really no problem with the Quincy's power. If it can be equipped for Marine, it will definitely improve the overall strength and individual combat power. Kong said with a serious face. Sakazuki. During this period, you should practice with all your strength. At the same time, we cooperate with the Marine Science Department to conduct testing and research. Once we find that there are no problems, we will immediately purchase them in large quantities and equip me with the entire army. Akainu became serious upon hearing this. Yes, Commander Kong. And that's exactly what he meant. If you want to improve Marine strength as soon as possible, someone strong must step forward and try it yourself. He, Akainu, was willing to be the one to try it. Chapter 50. In these few days, almost all the strong men and forces who traded spiritual blood began to study the power of the Quincy. The Whitebeard pirates are no exception, the naval headquarters is no exception, and the world government is no exception. In the Holy Land Pangu City, the office where the five elders are located has a table full of spiritual blood bottles, both mixed blood and pure blood. And there are 1,000 pure-blooded ones alone, and there are even more mixed-blooded ones. It seems that just as Yhwach expected, the world government contributed a lot to him out of the 1.3 billion belly this time. How do you feel? The five elders looked at the three people in front of them. They are all the best among CPOs and have the potential to become top-notch talents. The reason why they were chosen was because it was necessary to find out the secret of the Quincy's power as soon as possible. But we cannot let the leaders of the few top experts put themselves in danger. After all, it is not easy to cultivate such a loyal and powerful weapon. We can only let these three people come who have top potential but cannot reach it in a short time. It would be a pity not to have it anymore. Three people with different shapes and appearances merged with their spirits to become pure Quincy. After hearing the five elders' inquiry, he opened his eyes at the same time and completed the fusion of spiritual blood. Boom. 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 Instinct power emerged, and three streams of Ryotsu, which were not strong but not weak either, burst out from the three of them uncontrollably. It immediately filled the entire office and rushed towards the five elders. Is this Conquerors? The five elders were all shocked and released their own Conquerors, easily resisting these three waves of Ryotsu. After all, it was just the awakening of instinct, and it was still far from being able to shake them. I'm just surprised. Logically speaking, under their brainwashing, the CPO people would never wake up to Conquerors. No. This isn't Conquerors. This should be the so-called Ryotsu. The upper limit of training is much stronger than Conquerors. At this time, Saint Jagalusha Satan spoke in a deep voice. There was even a faint flash of ugly color on his face. Not long ago, when he came to Bakimo, he met a member of the Star-Crossed Knights of the Invisible Empire. The opponent's Ryotsu is indeed powerful, and even Conquerors, which he is proud of, has to admit that it is indeed inferior. The other four people looked at each other, nodded, and their expressions became solemn. They expressed great trust in Saint Satan's words. After all, they were the ones watching Saint Satan being blasted through the floor. Immediately afterwards, The 3CP0s quickly restrained their ryotsu, but the blood armor engraved into the instinct of the body was uncontrollably displayed. The blood armor, which was comparable to armament haki or even stronger and could invalidate elementalization, just flickered on the surface of the three bodies. They were also looking at each other at this moment, uncontrollably shocked. I just integrated the spiritual blood and haven't even started practicing yet, so I just mastered it out of thin air? And they can clearly feel that practicing blood armor is much easier than practicing armor colors. There are also spirit sun clusters. At the instruction of 5 elders, the 3 of them constructed a small-scale sacred destruction that was not weak in power. Not only were the 3CP0s shocked, but even the 5 elders couldn't sit still. No wonder there are so many powerful people in the Invisible Empire. Rather than saying this is a power system, it is better to say this is a top racial talent. After integrating the spiritual blood, it is equivalent to having the blood inheritance and natural power zone of this race. When practicing the so-called ryotsu, spirit concentration, blood equipment, and other abilities, you can get twice the result with half the effort. The improvement in strength is far from being comparable to practicing ordinary physical skills, swordsmanship, conqueror's haki and other powers. In fact, such blood and talent are not unavailable. The Lunala and Bakinia tribes that were exterminated by them are examples. It's just that the Quincy's bloodline and talent are obviously stronger, and Yamato is incredible. The power it displays is already powerful enough to compete with Conqueror's Haki Devil Fruit ability, which is a recognized training system in the sea. This is almost impossible in the 5 elders' knowledge, because the historical documents of the world government can be traced back to 2,000 years ago, and there is no trace of the Quincy at all. The so-called Invisible Empire is as if it does not exist. The thinking logic of the 5 elders is extremely tacit. They thought of this almost at the same time, and the solemn expression on their faces turned into solemn. Could it be that the existence of the Invisible Empire and the power of the Quincy came from an even more ancient time, 2,000 years ago? Even their world government knew very little about the information of that era. There were some special races that disappeared in the long river of history, or ancient power emperors that had been lost long ago. It seems that these are the only 2 guesses that make sense. After all, no one would believe that the power of the Quincy really comes from Yhwach, who was created by him, the ancestor of the Quincy. This is really shocking. The 5 elders would rather believe their guesses than believe such ridiculous things. The 5 elders' thoughts were almost divergent, so they asked the 3 CPOs to stop. The god of war, Jago Lucia Satan, who was in charge of scientific defense, leaned on crutches and ordered. Next, you will practice with all your strength. By the way, I'll go to the Department of Science and Defense under me to cooperate in research and testing. The 3 CP0s immediately saluted respectfully after hearing this. Then turned around and left. The 5 elders took out the latest newspaper and looked at the image of Ace not destroying Akoku and the 5 Peaks pirates. This is the second time that members of the Knights of the Star Cross of the Invisible Empire have opened the holy body. There were only 2 times, but each time the results were good. For the first time, Saint Satan was defeated. Although he took advantage of others' danger, Saint Satan did not show his true strength. The details and information we have are limited, so it is difficult to judge the role of this holy body. But after the second appearance of the holy body, he directly killed the top pirate powerhouse Akoku. Sufficient image data allowed 5 elders to make a basic judgment. The leader of the financial war god, Saint Izanbalan V. Nazthurain, had a light of wisdom flashing in his eyes, which was reflected by the lenses, and he said thoughtfully. From what I can see now, this holy body should be a morphological change that increases the power of the Quincy before it can be exerted by cultivating the Quincy's power to the ultimate. It shouldn't have much to do with the special abilities they possess. At most, it can only increase that special ability. After speaking, Saint Nashulang looked at the other 4 people, especially Saint Satan. After all, the other party is the only one among them who has ever fought with members of the Star-Crossed Knights of the Invisible Empire who have used the holy body. Saint Satan showed a pensive look on his face. After thinking for a moment, he looked at each other a few times with the other 3 people and nodded silently, acknowledging what he said. Of the 2 people who have used the holy body so far, one's special ability is to control thunder, and the other's special ability is to control emotions, causing people's hearts to be swallowed up by fear. The special abilities of these 2 people are so different. It doesn't look like the Quincy's power, but more like the Devil Fruit's ability. But it's just a look, it's not Devil Fruit's ability. There was no reason why the 5 of them couldn't see what Whitebeard could see. So it can only be some unknown force. Saint Satan said, if you put it this way, in addition to the power of the Quincy, the Invisible Empire must have a trump card. A bunch of insidious and cunning guys, their intentions are to be punished. Saint Satan snorted in displeasure. They spent hundreds of billions of bellies money to only trade for the power of the Quincy, and had never been exposed to this special ability. The other 4 people also felt very dissatisfied with this thought. If it hadn't been for hundreds of billions of belly spent, I'm afraid they wouldn't even know this now. Saint Nashulang opened his mouth at the right time and said, "Now it seems that Lord Im's plan is right. I'll just wait and implement it honestly." Saint Satan and the other 4 people could not deny this. If it weren't for Lord Im's plan, I'm afraid they would have gone to war with the Invisible Empire. The consequences can also be imagined. The thunder ability that can repel Satan Saint, the ability to control emotions that can kill Akoku without a single blow, and the ability to plunge people into the abyss of fear and suffocate them to death. At least it will cause the world government to directly lose 2 top-level combatants. Although it can't be called a huge loss, it takes a lot of time and resources to train 2 top combatants. Suddenly, a white figure appeared out of thin air in the office. "Sir, I have a report." Quietly. The 5 elders were not angry when they saw this. "Speak." People from the Invisible Empire appeared in the capital of 7 Waters and took away Tom, the condemned prisoner, and his disciples. After eliminating the soldiers and officers guarding the place, leave. By the time I got the news, it was too late. The white figure quickly reported the whole story of the sudden incident. The 5 elders frowned after hearing this. Saint Satan was even more angry. Hateful. It's absolutely lawless. Lifting the cane to the floor was a heavy blow. Bang. The floor shattered and Pangu City was shaken. The Invisible Empire has begun to no longer hide its ambitions. Saint Nashao Lang thought of this and waved his hand to signal the visitor to leave. The Invisible Empire must be building a fleet. From this point of view, Lord Im's plan has made them a little unable to restrain themselves. This is a good thing. The more they are exposed, the greater our chances of winning. Hit the muzzle of the gun and the soldier will die. 5 elders realized the message of this move. Saint Satan's eyes and face were no longer so gloomy. The Invisible Empire. The day when I personally destroy you all is coming soon. Deep among the flowers, in the underground palace. Although Im doesn't show up and is behind the scenes, he can control everything. The tall and thin figure was hidden in the darkness, with a large ball of spiritual blood floating in front of him, and the energy fluctuations were very strong. Ryatsu. Quincy. Spirit Sun Cluster. Perfect Saint form. Interesting. So interesting. The red patterned pupils turned, and his tone was full of surprise, and he became more interested in the Invisible Empire. The power that even he cannot figure out must be in the hands of the world government. The other side. Jerome took action and brought back Tom and his disciples effortlessly without any hesitation. They are all skilled craftsmen from Tom's workshop, and there is even Tom, the world's #1 shipwright. After arriving at Yinjia City, everyone is shocked by this huge city and the barrier. I had only seen it in newspapers before, but the feeling of seeing it with my own eyes and experiencing it in person was completely different. After going to the Ice Palace to meet with Yhwach, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Tom and others were completely relieved. This place can not only protect his life, but also his disciples and studio employees. He was also very sincere, gave him enough respect, and offered him excellent wages and benefits. So when Yhwach appointed him as chief engineer of shipbuilding, Tom didn't hesitate at all, he just patted his chest and agreed. "Don't worry, leave it to me, Tom. We are guaranteed to deliver a top fleet within 2 months. Yhwach was pleasantly surprised. 2 months. Tom, are you sure? In his plan, it would take at least 3 months to complete such a large project. 00. Tom vowed. I'm Tom, a solid man. I never talk big. It will definitely be completed in 2 months. Yhwach waved his hand. Good. Then I can rest assured and leave it to you. He is indeed the world's #1 shipbuilder. This technology and efficiency are amazing. Then, Yhwach added a budget of 10 billion to Tom. I hope this can make the shipbuilding project go more smoothly. That's all. The Invisible Empire is busy building a sea fleet. The Quincy people of the Holy Soldier Legion and Starcross Academy were being trained hard by the Holy Soldiers and Knights. Vegapunk and Geisa Kulan from the Ministry of Science and Technology are working day and night to quickly overcome the current research. The world government, Marine and other forces are all researching the Quincy. Trying to copy the spiritual blood obtained from the transaction, so as to gain the right to obtain the power of the Quincy, and no longer need to spend money to trade with the Invisible Empire. Therefore, since the death of Roger, the Pirate King, a large number of pirates have rushed to sea. To Marine Buster call to arrest former Roger crew member the Devil's Descendant Bullet imprisoned Impel down. Then there is the Invisible Empire with great ambitions that suddenly rose up not long ago and became the mortal enemy of the world government. The turmoil and unrest during this period disappeared from the sea for the first time. It lasted for a full month. Until one day, suddenly many pirates appeared on the sea. Calling himself the Quincy, he has mastered the power of the Quincy. One after another, they began to show greater strength than before on the sea. It wiped out all the forces with similar strength in the past, and even defeated the stronger forces. For a time, the name of these people and the Quincy spread. The few strong men and forces in the original sea who had not traded with the Invisible Empire regretted it. They began to approach the Invisible Empire for transactions one after another. It's really impossible not to trade. Sooner or later, they will be destroyed or annexed by other Quincy. Yhwach City, which had been stable for a month, became lively again. Masculine, who was in charge of trading, was busy every day. Cash Bailey earns an average of tens of billions every day. As the emperor, Yhwach wakes up with a smile almost every day. However, this situation only lasted for about 10 days. After all, there were only a few people who did not trade with them. 10 days later, the flow of outsiders in Yhwach City returned to normal, just when Yhwach and Masculine thought it was over. Many forces that had been dormant in studying spiritual blood and the power of the Quincy were making big moves one after another. Started trading spiritual blood in large quantities with the Invisible Empire. Because they have been studying it for more than a month and haven't even figured it out yet. If you want to become a Quincy, you can only trade spiritual blood with the Invisible Empire. Masculine has become numb and has no interest in money. From the beginning, it handled tens of billions of Baileys every day, and now it handles hundreds of billions of Baileys every day. Now, even when he goes to the toilet, he wipes his butt with Bailey. Yhwach also pretended not to know, because even he was a little numb now and felt that the money was not money. I somewhat understood Masculine's mentality, so I simply treated him as a salary and benefits. Chapter 51. Ice Palace, on the throne. Yhwach feels the power he imparts to every corner of the world. And the hosts with these powers are all becoming stronger rapidly. Among them there are many geniuses and monsters who are both talented and powerful. The place where they gathered the most and densely was the holy place Marijoy's, Naval Headquarters Marineford. There are even monsters that are just one step away from reaching the top ranks. There are so many monsters. Yhwach sighed with great joy. Immediately, another fiery look flashed in his eyes. After all, this is a world where geniuses and monsters are always indispensable. But now that he has become a Quincy, he has received the calendar area as a gift from him. Then just surrender obediently when the time comes, otherwise he won't mind recycling and redistributing these powers. In addition, he was not idle during this time. I have been digesting the knowledge, strength, skills, and experience gained from the continuous real-time synchronization after using soul transfer and contact healing on Vegapunk, Durag and others. It can be said that his current strength has been continuously improving silently. Although it is not as fast and large as the progress of upgrading the Yhwach template, it can be regarded as a way to keep improving even if you lie flat. In addition, Pele, who was born from a steady stream of transactions, is still making money. Masculine, who was in charge of this matter, was somewhat numb to him, so Yhwach found 2 more people to replace Masculine himself. Not only did it make him feel relaxed, 037 also made Masculine seem to be reborn, and he directly fought with other Holy Word Knights on the spot. View System Panel. Yhwach issued the command, and the panel appeared in front of you. Host, Yhwach. Template, Yhwach, 55%. Force, Invisible Empire. Reputation value, 451,123. During this period of time, 2 more waves of holy soldiers were unlocked and manifested, bringing the progress of Yhwach's template to 55%. The current reputation value is 450,000, which is basically provided by people who have traded spiritual blood and become Quincy. And it is still growing at a steady rate. After all, most forces have begun large-scale transactions, and more people are becoming Quincy. Yhwach opened the Starcross Knights member list and started scrolling as usual. Then he selected 3 people and clicked to unlock them directly. The decision is yours. A system prompt pops up. Ding. Spend 100,000 reputation points, and Bambietta Basta's marriage has been unlocked. Ding. Spend 150,000 reputation points, Pepe Vacabrata has been unlocked. Ding. Spend 200,000 reputation points, Pinata Pacaja has been unlocked. Yhwach directly chooses to materialize. In the empty hall, 3 groups of spirits gathered together to form 3 figures. Bambietta Basta's marriage, Pepe Vacabrata, Pinata Pacaja, appeared. They were all wearing pure white military uniforms, and they immediately worshipped Yhwach when they saw him. See your majesty. Yhwach nodded with satisfaction. He asked the 3 of them to stand up and look at each other carefully. Especially Bambietta Basta's marriage, although her strength is not very strong, and the holy text is not very buggy. But there is nothing to say about her good looks. She is not inferior to Giatti in the slightest, but her styles are different and each has its own merits. Not only is she wearing a miniskirt and a pure white military uniform, she also wears high-heeled silk on her legs inside the long boots. Next is Peanut Pacaja. This person's identity is not simple. He is not only a member of the Divine Guards. The true identity is still the left arm of the Spirit King. Yes, that is the God of creation, the Soul King in the Shinigami worldview. Regardless of the Quincy's power or the ability of the holy words, he is one of the top members of the Star-Crossed Knights. He just looks weird. Although he is wearing a pure white hooded cloak, his face is hidden in the darkness. Finally, there is Pepe Vacabreda, whose strength can be ranked at the middle level, but the disadvantage is that his appearance is too frustrating. Dark skin, fat body. Not too eye-catching. Bambietta is more eye-catching. Yhwach glanced at each other for a few times and felt better. After all, since Silk went to Bakimo to take charge, there are no beauties in the huge ice palace. Ding. The current progress is 67%. The system beep sounded, and Yhwach was not surprised at all. Silently feeling the substantial increase in Ryotsu, as well as the increase in the strength of abilities such as Raison concentration blood equipment. Until the next moment, the prompt sound will sound again. Ding. Unlock abilities, soul distribution, and sacred text engraving. Only then did Yhwach react, with an expression of surprise on his face. Sacred text engraving. Even he couldn't help but be surprised, feeling that the ability unlocked this time was a bit unexpected. Although Yhwach will be unlocked sooner or later, the main reason is that this ability is not simple. If you compare the Quincy's Spirit Sun Clustering and Holy Annihilation blood equipment abilities to Shinigami's Jean Fistzuko, then the Holy Writing ability possessed by Kairig and others is equivalent to the Zanpakuto Shikai of Shinigami. The Holy Word ability in the complete Eucharist state is equivalent to Bankai. Why is it not easy to talk about soul distribution and engraving of sacred words? Yhwach was surprised and very pleasantly surprised. That is, when Yhwach activates this ability, anyone who drinks the wine dripping with his blood will have holy words engraved deep in their souls. Let it awaken its own holy writing ability. Of course, what kind of ability is awakened does not depend on the holy words, but on the awakened person himself. Soul distribution sacred text engraving is actually giving the other party a chance to awaken abilities like Shinigami's and Pakuto. And now, after having the bloodline blessing ability that can evolve into a pure blood Quincy, the soul distribution and holy text seal that allows a pure blood Quincy to awaken the holy text ability has been unlocked again. It can be said that it has once again raised the upper limit of the strength of the Quincy, who is the non-system unlock of the Invisible Empire. After all, even though Ling's ability to gather holy blood destroying equipment is strong, he can still practice to become a top expert. But in the end it was a bit too monotonous. In the future, the widespread trading of Quincy power on the sea will lead to the thorough study of traditional combat methods. No matter how strong you are in cultivation, when targeted, it is still difficult to defeat a strong person of the same level. After all, it is very likely that your opponent at that time is also a top Quincy, and also a Grandmaster Conqueror's Haki, or a swordsman, Taijutsu and other powers. So at this time, the role and effect of the holy writing ability are highlighted. It can ensure that the people of the Invisible Empire can suppress the strong men in the pirate world who also have mastered the power of the Quincy. The first batch of students from Starcross Academy should graduate soon. After Yhwach unlocked the soul distribution and holy text engraving, he immediately thought of Durag and others. This was another benefit that he cared about. In the future, not only could Holy Word Knights be produced in batches, but the most important thing was that they did not require reputation points. This is really awesome. It's quick. It's quick. Yhwach has begun to look forward to it. Simply, except for Barrow and Peanut who were guarding the side, all the other Holy Word Knights went to Starcross Academy to speed up the teaching process. After that, everything went back to normal. Tom, a naval architect, is in full swing building the future top maritime fleet of the Invisible Empire. The first batch of people from the Holy Soldier Training Camp and Starcross Academy rapidly improved in strength, and the second batch was also incorporated. The thing about playing is a seamless connection. The situation on the sea is that more and more people are showing good or even powerful Quincy combat capabilities. As a result, the popularity of the Invisible Empire and the reputation of the founder of the Quincy became more and more important in the hearts of the world. The reputation value on the system panel has been continuously increasing gradually. At the same time, more than a month has passed since the first public transaction. Except for those strong men and powerful people who have long given up studying spiritual blood. The few powerful forces that persisted until now, such as the World Government, Marine and Whitebeard Group, the Beast Group, Ant Group, etc., have all given up. In just over a month, the investment ranged from billions to Marine spending tens of billions, and even the World Government lost hundreds of billions. But without exception, they all got nothing. The only way to become a Quincy is to trade with the Invisible Empire. The money they spent was no longer enough to trade many spiritual bloods. These forces directly chose to give up and once again started large-scale transactions with the Invisible Empire. The amount of Bailey's income every day pales into insignificance compared to those before. Yhwach was extremely generous and allocated a lot of funds for Vegapunk's Science and Technology Department. At the same time, the salaries and various benefits for people joining the Legion of Holy Soldiers and the Knights of the Star and Cross were announced. All of a sudden, the people of Silver Shelf City, Punk Hazard, and Bakimo all wanted to join in. Cultivation has become more and more popular, and more talented people are entering the Holy Soldier Training Camp and Star Cross Academy. Even these news and the fame of the two have spread overseas, and everyone knows that in the birthplace of the Quincy's power, Silver Frame City, the capital of the Invisible Empire, has two top institutions that specialize in training mixed blood Quincy and pure blood Quincy. Holy Soldier Training Camp, Star Cross Academy. For a time, powerful people and forces from all parties contacted again and expressed their desire to trade and receive professional training. After all, those who have gained the power of the Quincy, no matter how talented they are, no matter how high their strength base is, they are still far behind the Invisible Empire. This is the birthplace of the Quincy and its power. When Yhwach heard the news, he didn't even think about it. How could he agree to such a deal? The number of citizens of the Invisible Empire alone is enough to keep the Holy Army and the Knights of the Star Cross busy. Not to mention these outsiders, if they agree, they will definitely be in trouble. What if they conflict with people from the Invisible Empire? Yhwach would not agree to such a deal, but he was unwilling to let Bailey come to his door. So I thought of a way to ask the high-level Holy Soldiers, Holy Text Knights and others to compile 2 textbooks on mixed blood and pure blood training tips, experiences, and methods. Since it is reusable and can be used collectively, Yhwach simply set a high price. 1 billion Baileys. There may not be many people trading, but he is always making money. Who would have thought that in the end, without exception, those forces would just pay and deliver the goods? 3.2. It looks like hundreds of billions of Baileys have been accounted for again. Yhwach felt that the price was too low and the loss was huge. It seems that he still misjudged these people's determination to become stronger. Just in the next few days, the sea, which had been calm for more than a month, sent out a big news. Marco and others from the Whitebeard Pirates are on their way back after the transaction. A weekday. A little-known member of the 2nd Division, an ordinary member of the 2nd Division, killed several of his companions and stole all the spiritual blood under the cover of night and by deliberate or unintentional calculations. What's it called? Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach. A nickname similar to Whitebeard, but the person is nothing like him. Most people in the sea, including Kaido of the Beasts and Aunt Charlotte Linlin, were all watching Whitebeard's jokes. Whitebeard, who had always valued his son's desire for a family, was now stabbed in the back by his own son. I wonder if this is ridiculous. The person involved, Whitebeard, didn't care about this, he was just extremely furious. At his peak, dubbed the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Newgate would not give up. A bounty was directly placed on Teach's whereabouts, and he led Marco and others to pursue Blackbeard. Everywhere along the way, powerful people and forces from all sides took notice. Although the Whitebeard group had no intention of invading, they only wanted to hunt down the traitor Blackbeard Teach. However, all parties did not believe this, and it still caused quite a commotion, and the radiation range was very wide. Because Blackbeard Teach is really good. Super capable of running. Chapter 52. The unrest is showing signs. It was Blackbeard's defection and the Whitebeard group's pursuit. All parties are in turmoil, naval headquarters is no exception, and world government is no exception. Since there was no hope of unlocking the secret of spiritual blood in the short term, they temporarily shifted their focus to training and cultivating mixed blood and pure blood Quincy. They have teaching materials compiled and traded by the Invisible Empire, as well as their profound knowledge of powerful people and their extremely intelligent think tank team. The strength of the Quincy troops under his command has improved rapidly, and can be said to be second only to the Invisible Empire. Of course, the research on spiritual blood has not stopped and is still ongoing. In their opinion, it is just a matter of time. As long as they are willing to pay the price, they will definitely gain something. In addition, the same is true for forces such as the 100 Beasts group and the Ant group, all of which are rapidly developing and growing in strength. Half a month later, the 2-month period arrived. Yinjia City, Ice Shield Palace. Masculine walked in quickly and happily reported. Your Majesty. It's finished, the fleet is finished. Now they are all displayed in the harbor. Tom asked if you want to inspect them. Hearing this, Yhwach's eyes lit up and his face became surprised. He is indeed Tom, a resounding man and the best shipwright in the world. The efficiency and technology are amazing. 2 months is 2 months, not 1 day more and 1 day less. Yhwach immediately stood up and said, let's go. Go and see the port. Inspect our fleet. This is the 06 First Fleet belonging to their invisible empire, and it is all composed of top-level warships. It took more than 311 billion Baileys to build in 2 months. It is also the basis for conquering the world in the near future. Yhwach takes it very seriously. Soon, outside Yinjia City, there was a military seaport. Suddenly, a large number of spirit suns flew in mid-air and gathered together, forming a throne. Yhwach's figure wearing a crimson cloak has appeared in public for the second time since Buster Call. Yhwach sat on the throne, with Ljibaro on both sides and Peanut Apakaja guarding the side. Seeing this scene, Tom, Kairaja, Masculine, and others, as well as all the holy soldiers and civilians, paid homage. See your majesty. I have met his majesty the emperor. I have met the ancestor. Even compared to Chaluja and others who met Yhwach every day, the emotions of those holy soldiers and civilians were more enthusiastic. In the crowd, intelligence officers from all sides saw this and couldn't help but sigh at the emperor of the invisible empire. He is the emperor Yhwach. He looks very young. Nonsense. The intelligence shows that he is less than 20 years old. You are the ancestor at such a young age. Hiss. While sighing, they suddenly realized Yhwach's age, and all these people couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Before, I only paid attention to the power of the invisible empire and completely forgot about it. Now that I realize it, I know that people are really incomparable. They are already the masters of a country when they are not 20 years old, and they have been working hard for half their lives, and they are still miserable wage earners. Yhwach used invisible power to lift everyone up, exchanged a few simple greetings with the people, and then got down to business. His Majesty. Thankfully Tom lived up to his mission and completed the construction of the maritime fleet on time. There are 300 warships in total, and they are even more top-notch than marine. Now they are all in the sea, waiting for you to come and inspect them. Tom noticed Yhwach's gaze and immediately spoke with a little pride. Behind him were Bing Shan, Frankie as a child, and many employees of Tom's studio. Although they are very confident in their shipbuilding technology, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are the best in the world, they still have excited expressions, like children who are eager to be praised. Yhwach naturally won't praise or reward you, but you have to see the quality of the warship first. A flow of spiritual energy flashed quickly. Yhwach brought the throne, Ljibaro, and Peanut Apakaja to the sky above the fleet. Looking down, Ryotsu senses release. What catches the eye is the pale hull of the ship, which is the same as Yinjia City and Ice Palace. 300 ships were lined up together, exuding an aura like a cold beast. Every warship is superior to Marine's warships in terms of materials, power systems, and other aspects. Yhwach's laughter echoed in the air with joy, and he praised and rewarded Tom, his studio employees, and all the manufacturing staff. Then he ordered Chaluja, let the holy soldiers become familiar with operating warships, and they will be put to use soon. As soon as these words came out, Chaluja Masculine and others were shocked, and the surprise in their eyes could not be concealed. It seems like this whole day of patrolling or training is coming to an end. At Kairaja's signal, a large number of holy soldiers boarded the warship and began to familiarize themselves with the operation and cooperate in combat. Yhwach was also ready to go back at this time. After all, he had seen the warship and it was indeed good. But the surprising thing seemed to have been discussed, and big happy events happened one after another. Bambietta came over with long legs and flying feet, and said directly. His Majesty. All training and courses in the Holy Soldier Training Camp and Starcross Academy have ended. As long as you pass the assessment, you can be officially appointed according to your strength level. The surprise news that followed not only surprised Yhwach, but also Peanut Apakaja and Jbaro. So we will have adjutants and knights soon. When Chiruhi, Masculine, Jerome, and others heard this, they all came over happily. Yhwach waved his hand until he announced. Notify me immediately. Sacred Soldier Training Camp, Starcross Academy, the assessment will begin soon. I will be there with the Knights of Holy Words to witness. Bambietta heard the words and responded, Yes, Your Majesty. I will inform you immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from where she was. Soon, Yhwach's instructions spread to the sky. The most grand event since the completion of Yinjia City has begun. Although it came in a hurry, it still has the Quincy's construction ability. The open space on the ground below the Ice Palace. Not long after, a temporary venue for assessment was built. The mixed blood Quincy from the Holy Soldier Training Camp, the pure blood Quincy from Starcross Academy, Saul Darag, Albia the Bear, Ivankov, and others are all here now, waiting for the assessment. Then, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire headed by Yhwach, as well as the Holy Word Knights of the Starcross Knights such as Ljibaro also came one after another. Even Busby and Gaddies, who were currently in Punk Hazard and Bakimo, were back temporarily. A large number of holy soldiers maintained order at the scene, and there were many people who came to watch. What is this so lively for? You just woke up when I saw you, right? Take a good look at you. The first batch of people have completed the training and courses of the Holy Soldier Training Camp and Star-Cross Academy. This is about to take the assessment. After passing it, you will be officially appointed and join the Holy Soldier Legion and the Knights of the Star-Cross. Among the crowds of people, there was almost no one who did not yearn for it, with eyes and faces full of longing. Although their talents are not very good, it does not prevent them from being excited, as if they have succeeded. While this side is in full swing, at the same time on the other side, the coastal landing port is opened. This is the gate where outsiders entering Yhwach City must pass through and undergo interrogation. There are a total of 8 such gates in all directions of Yhwach City. At this moment, different gates. Teenage Buggy, Shanks, Teenage Yhwach. Moria was defeated by Kaido, Blackbeard was chased by Whitebeard. They followed the flow of people from all over the world and entered Yhwach City. He looked around up and down, his face filled with uncontrollable shock. In the eyes of the people of the Invisible Empire, such an expression is as ignorant as a country bumpkin who came to the city from the countryside. Little did he know that many of these people were well-known figures in the outside world. Sacred Soldier Training Camp, Star King Academy Assessment. Moria Yhwach Shanks Buggy found out that they had just arrived and they had encountered such a grand 810 event. They couldn't hold back their anticipation and headed to the assessment venue. After all, they have heard of the names of these two. They are currently recognized as mixed blood Quincy in the sea, and the best place for pure blood Quincy to become stronger. The official training and teaching facility of the Invisible Empire in Silver Frame City, the birthplace of Quincy power. Although they all came here with their own purposes, the Holy Soldier Training Camp and Star-Cross Academy were undoubtedly at the same time. It was a place where they could see the difference between their own Quincy strength and the professionals from the Invisible Empire. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach was also very excited and felt that it was the right choice to come and join the Invisible Empire. After handing over 100 million belly, everything should be fine, right? Don't tell me whether they dare to come or not. Even if they dare to come, they can't take action in Yhwach City. So as long as he doesn't go out, Laozi won't be afraid of the world's most powerful man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. While walking quickly towards the center of Yhwach City, he kept looking back with a little worry. You know, Whitebeard is very persistent, and he has been chasing him all this time. Now I came to Yhwach City, paid a full 100 million belly, and became a temporary resident. Although they are not considered to be citizens of the Invisible Empire, as long as they abide by the laws and rules here, you can still enjoy the protection, and anyone who tries to do evil to him will receive the protection he deserves. Even paying a certain amount of money to enter the Holy Soldier Training Camp and Star-Cross Academy is not impossible, but it just cannot be hired by the Invisible Empire. It is specifically designed to provide temporary residence rights for people who have a strong foundation and want to avoid enemies or learn to become stronger. And his current situation is exactly in line with this, so he Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach came. Thinking of this, Blackbeard Teach breathed a sigh of relief and followed the flow of people to the assessment venue in the center. Ha 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 ha, thief. Since you're here, it's a good time to meet the real Quincy. He laughed in a low voice, and a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes that were buried deep in ambition. Chapter 53. The sea area where Yhwach City is located is far away. The Whitebeard pirates Moby Dick and other ships are parked on the sea. After all, this is the territory of the Invisible Empire. Even Whitebeard was hesitant to enter with such a large force. Now it's just that you can barely see the barrier dome that covers Yhwach City. On the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard Newgate stands, with the captain's cape floating behind him, and in his hand stands the Kongyunkai, the supreme sharp knife. The eyes looking towards Yhwach City were full of anger and murderous intent, and the big hand that was clenched tightly by Kongyunkai was so hard that the veins and blood vessels protruded. Teach. You deserve to die. Do you think I can't kill you if you escape into Yhwach City? Although it was impossible for him to force his way into Yhwach City to kill Blackbeard Teach, he did not believe that Yhwach, the emperor of the Invisible Empire, would leave such a scourge in Yhwach City without hearing about what Blackbeard Teach had done recently. As long as Blackbeard Teach comes out, there is no way to escape death at his hands. Behind them, Inzi and other division captains' eyes and faces were filled with resentment. Backstab Sachi and steal the spiritual blood. They will never tolerate these two evil acts. After a while, a flash of blue light flew from the sky, and it was Marco the Phoenix who returned. As soon as he landed, he said with a solemn expression, I'm afraid things are not going well. That guy Teach has become a temporary resident of Silver Shelf City. Marco told the news that he had heard, and everyone began to feel depressed after hearing the news. Even Whitebeard Newgate was no exception, his thick brows furrowed deeply. Their intelligence was still a little behind. Before, they only knew that the Invisible Empire sold spiritual blood and the most authoritative, professional, and top-notch Quincy training methods. Unexpectedly, now even the residence places in the capital, and even the places for further studies in the Holy Soldier Training Camp and Starcross Academy have begun to be sold. Since a super large force like this has received money, under normal circumstances it will not violate the regulations or damage or reduce its prestige. Therefore, it is not realistic to forcefully enter Yhwach City to capture Teach, but we cannot just watch Blackbeard continue to be at ease. Otherwise, the whole world would know that the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, was hunting down the traitor Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. But in the end, he chose to retreat without even trying before the gate of the Invisible Empire. Although he acknowledged the power of the Invisible Empire, he did not live up to his reputation. Marco, go and negotiate. Let's see if we can pay some price to get the Invisible Empire to kick out that guy Teach. Whitebeard Newgate settled for the next best thing and chose the safest method. He really didn't want to conflict with the Invisible Empire unless it was absolutely necessary. And Blackbeard Teach is his must-kill target. Even though they have lost a large amount of spiritual blood, they are still willing to pay a corresponding price, just to kill Blackbeard Teach and avenge the dead sage. Okay Dad, I'll go try it. Marco responded in a deep voice, his arms turned into phoenix wings, and he took off again and flew to Yhwach City. At this moment, in the center of Yhwach City, this grand event has begun, and people's emotions are getting stronger. On the assessment field, the hybrid Quincy in the Holy Soldier Training Camp are divided into 3 levels based on their strength. The low-level, middle-level, and high-level Holy Soldiers of the Holy Soldier Legion are responsible for the actual combat assessment. From the beginning to now, batch after batch, one after another. It can be said that with his own good talent, coupled with the most professional training and guidance, as well as the buffs from the Holy Soldier Training Camp, almost everyone's actual combat performance is remarkable, and there is no difficulty in passing the assessment to become an official Holy Soldier. There were even a handful of people who had reached the level of strength to participate in the Advanced Saint Weapon Assessment, and were given blood blessings by Yhwach on the spot to become pure blood Quincy. After all, within such a short period of time, one's strength can be directly trained to the level of a high-level Holy Soldier. It's not just as simple as having good talent, he has reached the talent passing line for a pure blood Quincy. This situation can be said to have completely ignited the Holy Soldiers who participated in the assessment, as well as those who have not yet completed their training and those who are about to join the next batch of Holy Soldier training camps. On the viewing platform, the Yhwach-shaped Knight of Holy Words, Keelj Masculine Bambietta, and others all nodded in recognition of the results of the past few months of training. Mixed in the crowd were Moria, Myhawk Shanks and others, their faces full of admiration. Is this the most authoritative school of Quincy? The various applications and techniques are indeed more advanced and powerful. It seems that it is still necessary to spend some money to buy a place. They were among the first people in the sea to become pure-blooded Quincy, and their talents were already at the top level, and some even reached the level of monsters. In more than a month, the Quincy's power has been cultivated to a very powerful level. Even the top powerhouses such as Rayleigh Whitebeard and others are not much more powerful than the Quincy. After all, although they are young, they started at the same age. What's more, although there is a gap in original strength, their talents are not much different. To be honest, this makes them somewhat proud. But now that they have seen the actual combat assessment in the Holy Soldier Training Camp, they have seen what authority and professionalism mean. You must know that the people in the Holy Soldier Training Camp are all mixed blood Quincy, and they are not on the same starting line as the pure blood Quincy. And that so-called talent is nothing compared to geniuses and monsters like them. But just like this, in a similar period of time, those hybrid Quincy only received training from the Holy Soldier Training Camp, and their strength improvement progress has far exceeded the expectations of Blackbeard Shanks and others. Although the upper limit of hybrid strength is there, isn't the speed of getting stronger too amazing? The few mixed blood Quincy who have passed the examination of high-level Holy Soldiers are now on par with them in terms of strength. Maybe they need to be a little stronger, but definitely not much stronger. Of course, it's just the Quincy's power. Soon, amid the cheers of a large number of people watching the battle, the hybrid Quincy assessment in the Holy Soldier Training Camp came to an end. Without exception, everyone passed. The voice from Yhwach, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire and the founder of the Quincy, also resounded throughout Yhwach City. From now on, everyone who passes the assessment will officially become a member of the Holy Soldier Legion. The benefits will be distributed on the spot after the assessment is completed. The words have not yet finished. All the people in the training camp paid homage and chanted, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the ancestor." The countless civilians who were watching saw this and also shouted and saluted. This scene is truly spectacular. Blackbeard Shanks and other outsiders were extremely shocked. This Yhwach. What a strong prestige and cohesion. They have never seen such a country where the people's hearts aspire, and the emperor's words can make the people worship without hesitation, even though the words may just be blurted out, insignificant and casual. And the most important thing is that they can see that this kind of worship is not out of fear, but truly comes from the heart. It is simply a true portrayal of these people's innermost being. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't be able to imagine it. After everyone stood up, Yhwach announced again. The graduation examination of Starcross College began. All the civilians, holy soldiers, outsiders, Blackbeard Shanks, and others all had their eyes lit up, and they all got into high spirits. This is the real highlight. Those selected are all mid to high-end combat forces from the Invisible Empire. Even Gillage Mascolin, Giselle, and others are serious and want to select approved subordinates. The first student, Robin, the assessment begins. The moment these words fell, Yhwach on the throne was stunned. Looking at the determined eyes of the 8-year-old girl in the assessment field, I felt dumbfounded and helpless. To be honest, the Invisible Empire is not powerful enough to send an 8-year-old child to the battlefield. When he heard that little Robin went to Starcross Academy, he didn't take it seriously, but he didn't expect that little Robin actually took it seriously. It is not an easy task to complete all the courses at Starcross Academy. You must pass the previous course before you can start the next course. This time Starcross College completed the course, and very few people took part in the assessment, only about 100 people. They are all geniuses and monsters such as Dalag Bear, as well as beings that are slightly inferior or even better. Most of those who were in the same period as them have not yet reached the level of strength to participate in the graduation assessment. At present, my progress is basically being held back by some difficult courses. But there's nothing you can do about it, all-around geniuses are very rare, and having talent is already pretty good. Seeing Robin, the former Ohara genius archaeologist, has now become a genius pureblood Quincy, and the common people are cheering for her. Come on little Robin. Believe in yourself and you can become a knight. Archaeologists also cheer for Robin. You are the hope of our archaeologists. This level of popularity has surprised outsiders such as Blackbeard Shanks Myhawk Moria Buggy. It's just a little kid. Is it necessary to be so excited? On the field, the trainee knight in charge of the assessment watched and remained motionless. He was a junior course instructor at Starcross Academy. But those who know little Robin, he will definitely not be able to defeat him, so there is no shame in him. Upon seeing this, a formal knight had no choice but to prepare to leave, but at this moment a figure quickly flashed past. Jadis appeared on the field, looking at Robin with interest. Little Robin, my sister is here to test you. Let my sister show you your strength. As long as you get my sister's approval, you will be considered a Baya. How about Dion? The sudden end of Jadis made all the holy soldiers and civilians excited. Oh my god. I really didn't expect it. Was it so exciting from the beginning? This is the holy word knight of the Knights of the Star Cross. On the contrary, Robin's little face was full of calm, and his eyes were looking directly at Jadis unwaveringly. Okay, then I'm going to start. Chapter 54. Before little Robin's words came to fruition, she knew how to take the initiative and took action directly. Multiple sacred losses. The first step was to bombard Jadis. Then the flying sickle kick was activated, and the body flashed back and forth on the field, bombarding Jadis from different directions and angles. Holy annihilation couldn't stop in the hands of little Robin, and he had no intention of fighting with Jadis in close combat. He just kept releasing long-range attacks. Robin, you are very smart. Jadis is also very interested and recognizes Robin's fighting mentality. After all, he is just a child who has not yet begun to develop. He has a huge innate disadvantage in both physical and physical strength. That is to say, the loss of holy destruction depends on the gathering of spiritual beings, and has little to do with physical fitness, physical strength, and blood equipment. At least he knew how to use his strengths and avoid weaknesses right from the beginning of the battle, which shows that Robin is very smart. Jadis releases the same power and quantity of holy annihilation and Robin's counterattack. Although the destructive power is not too powerful, a small barrier has been deployed, otherwise it will definitely affect civilians. The battle continued. After a moment, Jadis said again. Little Robin, is this all your strength? If this were the case, it would be a bit difficult to be recognized by her and pass the assessment. However, Jadis certainly knew that Robin, who had completed all the courses, was more than capable. As expected, Robin seemed to be stimulated and stepped up his offensive as if he was eager to prove himself. Medium holy destruction. A beam of light reaching 10 meters in length began to shoot out, and Robin's flying sickle feet became faster and faster. It was so fast that most of the holy soldiers and civilians exclaimed in admiration, because at this moment they could no longer see clearly with the naked eye. The power and speed of this kind of sacred destruction have surpassed that of high-level holy soldiers and reached the level of trainee knights. Although Robin has not yet demonstrated blood armor and other abilities, it is already certain that he will pass the assessment and become a trainee knight based on this alone. Just when everyone thought that this was Robin's full strength, including Jotty's, she also thought so. 6-stick light prison. Suddenly, the 6 paths beam of light struck, forming a cage to trap Jotty's. This is also a move that is an extension of the construction and use of Raiko cluster. It can be learned and mastered by both mixed blood and pure blood. It is not a move exclusive to Shinigami's Kido. Jotty's, who was trapped by the 6 staff light, was stunned when she saw Robin stop the long-range attack and use the blood-moving equipment to rush towards her directly. Whoosh. The next moment, a figure appeared in a flash, with small fists covered with spirit lines, and struck at Jotty's. Is this because you know that the 6-stick light prison can't stop me, so you seize the opportunity to counterattack? Jotty's was curious about Robin's tactics and dared to counterattack her with blood-driving equipment. Could this be her trump card? Click. The 6-staff light prison was easily shattered by Jotty's in an instant. Then the spirit lines appeared on the palms, and he used the static blood equipment to resist. Boom. A muffled sound. Robin's small fist was easily held by Jotty's, without causing even the slightest impact on her. Okay, little Robin, you. However, she was not disappointed, but instead spoke out to express her approval. A child's strength reached the level of a trainee knight in such a short period of time. He can already be called a genius, and he must be the material for a knight of holy words. However, before she could finish her words, there was a sudden blow above her head. Large sacred loss. Boom. A burst of energy exploded directly. Fortunately, the ground was also protected by a barrier, so a big hole was not blown out. People who were still talking and laughing about Robin's strength and thought Robin, was a little genius. The conversation suddenly stopped. Blackbeard Shanks, Moria, Mihawk, Buggy and others' expressions instantly became numb. Massive sacred loss? Is there any mistake? They have just cultivated to this level. Although they recognized the authority and professionalism of Starcross Academy, they still couldn't save their face by being shoulder to shoulder with an 8-year-old girl. In the distance, Marco, who had just paid the money and entered Yinjia City, rushed to the assessment venue in the center. What the hell? I also saw little Robin's counterattack from a distance, as well as the barely large Saint destruction, and I couldn't help but widen my eyes and let out a cry of surprise. Isn't it so scary? Is Invisible Empire even a child so strong? Fortunately, I heard the on the sidelines and realized that this was a pure-blood Quincy genius. Now he breathed a sigh of relief and decided to put aside the negotiations for the time being and take a look at the Starcross College assessment first. After all, this is a rare opportunity to see the official authoritative profession. Soon, amid a wave of loud cheers, Jotty's personally recognized little Robin's strength. It was announced directly on the spot that he had passed the assessment and became an official knight of the Starcross Knights. It caused the archaeologists and civilians to scream in surprise. Not a trainee knight, but a formal knight. The next step is the adjutant of the Holy Word Knight, and then the Holy Word Knight. Little Robin is only 8 years old, and his future achievements are certain. He cannot escape becoming a Knight of Holy Words. Time passed quickly, and the students took the exam one by one. Almost all of the 100 people failed, the worst ones became trainee knights, and there were also a few who became formal knights. However, all the people have witnessed the powerful combat power and the use of various moves. Even Blackbeard Shanks and others had solemn expressions in their eyes and faces. Because except for a few people such as Little Robin, who are at the same level as them, most of the others are completely above them. Among them, Saul, Orbia, Ivankov, and the Quincy of Big Bear are not even remotely stronger than them. All of them lead the Holy Word Knight to take the test personally, and in the end, all of them can become the adjutants of the Holy Word Knight. However, they were obviously not willing to succumb to others, and stated that they would target the Holy Word Knights, so that they could become official knights first. Yulogo applauded this, and the Holy Word Knight was not surprised either. Anyway, before they became Knights of Holy Words, they did not have to obey their orders. In the last round of the assessment, Monkey D. Durag comes on stage. He is the most amazing and talented monster among 100 people, the fastest student to complete all the courses, and he is the well-deserved first place. Not only was his original strength at the top, but now Ling's ability to gather holy blood-destroying equipment and other abilities had been trained to the point where he was on par with the Knights of the Holy Words. Even De Xiong and others seemed to pale in comparison. Boom. 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 The deafening sound of collision resounded throughout Yinjia City. The assessment site has now been moved into the air, with a transparent barrier isolating it from below. Durag, who was wearing a black cloak, was having a tough fight with Kairaja, who was wearing pure white military boots. The two people who used the flying scythe were so fast that the weaker ones couldn't even see the side of Mitsuko and Ryotsu. Large-scale sacred destruction is completely thrown away by them as free of charge as small-scale sacred destruction. The entire battlefield within a few hundred meters of sight was submerged by the energy explosion of spirit children. It can be called the most shocking battle in this assessment, which aroused high emotions among the holy soldiers and the people. They were all talking and shouting with red faces. This is too strong. Is Dalag so pervert? That's Sir Kyrag, the holy word knight. The power spreads hundreds of meters. This battle is so terrifying. Marco Blackbeard, Shanks, and others from the outsiders were also shocked. Is this guy Dalag so fierce? If it was said that being shoulder to shoulder with Little Robin before just made them feel embarrassed. So now when compared with Dalag, they are simply embarrassed. Although Dalag is more or less older than them, and he was already among the top experts before. However, their fathers or seniors are also top experts, stronger than Dalag, and their talents are all monster level. But even so, their father Whitebeard, or senior Rayleigh Jabba and others. The current Quincy's power is far inferior to the current Dragna. At this moment, Blackbeard Shanks and others have completely determined that they must pay a price, such as entering the Star King Academy. Dalag is the best example. Even though the power of Quincy began to spread in large numbers on the sea. But the real strong Quincy has to look at the Invisible Empire, the official birthplace. The so-called authority and expertise are really not just words, but really compared to the knowledge on the sea, the Invisible Empire is far ahead. Dalag. I have to admit that your talent is very powerful. Even Jaluja, who was fighting with him at the moment, was convinced. However, he is not one to admit defeat. The constant fighting has aroused his fighting spirit. You have passed the test of the Holy Word Knight. Why don't you and I take this opportunity to fight? Dalag had been fighting in silence, and after understanding the meaning of Kaluja's words, he agreed without any false pretense. Okay. That's exactly what I meant. Isn't it true that you can use the Holy Text ability, and I can also use the Taijutsu Haki and Devil Fruit abilities? Before he finished speaking, Dalag took the lead in attacking. Woo woo woo. Use the Hurricane Fruit ability. On top of a large number of large sacred objects across the sky, high-speed rotating air currents visible to the naked eye are entangled. Amidst the sharp roar of a gust of wind, the attack speed of Holy Destruction suddenly increased sharply. The attack speed of Kyraj's Holy Destruction was directly suppressed. When he was still a long way away from hitting Dalag's Holy Destruction was already roaring towards him. Rumble. A huge energy explosion overwhelmed it. Although your Devil Fruit ability is pretty good, it's a pity that it can't break through my Holy Word ability. When Kyraj's words came, a wave of strong wind spread out the aftermath. At this moment, he was safe and sound, enveloped in a circular cage formed by strips of spiritual beings. Really? Then try this. Dalag's expression remained unchanged, the lines of his blood-moving armor appeared, and his hands were pointed together into claws. This is his self-created physical skill Dragon Claw Fist. Kyraja is the instructor of one of the Starcross Academy courses. Dalag and others have all seen and understood his ability to write holy words and prison. The level of sturdiness is equivalent to an upgraded version of the combination of weapon color and static blood suit. It can be used as a prison to imprison enemies, or as a defense to resist attacks. It can be regarded as an ability that is difficult to be broken by pure physical attacks. Of course, the premise that is difficult to break is the result of Kyraja's full exertion. Chapter 55. At this moment, the assessment field is in mid-air. Dalag's assessment has turned into a battle with Kaluja. The moment you see the Devil Fruit ability and the Holy Word ability appear, both the people of the Invisible Empire and many outsiders are basically aware of it. I just saw Emperor Yhwach watching the battle without saying a word, without any intention of stopping it. I guess he acquiesced. Only then did everyone return their attention to the battlefield in mid-air. Kyraja used his holy writing ability to form a defensive cage to protect himself. After the Hurricane Fruit ability passed, Dalag also used the blood-moving equipment to perform his own physical technique, Dragon Claw Fist. Boom. The flying sickle legs flashed, and the body exploded and rushed away. A sting. There was a sharp sound of the air being torn apart. Dragna's dragon claws, which were strong enough to break through the high-level armament Haki, were caught on Kyrag's cage defense. Clang. There was a clash of weapons, and the violent vibrations spread out. The battlefield the two of them were on was in all directions, and the invisible space was shaking. But Kaluja's cage defense was indeed intact, and it firmly blocked Dalag's blow. Dalag, you should be very clear about my prison of holy writing ability, right? When I use my full strength, except for certain rules-based abilities, basically no one can break it head-on. Kyraja held the extermination sword with a confident smile on his lips. Of course he knew that Dalag knew about his holy writing ability and prison, and the reason why he wanted these was to tell Dalag. It is impossible to defeat him before acquiring the ability of holy words, Because the effect of his prison of holy words ability destined him to always be invincible. Even if he meets an opponent who is stronger than him, as long as he is not too strong, he cannot break the prison of his holy writing ability. Maybe he can't kill the opponent, but the opponent will be helpless and unable to defeat him. Really? But I want to give it a try. However, even though Durag knew this, since he was determined to have a big battle, how could he retreat in the face of difficulties at the beginning? This is not his style. Woo woo woo. The hurricane fruit ability is activated again. Durag cooperated with the dragon claws fired by the blood-moving equipment, and bombarded Kairaja with punch after punch. Strong winds and air currents rolled up from all directions, also carrying large-scale sacred destruction, and densely shot towards Kairaja. Boom. 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 Amazing spiritual explosions continued to rise one after another. Although he still failed to break Kaluja's prison cage, it made him no longer intend to stand in defense and began to fight back against Durag. Otherwise, under the spotlight, many people may think that he is a Kaluja, so will he just stand there in defense and not take the initiative to attack? At this thought, Kaluja fought back. Multiple large-scale sacred losses. As soon as he made a move, he fully demonstrated the Quincy's traditional combat method of spirit sun clustering. Continuous large-scale sacred destruction blasted away. Although the speed is not as good as Durag's attacks that were blessed by the whirlwind, the power is exactly the same, which directly smooths the speed gap. Durag. Looking at Durag, who was launching a powerful attack like crazy, he just couldn't break his defense. Jaluja also tried to pretend to be indifferent again, but unexpectedly this time something unexpected happened before he could say anything. Wind. Gale. Gale song. Durag's voice sounded low. Dragon Claw Fist suddenly changed its attack style. The airflow visible to the naked eye stirred and rotated rapidly. Woo woo hoo boom boom. What was originally just a sharp whistling sound of strong wind has now turned into a roar like a strong wind passing by without leaving a trace behind. Nani. The sudden strong airflow directly swept away Kaluja, who looked very surprised. Although his holy writing ability prison has extremely strong defense, it cannot remain in place. Dalag took advantage of this, and immediately his entire body became elemental and integrated into the airflow. In an instant, the airflow suddenly increased and became extremely violent, evolving from a strong wind to a hurricane. The madness swept through Kairaja. Although the hurricane could not touch him, he was drifting with the wind and could not break free at all. After all, this is a natural disaster, and even a 100-meter tall giant can be easily swept away. It's just that Kairaja was confused after the accident, wondering why Durag used such an attack. Although the hurricane was violent, it only disturbed him and caused no harm. Although he was disturbed and unable to effectively respond to the large-scale sacred destruction that was carried away by the air current, he still could not break his prison. Below, everyone watching the battle at this moment had their eyes widened, and they couldn't help but let out bursts of exclamations. What a violent hurricane! Is this Durag's devil fruit ability? After all, it's Logia's natural disaster, but the wind is just too strong, right? Whether they are civilians, holy soldiers, or outsiders such as Blackbeard Shanks, their sense of sight and Ryotsu are useless. Even the Holy Word Knights frowned slightly. In such a violent and chaotic hurricane, and there were layers of energy explosions, their Ryotsu perception was affected. Although it can still be felt that Durag and Kaluja are still fighting frantically, it is no longer possible to watch the battle as clearly as with the naked eye. At this moment, only Yhwach and the two members of the Divine Pardon Guards, Ljabaro and Pinata Pakaja, could see clearly. In the chaotic and violent airflow, Kaluja felt the difficulty of the hurricane, and had no intention of continuing to fight with Durag. He planned to use the Holy Text ability prison on Durag to trap him to death and end the battle. However, elements suddenly appeared in Durag's figure and appeared in front of him. After an instant, the hurricane that covered the sky and the sun dissipated. It came so suddenly, as if it had never appeared before. Calmness returned to mid-air. What's the situation? Why is there no movement? Is the fight over? Who won? Everyone, including Blackbeard Shanks and the Holy Word Knight, all looked at each other in astonishment at this moment. No matter how you look at it, this battle is just the beginning of the main event, right? Why did it suddenly seem like there was a truce between the two of them? In mid-air, only the figures of Dalag and Kairaja appeared. Everyone's eyes turned to him. I'm surprised that you won. But you won't be so lucky next time. Durag. Kairaja pushed up his glasses without any panic, and calmly admitted his defeat. However, in the depths of his eyes that no one could notice, there was an incomprehensible look of complexity and consternation. Don't look at him helplessly watching Durag rush to him and defeat him, but in fact, until now, he has not figured out the power Emperor Durag used when defeating him. It's neither Ryotsu nor Raiko, nor Devil Fruit ability, nor Haki swordsmanship. It's simply evil. Faced with Kaluja's calm admission of defeat, Durag was also very angry and nodded indifferently, as if to say I accept your admission of defeat. This look made Kaluja's lips twitch slightly. If he hadn't already understood Durag's dull temperament, he would have felt as if he was trying to show off to him. However, their seemingly innocuous and simple conversation caused an uproar in the eyes and ears of everyone below. What's going on? Who can tell me? Why did Durag suddenly win as soon as the war ceased? Yes. That's Sir Kyrag, the Holy Word Knight. The people and the holy soldiers were whispering among each other. Some people thought that Durag's victory was great, while others thought that it was impossible for Kaluja to lose. More people were curious about what happened. Blackbeard Shanks and others were also dumbfounded with confused expressions on their faces. Although it was not surprising that Durag passed the Holy Word Knight test, it was too baffling to suddenly defeat Kyraja. 0. At this moment, even the Holy Word Knights on both sides of Yhwach, except for Ljabaro and Peanut Apakaja, felt very surprised. However, seeing His Majesty Yhwach sitting indifferently on the throne, he could only suppress this wrong feeling in his heart for the time being. At this point, the assessment of 100 students has been completed, and this grand event has come to an end. All the onlookers dispersed in an orderly manner, while the holy soldiers and knights returned to their posts. Blackbeard Shanks, Myhawk and others mixed in with the crowd and continued to complete their respective tasks. It's time to get down to business, I'm still waiting. Marco took a deep breath to suppress the excitement and shock in his heart, and walked against the flow of people towards the assessment venue. Such a conspicuous retrograde has made many people notice it, but it has nothing to do with them and they just don't care much. With one exception, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Lie down. When I saw a familiar figure, I suddenly got excited. Marco. Why is he here? What is this for? Why are you walking towards the location of Yhwach, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, and the Knights of the Star Cross? Blackbeard Teach felt something was wrong, and cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead, and he quickly walked away. Marco's appearance in Silver Shelf City means that his ghost father Whitebeard must have reached the sea outside the Invisible Empire. Fortunately, no action was allowed in Yinjia City. After Blackbeard Teach walked away, he slowly regained his composure. There are quite a few people hiding from their enemies in Yinjia City, and most of them are hiding from the world government. As long as those who paid the money and followed the rules here, I haven't heard of anyone getting into trouble. Then I analyzed it while walking and felt that the problem was not big. Just to be more safe, Blackbeard Teach changed direction and went directly to Starcross Academy. Laozi immediately spent 1 billion belly to buy a place for admission. With double protection, even if Father Whitebeard gives us benefits, the Invisible Empire will not damage its credibility. His dark and ugly face was full of determination. After all, once this precedent is set, not only will the reputation of the Invisible Empire be damaged, but the system that has just been implemented will also be invalidated. Even he knows the truth. How could the emperor of a country as big as the Invisible Empire not understand it? Chapter 56. Inside the Ice Palace. Yhwach is sitting on the throne, with Ljabaro and Peanut Apakaja guarding both sides. On the left and right sides of the main hall below are Kyrag and other Holy Word Knights. In the middle, those who are meeting Yhwach are Durag, who passed the assessment and became a member of the Knights of the Star Cross, Ivankov, Robin Saul, and a few other outstanding people. Their eyes were solemn at this moment, and their faces were full of solemnity. Under Yhwach's announcement, Kiza's position was confirmed. At this moment, the next step was about to take place, and the knight stationed outside the hall door quickly walked in to report. Your Majesty. The Whitebeard pirates, Marco is outside the door asking to see you. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to Yhwach. With their riotous senses, they had naturally noticed Marco's presence a long time ago. And judging from the recent uproar on the sea, Blackbeard Teach, the killing of the Whitebeard pirates crew, stealing spiritual blood and defecting, and Kanmi's entry into Silver Frame City. It is easy to know why Marco from the Whitebeard pirates came. But although everyone knows it well, His Majesty Yhwach still has the final say. Yhwach said expressionlessly, tell him. If you're here for Blackbeard Teach, just go back the way you came. Yhwach's voice was not loud, but the ice palace was very empty, and the voice easily spread outside the gate. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire. We can talk about this matter, and our Whitebeard pirates can pay some price for 2-3. Before the knight who came to report could respond, Marco's voice came from outside the gate. Presumptuous. As a result, all the Holy Word Knights immediately became furious. More than a dozen Ryotsu units moved towards Marco outside the gate to suppress him. Bang. Marco felt like he was hit hard, as if the sky was falling, and he was caught off guard and fell down. What's the situation? I was dumbfounded immediately. There's nothing wrong with what he said. Why are the people from the Invisible Empire so domineering? He just attacked him without saying a word. His Majesty has not asked for your permission to see you. Who gave you the courage to speak without permission? Senleng's voice came from the palace, with a strong warning in his tone. Hateful. Marco was so pressed that he couldn't move and could only curse secretly in his heart. What kind of overbearing truth is this? You still need permission before you say something? It's really a bit overbearing and simply too unreasonable. Go back and tell Whitebeard there's no need to talk about this. Yhwach's undoubted words sounded, and then he waved his hand, and all the Knights of Holy Word stopped. The Ryotsu who warned Marco disappeared, and Marco stood up with an ugly expression. Faced with the situation where he was directly and decisively rejected without even agreeing to ask for a meeting, he was also a little embarrassed and hesitated. Although Yhwach, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, expressed his attitude twice, he was still unwilling to give it another try. Not only because of his father's instructions, but also because of what he had to do to kill Blackbeard Teach. Your Majesty, our Whitebeard pirates promise that as long as you... But he was halfway through his words. On the throne, Yhwach already showed a slightly impatient look. He has expressed his attitude twice and is still chattering here. Again and 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 again. I would have been more polite the first 2 times, but there was no need for the 3rd time. Roll. The sound is loud and powerful. The huge Ryotsu suddenly burst out. You. Marco's expression changed with shock, and his words stopped abruptly. The next moment, he was directly bombarded. Wow. The ice device in the sky was smashed down. A large mouthful of blood floated in the air. Rumble. There was a loud noise and smoke and dust flew everywhere. Marco hit the ground below, blood pouring out of his mouth. The violent movement attracted the attention of a large number of civilians, and a group of holy soldiers rushed here quickly. So strong. Terribly strong. Marco's face was filled with throbbing, and his eyes were full of horror. He could sense that this was pure Ryotsu, similar to Conqueror's haki. He even tried to resist, but to no avail and was directly hit hard. You must know that this is not an attack, but a Ryotsu similar to Conqueror's coercion. Even though it was stronger than Conqueror's, Ryotsu alone could seriously injure him. Horrible. Marco could only think of these 2 words. As scary as the rumors say. Get out of Yhwach City immediately. Yhwach's voice sounded loudly again. His tone was no longer unquestionable, but as if he was giving an order. We must leave quickly and leave Yhwach City. Marco stumbled up with a pale face, turned into a phoenix without looking back, and stumbled out to fly. If he continued to stay, he estimated that Yhwach, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, would really dare to keep him here forever. It's just that I'm afraid I won't be able to finish what Dad told me, so I can only go back and see if there is any other way. Hearing Yhwach's words, the holy soldiers looked on coldly and did not stop him. Shanks, Mihawk, and others recognized Marco with different expressions. Blackbeard Teach's face was full of surprise, and he felt extremely relaxed when he saw Marco running away in embarrassment. Amazing. It's so awesome. The Invisible Empire is so domineering. In the Ice Palace, everything was restored and the next 10 steps were carried out as usual. When Yhwach faced his own people, a light smile appeared on his face. He looked at Durag and said with satisfaction. Durag, you are very good. Since you have passed the test of the Knight of Holy Words, then as usual, I will engrave you with holy words. As soon as these words came out. This was the first time Dalagbear and others heard this term, and their faces were stunned. Holy text engraving? Immediately, everyone showed shocked expressions. Although it is unclear what the ability of the holy text engraving is, we can know it from Yhwach's words. The so-called holy writing ability is actually the same as the Quincy's power. All given by His Majesty the Emperor Yhwach. This is simply incredible. Durag suppressed the shock in his heart and took a step forward to stand up. Your Majesty, please engrave it. Knowing the power of holy words, he would naturally not refuse. Becoming stronger is one of the goals he pursues. Durag's eyes couldn't hide the look of expectation. Because even Kyraj's holy word ability prison is not considered powerful among the holy word knights. He was able to defeat Kyraj without the ability of the holy words. If he had the ability of the holy words, he would definitely be at least at the middle level among all the knights of the holy words. No matter how you say it, you can be considered a high-ranking member of the Invisible Empire. Very good. Yhwach sighed in praise. Stretch out your palm, impart your soul, engrave the sacred words, and activate. A cup made of spirit seeds appeared, and then a pot of wine floated out from the palace behind the hall. The cup was filled with clear wine, and a drop of blood fell from Yhwach's fingertip into the cup. Drink this glass of blood wine, and your ability to write holy words will awaken. Yhwach swung his big hand, and the cup filled with bright red wine flew in front of Durag. When the scarlet color entered his eyes, Durag's pupils shrank quietly, and he was violently shaken deep in his heart. Sure enough, the ability of holy writing also comes from His Majesty Yhwach. The seemingly extremely powerful Knights of the Holy Word, whether it is the power of the Quincy or the ability of the Holy Word, all come from the seemingly young His Majesty Yhwach. Is it true that, as His Majesty Yhwach said, he is the ancestor of the Quincy? Although Durag was shocked in his heart, he did not stop his movements and stretched out his hand to catch the wine glass. The big bear Ivankov and others on the side, the Holy Word Knights such as Kairaja, and even Yhwach on the throne have some expectations in their eyes. I'm curious about what kind of holy writing ability Durag will awaken. Feeling the focus of everyone's attention, Durag didn't show any pretense and raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. Boom. The moment when blood and wine entered his stomach, Durag felt as if a bomb had detonated inside his body. Unparalleled majestic energy surged forward, spreading to the torso and limbs, and then penetrated into the brain. When you reach the deepest part of your soul, Durag clearly felt his conquerors and riots retreating. After the soul was imparted and the energy of the sacred text was engraved on his soul, an ability from the subconscious was silently integrated into Durag's mental memory and physical instinct. This is soul. At this time, Durag's eyes widened, and he saw his own soul that he had only heard of but never seen before. In the soul, saint civil servants with corresponding abilities appeared. Eye of the Storm. At the same time, the Quincy's practice method of completing the holy body also appeared in his memory. After digesting all this, Durag came back to his senses. Boom. An invisible hurricane swept across. Dakshin and the others who were standing beside him were all forced to retreat. Suddenly, a deafening thunderous roar came from the outside world. Even though they are isolated from the indestructible ice palace, they can clearly feel the violent power and the invisible sense of oppression. This is my holy writing ability. Durag's face was full of surprise and shock. At the same time, he also noticed that the power of holy words was activated unconsciously, and he quickly stopped with a thought. Then he looked at Yhwach and immediately responded with a salute. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yhwach nodded slightly, holding it up with invisible force. What kind of holy writing ability have you awakened? Don't you see that everyone is curious? He was given the ability to awaken the sacred text of soul fragments, but he could actually know it at the moment of awakening. However, seeing how Dakshin, Kaluja, and the others couldn't restrain their curiosity, they were too embarrassed to ask in front of him. Yhwach, the Emperor, simply asked them directly. Eye of the Wind. My ability to write holy words is called the Eye of the Wind. The reason why I awakened this ability seems to be somehow related to my Logia Hurricane Fruit ability. Durag talked about his awakened holy word ability. As for the connection with Devil Fruit ability, he has not yet figured it out yet, but just mentioned it briefly. The ability of the Eye of the Wind is somewhat similar to the ability of the Hurricane Fruit. They are both the abilities of hurricanes, one of the natural disasters of nature. The difference of 0.4 is that it starts very high and does not have those fancy moves. It directly uses any object or life as the eye to form a hurricane, a pure natural disaster level celestial destructive ability. After mastering the holy body of a Quincy equivalent to Shinigami's and Pakuto Bankai through training, I'm just afraid of the intensity and scope of the hurricane. The siege can directly carry out celestial attacks on large islands or countries. Perhaps the hurricane is inferior to the Madonna of Flame in terms of destructive power and high temperature explosion, and the ground-washing nuclear bomb attack that Yum used to attack Ingia City from the air. But it is definitely not that different. It can not only overturn land and buildings, but also cause disasters such as tsunamis and thunderstorms. The most important thing is that it is not a one-shot attack like the Flame Madonna. After the explosion, it has to be fired again. Hurricanes can maintain their status for a long time. As long as the conditions are sufficient, it is not a problem to maintain it for 3 to 5 years. After all, unlike natural powers such as fire or thunder, such as Jyotis and Busby, their fire and thunder abilities will only appear when the holy words are activated. Stop. It will disappear after activating the holy word ability. Unless they reach their ultimate, like the Logia Devil Fruit's ability to awaken, and change the environment, they can survive for a long time. However, Durag's holy text ability, the Eye of the Storm, is different. Even if he only creates a small hurricane and then just lets it go, the small hurricane will become bigger and bigger. Either the Eye of the Storm is forcibly destroyed by external forces, or it disappears over time, and it will definitely not dissipate immediately. Chapter 57. As Durag explained his ability to write holy words, Kairajibaz, Gadis, and other knights of the holy word all showed expressions of astonishment. Obviously, even they did not expect that Durag's ability to write holy words was so powerful. It seems that the strong men in this world should not be underestimated too much. Although the physical swordsmanship, haki and other powers are not as comprehensive as the Quincy's power. But the talents that those who can become top experts should undoubtedly have are even better than them. However, They also noticed what Durag said. The awakening of his holy word ability, Wind Eye, seemed to be somehow related to his own devil fruit Logia hurricane fruit ability. Now it seems that it should affect the attributes and power of the holy text ability that even increases the awakening. Especially Busby and Jotties, whose holy text abilities are both Searing and Thunder, after hearing Durag's Eye of the Storm. I couldn't help but think about it, my eyes were turning slightly, and I was wondering if I should get some devil fruit to eat. Beside Durag, Big Bear Ivankov, Saul, and others also had shocked faces. Is this the power of holy writing? People who don't have devil fruit abilities will directly acquire a holy text ability that is stronger than devil fruit abilities. And people with devil fruit abilities can still awaken a holy text ability that is stronger than their own devil fruit abilities. It is directly equivalent to having two devil fruit abilities. Everyone looked at each other for a few times, their eyes full of envy and burning desire. Although their strength is currently a bit worse than that of the Knights of Holy Words, and cannot reach the level of passing the Holy Word Knight assessment, their progress is also very fast. What kind of holy writing ability will be awakened by then? Especially Big Bear and Ivankov, like Durag, they are already demon fruit power. Once again possessing a holy writing ability that is at least as powerful as the Devil 09 fruit, and may even be more powerful, the attraction to the two of them is undoubtedly stronger. Saul, Albia, Robin, and others are also full of fighting spirit. On the throne, Yulo also expressed his satisfactory recognition of Durag's ability to write holy words. Even Jabaro and Peanut Apakaja, who were guarding him, were slightly moved by it. If their rule-based ability is to carry out beheading operations, it is a weapon specially designed to target the enemy's most difficult opponents. Then Logia's natural disaster ability like Durag is the perfect choice for uniting the army in combat, siege cities, and carry out large-scale strikes. Afterwards, facing Big Bear, Little Robin, Saul and others who were looking forward to it, Yulo encouraged them and boosted their fighting spirit. I hope they will improve their strength as soon as possible to awaken the ability of holy words and become Knights of Holy Words. After all, with Big Bear's meatball fruit ability and Ivankov's hormone fruit ability, Yulo feels that it is certain that he will awaken a decent rule-based ability. Albia, Saul, Robin, and others are not bad either. Suddenly, Yulo on the throne looked through the palace into the distance and raised his eyebrows. Durag, your holy writing ability has just awakened, so you must be eager to go back and try it, right? It's better to do it now. Using Yinjia City as the Eye of the Storm, familiarize yourself with the holy calendar. Hearing Yulo's words, Durag was stunned for a moment and then reacted. Yes, your majesty. Then I will familiarize myself with it as you said. Phew. His body directly transformed into elements, turned into airflow and swept out from the gate, arriving outside the ice palace and high in the sky of Yinjia City. As Durag's figure appeared, the dome of the ice palace turned transparent. Yulo and everyone looked at Durag in the air. Outside Yinjia City, far away in the sea. The Whitebeard Pirates fleet, headed by Moby DK, is lingering here. Whitebeard, Newgate, Josie and other captains all had calm faces, and the atmosphere was very solemn. It's clear that Blackbeard teaches right in front of you, but you can't kill him to avenge your friends. This feeling is extremely frustrating. Now I'm hoping that Marco, who went to negotiate with the Invisible Empire, can bring back good news. Squeak. A sudden cry came from the horizon. Whitebeard, Newgate, Josie, and others looked at it, and their expressions changed immediately. Marco, who transformed into a phoenix, was obviously seriously injured and his breath was sluggish. He flew unsteadily above the crowd, and then fell down in frustration. Kiyoshi and others quickly stepped forward to catch him, and at the same time asked the ship's doctor to provide treatment. Looking at the pale-faced Marco, Whitebeard Newgate had an ugly face and remained motionless while leaning on Kongyunki. He had already vaguely guessed something. It wasn't until Marco's injuries were treated by the ship's doctor that Wen's voice containing deep anger rang out. Marco, tell me. Hearing this, Marco was also full of anger, gritted his teeth and told in detail what had just happened. As soon as the words fell, the young and energetic Jose, Baista, and others simply couldn't bear it anymore, and their eyes suddenly ignited with anger. Damn. What does Invisible Empire mean? Marco is just here to negotiate. Is there any need to bully people like this? That's right. If we don't agree not to seriously injure Marco. Everyone said something to each other, and the anger in their hearts rose. Then they all looked at Whitebeard Newgate and shouted. Dad. They are so unreasonable. They don't take us seriously at all. Whitebeard Newgate's face also turned gloomy visibly. The Invisible Empire. You are really overbearing. Do you think I, Whitebeard, am easy to bully? Not to mention that he is the top powerhouse in the world and is known as the world's strongest man, as famous as One Piece Roger and Flying Admiral Golden Lion Shiki. He has his own bottom line and dignity. What if the whole world knew that his son Marco had taken a trip and came back seriously injured? But he was indifferent. Not only did he not ask for an explanation, he broke it into pieces and swallowed it in his stomach. I'm afraid he will soon become a joke on the sea. Those old friends from the past, Golden Lion Shiki, Rayleigh, the dead Roger, and Captain Rocks, would all despise him and look down on him. Just say that Marco, the son he recognized, watched him being seriously injured without taking any action. He himself will not forgive himself and feel sorry for these sons. Presumably Marco Jaws and others will also be disappointed with him as their father. So no matter which angle you look at it, he can't back down or give in on this matter. It is true that although the Invisible Empire is a new rising force, its strength undoubtedly exceeds the top forces such as his Whitebeard pirates, Kaido's Beasts pirates and Charlotte Linland's Big Mom pirates. Only Marine and world government have the strength and power to overwhelm them. But he, Whitebeard Newgate, was not afraid of this. He even dares to break into the Valley of the Gods where the celestial dragons live, without fear of being hunted by the world government and Marine. How could they be afraid of such an invisible empire that had just emerged? Huh. I'll go there myself. I want to see how overbearing the invisible empire can be. Whitebeard Newgate snorted coldly, raised Komyunki's wolf and threw it towards the deck. Bang. The heavy sound reassured everyone. Set sail. Target Silver Shelf City. Then, Whitebeard gave the order and the fleet set off towards Yinjia City. And he was standing on the deck facing the wind, his white coat fluttering in the wind behind him, and the look on his face was full of solemnity. Even though he threatened to go there in person, the purpose was not to conflict with the invisible empire, but to give Marco an explanation and personally negotiate the Blackbeard Teach matter. If Marco's weight is not enough, then he, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates and the strongest man in the world, should go and weigh it in person. The invisible empire is probably not stupid enough to attack him and make enemies out of thin air. But what he didn't know was that Marco was only talking about what happened and completely forgot about what Wurong asked him to pass on to him when he refused. On the sea, it was calm a moment ago, with blue waves thousands of miles away. The next moment, the wind blew up and began to howl like crazy. When the Whitebeard pirates' fleet was not far away, the originally stable airflow suddenly became violent. Rumble. A thunderous drum sound spread from the sky deep in Yinjia City and quickly swept through the sea area within 100 miles. At this moment, the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates happens to be within this range of waters. What happened? Whitebeard Newgate frowned slightly and noticed the change in the airflow. At the same time, observation Haki sensed and also brought him an uneasy feeling. Boom. It's too late, it's fast. The vast Ryotsu swept past the Whitebeard pirates' fleet across a distance of hundreds of miles. Whitebeard Newgate's face changed slightly, and he released Ryotsu and Conquerors, and then he could compete with this wave of Ryotsu. However, Marco, Josie and others felt uncomfortable. Their faces turned red and their bodies felt extremely heavy, as if a huge mountain was pressing on them. What's going on here? In the stunned eyes of everyone. Thunderclouds covering the sky appeared out of thin air and spread from the direction of Yinjia City. The thunderclouds were spinning at an unimaginably high speed, directly and forcefully controlling all the airflow in their path. It came in the blink of an eye. Boom. While traveling, the Whitebeard pirates' fleet was forced to stop. It was even violently shaken by the impact of the cyclone, and the ship was almost overturned. Whitebeard Newgate's dual senses of seeing and feeling and Ryotsu detected energy fluctuations. This is not a natural wind. This is thought-made. He finally reacted, his eyes widened, and he immediately shouted. Quick! Get out of here! Everyone is on your feet and supported. The helmsman of each pirate ship did not hesitate and immediately began to change course. However, Dalag's holy text ability, Eye of the Wind, has just been activated, and it is just the beginning. Hurricane Uzumaki, which has taken shape, is as strong as rocket thrusters. Suddenly soaring. The natural disaster Hurricane Logia is coming. At this moment, the color of the sky and the earth changed, the sunlight was blocked, and it was like entering the dark night. The thick 677 cloud wall is rolling in the sky, and the terrifying thunder is roaring in it, and its momentum is like a torrent crushing everything. Quick! Speed up! Speed up quickly! The sight of this kind of oppressive light made the crew of the Whitebeard pirates horrified. But in the face of natural disasters, manpower is simply insignificant. Hurricane Uzumaki's violent winds were powerful enough to smash a mountain into pieces. Under its coercion, the sea water easily sets off waves of hundreds of meters, one after another, sweeping towards the sky and covering the earth in a radius of hundreds of miles. The Whitebeard pirates' fleet is like the wind. The lights flickered in the rain. Boom. Immediately, most of the pirate ships were ruthlessly overturned, and the crew members on them were swallowed up by hundreds of meters of waves and violent hurricanes. The weaker ones had no resistance at all, and they seemed to evaporate out of thin air on the spot, as if they had never existed. Even the mighty Whitebeard Newgate seemed small. Hateful. The Invisible Empire. Whitebeard Newgate was furious. Both fists light up with a halo when Paramecia's strongest Devil Fruit and Shock Fruit abilities are activated. The unparalleled powerful vibration force was inserted fiercely, and the impact of the hurricane started to resist head-on. Click. Click. The atmosphere was shattered, and white spider web patterns appeared. The invisible power of vibration burst out, shattering the hurricane impact and waves. But once the hurricane is formed, it will not disappear, and if he uses the power of vibration, he will collide head-on with the hurricane. The result will only be more horrific disasters. Therefore, Whitebeard Newgate could only try his best to block the impact and prevent the Moby DK and other Men ships from being trapped. As for the ships and suns that have been swallowed up by hurricanes and waves, they can no longer care about so much. That's too much. Abominable Invisible Empire. You have violated my bottom line. Whitebeard Newgate faced the bombing disaster, but he didn't even see the person who caused the disaster, let alone who it was. There is quite a sense of incompetence and rage. But so what? His best option now was to retreat. At the same time, it can be regarded as a lesson in the tyranny of the Invisible Empire. I am the only one who comes to trade with you, not you who come to trade with me. There is even more unscrupulousness that ignores everything. The first time he went to negotiate, he came back seriously injured. The second time, he was attacked from the air while still on the way. It was still the kind of blow that could almost wipe out the Whitebeard pirates except for him. It was already obvious that the Invisible Empire did not take him, Whitebeard Newgate, the strongest man in the world, into consideration at all. Chapter 58. Rumble. Hurricanes disappear as quickly as they come. The wall of clouds in the sky, the thunderstorm dispersed, the sun fell, and the sea returned to calm. It was as if the color of the sky and the earth had changed just now, and the horrific disaster of the thunder wind had never existed. Maybe that's true for nature. But for life, as long as you have experienced it, you will definitely never forget it. Whitebeard Newgate took his remaining son away wildly on the Moby DK and the 3 auxiliary ships that were more than half damaged. Everyone in Yinjia City was amazed, having never seen such a scene before. Thunderclouds and hurricanes only raged around Yinjia City, while Yinjia City in the center was in a state of calm and clear skies from beginning to end. Although I think it's amazing. But all the people and the holy soldiers thought that in the Ice Palace, His Majesty the Emperor Guangrong and the Knight of Holy Words were protecting them. High in the sky, the airflow around Dalag gradually disappeared. Here he comes. Whitebeard Newgate. At the same time, through this wave of hurricanes, he sensed that the target was actually the strongest man in the world who wanted to come to Yinjia City in person. After seeing Whitebeard Newgate and others fleeing in panic, Turaj said he was not surprised. If the ability of the Holy Word had not just been awakened and was not used proficiently enough, the sturdy Moby DK would have been destroyed, leaving them with no chance to escape. Afterwards, Durag returned to the Ice Palace, and everyone from Big Bear to Holy Word Knight praised him one after another. As for the world's most powerful man, Whitebeard Newgate fled in panic, and he had no interest in paying attention at all. Soon the talk about Durag's holy writing ability came to an end. Big Bear, Little Robin, and others were encouraged by Yhwach and left the Ice Palace to continue practicing and become stronger. They all wanted to improve their strength as soon as possible and become the Holy Word Knight. Dalag was left alone. At the same time, Vegapunk, Guy Sakulin, and Tom were summoned. On the side of the main hall, Jaluja stood up and finally couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty. You should know something, right? Durag defeated me and actually broke my prison of holy text ability. At that time, he used a power that was neither a spirit child nor a haki. Although it is somewhat familiar, it is also very strange and I have never seen it before. What kind of ability is that? He had been holding this matter in his mind for a while, so he asked Durag about it, but Durag remained silent. Now that the holy word ability has been awakened, Big Bear and the others have all left, but Durag is still there, which made him realize, it must be about this. As soon as Chiruhi's words came out, Busby, Gaddies, Giselle and other holy word knights all showed surprise on their faces. Durag really broke the prison of your holy writing ability. Isn't this a bit unbelievable? Even though I had already guessed that it would be like this. Neither a spirit child nor a haki of this world? What could it be? Are there other unknown powers? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. After all, they were all knights of the holy word, and they had fought against Kairaja before. Although there is not much difference in combat performance, both sides have losses and wins. But Kairaja's prison of holy writing ability, they asked themselves that they couldn't break it like Durag did in the battle just now. Seeing everyone's curiosity and surprise, Yhwach had expected it and looked at Durag. Dalag turned his head and looked at Vegapunk, Gaisa: Upon seeing this, Yhwach said, then let Vegapunk Gaisa do the talking. They are the inventors of this ability. Kairaja and the other Knights of Holy Words looked surprised. They actually let these two scientists invent something? Vegapunk and Gaisa looked at each other, and then Vegapunk stood up and explained. This is what we've been doing for a while. That is the technical ability that can fuse Ryotsu Raiko and Haki. As Vegapunk explained, everyone gradually understood. Dalag was on display next to him, his blood armor activated, and azure blue spirit lines appeared on his skin. Then combined with armament Haki, the texture turned into pitch black. At the same time, even without the use of Ryotsu perception, Kairaja and others could detect Dalag's aura with just their senses, and it became much stronger in an instant. But the next moment, the dark lines receded and turned back to blue. Dalag's newly strengthened aura also fell back in an instant. Vegapunk explanation follows. Although we have overcome the difficulty of how to integrate Ryotsu Raiko and Haki, it is obvious that there is still a problem. The fusion time can only last for a few breaths, and Ryotsu and Raiko will be separated from Haki uncontrollably. That's it for now. All the Holy Word Knights now understood everything. So that's it? The current maintenance time is very short. No wonder. Kairaja's thoughtful face suddenly became enlightened. I understand why Dalag clearly has the strength to break the prison of his holy writing ability. But he didn't use it from the beginning of the battle, and made so many fancy and ineffective attacks. It turns out that the opportunity is very short, and he must be confused and disturbed in advance. Jadis, Busby, and others were also extremely surprised. Can you still merge with this world's Haki? I really didn't expect it to be like this. Scientists have a good mind. Ryotsu Spirit Sun Fusion Haki can have such an effect. Not only have they awakened the power of holy writing, but they have also mastered the holy body equivalent to Bankai. Their strength can be said to have reached its peak. Unless His Majesty Yhwach gives them more power, their strength cannot become stronger. At this moment, facing the opportunity to improve their strength, some of the Holy Word Knights couldn't help but look forward to it. Then when can the problem of short fusion time be overcome? Of course, the premise is that the fusion can be maintained for a long time. Jadis, Bambietta, Chiluyi, and others, whether it is the expressions in their eyes or the thoughts deep in their hearts, they are all more concerned about this issue. Only by overcoming the short-term problem can their strength be greatly improved. Vegapunk knew what this meant to Jiluja and others, and did not make any fuss about it. He just thought briefly and said, the problem of short time is actually not difficult, and there is no need to waste any money or energy. It just needs to be observed for a period of time and you can find the pattern and then you can solve it. Of course, it will be faster if more people come. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. But Yhwach on the throne was the first to speak. Okay, let Dakshin and the others assist with this matter. You will have other important matters soon. When Kairaja and the other Holy Word Knights heard this, they agreed without hesitation. Although they have the idea of helping, they can still put it aside for the time being compared to the important things Yhwach said. Besides, it is indeed more appropriate for Dakshin and others to assist them. After all, they have to cultivate Haki first, but they don't need to use Dalag Bear, which will save more time than them. Yhwach leaned on the throne and his eyes flashed. Then it turned into a determined look, looking at Jiluja and others on both sides of the hall below. All Knights of Holy Words obey the order. Hearing this, Jiluja and the other Holy Word Knights looked solemn, and after being shocked, they all treated him solemnly. Lead the Knights of the Star-Cross and the Legion of Holy Soldiers to complete the familiarization of warship navigation as soon as possible. Yhwach's unquestionable words made them kneel down on one knee and respond sonorously without any hesitation. Then Yhwach waved his hand again. Vegapunk. Gaisa: Tom. I will allocate 1 trillion belly to you immediately at once. Start the development and manufacturing of the Pluton battleship and the Flame Madonna immediately. The words were loud and clear. The three of them looked at each other and immediately saluted and accepted the order. Yhwach finished giving orders. The Knights of the Star-Cross where Kairag and other Holy Word Knights belong. The Ministry of Science and Technology where Vegapunk and Gaisa work. And the shipyard where Tom was working immediately took action. Such large-scale and sudden changes made Blackbeard Shanks and others realize that the Invisible Empire might be preparing for some action. However, although they are very concerned about it, they have little to do with them. After all, they are not really powerful now. You can only pay attention to it while improving your strength in Star-Cross Academy. On the sea. The Holy Soldier Training Camp of the Invisible Empire, and the actual combat assessment of Star-Cross Academy. Marco went to the Ice Palace, but was seriously injured and left vomiting blood. A hurricane broke out in the waters off Yunjia City, and the Whitebeard Regiment suffered heavy losses. A series of news spread like wildfire among powerful people and forces from all sides. The strength and height are different, and the information you pay attention to is naturally different. Most of the forces were shocked that the world's strongest men belonged to one of the strongest pirate groups, the Whitebeard Pirates. Actually, the traitor Blackbeard Teach came into conflict with the Invisible Empire. As a result, the man-made hurricane caused heavy losses. In the end, they could only flee in panic. This allowed them to once again see the dominance and strength of the Invisible Empire. I couldn't help but pay more attention to and be in awe of the Invisible Empire. A few top powerhouses and forces just laughed at the Whitebeard Pirates' escape and stopped paying attention. What really matters is the Quincy's power. The Invisible Empire is far beyond their knowledge and understanding, and their cultivation speed is simply incomparable. They all came up with the question of whether to buy quotas and send a group of talented people to steal a wave of talents. Only the world government and the navy, King Zhao's military, focused on the completion of the Invisible Empire's fleet, and even started training on a large scale. Meanwhile, Bat Lila Island. Garp was standing guard in front of a house, not wearing a suit and just his cloak, but wearing a floral shirt. When I saw the news in the newspaper, my eyes widened. I was so angry that veins popped up on my forehead, and I couldn't control myself and cursed. Damn it! This boy Darag. What ABD? Laozi has only been around for a long time, but he actually dares to join the Invisible Empire and become a Knight of Holy Words. Now who doesn't know that the attitude of the Invisible Empire is completely hostile to the Marine World government? As a result, his best friend Darag actually backstabbed Laozi, the Marine hero Vice Admiral, at this time? Could he not be angry? He was so angry. And his son himself knows that since he saw the dark side of various world governments when he was in Marine, he has had doubts and gradually developed his own beliefs. Although he didn't think there was anything wrong with it, he didn't stop Darag from quitting Marine. But even if you join the Invisible Empire, why should you become a Knight of Holy Words? This is a really high-level person. And the most important thing is that the threat presented by the Invisible Empire cannot even compare to Rock's pirate back then. By then, I'm afraid those 5 old guys from the 5 elders won't even be able to give him face. The direct treatment of Darag is to treat everyone equally. An enemy that is absolutely impossible to let go. Depend on. Garp couldn't help but curse. Chapter 59. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 days later. In these 10 days, the Invisible Empire went from top to bottom. The Legion of Holy Soldiers and the Knights of the Star-Cross stepped up the familiar warship voyage. This move was believed by many people that His Majesty the Emperor was likely to launch a counterattack. Rumors began to spread in Silver Shelf City, Punk Hazard, and Baltimore. All the people were affected, couldn't help but be infected by the atmosphere, and began to increase their practice time. The Holy Soldier Training Camp and Star-Cross Academy also worked harder. The technology integrated by Ryotsu and Haki, and the development and manufacturing of the Pluton battleship and the Flame Virgin are also advancing at the fastest speed. This series of actions spread across the sea through intelligence information. The powerful people and forces on all sides are more certain, and the Invisible Empire is definitely preparing for big moves. For a time, an undercurrent surged and the wind roared. Not long ago, it was an Invisible Empire that traded with the whole world and spread the power of the Quincy. At this moment, he has unknowingly become the focus of powerful people and forces all over the world, who secretly pay close attention to the trends. Finally, on the 11th day, their predictions came true. Invisible Empire, Silver Frame City, Ice Palace. The atmosphere at this time was particularly solemn. All current members of the Knights of the Star-Cross were present, including Kyrag, Darag, Ace Knot, and other Holy Word Knights. As well as a group of formal Knights and trainee Knights, they are all the current mid to high-end combat power of the Invisible Empire. Wearing a uniform pure white military uniform, long boots, and a pure white hooded cloak, his eyes are unwavering. On the throne, Yhwach's brows showed majesty, and a faint Ryotsu enveloped the entire Ice Palace. That's it? I have only one request. That is, all islands except the Red Line must be included in our hands. Whether it is a member country or a non-member country, or there is no country, or even a desert island, there are no exceptions. No matter who or what force, if they dare to stop you, they will push you all the way. W. As Yhwach's extremely majestic words sounded, he revealed a firm tone that could not be questioned at all. Kyraja, Masculine, Dalag, and others first brightened up. Is it finally time to fight back? They have been waiting for 903 for a long time. But what Yhwach said next made their eyes sparkle, because the surging deep in their hearts became increasingly uncontrollable. Until Yhwach's sonorous words hit the ground. They could no longer suppress the excitement in their hearts, and their whole bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Knights of the Star-Cross. Take orders. There was a loud bang. Masculine, Kiluja, Dalag, and all the others knelt on one knee to salute and accepted the order. Good. Yhwach's mouth curved when he saw this, and he was satisfied with the crowd's morale. Then he described the action plan in detail and gave everyone instructions on the corresponding tasks. After everything is confirmed, Yhwach waved his hand, and the azure spirit seeds gathered crazily, forming thousands of densely packed star metals. These stars are floating around Kyrig and all the members of the Star-Crossed Knights. Each one contains a Spirit Sun teleportation array and a Spirit Sun barrier. It is a must-have for this operation. 1 month. I want all the islands in the world to appear in the territory of the Invisible Empire. Upon hearing this, all the members of the Star-Crossed Knights more or less received a large number of star medals, which were the number corresponding to their respective tasks. Guaranteed to complete the mission. The unwavering sonorous response was their military order. Resounded throughout the entire hall. Then, the action begins. The entire army of the Invisible Empire attacks. Boom. 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 Outside, high in the sky, a large number of azure streams of light exuding a powerful aura flew out one after another. The targets were all the military seaport of Yhwach city. The holy soldiers obey orders. The entire army must assemble quickly. Follow me and wait to attack. Wave after wave of shouts of orders came from high in the sky. Except for the 20,000 holy soldiers stationed in Yhwach city and Punk Hazard, Bakimo. 30,000 holy soldiers who had already received orders and were ready to go to war heard this. It was a quick response and orderly action. Assemble at the harbor, board the warship directly, and prepare for departure. This sudden big change caused all the civilians in Yhwach city to stop and watch with surprise. Even though they had already guessed about this, they still couldn't help but feel uncontrollably shocked when they saw such a big scene and battle. However, the most shocking thing is not them. It is the powerful intelligence personnel stationed in Silver Shelf City from all sides, as well as foreign residents such as Blackbeard Teach Shanks bugging. What's going on? What does the Invisible Empire want? Are we going to go to war with the world government? One by one, they all looked at the scene with shock in their eyes and disbelief in their hearts. After all, they are not blind, this battle is simply too big. 10 Holy Word Knights? 30,000 holy soldiers. What is this pervert military power? Apart from the world government, they really can't think of any other force that can stop such military power. Between shock and horror, 30,000 holy soldiers have boarded the ship, and 10 Knights of Holy Words have arrived. Army attack. Under an order. 300 pure white warships, like steel beasts, exuding a cold aura. And it is also the most technologically advanced warship, turning into a torrent of steel and sailing out of the Yhwach city harbor. Ride the wind and waves and move forward quickly. The people's blood was boiling with excitement, as if they were field soldiers going out to fight. Blackbeard Shanks and others, as well as external intelligence personnel from all sides, were still looking closely into the distance, trying to see the direction in which the fleet was sailing. However, they were soon dumbfounded as they watched the fleet disperse in all directions after sailing for a certain distance. It's like a wave splashing and rippling out, covering every angle and direction. This. Intelligence personnel from all parties were numb, feeling like their brains were running out of energy. If we had seen such a big battle before, we could at least guess that there might be a world government fight. But now this fleet is scattered, almost all 300 warships are like this, and each warship is advancing alone. What kind of tactic is this? Or are we not going to go to war with the world government? Just a practical exercise, training, and traveling at the same time? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Isn't this hand too confusing? Yeah, I can't do it anymore, send back the information quickly. Anyway, I didn't see anything. Let's give the people above a headache. There was a burst of confused talk, and what happened in Yhwach city was quickly spread. On the Invisible Empire's side, 10 Knights of Holy Words, 30,000 holy soldier legions, and 300 warships have just set off. On the other side, the powerful people and forces from all sides received the news immediately. However, the Invisible Empire sending out troops in such a large-scale battle indeed deserves their utmost attention and immediate corresponding measures. But all 300 warships were scattered forward, BCDF, and according to the direction of each warship, the farther they sailed, the farther they would go. This deployment also left them confused, making the kings and leaders scratch their heads for a while. Even with their brains and wisdom, they can't see through what this is going to do. Although they couldn't see through it, this military power, which was enough to overwhelm all forces except the world government, still gave them a strong sense of uneasiness and urgency. And this uneasiness and urgency drives them, no matter how big or small the force is, how strong or weak it is, whether they can block the Invisible Empire or not. In short, necessary vigilance and protective measures must be taken, otherwise they will not even be able to sleep peacefully. Besides, let alone them, world government and marine also frowned. I felt pressured by the Invisible Empire's dispatch of troops, but I didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Holy Land Rejoice, in Pangu City. On the 5 elders' old faces, the frown almost formed the character Chuan. It can be seen that even the 5 of them who hold the highest power in the world government are troubled and confused by the Invisible Empire's deployment of troops. A phone bug on the table heard the voice of Marine Marshal Kong chattering incessantly, asking the 5 elders to order Marine to send troops to respond immediately. After all, Marine has endured for a long time since Buster Call. During this period, a large number of generals and countless soldiers have practiced Quincy power, and their strength has improved greatly. Even their Marshal Admiral, Alternate Admiral, and Elite Vice Admiral are much stronger than before. And a Quincy unit was specially formed to target the Invisible Empire's Holy Army. Right now, the Invisible Empire is sending out troops in large numbers. Although the opponent's purpose is not clear yet, it is the best time to counterattack, right? After all, if we don't fight back, will we let the Invisible Empire take action? This is what Kong and Marine think. But the 5 elders obviously had different ideas from him. The existence of Master Im cannot be known to outsiders. They can only calculate silently in their hearts. It is undeniable that the large-scale dispatch of troops by the Invisible Empire definitely put a lot of pressure on the 5 of them and even made them feel vaguely uneasy. This feeling was so strong that even the god of scientific defense and Saint Satan, who had a lot of grievances against the Invisible Empire, controlled his emotions and analyzed calmly. Reminds me of the method used by the Invisible Empire to capture Punk Hazard and Bakimo. Saint Satan could not help but change his face slightly and said, "Is this move by the Invisible Empire an attempt to fully invade?" Kong's words stopped abruptly, and the eyes of the other 4 old men flickered, realizing that this possibility was actually not small. They all understood what Saint Satan meant, which was not a war with the world government, but a full-scale invasion. Just like before, directly arrange the barrier and teleportation array. The islands and affiliated countries belonging to the world government will become the territories of the Invisible Empire. Kong's voice immediately sounded again. Hey. If that's the case, then we should take action immediately. What on earth are you waiting for? The tone is full of impatience and urgency, which is less real than 5 elders. Marcus Maz, the god of environmental martial arts, said, "No. We can't take action yet. At present, we only understand half of the abilities of those 10 Holy Word Knights. It can be seen from this half that many of their abilities are rule-based, making them difficult to guard against. We don't have complete information about the capabilities of the remaining half of the people. If we fight back now, we will only put the strong ones on our side at a disadvantage." As soon as these words came out, Saint Nashulang, Saint Satan and others narrowed their eyes slightly. Information in their possession. Among them, Buzz is not afraid of Gaddy's elemental abilities. What you really need to watch out for is Giselle's kind of turning people into zombies and controlling them. And Ace Not's emotionally manipulative nature that scares people to death. These are comparable to the rules-based abilities awakened by Devil Fruit. Even people like Akoku, who may be a little wet, but are also top-notch warriors, can't stop him. If they counterattack rashly in this situation, I'm afraid that the abilities of the Holy Word Knights who don't have intelligence information will give them a big surprise. At this time, the leader of the financial martial god, Nashao Langsheng also spoke at the right time. And don't forget about that guy Whitebeard's pirate group who suffered heavy losses and fled in panic. The Invisible Empire obviously has no intention of being friendly with them and dealing with us. This is exactly what I planned from the beginning. If, as we have guessed, the Invisible Empire is going to fully invade, then the territory of those Whitebeard guys will definitely not be spared. So we haven't reached the point of full-scale war with the Invisible Empire yet. For these words, the 4 saints of Satan recognized it. Kong on the other end of the phone was unable to refute. Upon seeing this, Saint Nashulang made the final decision and issued the order. Marine is waiting for the opportunity. Remember, you must try your best to understand the abilities of those Holy Word Knights for us. That's the top priority. Because only in this way can we master the intelligence of these abilities and formulate ways to deal with or even defeat the enemy. The next time there is a war, the Invisible Empire can be defeated in one fell swoop. Kong got the order and took action immediately. Chapter 60. As the Invisible Empire sent out troops, personnel from the naval headquarters and various branches were mobilized one after another. Even the CPO's figure came and went in countless batches from the gate of the Holy Land Rejoice. However, although the world government and Marine took measures to deal with it, powerful people and forces from all sides still discovered that the world government was not interested at all. Except for Marine's top management, the world government did not send many strong people. This situation makes all the people and forces watching feel uneasy. Just like that, half a day passed. Their uneasiness became reality. The warships of the Invisible Empire arrived at a group of islands and countries in West Blue, relatively close to Silver Shelf City. After logging in, nothing was said. Surrounded by soaring giant swords, a spirit barrier was formed. Blue lines were everywhere, and a spirit transmission array was laid out. People from the Invisible Empire declared in a high-profile manner that from now on, the islands and people would belong to the territory and people of the Invisible Empire. Being so domineering and not even saying hello is the act of seizing the islands, which frightens the forces, strong men, and kings who rule these islands. Ordinary people have no resistance to this. After all, they have heard of the reputation of the Invisible Empire. But those powerful forces or royal families who obtain resources and wealth by oppressing the common people in their own territories are unwilling to do so. Many of them had the courage to fight back, but they were all expected to kill themselves by throwing eggs at rocks. Not only did the counterattack have no effect, but the civilians cheered after being eliminated, which contributed to the reputation of the Invisible Empire. Most powerful people or kings are much wiser and know that it is impossible to stop the Invisible Empire, so they simply declare their submission directly. Not only did he save his life, he also got an unexpected gain and gained temporary management rights. As for the ruling power, it naturally comes from Emperor Yhwach, who is located in Yinjia City, the capital of the Invisible Empire. The most willing among them is the Flower Country, who is very self-aware. Qing Xiao, who had just taken over, took the lead and surrendered. And I feel so honored. Once this wave of news spread, powerful people and forces from all sides were shocked. It was finally clear what the Invisible Empire was sending troops for this time. It's not about going to war with the world government, nor is it for some kind of exercise, but to expand the territory. 10 holy knights, more than 100 formal and trainee knights, 30,000 holy soldiers, and 300 warships. It is currently unknown whether the islands, affiliated countries, and Red Line belonging to the world government are also targets of the Invisible Empire. But judging from the 300 warships scattered across the sea and the Grand Line, the Invisible Empire's expedition covers almost the entire world except the Red Line. Boom. All the powerful people and forces almost felt like cannonballs exploding in their heads. Some chose to run away in a panic, some openly declared their surrender, and some were determined to resist. And there are more countries that are members of the world government. The rescue phone calls came to the world government. The senior officials of the world government were very busy. However, the 5 elders who really called the shots did not respond positively, as if they were ignoring the franchise countries. This made the mood of a large number of people joining the royal family fall to the bottom. Without the response and support from the world government, they are determined not to be able to stop the Invisible Empire's forces. They all don't know what to do now, like ants on a hot pot, anxious. If they choose not to betray the world government, then the legions of the Invisible Empire can kill them. But surrendering to the Invisible Empire would be equivalent to betraying the world government. Perhaps the Invisible Empire seems to be very strong at the moment, but in the eyes of these kings who are well aware of the horrors of world government, the Invisible Empire really cannot compete with world government. Once the world government strikes back in the future, the Invisible Empire will most likely be wiped out. At that time, they, the royal family who had betrayed the world government before, may still end up dead. Time went very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The Invisible Empire is attacking the city all the way, it is simply unstoppable. No matter it is an island with a prosperous economy or a sparsely populated desert island, no one is spared. Everything he passed was included in the territory of the Invisible Empire. Blessed by the Spirit Sun barrier, the Spirit Sun teleportation array was laid out to form a teleportation array island chain. During this period, many countries that had joined the world government had surrendered, and of course some of the royal families that had joined the world government had also been destroyed and replaced. For these royal families who oppress the people to bring themselves a luxurious life and pay tribute to the celestial dragons to stabilize their rule, the Invisible Empire has no mercy. Those who voluntarily surrendered were spared their lives, deprived of their power and wealth, and demoted to civilians. Those who blindly resist will be eliminated on the spot, and qualified talents will be selected for management. The soldiers of naval headquarters and branches also began to fight against the Invisible Empire in the waters of various alliance countries. Marine branch soldiers from all over the world will undoubtedly be defeated or even completely wiped out without mercy. But more often than not, once they are at a disadvantage after a confrontation, they will retreat without hesitation. The elite soldiers of naval headquarters can compete with the Holy Legion. After all, these soldiers are now hybrid Quincy. But the gap still exists, and as time goes by, it will show its decline. But they were not willing to fight, so they turned around and retreated. It doesn't look like a war with the Invisible Empire at all, but more like some kind of trial. The Invisible Empire ignored this and just came to fight. The focus was still on opening up territory and expanding territory. In just a few days, the whole world was completely in turmoil. South Blue, Bad Lila Island. The royal family has already publicly declared its submission to the Invisible Empire. Now we are waiting for the warships of the Invisible Empire to arrive. And in a civilian town, outside a house, Garp, who was wearing a floral shirt, held a phone bug in his hand, and was bearing Kong's curses with black lines on his head. Garp. Do you want to do anything else? How long have I extended this vacation for you? Don't you know what the situation is now? It's when Marine needs you most. The slap in the face from Marine Marshal Kong almost sprayed spittle on Garp's face. The curse was so loud that even the phone bug could not bear it and trembled slightly. Although Garp was very angry and annoyed, he still gritted his teeth and endured it, waiting for Kong to finish venting. After all, he took leave and disappeared for 3 months. Kong, Sengoku, and others could not contact him at all, and there was also the Invisible Empire incident happening at the moment. It is reasonable that Commander Kong was angry with him. And to be honest, he knew he was in the wrong and came to protect Roger, the Pirate King's wife, and his unborn child, so there was no way he could explain it. After a while, Kong was done venting, and when he heard Garp remain silent, he shouted angrily. Garp. Are you listening? Garp heard this and quickly Kaido, yes. Listening. Commander Kong. I've been listening. On the other end of the phone, Kong, who was far away at naval headquarters, was slightly less angry. Then he said in a deep voice. Garp. I don't care where you are. Now immediately, go find the nearest target, execute and complete Marine's mission. His tone was undeniable and undeniable. If Garp had any objections, he would not mind temporarily removing Garp from his position. Commander Kong. Don't worry. You tell me what tasks you have, and I promise to complete them. Garp knew that it was impossible to stay out of the matter, so he responded with a solemn expression and a firm tone. Regarding the various deeds of the Invisible Empire, his son Durag joined and became a high-level official, and now he has begun to openly invade the territory of the world government. This has made him realize the seriousness, and he will not be able to speak out if he shows up again. Later, Kong named the 2 Holy Word Knights of the Invisible Empire Star-Crossed Knights who were closest to Garp, and told him to test out their abilities before hanging up the phone. Masco du Masculine. And, Durag. Garp, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching slightly. This filial son. The Holy Word Knight, who had just become the high-ranking member of the Invisible Empire, actually bumped into his muzzle? See if he can't get another slipper mark on the other half of Durag's face. But before that, we must first settle down Roger's wife, Portcas de Rouge, and the child in her belly, Gold Ace, no, it should be called Porter Cas de Ace. Just when Garp made up his mind, he turned around and entered the house. On the coast of Bat Lila Island, the warships of the Invisible Empire arrived. Masculine and Dalag came down with hundreds of holy soldiers. Having already received the surrender of the royal family of Bat Lila Island, he crushed the star without hesitation. Boom. 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 One after another, huge spirit swords rose into the sky, surrounding Bat Lila Island, forming a spirit barrier. Blue lines emerged on the ground and instantly covered the entire island, forming a spirit teleportation array. The sudden appearance of such a miracle caused many civilians on the island to exclaim, but fortunately, they received the notice from the royal family in advance and did not feel confused and afraid. After the royal family discovered the movement, they also knew that people from the Invisible Empire had arrived, and quickly prepared to welcome them under the leadership of the king. In front of the house on the other side, Garp paused, and his face suddenly became stunned. Come so fast. Immediately, he was so angry that his teeth started to itch again. Is this guy Durag eager to try my dragging board? However, after seeing the barrier covering the entire island, Garp calmed down and quickly went into the house to settle Roger's wife and children. It was now impossible to take them out of Bartley to a safe place, so we could only temporarily tell them not to go out. Wait until he gives a good lesson to that filial son of Durag and defeats the Knights of Holy Words from the Invisible Empire, Masculine, before settling down. Very quickly, in just a moment. Garp walked out of the house and was about to find Durag and Masculine. But what he didn't expect was that 2 streaks of light came from the horizon, which were Durag and Masculine. It turned out that after meeting the royal family of Bat Lila Island, the 2 immediately learned the residence of Portcas de Rouge, the wife of Pirate King Roger. One Piece Gold Roger. This can be considered the top strong man, right? Could it be that His Majesty is interested in the talent of his unborn child? In mid-air, Masculine chattered curiously. In addition to Bat Lila and other islands and countries, their mission goal this time is to bring back the son of Roger, the Pirate King. Although he didn't understand what His Majesty's intention was, he just had to carry out the order, but he knew that Durag beside him was also a top marine, the son of the hero Garp. Dalag's talent is so pervert, then the children of Roger, the Pirate King, should also have similar talents, right? When Masculine thought of this, he asked Durag. Durag, Pirate King Roger and your father Garp are equally powerful. His son's talent will not be worse than yours in the future, right? As his words fell, the two of them also approached the place where Portgas de Rouge lived. Masculine also felt bored while performing tasks, but fortunately he had Darag as a companion to chat with and relieve his boredom. While waiting for Dalag to respond to his question, Dalag suddenly slowed down and stagnated in mid-air. Old man? She. Chapter 61. Old man. Why are you here? In mid-air in front of the house, Dalag suddenly stopped and looked down with a look of astonishment. He never thought that the wife and children who came to find Pirate King Roger would actually meet this bad old man Garp. Could it be that I heard that he joined the Invisible Empire and became a high-level Holy Word Knight? So you came here specifically to block him? Dalag suddenly came up with this idea, but he reacted to it instantly. Etc. It's not right. He had heard that the old man had taken a long leave and had not been at naval headquarters for a while. Even he did not know where the old man Garp had gone. At that time, the Invisible Empire had not yet appeared. Darag took a look at Garp, who was already gearing up, wearing a casual floral shirt and a mopboard. It's not like I've traveled a long way to get here, it's more like I've been staying here for a while. And this happens to be the residence of Portgas de Rouge, the wife of Roger the Pirate King. Let's think back to the events and experiences of Roger, the Pirate King, who was hunted all over the world by the old man during his lifetime, and even fought together. Darag simply took a breath of cold air, and the look of astonishment on his face disappeared, replaced by a look of shock. Old man. You actually dash. One Piece Roger's wife became a widow. And the old man Garp, who had been friends and foes with Roger during his lifetime and cherished each other, actually lived here. This is simply. Darag's eyes widened, his brain went numb, his words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak out at all. Old man. You are confused. Finally, I racked my brains and squeezed out this sentence. A tone full of hatred for my father. When Masculine saw Darag, he suddenly stopped, and then his expression was stunned and shocked, and finally became unspeakably complicated. Such a variety of emotions and expression changes left him confused. Until I followed Darag's gaze and saw an old man wearing a floral shirt and dragging a board, he looked not very serious at first glance. Masculine, who had just recognized it, couldn't help but exclaimed. Darag. Isn't this you Laozi? What the hell Marine Hero Vice Admiral Garp? His first reaction was similar to that of Darag, he was also surprised by Garp's appearance. One moment he mentioned Garp in his words, and the next moment he appeared in front of them. This was indeed a bit sudden. But soon Masculine also reacted. That's not right. Darag. Why are you Laozi here? He had been responsible for gathering information, but he knew that Garp had disappeared for several months. Now you actually appear here by such a coincidence. The target of their mission this time, the wife of Pirate King Roger, is outside the house where she lives. Lie down. Suddenly, Masculine's eyes widened, and he finally found the bright spot in it. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked back and forth between Garp and Darag. Gan. Darag couldn't help but curse secretly in his heart, even though he couldn't hold himself tight at this moment. A second ago, he was thinking that maybe Masculine wouldn't be able to react, so he could take the opportunity to quickly fool him. As a result, his idea was shattered in the next second. Now the family scandal was unstoppably exposed, and from now on he was a joke among the Knights of Holy Letters. Damn it! What a shame, you Darag. You've joined the Invisible Empire and you don't know Laozi. Garp was furious when he saw Darag, a filial son. As a result, Dalag was stunned, shocked, and complicated. What was going on with the ever-changing expressions on his face? He just disappeared for a few months. Could it be that this traitor thought that he was dead? Hard. Garp is hard. Garp has a hard fist. He simply decided to give the filial son Yubo Dualaj a lesson. The iron fist of love. Garp's face was filled with anger, and his arms were wrapped around his fists. He just jumped up into the air, rushed to Darag quickly, and punched him. Not only to teach Dalag a lesson, but also to take this opportunity to fly him away from here. If a fight breaks out later, it can avoid affecting the house, Portgas de Rouge, and the civilians living nearby. This old man. The first one was Iron Fist of Love, in front of Masculine. If this hits you, you are so old and so naive, I will feel so embarrassed. Faced with the Iron Fist of Love that he had endured since childhood, although Darag was a little unexpected, the instinctive reaction engraved in his bones made him resist. Blue spirit lines appeared and flickered on both arms. Boom. Easily blocked Garp's punch. Wow. How dare you block it? This is Laozi's Iron Fist of Love. But this undoubtedly made Garp even angrier. He directly increased the force of his other fist and struck hard with love. Boom. 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 Even the air tore apart easily, making bursts of sonic boom sounds and strong air currents. The hood of Darag's pure white hooded cloak was blown off. It can be said that Garp's punch was not held back. After all, he also knew the strength of his rebellious son very well. Therefore, although Darag might be able to block it without any damage, he would definitely be knocked away by his punch. Anyway, as long as you achieve your goal, it doesn't matter if you get a little injured, your son will feel the pain on his own. At this moment, masculine next to him had completely different ideas from Garp. He listened to the bursts of sonic booms in his ears and felt the strong wind blowing against his face. The whole person was somewhat confused. Everyone has seen Lao Zi beating up boys, and most people, including him, have experienced it. But Lao Zi's power to hit the boy was so strong that he made a sonic boom, which he had never seen before. Never even heard of it. Although I knew about Garp through intelligence, I never expected that he was such a ruthless person. Masculine felt that this was someone else's family matter, so he could only pray for Darag. After all, other people's Lao Zi was just teaching his son a lesson. Darag's Lao Zi Garp is going to cut off his descendants. Old man. What are you doing? Darag's face turned dark when he discovered that the power of the Iron Fist of Love had increased significantly. Then without thinking, he just raised his arms to resist. The spirit line suddenly lit up, and the defense of the static blood suit increased greatly. Another loud bang. The collision between Garp's Iron Fist and Darag's defense was like a cannonball exploding. Rumbling vibrations and sounds spread out through the space. The glass windows of the surrounding houses were shattered, causing many civilians to riot and shout in terror. Blocked. Garp had a look of astonishment on his face. It shouldn't be. He still knows Darag's strength very well. Even though he had entered the ranks of top experts a few months ago, his strength was still incomparable. His single punch was enough to knock Darag away. But now it has failed? And not even the weapon colors are used. Is it because of these azure lines that the Quincy of the Invisible Empire has a blood armor that is even more powerful than the armed color? Garp looked at Darag's arm that blocked his Iron Fist, and a look of shock that could not be concealed flashed in his eyes. Although he hid his whereabouts and stayed on Bad Lila Island and did not obtain the power of the Quincy, the news was still heard. One of the Quincy's abilities. Bloody outfit. Not only is it comparable to armed colors, but it can also hit elemental entities. But no matter how much you have heard of it, seeing it is worse than hearing it 100 times. The power of this blood suit is indeed powerful. But it was still not enough to block Darag's punch. Obviously, this is because Darag is much stronger. Old man. That's enough. When he saw Garp stunned, Darag's expression softened and he quickly distanced himself. Even if Garp wanted to continue attacking him, he wouldn't be able to. Snored. After coming back to his senses, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Garp's face. But facing his filial son, he still looked confident. It seems that his Iron Fist of Love is no longer working, and he must find another way to get rid of Darag and the others. Garp kept his expression and pondered secretly in his heart. Although Kong's order was for him to pick a Holy Word Knight from the Invisible Empire for a battle. Test out the opponent's special abilities. And there happened to be 2 Holy Word Knights right in front of them. Forget about Darag, the filial son, the big and naive guy next to him is fine too. But the premise is that the 2 of them must be lured away from here. He has promised Roger that he will not let anything happen to his wife and children. When Garp thought of this, he withdrew his Iron Fist of Love, returned to his carefree look, licked his nostrils and laughed loudly. Ahahaha. Darag, look at you, why are you so nervous? I feel like I haven't seen you for a long time, so I want to test your strength. This test is really amazing. It's actually as good as me. While Garp was talking nonsense, he fell back to the ground, called Darag and masculine, and walked away. Let's go. Go on the hour. Is this big guy your friend? Why don't you introduce it to me? At this moment, Garp didn't look like the ruthless man who hit his son with sonic booms with one punch. Instead, he sounded like an old father who had not seen his son for a long time chatting about family matters. Masculine looked at Garp who looked like a joke, and then looked at Darag who had a dull personality. Even he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Are these really father and son? The contrast is too great. Darag stood still and didn't move. Not long after he got better, his face turned dark again. This scene of an old father is so realistic. If it wasn't Garp but Lao Zi, he might have believed it. At this time, Garp, who was walking in front, noticed that Darag and masculine were standing there without any movement, and they stopped and looked over. Darag. What's wrong with you, kid? Call your big friend. At this moment, he did not realize the seriousness of the matter, thinking that Darag and masculine just happened to pass by here. The next moment, Darag spoke. Old man. We're here on a mission. Just go and do your business. Garp asked calmly. Mission? What mission? In fact, I was secretly happy in my heart. Since I was here to complete the task, I probably didn't need him to distract me. Durag and the big guy will leave here by themselves. Then. Under Garp's gaze, Durag and Masculine looked at each other with complicated eyes, not knowing what to say. But in Garp's eyes, they looked hesitant at all. So 0.4 must be an extremely important task. There is a high probability that there will be no delay. When Garp thought of this, he felt happy in his heart, and Kakozu almost couldn't help but curl up his mouth. After hesitation, Maslin spoke. Find someone. Two very simple words fell into Garp's ears. Looking for someone? Who are you looking for? I'm just asking casually, it doesn't matter if it's inconvenient to leak. Looking at Dalag and Masculine, who looked at each other again, Garp took the opportunity of the conversation to twitch the corner of his mouth and reveal a perfectly appropriate smile. However, the next moment, Masculine said again. Portcas de Rouge. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Garp's lips froze immediately. Such a sudden and huge reversal that was completely different from what he expected. His body even swayed suddenly, and he almost stumbled and fell down. Portcas de Rouge. Doesn't it sound famous? Who is this person? Why are you looking for her? But he still pretended to be the same, as if he had never heard of it, and all his acting skills were used at this moment. Garp is betting it's a coincidence. Because the identity of Portcas de Rouge is currently unknown even to the world government. Seeing this, Durag and Masculine were really helpless and reached ultimate. Old man. Stop pretending. Pirate King Roger's wife, you just came out of someone's house and now you turn your back on them. Dalag personally gave Garp a killing blow, his gaze seemed to have seen through everything. Chapter 62. Even Masculine's eyes were full of meaning. As Durag's extremely wise words fell, Garp's defense completely collapsed. How can it be? How do you know? Garp's expression immediately changed. Obviously, this bullshit mission was completely contrary to his expectations. The careless old father's chatter about family matters also disappeared. The muscles all over his body were tense, and his eyes were full of vigilance, guarding against Dalag and Masculine. However, Dalag and Masculine showed no signs of alertness. Instead, they looked at each other helplessly with complicated expressions. Their eyes were filled with wisdom, and they stared directly at Garp. What's the meaning? Why don't you do it? Aren't you here to see Rouge? Garp frowned slightly when he saw this, feeling baffled and confused. But Durag was his son after all. Since he had no intention of taking action, there was no need to deceive him. Garp's body and mind relaxed a little at the same time. That is to say, he relaxed for a moment, allowing him to react the next moment. Durag's words when he said Rouge's identity was Roger's wife flashed through his mind. You just came out of someone's house and now you don't recognize them. Boom. This sentence was like a cannonball, which blew up Garp completely. And the sound of the explosion began to echo crazily in my mind like an echo machine. In this flash of lightning, Garp finally understood why Durag's expression changed so much from the beginning. He had just looked at the big guy several times, and his eyes were filled with unconcealable complexity and hesitation. Do you think this is what Dalag and the big guy think? Do you regard him as that kind of unbearable and despicable person? He is a marine hero. Immediately, Garp couldn't bear it anymore. There were 14 protruding veins on his neck, forehead, and cheeks, and the blood vessels on the skin of his clenched fists were like horned dragons. The rage radiating from within is like a conqueror's bloom. There is no need for seeing, hearing, color and Ryotsu perception. It's literally visible to the naked eye. After Masculine noticed it, he immediately retreated far away without hesitation, and he called out in his heart, what a good guy. At this level of anger, the power of the Iron Fist of Love absolutely skyrockets. I'm afraid it far exceeds the power of the Sonic Boom Fist. Dalag's expression also changed immediately. Is the old man angry? But is he really to blame for this? Although in Dalag's opinion, he really shouldn't be blamed, there are other things to say at the moment. Hey. Hey. Old man. Calm down. What are you doing? Boom. While Dalag was talking, Garp took the opportunity to punch him and send him flying away. Rumble. There was a loud noise in the distance. Dalag was beaten into a small Yamanaka. Masculine's face was dull, shocked by the power of this punch. Not only is it powerful, but it is also close to ultimate. If you just look at it without using Ryotsu perception, you can't see it clearly with the naked eye. Dalag. Taste Laozi's true Iron Fist of Love. Seeing that Garp didn't let Dalag go at all and planned to continue family education, he punched him directly. Masculine also quickly chased after him, wanting to see how Dalag would respond. Or lend a helping hand when necessary. After all, the other party is his partner. The small Yamanaka was collapsed, and Turaj jumped out. The pure white hooded cloak was covered in dust, and his face looked a little unsightly. Absolutely abominable. The attack is so serious. The power of this punch is obviously beyond the scope of the iron fist of love. It was clearly revenge after becoming angry. Being punched was already a huge honor, and he could no longer indulge the old man. Skip the static blood equipment and go directly to the dynamic blood equipment, with the blue spirit lines shining brightly. Now he is very confident in his strength. Even if he faces Garp, who is trying his best, he firmly believes that he will never be at a disadvantage. Maybe even stronger. Durag. You are such a filial son. Laozi is so angry. I just promised that guy Roger to take care of his wife and children after he dies. Why did Laozi become such a mean person when it came to your mouth? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't call you Monkey D. Garp. Before anyone arrives, the sound comes first. Garp's angry voice came. The whole person was like a lion with its hair blown off, waving its fist like a fleshy palm and beating it. Show no mercy. What is the father-son relationship? It simply doesn't exist at this moment. However, Yanpiyu became angry. But after hearing these words, Durag was just about to fight back, like a candle in front of the wind and in the rain, it just became unstable and was extinguished on the spot. Nanny. Not what he thought. Just agreed to Roger to take care of his wife and children? Durag was stunned and quickly reacted. It turned out that the old man was not angry with shame, but was angered by his idea. This misunderstanding is a bit big. Facing the fist coming towards his face, Durag quickly dodged and explained at the same time. Old man. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Sorry, it's just a misunderstanding. However, what he responded to was a powerful punch. Rumble. There was a violent tremor, and large areas of smoke, dust were scattered. The ground where Durag was just now turned into a big pit. Then, no matter how he tried to explain, it was useless. Garp kept sending him the iron fist of love from Laozi. It wasn't until 3 hills were flattened and 5 huge craters were created that Garp stopped. Although it looked like a fierce attack and the punch was very powerful, it actually didn't hit at all. Durag stood in the distance and did not come forward. After all, this misunderstanding was indeed a bit big. As a son, he actually misunderstood the old man as a scumbag who targeted the widow? Who would be able to bear this? When Masculine learned that this was a misunderstanding, he stood in the distance in embarrassment. When he saw Durag's questioning look, he turned around with a guilty conscience. After all, he was also involved in this misunderstanding, but Durag was the only one who bore the price. At this time, Durag looked at him like this, and his face seemed a little uneasy. Just when they thought Garp had lost his temper and stopped, Garp's voice came. Hey. Is that big guy called Masculine? Why didn't you take action? Just watch Durag get beaten like this. It sounds like he obviously feels that beating Durag alone is not enough, and now he actually wants Masculine to join him. But it was actually part of Garp's plan. He was naturally angry about the misunderstanding between Durag and Masculine, and he was still very angry. But he didn't lose his mind just yet. He knew that after the misunderstanding was resolved, Durag and Masculine would definitely complete the mission. And he had promised Roger that he would never let Durag and Masculine succeed. A war would definitely be unavoidable by then, so he simply used his anger to lure Durag and Masculine away to ensure that the civilian town would not be affected. This. When Masculine heard this, he felt even more guilty for a moment. He felt sorry for Durag and let him be beaten alone, while he was here watching the show. When we are ready to go together, we will deal with the jam together with Durag. Although he has a silly personality, he is not stupid. He knows that Garp is not someone who breaks his promise easily, even when facing his own son Durag. So no matter what, he and Durag will definitely have a battle with Garp on the mission. Although the opponent in this battle is somewhat different from the previous enemies. It's better to fight now, let Garp retreat, and Durag won't be in trouble. It just so happened that at this moment, a sound came from afar. Sir. Sir. It turned out that James, who noticed the movement here, came over with a group of holy soldiers. Masculine grinned when he saw this, and in a flash, he appeared behind Garp. And Durag, who was facing Garp directly, and the two of them faced Garp one after another. Hey. Isn't this the right thing to say? Garp narrowed his eyes, flashing a dangerous light. However, the next moment, Durag's figure flickered and disappeared directly from where he was. Masculine, the old man is troubling you, stop him. I will complete the mission assigned by His Majesty. Durag also knew that with the old man here, he would definitely be an obstacle if he wanted to complete the task. But the task assigned by Yhwach must be completed, but the old man will definitely try his best to stop it. It is inevitable that he will be injured later, and as a son, it is not convenient for him to take action himself. Fortunately, if Masculine takes action, he will be more or less considerate of his face and will not kill like in the past. At most, the old man could just lie in bed recovering from his injuries for a while. Durag? How dare you? Garp's expression changed and he became furious. Seeing that Durag didn't respond to him at all, Garp rushed over. Mr. Garp. Your opponent now is me. This star will not let you interfere with Durag. Masculine understood what Durag meant, and he caught up with Garp without any slowness, blocking Garp's front. Knowing that the battle was inevitable, he geared up in front of Garp. Big guy. You want to stop me? Garp's face was a little gloomy, and his fists were directly covered in armed color. First he was misunderstood by the filial son, and now he wanted to forcefully stop him and take away Roger's wife Rouge and the unborn ace. This is to trap him in a place of injustice, and he is in a very bad mood now. Masculine did not give in at all when he heard this. He also had bottom lines and principles that needed to be adhered to. You are Durag's father, so this star advises you not to go against the invisible empire. Otherwise, even if Durag's face is there, this star will never show mercy. As soon as these words came out, Garp was completely angered and couldn't bear it anymore. In that case, let's try my iron fist. Don't feel complacent just because you defeated those two brats Akainu and 653 Aokiji. He waved his fists towards Masculine, who was standing in front of him and refused to give in. Watch out. Iron fist meteor bone. The fist covered in jet black weapon color was like a cannonball heading straight towards Masculine's face. James in the distance suddenly brightened up when he saw this, and shouted loudly with an excited tone. Sir. That's it now. It's time for the big stars. Masculine unfolded his blood-moving suit, with blue lines all over his body, and responded to James with action. The star appears. Face powerful enemies. James. You came at the right time to witness the heroic appearance of a hero. A punch is a direct hit. Both of them were extremely fast. With the help of six-style shaver and flying sickle kicks, they were like two meteors passing through and then colliding together. There was a loud bang. In the intertwining of black light and blue light, the air seemed to have been blasted by a large number of cannonballs. White air waves visible to the naked eye swept away in all directions, splashing rocks and dust wherever they passed, and forest trees were broken waist high. This is just the beginning. With just one punch, the power is very powerful. It does have some strength. But as a star or a hero, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? Garp's expression remained unchanged, still full of gloom, and he was not surprised by Masculine's resistance. After all, he is someone who can defeat Aokiji and Akainu. He has such strength no matter what. It was the Quincy's ability and the so-called blood armor that caught his attention, making Garp pay more attention to it in his heart. His knowledge and perception are unmistakable. Before using the blood armor, Masculine's physical strength was definitely far inferior to him. But once the blood armor is used, his physical strength soars directly, and he can actually fight with him who is covered in armor. The increase in strength was actually more powerful than the weapon color. This alone made him secretly shocked. It's no wonder that there are many powerful people in the Invisible Empire. The power of the Quincy spread so fast across the sea, and almost all powerful people and forces follow suit. Sure enough, it should not be underestimated. Garp's double fists kept attacking, and his six-style physical skills were also frequently used. The power and aura are so powerful that they exude a coercion like conquerors. Masculine didn't think as much as Garp at the moment, because after hearing Garp's words, he became a little angry. The words superstar and hero represent his beliefs. Even if you are Durag's father, if you dare to look down on my beliefs, you will still have to pay the price. Chapter 63. Masculine and Garp's fists collided quickly, creating after images. At the moment of this roaring collision, Star Eagle kick. With anger in his heart, Masculine jumped up with all his strength and kicked Garp. There was a sound of wind tearing through the air. Garp's sense of sight and color had long been noticed, and he blocked with his arms without changing his expression, dealing with it very calmly. Everyone is a top powerhouse, and none of them are vegetarians in terms of strength. How could such an obvious trick succeed? Blocking this kick, Garp didn't stop at all, and blasted out with his other fist again. Because taking the opportunity to punch him at this time is Masculine's best choice. But when his fist was just sent out, Masculine actually didn't choose to punch him hard. Instead, he chose to hit his head hard with the forehead. Star headbutt. In Garp's stunned pupils, on the door of Masculine's head, the azure blue spirit lines of the blood-moving equipment flashed, getting bigger and bigger. In an instant, his entire pupils were occupied. You idiot. Garp's face suddenly darkened, and he could no longer hide. He cursed angrily, then his armed look emerged and he protected his head. Bang. The movement can be described as quite astonishing. Masculine and Garp's heads touched. The powerful airflow and impact caused their faces to become wildly deformed. Masculine's face was full of solemnity and determination against the enemy. On the other hand, Garp's face was very ugly. He thought that this big guy Masculine was not only a fool but also a weirdo. It's not the same head cone as King Jiao's guy. What kind of headbutting attack method? It would be fine if it was a big move, but it's obviously not very powerful, right? Don't you feel embarrassed to do this in battle? After a brief head-to-head collision, Garp quickly pulled away and continued his attack. However, his perception once again sent a warning of danger. Star beam. The five-pointed star on Masculine's forehead suddenly shone brightly. Strong energy fluctuations and scorching temperatures emitted. Nanny. It immediately made Garp's expression change, and the black line on top of his head was almost visible to the naked eye. Boom. Suddenly, a beam of light burst out from the pentagram on Masculine's forehead. Because there is almost no distance between Garp and Masculine's foreheads. So this wave of spirit beams directly hit Garp's face. At first glance, Garp's head was swallowed up by the beam, as if his head had been knocked off. Dalag, who had just arrived in front of Rouge's house in the distance, subconsciously glanced back when he heard the commotion, and was almost frightened to the point of peeing on the spot. FKU. Old man. Although he admits that he is indeed a filial son, he is not filial enough to die for the old man. Fortunately, the next moment, the perception of seeing, hearing, color moved, making Dalag heave a sigh of relief. No. The old man was not strong enough to die in filial piety. Although Masculine is very strong, he knows the old man's strength better. Even if Masculine opens the holy body, he will definitely not be the opponent of the old man. Unless you use the ability of holy words, with the help of James' encouragement, with the explosion and surge of strength again and again, it will take a long time to kill the old man. After all, the old man's current strength and age are at their peak, and his weapon color has been cultivated to the ultimate level, which is no worse than the blood armor. He is the best among the best, not something Akoku and his ilk can compare to. Dalag withdrew his gaze and walked to the house and knocked on the door. The people in the house seemed to have expected the knock on the door, and the door opened just after the knock. On the other side in the distance, the battle is still going on. With a rumbling sound, Garp's head was hit hard and his whole body flew backwards. It crashed through two hills before stopping. Fortunately, the place chosen was large enough, otherwise it would inevitably affect the residential area. Ahem, damn it. You big guy. In the dust that filled the sky, Garp jumped out of the collapsed hill with a big black face on his face. I wanted to yell at this weird tactic, but I found that I couldn't find any suitable reason at all. To say that Masculine did not practice martial ethics, he did not do any despicable and shameless acts. But he had never encountered this style of play before, so he was stunned and got slapped in the face. I'm just asking if anyone's energy shockwave comes from their forehead. If he hadn't used the armed color to cover his entire face and head at the critical moment, he would have really been tricked. Although his head would not be blown off directly, his face would definitely be covered in blood and his eyes would be rolling. Big guy, I won't be merciful anymore. Even if you are Darag's friend. Garp saw inside the house in the distance. Dalag took Rouge out and walked towards the coast. His eyes couldn't help but squint, a solemn look flashed through them, and the gloomy light was a little deeper. Judging from Darag's attitude, the Invisible Empire's purpose of taking away Rouge may not be as bad as he imagined. But after all, he is an enemy of the world government, and has reached the point where he will fight to the death. Such a force that could be eliminated by the world government at any time is not a good place to be. Not only was he trying to complete his own admission, but Roger would definitely have the same idea as him even if he were still alive. But if you want to stop the filial son of Dalag, it is obvious that you need to first defeat this big guy, Masculine, the Knight of Holy Words of the Invisible Empire. By the way, I also need to complete the task assigned by Marshal Kong and test out the big man Masculine's ability to write holy words. Come on then. The armed color on Garp's head was removed. He showed an eager fighting spirit. An invisible wave of energy flashed through, and a powerful breath bloomed from his body. The armed color wrapped around his arms and fists revealed a scarlet color visible to the naked eye in the pitch black. Boom. A sizzle. The top-level weapon color that Garp had trained as his own, which can be called the strongest on the sea, burst out with crackling black and red liquid lightning. Fistbone meteorite impact. Garp, bathed in liquid lightning, looks like a ferocious humanoid thunder beast. With a heavy step under his feet, large areas of the ground cracked and gravel flew. His figure seemed to teleport, appearing directly in front of Masculine, carrying a punch as powerful as a falling meteorite. Boom. A muffled sound exploded. This time it was Masculine who was blown away like a cannonball. Garp pursued the victory even more. His fighting thinking was as meticulous as the ultimate, and he did not give Masculine a chance. Fistbone meteor impact. An airtight fist came directly, forming a fist net whose power was comparable to that of a meteorite. It was bound to give masculine a heavy blow at this moment of opportunity. Boom. 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 The roar of the punch that broke the sound barrier almost resounded throughout Bat Lila Island. All the civilians, holy soldiers, and even Durag stopped to watch. Ha 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 ha. As expected of the marine hero Garp, the power of Iron Fist is so great. But this is exactly the stage that the star expects to be a superstar. Masculine's body was filled with static blood, and the punch just now did not hurt him. Instead, he saw Garp's Iron Fist. Sure enough, as rumored, his reputation was not in vain, he was actually able to fly away even under the defense of Yhwach. This directly aroused his fighting spirit not to be outdone. James, who was watching the battle from a distance, immediately screamed in excitement when he saw this. Sir, please become a superstar. Now is the time for the superstar to appear. All the holy soldiers also looked extremely excited. Lord Masculine's superstar form was the power they yearned for infinitely. Facing the meteor-like boxing net that was chasing after him, Masculine looked at Garp behind the boxing net, with a red light flashing in his firm eyes. Admit defeat surrounded by the power of God. The complete holy body, the might of God. Boom. The huge Ryotsu was released and enveloped the entire island. The extremely powerful energy aura turned into a red spiritual beam and rose into the sky. A large meteor-like Iron Fist hit, sending out violent collisions and shocks, which could not shake Yuan Ziguang even in the slightest. This scene made the charging Garp's pupils shrink, he stopped his pace of attack, and was shocked for a moment. Complete the Eucharist. The Quincy's more powerful form. That beam of light alone can offset the impact of my Iron Fist meteor. But Garp had other doubts. According to Marine's intelligence research on the Quincy, the holy body was currently considered the strongest move and form of the Quincy. Not only can it comprehensively improve abilities such as spirit clustering and blood equipment, but it can also increase the ability of holy writings. Under normal circumstances, it is a trump card that is only used when the enemy cannot be eliminated by using the holy text ability in the normal form, good for Dinyo. This is the case for the two people who have mastered the ability of holy writing, Ace Knot and Giselle Jules. But why did Masculine directly use the holy body without even using his holy word ability? Haha. It's not a big deal. When my Iron Fist breaks your perfect body, I don't believe you won't use the power of holy words. Although Garp is a little confused, he is still very confident in his own strength. A circular cross symbol bloomed at the top of the hundreds of meters high spiritual beam of light. Masculine bathed in it, a five-pointed star condensed above his head, and the wings of the spirit child emerged behind him. The whole person was suspended in mid-air, looking down at the house below. It's not too late to admit defeat now. Otherwise the light of the superstar will eclipse you. Garp frowned when he heard this. He couldn't figure out how this Masculine could talk so much self-righteous nonsense. Who do you think I am? Don't talk about defeating me. Even if you compare with any superstar or hero, you are still far behind. As soon as these words came out, James in the distance immediately changed his expression. Bold. How dare you speak rudely to a superstar? As expected, Masculine opened his eyes angrily. Evil words. Justice strikes. The hero will win. Take my killer Iron Fist move. Chapter 64. The spirit lines of the blood-moving suit shone with dazzling red light on his body. His physical strength and attack power were strengthened and increased like heaven and earth. The flying sickle feet, supported by the vibration of Ling's wings, allowed Masculine to explode at unparalleled speed. Iron Fist Meteor Strike. Even Garp, who charged at the same time, was inferior in speed. The red spiritual light and the black-red liquid lightning collided in an instant. Boom. An earth-shattering vibration echoed within the huge spirit child barrier. The fist collision between Masculine and Garp produced a terrifying impact that directly created a vacuum. A large amount of violent airflow was like a hurricane, carrying the broken soil and dust thrown up by the ground collapse and sweeping it in all directions. Even small hills and large trees could not bear the collapse and breakage. The impact of this blow was terrifying. The king and royal family members in the center of the island saw this earth-shattering scene from a distance. I was so frightened on the spot that my legs and feet became weak. On the battlefield. After the fierce collision between Masculine and Garp's punches, the huge surge of force directly pushed them back. Click. 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 Every time the two of them took a step back, the ground cracked and collapsed, as if there was an earthquake. Within a few steps, a huge pit with a radius of several hundred meters was formed with the two people at the center. In the deep pit, a large amount of broken earth and rocks were floating in the air, unable to fall down in the confrontation between the two powerful forces. Masculine and Garp's eyes met with fighting intent, and the moment they suddenly burst out again, all the broken stones turned into powder. In the blink of an eye, another punch was exchanged, with no intention of stopping or admitting defeat. Bang. 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 Rumble. Rumble. A series of shaking sounds resounded throughout the sky. The two men's fist-to-fist fights, full of violent aesthetics, became more and more fierce. Not only is it powerful and destructive, it will shatter the ground wherever it passes, and everything within a radius of several hundred meters, including rocks and trees, will turn into powder. And the speed is getting faster and faster, and it begins to become impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. The figures of Masculine and Garp seemed to have been transported to another dimension during the battle. All one could see were bursts of red spirit lines and black-red liquid lightning, which were spreading on the ground one moment and raging into the air the next. The impact and air wave, which was like an overwhelming force and could destroy mountains and mountains, began to spread towards a radius of 1 kilometer. In the earth-shaking loud noise, the originally huge pit of several hundred meters was directly blown into a radius of 1 kilometer. Everything within this area can be said to be annihilated, and the rocks are broken and no grass can grow, just like the end of the world. Even James, who was cheering for Masculine's heroic appearance, had to retreat into the distance under the protection of a group of holy soldiers. The king at the center of Bat Lila Island felt that his heart could no longer bear it, and he fell down with a face full of fright. What are they trying to do? Do they want to destroy Bat Lila? Didn't I publicly declare my surrender to the Invisible Empire? On the coast, Durag also sent Rouge onto the warship at this moment. After being protected and guarded by the holy soldiers, he quickly moved over here. He stopped thousands of meters away, admiring the battle with shock. He had to admit that even though he didn't use this fighting method, he looked really passionate. The battle between Masculine and Garp became more and more fierce. There was no defense, it was all head-on attack. No one thought they would lose, and it completely entered the intense stage. Seeing that ordinary moves alone could not do anything to the opponent no matter how long they fought, the two of them began to have the idea of using powerful moves almost at the same time. Between the lightning and flint, their Ryotsu perception, seeing, hearing and color perception merged invisibly, as if they had insight into each other's thoughts at this moment. The figure could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. Masculine and Garp, who had transformed into red spirit lines and black-red liquid lightning, completed a terrible collision on the ground, and the two figures appeared directly at the same time. He launched his next move. Call out. A harsh sound broke through the air. Garp was bathed in black-red liquid lightning and jumped into the sky, reaching hundreds of meters high in the sky. The whole person swooped down, and the black and red liquid lightning raging around him, crackling and sizzling, all gathered on the left fist. Iron Fist Galaxy Impact. At this moment, the weaponry he was proud of reached the ultimate level. Black-red liquid lightning wrapped around Garp's left fist and punched it fiercely. Boom. There was a sudden burst of atmospheric explosion. The unspeakable majestic force directly set off a storm, shaking the space under Garp's punch. Layers of white air waves rippled out from his fists and then shot into the sky. Regardless of the momentum or power of this move, anyone who comes here will say that it is so terrifying. But it was obvious that this did not include Masculine. Not only did he not show any signs of surprise or panic, but there was a boiling fighting spirit in his eyes. It is this kind of duel that is worthy of the shining star. In the state of the holy body, Masculine's momentum and fighting spirit reached its peak. The huge and powerful Ryotsu burst out directly, and the power generated swept the entire Bat Lila. Red spirit lines spread down his body, imprinting crazily on the ground and spreading out. The Quincy's basic ability of spiritual sun gathering has been developed to the extent that the spiritual sun is absolutely subordinate to the holy slave. All the spiritual beings floating in the air within a few kilometers around him appeared, turning into torrents of meandering spiritual beings and gathering towards him. On the ground, the lines all over the place formed a scarlet pentagram mark exuding terrifying energy fluctuations under the blessing of a steady stream of spirit suns. Starbeam Supernova. At the center of the five-pointed star mark, Masculine's momentum was like a rainbow, and he raised his hands to the sky. Boom. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked and collapsed dozens of meters downward. The pentagram mark also shot out a spiritual beam that seemed to penetrate the sky at almost the same time. In a flash of lightning, the two men's attack reached the ultimate level, almost flashing in mid-air. Then there was an instant collision, entanglement, and then a violent explosion. Boom. Heaven and earth lost their voice, and all things lost their color. Sound waves strong enough to shatter hills and ground filled the sky. The fierce confrontation between arms and spirits turned into an energy sphere, like a small sun hanging over Bat Lila. It emits endless dazzling light, illuminating every corner of the island. And this little sun is still expanding rapidly, and the energy fluctuations are becoming more and more terrifying. I saw that they were about to break through the kilometer range. Not good. Durag's expression changed slightly, and while he retreated quickly, he also quickly took action. The Spirit Sun cluster was activated and a small barrier covering several kilometers around the battlefield was constructed. This prevents the destructive force caused by the collision between masculine and Garp from spreading to places outside the barrier. Otherwise, with such earth-shattering power, Durag estimated that any building on the ground within at least 10,000 meters would be turned into ruins. Within the boundary. Although there was still no difference between the two sides, the energy ball expanded to the limit and exploded like a cannonball. Boom. The explosion wave radiated extremely widely. The figures of masculine and Garp were instantly swallowed up and disappeared. The land, hills, and trees were directly turned into powder in the terrifying impact. The next moment, the entire barrier with a radius of several kilometers was filled with chaotic energy. Although the terrifying aftermath visible to the naked eye did not radiate, the shock caused by the terrifying impact was unstoppable. Boom. Boom. The entire island of Bart Lila was instantly shaken violently. The king who fell to the ground far away in the center saw the power of a natural disaster like a tsunami or an earthquake. His legs immediately stared at him, his vision went black, and he fainted from fright. The royal family members around them also had dull eyes, not noticing all this at all. Now there is only one voice in their hearts, that is, they are glad that the king chose to surrender. Otherwise, the people of the Invisible Empire are fully capable of erasing them and the entire Bart Lila from the sea. After a while, the vibration disappeared. The energy filling the barrier gradually dissipated, and Durag removed the barrier. Just when everyone thought that the battle should be over after such a terrifying collision. Bang. 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 A fierce confrontation was heard again. I saw the huge deep pit that was thousands of meters long and covered with scorched earth. Garp and Masculine, who were covered in burnt black clothes and torn and tattered, looked a little more embarrassed, but were not harmed. There was no winner at all. Masculine. Good on you, big guy. You can actually block my galactic impact head-on. At this moment, Garp's face was quite solemn, and a look of disbelief flashed deep in his eyes. He felt that he had been staying in Bat Lila for a while, had not really paid attention to and understood the Invisible Empire, and had underestimated Masculine. Originally, he at least thought that once this move, Galaxy Impact, would be able to force out Masculine's Holy Word ability. In the end, reality slapped him hard in the face. He was able to block this galactic impact just by relying on the Holy Body with full output. Although the other party did not take any advantage, he also did not get any advantage. To his surprise, the fight was evenly matched. Under this situation, Garp felt a little heavy and wondered whether he should continue to complete the mission assigned by Marshal Kong. Although he still has a way to strengthen his combat power at a certain cost, once he uses it, he will definitely stay in bed for 10.5 days. Besides, what he should be most concerned about right now is Rouge, who was taken away by the dutiful son of Durag, and the unborn ace in his belly. This is Roger's last request. No matter what you say, you can't ignore it. Moreover, Masculine, a big man, obviously wanted to fight with Durag for the sake of his face, and there was no intention of fighting him to the death. If he had to fight hard and use his trump card, just to test out some holy writing ability, he always felt that no matter how he looked at it, the gain would outweigh the loss.